A person can only focus on one thing at a time, but Han Yang can focus on everything, a billion things. Because Han Yang has a CPU in his head, and it can be upgraded. The more advanced the CPU, the higher its computing power, and the stronger Han Yang's abilities become. He alone can control a billion robots to develop a planet, build a massive industrial system, produce 100,000 interstellar warships, and wage a vast cosmic war. Han Yang alone is a civilization. Chapter 1. The Blue Army. That was the most glorious time of our human civilization. At that time, controlled nuclear fusion technology was a breakthrough, gene editing technology was mastered, and even a Mars base was built. Everyone believed that the best era in human civilization was about to arrive, but no one expected that this was the beginning of all suffering. In a small courtyard in the market area, under the dim light, a burly butcher with a sullen face spoke in a heavy tone. Across from him, Han Yang was intently working on the succulent pig's head in front of him. The braised pig's head was incredibly fragrant. Sliced and tossed with soy sauce and chili oil, it tasted indescribably delicious, especially for Han Yang, who hadn't eaten meat in half a month. The pig's head was brought by Butcher Shun. The wine was also brought by him. However, Butcher Shun seemed to have little appetite, only talking incessantly. Han Yang, on the other hand, devoured the food, occasionally nodding and humming in agreement. Who would have thought that controllable nuclear fusion technology, with its practical value, would be the standard for measuring whether a civilization has entered the interstellar age? And once a civilization enters the interstellar age, it qualifies to join the Galactic Intelligent Life Alliance. Butcher Shun's expression was somewhat melancholic. Qualification, merely qualification. It seems that joining is entirely voluntary, right? But did they give us a choice? Butcher Shun picked up his chopsticks, wanting to take a piece of meat. But seeing Han Yang wolfing it down, he put the chopsticks down and only drank a glass of wine. You were too young then. You probably don't remember. Back then, the newly formed human space force, with 400 warships, was wiped out by a single warship from the Ada civilization. The human civilization united government disbanded, and the Ada civilization intervened, claiming they would help us establish an interstellar government. Thus, the Earth government was established. Han Yang quickly swallowed the meat in his mouth, and to show he was listening, he interjected. I only remember that there were global celebrations, celebrating the establishment of the Earth government, celebrating humanity's entry into the Milky Way's intelligent civilization family. Shin Tu Fu's expression grew increasingly sorrowful. But is our human situation really getting better and better, as the Ada people proclaimed? Bang! Crack! The sound of bullets firing suddenly echoed through the silent night sky, followed by faint screams, roars, and chaotic footsteps. This was the norm in the vegetable market district at night. Gang conflicts occurred almost every night. Han Yang and Shin Tu Fu were already used to it. Before joining Union Pay, the security here was much better. There weren't so many gangs. Back then, children could go to school, young people could find jobs, and the elderly were cared for. What has the Ada civilization brought us? Scientific stagnation, resource plunder, and children unable to afford school. Billions struggle in poverty, while only a small portion of Ada's lackeys have been fattened. Yes, I'm poor too. Han Yang nodded repeatedly. Butcher Shin's tone suddenly became impassioned. Therefore, we must resist. We must drive out the Ada people, restore the independence of our human civilization. Only then can our civilization stand up again, and only then can everyone live a good life. Yes. So Han Yang, join us. Butcher Shin looked at Han Yang with fervent anticipation. Han Yang had just finished eating the last piece of pig's head meat. He put down his chopsticks with some regret and shook his head decisively. No. Butcher Shun was taken aback, utterly astonished. You're not even going to ask who we are? Isn't it just the Blue Army? They're always on TV, portraying us as an inhuman terrorist organization, the root of all evil. That's all slander. Butcher Shun was furious. We've been fighting for the independence and autonomy of human civilization. By the way, how did you know I'm with the Blue Army? Han Yang scoffed. If you weren't with the Blue Army, why would you keep approaching me with drinks and meat, constantly talking about how bad the world is, about past glories, and such? Han Yang, I've been observing you for a long time. You don't steal, you don't rob, you don't cheat, you don't join gangs, you just work diligently every day, and sometimes you even help others. You have the potential to become a true warrior, which is why I told you my identity. Join the Blue Army. We can become comrades in arms. We can fight together for the future of civilization, for future generations to no longer be oppressed by the Ada people and their lackeys. No. Han Yang's refusal was still equally decisive. A low rumble suddenly echoed through the sky, growing louder and louder as it approached, before abruptly fading back down at its peak. Han Yang looked up and saw a speeding car streaking across the night sky outside his window. In recent years, a trend had emerged among the wealthy in Dajang City, especially among the idle rich kids, a passion for high-speed racing, particularly in crowded areas after dark. The city's high-rises and numerous speeding cars made it unsuitable for racing. The suburbs, with their dense populations, low density of cars, and lack of tall buildings, slums like market areas and underpasses, became the mecca for high-speed racing. While racing, the wealthy often deliberately kept their altitude low, intentionally bombarding the poor with noise. At first, the sleeping people, awakened by the noise, would curse at the sky, but finding it ineffective, they eventually gave up. "Those little bastards," Butcher Shin cursed at the window, then looked at Han Yang. "Why?" Han Yang simply shook his head, remaining silent. Butcher Shin looked at Han Yang with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. After a moment of silence, he pulled a book from his pocket and handed it to him. "You can take a look if you have time." Han Yang glanced at it and saw the words "Human History" on the cover. He didn't dare look at the rest, as if his hand had been burned. He immediately pushed it back frantically. "This is a forbidden book. I can't keep it. Brother Shun, you take it back." Seeing Han Yang's resolute attitude, Butcher Shin had no choice but to take the book back. Before leaving, he glanced at Han Yang again. "I'll come again." Han Yang's spirits lifted. "Be careful on the road. Things haven't been peaceful lately." Butcher Shin chuckled coldly and patted the butcher knife at his waist. "When has it ever been peaceful? I'm leaving." Butcher Shin left. Han Yang carefully locked the door, returned to the room, turned off the light, and stared blankly out the window. In the distant city, the neon lights of skyscrapers still shimmered. In the city center, the space elevator built by the Ida people stood like a colossal pillar supporting the sky. Flying cars occasionally flew overhead, so low that Han Yang could almost hear the arrogant laughter of the wealthy inside. "This damned world," Han Yang muttered. He knew in his heart that what Butcherchin said was true. The root of the suffering brought to human civilization was indeed the Ida civilization. Only by driving out the Ida civilization could human civilization truly stand up. But the Blue Army's path was a dead end. Although Han Yang greatly admired the Blue Army warriors, he would never join them himself. He planned to take another path. For the past 2 years, Han Yang had harbored a secret he dared not tell anyone. There was an abacus in his head, the kind of abacus used by the ancients for accounting. His consciousness, his senses, could clearly perceive the existence of an abacus. 2 years ago, Han Yang bought a batch of small toys intending to sell them at a stall to earn a living. After assembling a toy abacus, it suddenly disappeared and entered his mind. Over the past 2 years, Han Yang has repeatedly experimented, finally figuring out the abacus's purpose and exploring its potential. Any device he personally creates that can be used for calculation enters his mind, providing him with the same computing power. Like this abacus, it significantly enhanced his mathematical calculation abilities. Problems that would take an ordinary person half a day to solve, Han Yang can solve instantly. The abacus is merely a rudimentary tool for aiding calculation. In the modern world, humans have far more advanced computing tools, computer chips. For the past 2 years, Han Yang has been self-studying mathematics, physics, mechanical processing, circuits, and computers, while saving money to prepare for building his own CPU. Some early computer chips, once their principles are understood, are not difficult to build by hand using simple tools available today. There are even videos online showing how to build computer chips by hand. Of course, the performance of such a handmade chip is questionable. Running a simple game like Snake would be considered incredibly powerful. But, even with its inferior performance, performing tens of thousands of calculations per second is a piece of cake, right? It's far more powerful than an abacus. Once Han Yang personally creates the computing chip, he will possess computing power equivalent to it, achieving a kind of fusion of human brain and computer, having both the abilities of a human and a computer. If he possessed the computing power of a supercomputer, along with the judgment, decision-making, imagination, and innovation of a human brain, wouldn't he be able to operate a massive factory single-handedly? No, not only that, perhaps he could control an entire industrial system, even drive scientific progress, build advanced interstellar warships, and even control a massive interstellar fleet. In that case, wouldn't he have the ability to fight against the Ada civilization and liberate all of humanity? Now, Han Yang has self-taught all the prerequisites for handmade computer chip manufacturing. Next, Han Yang plans to purchase the necessary materials and begin the actual production process. But, Han Yang looked at his dilapidated brick house, the dim light bulb, the creaking wooden bed, and the few remaining pieces of worn-out furniture, and sighed. "I have no money. I can't afford the materials." If you don't believe someone can handcraft a CPU, you can search for the video Handmade CPU on Bilibili. The guy there handcrafted a CPU using circuit boards, capacitors, resistors, cables, and so on. Chapter 2. Calculation. For the past 2 years, Han Yang held 2 jobs, rising at 5 each morning and returning home at 8 in the evening. He devoted himself to self-study until 11:30, maintaining this rigorous schedule day in and day out. These two jobs afforded him a monthly income of 3,500 yuan. However, after deducting rent, utilities, and various daily expenses, little remained. Despite this, Han Yang persevered and saved enough to purchase a computer and subscribe to several self-study websites and knowledge databases. After 2 years of diligent learning, he finally amassed a foundational knowledge base. Fortunately, after consuming the abacus, Han Yang's mind became much sharper and his energy levels improved, allowing him to endure. Now that his knowledge base was complete, it was time to embark on the actual creation of computer chips. However, after calculating, he realized that even with the most economical options, he would need to spend 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Considering losses and daily expenses during the chip-making process, he would require at least another 10,000 yuan. Accumulating this amount through his current job would take nearly a year, far too long for Han Yang, who could not afford to wait. He needed to devise a strategy to acquire funds quickly, having already resigned from both his positions. Han Yang became entirely unemployed as of today. If he did not find a way to earn money swiftly, he would not only be unable to purchase materials, but might also struggle to afford food. The following morning, Han Yang rose early, armed with a dagger, and rode his second-hand electric scooter to a convenience store. Do you have tattoo stickers? Dragons or tigers, something like that. Yes, those. I'll take 2. What is the price on those sunglasses? And this chain? In front of him lay a large iron platter adorned with a collection of golden chains, each the thickness of a pinky finger, heavy to the touch. If they were indeed gold, they would likely cost several million. The shopkeeper glanced at the chain and replied, 20. 1 chain, 2 tattoo stickers, and a pair of sunglasses for 50? Can you give me a discount? After much haggling, Han Yang managed to settle on 53 yuan, though it pained him to part with the cash. At that moment, his bank account held only 560 yuan. With his acquisitions in hand, Han Yang hurried home, carefully applying the tattoo stickers to his body in front of a mirror. Donning the sunglasses and golden chain, he felt a hint of a rogue persona take shape. Although his worn clothes detracted from the effect, reluctantly, he ventured to a clothing store, selecting 2 flashy outfits for 68 yuan, which he successfully brought home. After changing into his new attire and slipping on some sandals, he dampened his hair, transforming his appearance into that of a true rogue. By afternoon, after ensuring the tattoo stickers were securely affixed, Han Yang stepped outside and walked towards the western part of the market. He opted not to ride his scooter, as it would diminish his newfound image. Passing by Butcher Shin's stall, the butcher shot Han Yang a surprised glance, grunted in disbelief, and resumed chopping meat with much greater force. Han Yang ignored him and made his way to the Black 3 casino several kilometers away. He first stopped at a small food stall outside the casino to quell his hunger, then steeled himself before entering. The casino was already teeming with patrons, a mix of rogues, gangsters, gambling addicts, and workers, all mingling at the bustling tables. The air was thick with the scents of smoke, alcohol, and sweat, making Han Yang feel lightheaded. Exchanging 400 yuan for chips, he began to search for a target. Han Yang had never believed in luck, dismissing games reliant on chance. His sole reliance now lay in the extraordinary memory and calculating abilities he had acquired after mastering the abacus. With these gifts, he felt confident he could win at skill-based games. After observing for a moment, Han Yang chose a do de jeu table. His previous observations had confirmed that the players were mere individuals rather than a colluding group. When one player departed, he promptly took a seat. Upon receiving his cards, Han Yang immediately noted the cards he lacked. After several rounds, a total of 18 cards were revealed. The landlord played 8, one opponent played 5, and he played 5. He could remember precisely which cards were played, and upon analyzing his own hand, he quickly deduced the landlord's card configuration. The landlord had played a sequence from 8, a pair of 7s, and he possessed 3 cards without an ace, with the last one in the opponent's hand. However, the landlord had not played a single card, indicating the existence of a sequence. Han Yang also held a 7, meaning the opponent's sequence was from 7, and the remaining cards were a 3 of a kind, perfectly played out. The landlord had no bombs, while Han Yang did. Having calculated the card configurations, Han Yang confidently played his bomb, surpassing the landlord's play, and then dismantled his own sequence to create a 7-card straight. The opponent looked at Han Yang in astonishment and delight, playing their own 7 straight, collecting the cards, and subsequently laying down a 3 of a kind, finishing the round. In this hand, the 2 farmers triumphed, leaving the landlord in frustration as he tossed down his cards and continued to play. In the next round, Han Yang quickly assessed his hand, the beads of the abacus clicking in his mind, calculating with clarity. In this hand, I will be the landlord, with a winning probability of 72. With extraordinary memory and calculation, Han Yang consistently won more than he lost at the Do Di Zhu table, amassing over 2,000 yuan in just 3 hours. After changing tables to Texas Hold'em, he engaged in meticulous calculations, winning another 2,000, bringing his total to over 5,000. Such winnings were not substantial in this gambling den, and at the moment, no one paid him any mind. Nevertheless, Han Yang remained cautious, deliberately losing over 1,000 yuan to keep his final profit at 4,000. He feigned disappointment, muttering curses, and exchanged his chips for cash before leaving. The following day, he repeated his strategy at a different gambling venue. On the third day, he ventured to an even more distant casino, employing the same tactics. That day, he achieved a high of over 7,000, intentionally losing 3,000 to maintain a low profile. At this point, Han Yang's funds had skyrocketed to over 13,000 yuan. It was time to withdraw. Continuing down this path would surely draw attention to him. If he were to be targeted, the consequences could be dire. Ignoring the fact that he held a high card, Han Yang decisively folded, placing 200 yuan in chips on the table and angrily leaving, blending in with other disgruntled gamblers. After exchanging his chips for cash, he staggered away from the gambling den, making his way home. 13,000 yuan would suffice for materials and living expenses for the time being. However, something felt amiss. Out of the corner of his eye, Han Yang noticed a dark, slender figure stealthily following him. Surely not. After winning only 13,000 across 3 casinos, had he already attracted attention? Cursing inwardly, Han Yang quickened his pace, weaving through crowded areas, and recalled that during his clothing purchases, he had discarded his previous attire, sunglasses, and gold chain. Now wearing long sleeves and pants to conceal his tattoos, he discreetly exited through the back door. After taking a long detour to ensure he had lost his pursuer, Han Yang finally returned home. Phew, I finally have money. Without hesitation, he opened an online shopping site and began purchasing the necessary materials. Chapter 3. The Chip Breadboards. Connecting wires, soldering iron, diodes, transistors, resistors, a plethora of tools and materials. After adding everything to his cart and completing the purchase, over 7,000 yuan instantly vanished from his account, leaving him with less than 6,000. After 3 to 4 days of self-study, his packages began arriving. On that morning, Han Yang briefly freshened up before riding his electric bike, armed with a dagger, and stepping outside his home. In today's tumultuous world, even during daylight, he felt compelled to carry a dagger for safety. A few hundred meters away lay a small food stall, sheltered by a canopy, with several outdoor tables already occupied by patrons. Han Yang took a seat and skillfully called out, "Aunt Wang, a large bowl of noodles, with or without an egg." After a moment's consideration, he opted to forego the egg. After all, 2 yuan for an egg was quite steep. With the expenses of materials weighing heavily on his mind, he needed to conserve his resources. "Ah, Xiaoyang has arrived. Please sit, it will be ready shortly." When the large bowl of noodles was served, Han Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that his portion was more generous than usual, topped with a sheen of oil. "Xiaoyang, eat up. If it's not enough, let me know." Warmth surged within him as he replied, "Thank you, Aunt Wang." Once he finished his meal, Han Yang fished out his phone and transferred 6 yuan. The price of the noodles being 5. "Why give me an extra yuan, child? Take it back, if you keep this up. I won't let you have noodles here anymore." As he prepared to leave, Aunt Wang pulled out a 1 yuan bill and insisted on shoving it into his pocket. Unable to refuse, he accepted it. "Thank you, Aunt Wang." "Oh, you're welcome, dear. Be careful on your way." Han Yang mounted his bike and continued on his journey. As he passed by Shun the butcher's stall, he sensed Shin casting a glance in his direction, the sound of chopping meat seeming to grow louder. Arriving at the delivery station, he verified his identity and finally collected several large boxes. Despite the chaos of the era, the logistics system remained surprisingly reliable. Perhaps those at the helm of the logistics business understood that only by being sufficiently dependable could they truly profit. Upon returning home with the boxes, he carefully unpacked them, stacking the plastic bags and cardboard aside for future sale. Gazing at the array of circuit boards, capacitors, and resistors before him, Han Yang took a deep breath. It was time to commence his true creation. He picked up a universal board and a diode, aligning the pins before operating the soldering gun, gently securing the diode in place. After 3 arduous months, he had finally completed this handmade chip. Before him lay a complex assembly divided into 4 sections, each stacked 5 or 6 layers high, interconnected by flying wires. Each board was adorned with numerous flying wires, densely populated with capacitors and resistors, along with some indicator lights. Presenting a chaotic sight, Han Yang inhaled deeply and pressed the power switch. He had input some code into the CPU using pure binary. The code's function was to command the array of indicator lights to illuminate and extinguish in succession. In the next moment, the code executed. But instead of the lights illuminating sequentially, they all lit up simultaneously. What had gone awry? Han Yang was perplexed, spending 5 days troubleshooting before discovering that one diode had been incorrectly soldered. After making the necessary repairs and testing again, he still encountered failure. Thus, he continued his search for the problem. After another 2 months of repeated trials, he finally pressed the switch again, and this time, the row of indicator lights flickered in a rhythmic pattern, just as he had envisioned. The code had executed successfully, marking the triumph of his self-manufactured computer chip. In an instant, the multitude of circuit boards vanished, merging into his mind, replacing the abacus that had long occupied his thoughts. Suddenly, Han Yang felt an immense computational power surging within him. Tasks that once seemed complex, even with the aid of an abacus, could now be solved in an instant. Simultaneously, his mind grew increasingly lucid, and memories nearly forgotten resurfaced vividly. His memory had notably improved. Estimating the chip's frequency, Han Yang concluded it could reach approximately 20 Hz, with the potential to overclock to about 35 Hz. He glanced at his ordinary home computer, whose CPU could reach a maximum frequency of 5 GHz. In comparison, the chip he had crafted and integrated into his brain had a frequency merely 1/15,000th of that. The home computer's CPU was manufactured using a 3-nanometer process, and he had heard that some large supercomputers utilized 2-nanometer chips. Moreover, the Itin had even more advanced computing technologies, possibly quantum computers, which surpassed electronic limits. If he were to categorize his homemade chips process, it could barely be considered 5 millimeters. It is well known that the smaller the chips process, the higher the technological level and performance. Yet, 5 millimeters equated to 2 nanometers multiplied by 2. 5 million. Although the disparity between the two was as vast as the difference between a stone in the hands of a caveman and a spaceship, Han Yang felt nothing but joy at his achievement. Despite the inferior performance, what mattered was the ability arising from the fusion of human cognition and computer technology, far surpassing mere addition. Han Yang sensed that the knowledge he had painstakingly acquired over the past 2 years could now be assimilated in just a month. This matter needed to remain strictly confidential. No one could know. If the Itin were to discover it, he would be doomed. After experiencing elation, Han Yang recognized the gravity of the situation. Resolutely, he began contemplating his future path. After a moment of introspection, he concluded that he needed to devise a way to earn money swiftly. The fight against Itin civilization and the liberation of humanity was monumental. It required a step-by-step approach. Initially, he needed a certain level of capability and influence, which evidently hinged on financial resources. Having acknowledged his newfound ability, he resolved to enhance it further. He would strive to develop even more powerful and advanced chips. One day, he envisioned scaling up his efforts, establishing a factory assembly line for chip production. This, of course, necessitated substantial funding. Not only did he need a chip factory, but his current funds, which he had won from gambling, were nearly exhausted. Han Yang was on the verge of running out of money for purchasing diodes, resistors, and universal boards. He could hardly afford even a simple bowl of noodles from Aunt Wang's stall. 6 months had passed, and expenses for rent, utilities, food, and internet were piling up. It was only Han Yang's frugality that had allowed him to stretch his limited funds this far. He dared not return to the gambling den. It was imperative to find new ways to earn money. In this chaotic world, earning small sums was easy. One could find work as a laborer, engage in small businesses, or secure a job anywhere. However, earning a bit more often entailed involvement in gang-related enterprises or monopolized industries, territories far beyond his reach. Han Yang pondered deeply but could not conceive of any job or business that could yield quick profits. He needed to leverage his abilities. He was quick-wit and had an excellent memory, but how could he monetize that? Aside from gambling. After much contemplation, a light bulb went off in his mind. Of course, he finally conceived a plan, one that could yield substantial profits in a short time without involving gang influences or monopolized sectors. However, it required a certain amount of startup capital. After careful calculation, Han Yang realized he would need 20,000 yuan to acquire all the necessary equipment. But 20,000 yuan. He could scarcely muster even 200 yuan at present. Perhaps I should seek a loan from Brother Shin. Han Yang sighed softly. I truly have no other recourse now. Since I've already accrued so many debts of gratitude, one more will hardly make a difference. Over the years, Han Yang had managed, just barely, to hold his ground in the bustling vegetable market district, surviving day to day, largely thanks to the steadfast support of Shin the Butcher. The following noon, Han Yang returned once more to Annie Wang's noodle stall. Annie Wang, a large bowl of noodles, extra egg, please. Coming right up. Take a seat, I'll have it ready in a moment. With practiced efficiency, Annie Wang boiled the noodles and served them. Han Yang stole a quick glance. The portion was precisely as ordered, neither more nor less, and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He devoured the meal with ravenous speed. Glancing over, he noticed Shin the butcher's stall was momentarily free of customers, and he rose to approach. Shin the butcher cast him a sidelong, skeptical glance. What brings you over here today? I'd like to borrow some money, 20,000. 20,000 was no trivial sum. Shin fell silent for a thoughtful moment, then pulled out his phone and transferred the amount without another word. Han Yang exhaled slowly. Thank you, brother Shin. I'll repay you within 3 months. Off you go. Then, off you go. Shin appeared faintly irritable, waving him away while lifting the lid off a large pot to inspect its contents. His stall sold not only fresh meat, but also fragrant, slow-braised delicacies. The moment the lid rose, an intoxicating aroma, rich, spiced, deeply savory, filled the air. Even with his stomach just satiated, Han Yang's mouth flooded with saliva. I'll take 20 yuan's worth of pig's head meat. He decided for once to indulge, treating himself in quiet celebration. I'll bring it to your place tonight. Oh yes, of course. A wry, inward smile touched Han Yang's lips. He had only just resolved to savor a rare, peaceful meal, yet even that small wish seemed destined to dissolve into obligation. With funds now in hand, Han Yang hurried home and opened his online shopping portal, methodically selecting the tools essential to his ambitious, self-made fortune. He ordered industrial-grade robotic arms, precision wiring, servo motors, rotary shafts, circuit boards, and high-performance microchips, each item chosen with deliberate care, and placed the order in a single, decisive transaction. The purchase consumed nearly 2,000 yuan. Then, he turned his attention to the neural interface device, the so-called brainwave controller. Though conceived long before the arrival of the Eda civilization, this device enabled only rudimentary communication between human cognition and digital systems, functionally limited, commercially neglected. Even gamers dismissed it as impractical. Only novelty seekers ever bothered to acquire it. Yet its price was anything but modest. Even the most basic model commanded 10,000 yuan. After prolonged deliberation, Han Yang opted for a second-hand unit, purchasing it for 6,000. In the blink of an eye, 8,000 yuan had vanished. Still, his inventory remained incomplete. His plan was to begin with this single set, test its viability first. Only if it proved effective would he invest further. That evening, Shin the butcher arrived punctually, bearing the promised pig's head meat. But tonight was markedly different. He was uncharacteristically silent, not a word about Blue Army affairs, nor the usual reflections on bygone days or complaints about the present. He sat in quiet reserve, sipping wine, picking at meat, his silence heavy and unsettling, until Han Yang, unable to bear it, ventured, "Brother Shin, are you unwell?" Shin shook his head, remaining mute, until, after a long pause, his voice dropped to a low, raw whisper, "Lao Hua is dead." Lao Hua? A code name. Oh, at Yungziang Iron Mine, where workers are brutalized and rarely survive 5 years. Lao Hua led an uprising there, rallying the laborers. The plot was exposed. The security forces apprehended him and killed him on the spot. Han Yang fell silent. Shin's voice trembled, just slightly. For years, our comrades have fallen, one after another. Lao Hua, Kangaroo, Bucks, your parents, too, and still no light. Not a single glimmer. This sky is so black. How long must we wait for dawn? A deafening roar split the night, the shriek of a speeder tearing through the dark sky. Han Yang stiffened. You knew my parents? You know who they were? Shin met his gaze, his expression faintly sardonic. Do you truly believe I've watched over you all these years, trusted you enough to reveal my allegiance to the Blue Army, simply because you're handsome? Think again. Han Yang said nothing. After a long, still moment, he murmured, there is no hope on Earth, not even within the solar system. Hope lies beyond it. How could the Eda permit a resistance to grow unchallenged beneath their very gaze? Only by fleeing the solar system, by vanishing into obscurity. Beyond the reach of all known powers, could humanity possibly gather strength, lay foundations, and begin anew? Shin's voice dimmed, hollow with resignation. We lack the means to escape the solar system. And even if we could, what use is a handful of souls adrift in the void, without sufficient numbers? Survival itself is impossible, let alone building, expanding, enduring. For human civilization, it was an inescapable paradox. To thrive, one must first flee. To flee, one must first thrive. Han Yang remained silent, yet in the quiet recesses of his mind, a quiet certainty took root. Perhaps my arrival is the key that unlocks this knot. For the first time, Shin the Butcher drank himself into oblivion before Han Yong's eyes. Worried, Han Yong accompanied him home, knife in hand, ensuring his safe arrival before returning. For now, the priority remained clear: earn that first, vital sum. Without capital, even the grandest vision remains stillborn. Han Yong reflected, inwardly resolute. No matter how lofty the ambition, no matter how radiant the dream, it must begin with something grounded, tangible, real. And so, he chose his first venture with deliberate humility: game leveling services. Once integrated with microchips, I'll command multiple machines simultaneously, accepting and completing numerous orders at once. One mind, many hands, many incomes. Of course, this hinged entirely on whether his theory could be realized. The world was harsh, but the online gaming industry flourished with astonishing vigor. Beyond the truly destitute, the wretched souls of the lawless districts, struggling merely to survive, and those even lower, the homeless, the begging, the utterly abandoned. Nearly everyone else, however modest their means, indulged in virtual worlds. Especially white-collar workers in the city, after long, exhausting days. They sought solace in digital arenas. The reason was simple: they had escaped abject poverty, yet upward mobility remained an illusion. Effort yielded no reward. The future held no promise. So they turned instead to pleasure, yet true leisure remained prohibitively expensive. Thus, online gaming endured as the last affordable, accessible sanctuary of joy. Technological advances had all but eradicated cheating software, but with a colossal user base came an equally colossal demand for professional assistance. And Han Yong had fixed his gaze squarely upon that demand. To him, this market was not merely promising, it was made for him. A perfect, seamless alignment of need and capability. As soon as his ordered components arrived, he set to work, studying, calibrating, assembling. His prior experience fabricating microchips had honed his dexterity to near-artistic precision. Recent, focused study of mechanical engineering had fortified his confidence. Under his hands, rods, wires, bearings, and motors coalesced, not with mechanical sterility, but with the quiet alchemy of creation, into something strange, purposeful, and wholly new. Chapter 5. Grand opening. The device stood as a compact, 20-centimeter metal cube, sleek, unadorned, humming with latent potential. From either side extended two articulated robotic arms, light, precise, elegant in motion. One arm terminated in a dexterous metallic hand, 5 articulated fingers capable of fine, human-like articulation, designed to operate keyboards with uncanny fluency. The other ended in a custom-fitted cap, engineered to sit perfectly atop a standard optical mouse. 2 retractable metallic rods, precisely aligned with the left and right mouse buttons, could depress them with calibrated force. A third central mechanism mimicked the scroll wheel's motion with seamless fidelity. A small, high-resolution camera mounted atop the cube gazed steadily at the computer screen, its lens a watchful, unblinking eye. A single power cord extended from the rear, ready to draw energy from any socket, ready, at last, to awaken. After completing his task, Han Yong donned a second-hand brainwave controller he had purchased at great expense. This device could convert brainwaves into radio signals, and vice versa, allowing the human mind to perceive them. The metallic box was equipped with both a receiver and a transmitter, enabling it to connect with the brainwave controller. Upon activation, the camera on the box captured images that were transmitted to the brainwave controller, which then transformed them into mental visuals, as if Han Yong were witnessing them firsthand. With a mere thought, he issued a command. In the next moment, the mechanical arms on either side of the box sprang into action. The right arm manipulated the mouse to open a browser, while the left arm's metallic fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly typing a sequence of letters before pressing the enter key. Instantly, a website appeared. Han Yong inhaled deeply, excitement coursing through him as he removed the brainwave controller. His concept was indeed feasible. The brainwave controller was originally designed to directly connect brainwaves with electronic devices. Theoretically, there was no need for a mouse or keyboard, as signals could be input directly to the computer. For someone like Han Yong to operate a robot and then use the keyboard and mouse to control the computer seemed redundant. No rational individual would undertake such a convoluted process. Even in the highly demanding industry of gaming services, no one would resort to such methods. After all, why complicate matters when one could simply use their hands? Yet, Han Yong insisted on this approach. Due to the current limitations of the brainwave controller's performance, direct signal input was inefficient. It was far more effective to employ a more traditional method through keyboard and mouse. Moreover, this strategy allowed him to divide his computational power, simultaneously operating multiple computers. Thus, Han Yang could accomplish the work of several individuals, reaping multiplied rewards. For an ordinary person, this would be impossible. After all, one cannot multitask effectively. However, for Han Yang, who had absorbed computer chips, multitasking was merely a triviality. Regaining his focus, he donned the brainwave controller once more, manipulating the robot to operate the computer and research online. He discovered that the most popular game of recent times was a 3D online game titled Cosmic Warfare. Correspondingly, the demand for gaming services related to this game was at an all-time high, with numerous shops offering such services across various e-commerce platforms. The game itself was rather straightforward. Players controlled characters to battle monsters on different planets, collecting materials and crafting equipment. Han Yang downloaded the game and gathered extensive materials and tutorials for study. During this time, he felt a twinge of thirst, so he rose to pour himself a glass of water. Throughout this process, the brainwave controller remained wirelessly connected to the metallic box, with the robot continuously operating the computer without interruption. As long as there was a signal, Han Yang's physical location would not affect the task at hand. The chip seamlessly integrated into his brain, perfectly managed both aspects without any confusion. As time passed, and the sun dipped below the horizon, enveloping the sky in darkness, Han Yang casually ate a bite of food and continued his intense research. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and at that moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation. It felt as though his consciousness had split into two. One part was his original awareness, weary and somewhat hazy, while the other remained tirelessly operational. He did not consciously control the fatigue part. Instead, he allowed it to succumb to exhaustion and drift into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the other half of his consciousness remained alert, continuing to operate the computer through the brainwave controller and robot, diligently studying the information gathered online. In that moment, Han Yang marveled at the wonder of it all. His body remained unaffected, able to sleep while his consciousness continued to function. Before dawn, the more alert portion of his consciousness naturally awakened, rousing his body as well. After stretching, he felt an invigorating surge of energy, as if all previous fatigue had vanished, leaving him in a condition fit to run 10 kilometers immediately. In this state, Han Yang dedicated 3 full days to studying the game materials. Afterward, he gritted his teeth and purchased a higher tier account that allowed him to experience all aspects of the game, practicing for several days until he comprehended everything. At this point, Han Yang could confidently claim that, in terms of game operation and skill, few players could rival him. No matter how precise or swift others were, they could not compete with the computer. Although game cheats were no longer a reality, he considered himself a human cheat, smarter than any ordinary cheat. Upon further research into the shops offering gaming services, he discerned the general pricing patterns for various game services. Previously, the job he had found as a cold storage manager required 9.5 hours of work daily for a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, averaging about 7 yuan per hour, a barely sustainable income. In contrast, manual laborers in construction sites and logistics centers earned approximately 12 yuan per hour. The gaming service industry, which required no technical expertise and was purely time-consuming, offered around 6 yuan per hour, lower than his previous job as a manager. Higher-skilled services could fetch 8 or 9 yuan, while the most proficient could earn around 15 yuan, but such rates were reserved for highly experienced players. Anything beyond that fell into custom pricing, lacking industry benchmarks and requiring individual negotiation. After careful consideration, Han Yang registered a shop to offer gaming services, launching his first product, a task to hunt 1,000 sand monsters on the Yellow Sea planet for only 20 yuan. A seasoned player could complete this task in about 5 hours, meaning Han Yang's effective hourly rate would amount to a mere 4 yuan, substantially lower than the prevailing 6 yuan market rate. This price was exceedingly competitive. With stringent management on e-commerce platforms minimizing the risk of fraud, it was not long before his product garnered interest, and an order was placed. Han Yang promptly utilized the robot to communicate with the customer, successfully logged into the game, and directed the robot to control the character as it soared to the Yellow Sea planet to commence the hunt. Meanwhile, Han Yang comfortably sat in his chair, browsing his phone for additional materials and knowledge, while simultaneously contemplating future development plans, seamlessly multitasking without any pressure. 5 hours swiftly passed, and the monster hunting quest was successfully completed. The customer promptly confirmed receipt, even leaving a positive review. Han Yang graciously extended his regards, eagerly anticipating their return. As he gazed at the 20 yuan resting in his account, excitement bubbled within him. It was time to invest in more computers. Chapter 6. Sudden surge. Though 20 yuan was not a substantial sum, it signified a momentous beginning with extraordinary implications. It proved that the business model Han Yang had chosen was indeed viable. Concluding this transaction, he promptly updated his shop and launched additional products. In the realm of the Forest Star, an array of tasks awaited: gathering herbs, battling monsters, completing side quests, mining iron stars, forging equipment, seeking vengeance, and engaging in various forms of conflict. Countless endeavors that encapsulated nearly every common service offered in the game of cosmic warfare. Beyond this, Han Yang, emulating other establishments, introduced an array of package services to cater to every conceivable client need. The pricing varied with the technical complexities of the tasks, yet all adhered to a standard 1/3 below market rates. The lowest hourly wage remained at 4 yuan, while the highest approached 10. On the inaugural day of operations, Han Yang received 3 orders within a mere 24 hours, dedicating a total of 15 hours to the tasks, resulting in an average hourly wage of 62 yuan, amounting to a total of 93 yuan. For an ordinary service provider, enduring 15 continuous hours of gameplay would likely leave one utterly exhausted. However, Han Yang remained invigorated, displaying no signs of fatigue. Not only did he adeptly manage the robotic gameplay, but he also self-studied for 8 hours, tidied his home, prepared 2 meals, and even managed to squeeze in a nap. The income of 93 yuan was quite substantial for him. If maintained, it could yield over 700 yuan in a month, surpassing his earnings as a warehouse supervisor in the cold storage. The following day, Han Yang accepted 6 additional orders, working a total of 19 hours for an average hourly wage of 69 yuan, culminating in an impressive income of 311 yuan, perhaps due to a burgeoning reputation. On the 3rd day, not only did 3 returning customers place orders, but a dozen new patrons also sought his services. That day, Han Yang experienced the exhilarating sensation of an overwhelming influx of orders. Given the game's limitations on simultaneous operations, even with the robot's relentless 24-hour capacity, he could not fulfill all requests. Reluctantly, Han Yang had to apologize to several latecomers, explaining that their orders would require a queue and additional time. "Boss, hire more staff. If you can't handle it, I'll find someone else," one irate customer remarked. "I came here because you offer reasonable prices and efficient service. Yet now I have to wait? I've never seen a business turn down money." Faced with their grievances, Han Yang wore a smile, offering apologies and reassurances, promising to recruit more help and provide future discounts, which somewhat placated them. Orders for new computers and robotic components had been placed, anticipated to arrive the next day. However, even upon arrival, assembly would demand considerable time. That day, under Han Yang's guidance, the robot worked tirelessly without breaks for meals or rest, displaying an unwavering dedication that moved even Han Yang, making him feel inferior in his own work ethic. When a bit of lubricant leaked, Han Yang promptly opened the robot's metal casing and added some while it continued its labor without interruption. Due to the backlog of orders, Han Yang's income soared anew, reaching an astounding 152 yuan. If he could sustain such earnings, it appeared hopeful, given the influx of orders and the return of loyal customers. By the month's end, the computer and the robot could generate over 500 yuan in revenue, rivaling the earnings of laborers performing menial tasks. However, this was far from Han Yang's limits. On the 4th day, the new computers and robotic components arrived. This time, Han Yang procured 3 computers, sufficient to assemble 3 robots, spending over 10,000 yuan, essentially exhaustively utilizing the 20,000 yuan borrowed from the butcher, Shun. Despite entering a phase of financial scarcity once again, Han Yang felt no panic. Why would he worry when cash flow was continually streaming in? Carrying several large boxes home, Han Yang immediately began assembling the computers and proceeded to construct the robots. With the experience of building the first robot, the assembly of the second was notably smoother. He even made certain modifications and optimizations to enhance its stability, ensuring that the lubrication issues would no longer persist. In a single day, while simultaneously managing the first computer and robot, Han Yang successfully assembled the second robot. After testing its stability, he assigned it to work immediately. At this moment, Han Yang had 4 pending orders stacked up, with new requests continuously arriving. This was still due to the need for a queue, as many customers opted for other shops instead. With the addition of the new computer, Han Yang felt a significant reduction in pressure. After a long day, he sensed fatigue creeping in. Taking advantage of a brief lull between completing one order and starting another, he left home for Aunt Wang's food stall. Once outside, the signal to his robots was lost, halting their operations immediately, a flaw in the current brainwave control system that would disconnect upon leaving home. For now, Han Yang contemplated stockpiling food to minimize future outings. Aunt Wang, a large bowl of beef noodles, 2 eggs, and a portion of meat. With ample income now, Han Yang no longer scrimped on meals. His generosity caught Aunt Wang off guard as she exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao Yang, sit down. It'll be ready shortly." The fragrant bowl of beef noodles arrived, laden with 2 poached eggs hidden beneath the noodles, adorned with several generous chunks of beef, and a glistening layer of oil atop the broth. Han Yang eagerly added a hefty spoonful of chili sauce and mixed it in before indulging. This was the most delightful meal he had enjoyed in years. After savoring the broth, he wiped his mouth and paid the bill of 22 yuan, a sum that once could have fed him for an entire day. After bidding farewell to Aunt Wang, he hurried to a nearby supermarket, purchasing instant noodles, dried noodles, vegetables, and other essentials. On his way home, he detoured to Shun's meat stall. 2 pounds of pig head meat, and cut me 2 pounds of raw meat. Here's the money. With no refrigerator at home, he was cautious not to buy too much fresh produce. Shun glanced at Han Yang, but remained silent as he cut the meat. "What have you been busy with these days? I haven't seen you out and about," he inquired as he handed over the meat. Han Yang smiled, "Starting a business." Upon hearing the term starting a business, Shun slammed his knife down onto the cutting board, glaring at Han Yang. "What nonsense are you up to?" Han Yang rolled his eyes in response. "You wouldn't understand. Just keep selling your meat. By the way, don't come looking for me during this time. I'm swamped." With that, he turned and left, leaving Shun to mutter angrily behind him. Back at home, Han Yang promptly donned the brainwave control device, re-establishing the connection to operate both robots as he busily commenced the assembly of the 3rd robot. As the day faded into evening, fatigue began to set in. It seemed unlikely that the 3rd robot could be completed that day, so Han Yang decided to postpone its assembly until tomorrow. He headed to the kitchen, frying the 2 pounds of raw meat for dinner, carefully sealing the remainder to preserve it for longer. After boiling dried noodles and pairing them with stir-fried vegetables and pork, along with the pig head meat, Han Yang relished the freedom to indulge in meat. Later that evening, he self-studied various computer technologies, circuitry, and mathematics, finally wrapping up his work for the day. As night deepened, faint cries for help and screams echoed from beyond the small courtyard, while the distant sounds of street racing began to emerge in the night sky. Han Yang felt as though the outside world resembled a tumultuous sea, while this small courtyard stood as a diminutive island amidst the vastness, providing him with solid ground and a refuge from the storm. Observing the 2 tirelessly working robots on the table, a gentle smile graced Han Yang's face, akin to that of a parent gazing upon their child. Despite his lack of offspring or even romantic experiences, standing quietly behind the robots, he watched their mechanical arms in motion and the ever-changing computer screens, as if he could perceive glimmers of hope shining through the pitch-black night sky. With a brainwave control device in place, Han Yang reclined onto his bed. Having adapted to this apparatus over time, he had grown accustomed to working and sleeping while donning it. As night passed, before dawn broke, Han Yang rose early to resume the assembly of the 3rd robot, completing it around 10 in the morning. After testing its stability, he promptly engaged in work on the 4th robot, which he finally assembled by 10 at night. Managing 4 robots simultaneously, Han Yang acutely sensed that his computational power was nearing its limits, requiring a slight overclock to sustain his current endeavors. The creation of the next-generation chip was imminent. In his mind, Han Yang had begun to formulate ideas, but further knowledge accumulation and preparation were essential. He realized that he would not be able to take tangible action for at least the next 10 days. Even once he began the process of trial and error modification, an adjustment would demand a considerable amount of time before yielding results. Starting tomorrow, he resolved to dedicate himself to self-study. Han Yang felt a pressing urgency. The business at his shop had been flourishing in recent days, with an influx of customers and an increasing number of orders, despite his full operational capacity. With 4 computers tirelessly working day and night, they still struggled to process the overwhelming demand. The following day, the 4 computers and robots worked incessantly, and upon reviewing the accounts, Han Yang was pleasantly surprised to discover that each computer had earned an average of 168 yuan, totaling 672 yuan for the day. His monthly income had surpassed 20,000 yuan, comparable to that of high-level white-collar workers in office buildings. In the chaotic market district, apart from the gangs, he could confidently assert that his earnings were at the pinnacle. At this rate, it would take less than 3 months, perhaps even just 1, to repay Brother Shen. However, there was no need to rush. Expanding the scale was the priority. Yet, Han Yang still felt that his earnings were somewhat sluggish. While this income was substantial for an ordinary person, it paled in comparison to the wealth of the affluent, who could easily spend more on a romantic dinner. A standard flying car cost over 1 million yuan, and in the urban expanse of the Great River City, The skies were filled with flying vehicles, particularly during peak hours. To realize his future aspirations, this amount of money was woefully inadequate. The hope of liberating all humanity lay not within the solar system, but beyond it. To reach beyond the solar system, he would need to acquire at least one interstellar spacecraft. Establishing a base and developing further would also require various industrial equipment. While flying cars were expensive, they were trivial compared to the cost of an interstellar ship. The most basic civilian short-range spacecraft, capable of traveling to the Moon and Mars, would start at a minimum of 1 billion yuan. News reported that the civilian interstellar spacecraft manufactured by the Ida civilization saw sales totaling over 1,000 units last year, generating billions of human currency in revenue. This tally did not account for the sales of second-hand ships or various transport and industrial vessels. In contemporary human civilization, the wealthy were exceedingly numerous. Yet at what cost? Countless billions languished in abject poverty, relying on cheap entertainment like online games to enrich their spiritual lives. While a multitude of gangs proliferated, and gun violence became so frequent it numbed the senses, Han Yang understood that all of this was deliberately orchestrated by the Ida people. They cloaked their resource plundering and exploitation of human civilization under the guise of interstellar friendship. The profits flowed to the Ida, while the scraps were left for their sycophants. The urgency to earn money and scale up operations was paramount, but it must be done discreetly to avoid attracting the attention of the Ida and the Earth Guard. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. However, relying on these 4 computers and a monthly income of 20,000 yuan made rapid expansion exceedingly difficult. A set of computers and robots cost over 5,000 yuan. After accounting for daily expenses, utility bills, and research costs for chip development, he could only afford to purchase 2 additional sets even if he temporarily disregarded repaying Shin the Butcher. This was far too slow. At that moment, the 4 computers had been running nonstop for 24 hours, unable to take on more orders, thus limiting his potential earnings. He needed to devise a way for these 4 computers to generate greater income. While pondering how to expand quickly, a notification pinged as another customer entered Zhao Ning's shop and sent an inquiry. With all 4 computers engaged, Han Yang could only communicate via his phone. Boss, do you want to take on the Ocean Star mission against the Snake Emperor? Chapter 8. Modeling the Ocean Star was considered a high-end and significant dungeon within the Cosmic War game. The ultimate boss of this dungeon was the Snake Emperor, yielding rare materials, equipment, and honor titles, making it immensely valuable to players. Correspondingly, the Snake Emperor was challenging to defeat, requiring optimal equipment, high attributes, and considerable operational skill. In terms of operational expertise, Han Yang had no concerns. His skills were undoubtedly top tier. The Snake Emperor is quite formidable. Can you send me your character's attribute chart? After a brief wait, the customer forwarded the attribute chart. Upon reviewing it, Han Yang instinctively furrowed his brow. The attributes were not impressive: insufficient physical resistance, agility, and poison resistance. He instinctively considered declining the request, but after a moment's thought, he deleted the message. Although the attributes were lacking, even with some gaming experts at the controls, there was a slim chance of breaching the Snake Emperor dungeon. However, the gap did not seem insurmountable. If he were to take charge, perhaps there was a possibility of success. Careful calculations were in order. Reflecting briefly, Han Yang recalled all the monsters involved in the Snake Emperor dungeon, including every minor adversary, along with their health points, skills, resistances, attack power, and the terrain environment. A model quietly formed in his mind. As these data points transformed into parameters inputted into the model for simulation and computation. At that moment, the sudden surge in computational demand caused a slight lag in the actions of the 4 robots. Fortunately, the model was not overly complex. Within minutes, Han Yang concluded his calculations. Theoretically, given the character's attributes, a successful run through the Snake Emperor dungeon was possible. However, the required operational skill was extraordinarily high. Every move must be executed flawlessly, requiring near-optimal performance at each step. He needed to allocate the character's stamina and health precisely, maneuver with accuracy, time every skill's cooldown and release impeccably, and calculate the damage for each skill. This was an almost impossible task for an average gaming expert. Yet, Han Yang was confident in his ability to take on the challenge. Rather than immediately agreeing, he responded, "If we are to attempt this, it will be quite difficult. It would be best to acquire better equipment first for a greater chance of success." In the urban area of Taimu City, within an ordinary residential complex, Zhao Ping gazed at a message from the customer service of a shop named Revival Game Studio, a bitter smile gracing his lips. If only he could afford better equipment. He wouldn't need to seek a power leveling service. He could simply play the game himself. Having exhausted his savings on his current set of gear, he had initially believed he could manage to defeat the Snake Emperor, yet after a whole day of attempts, he found himself utterly incapable. However, he urgently needed the honor title from the Snake Emperor dungeon. Only by acquiring it could he proceed with his plan to craft a top-tier piece of equipment to sell, which was crucial for repaying his mortgage this month and maintaining his financial flow. Aside from his formal job, the meager income he earned from gaming was vital for supporting his family. He had not anticipated that this equipment, which he thought would suffice to conquer the Snake Emperor, would ultimately prove inadequate, thus derailing his entire plan. Zhao Ping was left with no choice but to seek the help of a professional gamer. After inquiring with over a dozen shops, he received the same response. None were able to assist him. The Snake Emperor dungeon was a solo instance, making it impossible to find someone to guide him, and he was now nearly in despair. Initially, he had little hope for the so-called revival game studio. But upon seeing a seemingly more encouraging response from customer service, a flicker of hope ignited within him. If I can't afford better gear, then this is all I have. If you can help me defeat it, would you accept double the payment? Normally, the Snake Emperor dungeon takes about an hour and a half, costing around 100 yuan. So even at double, it would only amount to 200 yuan, an insignificant sum. Zhao Ping continued typing. I rely on earning some pocket money through gaming to support my family. I've invested all my funds into this gear. If I can't overcome it, everything will be lost, and my home will be at risk. Please help me. I have a gaming group filled with people like me. If you can assist me in defeating it, I will promote your services for free. With a sigh, Han Yang replied, all right, I'll help you. However, you needn't pay 200 yuan. I will charge you 150 yuan instead. And you can introduce me to more clients in the future. Given the same level of service, Han Yang's strategy was to offer lower rates than his competitors. Before the computer, Zhao Ping was overjoyed. You're a good person. I'll make the payment right away. He promptly completed the transaction, allowing the gamer to log into his account. Filled with anticipation, a notification chimed. A new message had arrived on his chat software. Upon opening it, he saw someone in the gaming group mention him. Old Zhao, how's the Snake Emperor fight going? Have you found someone to help you? I told you, Old Zhao, that gear of yours is insufficient, but you wouldn't listen. In my opinion, you need to replace at least 3 pieces for any hope of success. Hurry and find a solution. If you delay, you won't be able to craft your equipment in time. The group buzzed with discussion. Calming himself, Zhao Ping replied, one studio is willing to take the job. I've let them log into my account. How much? 150. The group erupted in disbelief. 150 yuan to defeat the Snake Emperor? Right now, even characters with legendary gear charge around 100 yuan, and that doesn't guarantee a win. With your attributes, 150 yuan? Are you joking? Is he a scam artist? You can't fool people on e-commerce sites. There must be something fishy. Could it be that he is trying to scam you by logging into your account? I'm using a secure mode to log in. He can't deceive me. Regardless, something seems off. Think about it. 150 yuan to defeat the Snake Emperor. Is that reasonable? Once confident, Zhao Ping now began to feel increasingly suspicious as his group members bombarded him with doubts. Several times, he considered opening the chat window to inquire about the progress. Meanwhile, in the vegetable market district of Daejiang City, within a small courtyard, Han Yang was already operating a robot to log into Zhao Ping's account. After preparing everything, the character swiftly flew to Ocean Star, arriving at the entrance of the Snake Emperor dungeon. Clicking start. An eerie dungeon scene emerged in a deep azure hue before the robot's camera. The robot deftly maneuvered the mouse, moving the character precisely 36 centimeters and guiding it forward. Chapter 9. The Snake Emperor destroyer monsters surged forth like a tide, unleashing a myriad of attacks. Their vibrant displays flickering across the screen as damage indicators appeared above characters and creatures alike. All calculations were entrusted to the chip within Han Yang's mind. While logical judgments and decisions were processed by human cognition, the human brain possesses an innate advantage when it comes to visual processing, fuzzy recognition, logical reasoning, and final decision-making. Even a child can discern important numbers amidst a flurry of distracting colors, yet powerful computers struggle to accomplish the same task. Logical reasoning and decision-making are no exceptions. Conversely, numerical calculations and short-term memory can be quite challenging for the human brain. Even a mathematical genius would find it daunting to perform complex calculations involving hundreds of numbers in an instant. Yet for a computer, even Han Yang's rudimentary chip, such tasks are exceedingly simple. Thus, the combination of both elements, leveraging each other as strengths, results in an effect that is far greater than the sum of its parts. It is precisely this synergy that gives Han Yang the confidence to execute extreme maneuvers, using a relatively weak character to traverse the Snake Emperor dungeon. Under Han Yang's guidance, The robot skillfully and nimbly operated the keyboard and mouse, enabling the character to perform precise actions with remarkable finesse. Despite the multitude of monsters, the character flitted through them like a butterfly among flowers. No matter how many creatures appeared or how intricate the situation became, the character consistently minimized damage while maximizing output. Potions were consumed at critical moments, skills were unleashed for maximum effect, and positioning was always optimal. The first wave of minor monsters was swiftly dispatched, followed by the successful defeat of the first mini-boss, and then the second wave of minor monsters was dealt with. Han Yang meticulously calculated various data. At this moment, the frequency of the primitive chip in his mind had been overclocked to 30 Hz, equating to over 30,000 floating-point operations per second. Even so, the control of the other three computers was slightly affected, causing the skill level to drop from expert to proficient. An hour quickly passed, and all preliminary monsters had been vanquished. The game character stood poised before the final boss, the Snake Emperor. Han Yang planned to take 25 minutes to defeat this formidable foe. The prelude of maneuvering, bleeding, increasing damage, and applying buffs flowed seamlessly. Han Yang methodically chipped away at the Snake Emperor's health, which began to dwindle gradually. The entire process was fraught with peril, with the character's health dropping to dangerously low levels on several occasions. A single misstep could render all efforts futile. Yet, time and again, Han Yang managed to maneuver the character away from the brink of disaster, transforming peril into safety. During one particularly harrowing moment, the health bar plummeted to a mere 30 points. The cooldown for the healing potion had not yet elapsed, and the character was simultaneously afflicted by snake venom, losing health at a rate of 20 points per second. An ordinary person would have resigned themselves to defeat at such a juncture. How could one possibly continue? But Han Yang remained unflustered. As the timer ticked down and health dwindled to 10 points, insufficient to withstand the next tick of damage, the potion cooldown concluded. Han Yang quickly consumed a large health potion, causing the health to surge back up, an exhilarating resurrection from the brink of death. What appeared to be perilous was, in fact, devoid of danger, as every value and time interval was meticulously calculated within Han Yang's mind. Such an extraordinary feat, when accomplished by an ordinary adept, would suffice to be boasted about for quite some time. Yet for Han Yang, this was merely a fundamental operation. Under these circumstances, after 24 minutes, the Serpent King let out a mournful cry and collapsed under its own immense weight. Various materials and equipment cascaded forth, and the system promptly notified that the character had acquired an honorary title. This quest was completed. The reason for the earlier completion was the inherent randomness of the game. Today, as fortune had favored him slightly, allowing for a 1-minute advance. In an hour and a half, he earned 150 units, achieving an hourly wage of 100. Han Yang quietly mused, if only there were more such quests. If he could stabilize an hourly rate of 100, one computer could yield 2,400 in a day. For computers 9,600, culminating in a monthly income of 300,000. However, Han Yang was acutely aware that such quests were rare and not easily encountered. At this moment, in Shimu City, Zhao Ping was growing increasingly anxious, fidgeting restlessly. Typically, defeating the Serpent King would take about an hour and a half. Yet only an hour and 20 minutes had passed, making completion improbable. Even for a skilled player, the likelihood of a single attempt clearing the quest was low. So he decided against inquiring further, fearing it might irritate the player into rejecting his request. He resolved to wait 3 hours before asking again. Within 3 hours, 2 attempts could be made. Regardless of success, there would at least be a conclusion. Zhao Ping consoled himself and continued to wait. But before long, a sudden notification chimed, and a new message appeared. Upon opening it, Zhao Ping was astonished to find a message from the customer service of the game studio named Revival. Dear, the task has been completed. Please log in to verify. Kindly confirm receipt promptly, and if satisfied, we would appreciate a favorable review. What in the world? Considering the login time, it barely took an hour and 25 minutes to complete. Even for a master, such speed seemed implausible. At that moment, instead of excitement, Zhao Ping was engulfed by despair. He must have encountered a scammer. Without replying, he nervously logged into his account. What is going on? Why am I in the Serpent King's hall? Is this the Serpent King's carcass? So much gold, so many pieces of equipment. Did the Serpent King drop all of this? My title is the Serpent King Slayer? The honorary title is mine? No way. Did I really slay the Serpent King? Zhao Ping's mind exploded with disbelief, quickly followed by euphoric joy. Thank you, I'm so grateful, he exclaimed hurriedly, confirming receipt and promptly granting a 5-star review. The shopkeeper is truly a master. He took a screenshot of the Serpent King's defeat scene, along with the purchase details and his chat history with Han Yang. and sent them directly to the game group. The game group fell into brief silence before erupting with excitement. No way. Is this for real? With your pathetic gear? You completed the Serpent King dungeon in an hour and 25 minutes, charging only $150? This is beyond mastery. It's sheer brilliance. And the fee is so low. With such speed? Old Zhao, where did you buy this? Hurry up. I've been stuck on the Crimson Iron Behemoth for 5 days. Stop dawdling. I've been stuck on the Planet Devourer for 3 days too, and if I can't beat it, my entire stock of materials will expire. And I'll have to sleep under a bridge. Old Zhao, Zhao bro, Uncle Zhao. Dad, hurry up, which shop is it? Chapter 10. Nash Equilibrium. Having finally defeated the Serpent King, Han Yang intended to take a brief respite. However, he was soon inundated with notifications on his phone. Upon picking it up, he was met with a tidal wave of inquiries. How much for the Planet Devourer? How long will it take? Do you think my attributes are acceptable? How much for the Crimson Iron Behemoth? What is the fee for the Avenger? The inquiries came from clients seeking high-end quests similar to the Serpent King. Han Yang's heart leaped with joy. There was no time for rest. And he immediately began responding. Drawing from the attributes provided by the customers, Han Yang, as per usual, offered competitive pricing. I accept quests that others shy away from. And I provide prices that others dare not offer. The business of Revival Game Studio surged once more. To accommodate these high-paying quests, Han Yang even had to pause accepting some ordinary ones. There was no choice. The demand was overwhelming, and managing 4 computers was becoming unmanageable. Yet Han Yang refrained from taking on high-paying quests with all 4 computers. Regardless of how many high-paying quests were available, he would only handle 2 at a time, leaving the other 2 to continue with ordinary tasks. The reason was simple. His computing power was insufficient. The overclocked chip could barely reach a frequency of 30 Hz, incapable of providing the necessary computational load. Moreover, the more challenging the boss, the higher the technical and computational demands. Simultaneously operating 2 computers on high-end quests was already pushing the limits. Nevertheless, Han Yang's earnings soared once again. The 2 computers dedicated to high-end quests achieved an average hourly wage of 39, while the 2 focusing on lower-end tasks rose to 71. Combined, the 4 computers generated approximately 2,200 in a day, totaling over 60,000 in a month. This income, while significant and enviable by many, still left Han Yang somewhat dissatisfied. The pace of earning felt too sluggish. There was no alternative. In Han Yang's vision, the performance of the next-generation chip needed substantial enhancement, ideally providing over 10 times the computational power. Consequently, this would greatly elevate the requirements for processing precision and component quality, resulting in a corresponding spike in costs. The previous chip had cost nearly 10,000 in materials. This time, the expenses could reach 70 or 80,000. Although profits had increased, so too had expenditures, leaving Han Yang in a tight spot. It was time to adjust his business strategy to maximize returns. Han Yang began to ponder silently. Given that the computing power and the 4 computers were fixed, the challenge lay in utilizing existing equipment and conditions to maximize revenue without altering the status quo. This endeavor was indeed a specialized field of study known as Nash Equilibrium. Nash Equilibrium falls within the realm of game theory. To put it simply, it is the study of optimal strategies. Various aspects of daily life can involve Nash Equilibrium. For instance, consider a bun shop that produces 1,000 buns daily, resulting in waste due to overproduction, while producing only 800 leaves them sold out. Additionally, if the price of the buns is set too high, fewer customers will purchase them. But if set too low, profits will diminish despite increased sales. In such scenarios, determining the optimal quantity of buns to produce daily and the ideal price to maximize the owner's income can be resolved using Nash Equilibrium theory. Now, Han Yang intended to apply this theory to establish his optimal pricing strategy. He had progressed beyond the initial stage of relying solely on low prices to attract customers and could afford to raise his rates. For Han Yang, increasing prices would reduce customer volume, while lowering them would increase it, but he would then struggle to keep up with demand. Accepting more high-end quests would squeeze out lower-end ones, leading to inefficiencies in computational power. Conversely, accepting fewer high-end quests would result in waste. His current goal was to keep all 4 computers operating at full capacity without downtime, maintaining maximum computational output while earning the most revenue. In light of his circumstances, Han Yang swiftly devised a complex equation, inputting a myriad of parameters. The total computing power, 30 Hz, pricing parameters, time parameters, customer flow parameters, conversion rates, and transaction rates. Over 20 parameters have been incorporated into this equation. After a brief calculation, Han Yang arrived at a definitive conclusion. pricing must be directly linked to computing expenses. The average price should be set 85 lower than the market price to maximize profits. Consequently, the order volume would remain slightly surplus daily, preventing excessive backlog or a lack of orders. His computing expenses would also be maintained at a high level, ensuring sustainability without wastage, ultimately achieving maximum profitability. Having reached this conclusion, Han Yang promptly updated his shop, raising the prices of all products accordingly. As anticipated, the price increase immediately provoked a backlash from customers, leading to a sharp decline in transaction rates. Many customers withdrew their orders upon noticing the price hike. However, this was not a concern. It effectively reduced the backlog of orders. After 2 days of operation, the overall situation remained stable. Upon reevaluation, Han Yang observed that the average hourly wage across the 4 computers had risen again, now approximately 120 yuan. This translated to a daily income of 2,880 yuan, amounting to nearly 860,000 yuan monthly, a figure that satisfied Han Yang. Nonetheless, he understood that at this stage, both his equipment and computing potential had been fully exploited. Without enhancing computing capacity or expanding his scale, further income growth was unattainable. Thus, he decided to maintain the status quo. Han Yang contemplated acquiring materials for new chip production, opting to purchase a small quantity rather than everything at once. After procuring them, he could experiment with less critical components to gain some experience. For the next month, he did not intend to make any significant moves, prioritizing stability. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Han Yang, the reputation of the Revival Gaming Studio was quietly expanding. With numerous old customers spreading the word, an increasing number of players trapped by bosses sought their services willingly. Boss, can the Devourer be defeated? Here is my attribute chart. Can it be done? What is the wait? 3 days? Can I pay extra? Paying extra doesn't help? You're leaving money on the table? Boss, I've confirmed receipt and left a good review. I'd like to pre-order again for a fight against the Tree Demon in 5 days. Chapter 11. The new generation realizing the surge in order volume once more, Han Yang wiped his brow in relief. He had initially thought that the price increase would balance order volume and computing power, but he now recognized he had overlooked the impact of word of mouth on the resurgence of orders. Despite having raised prices, the volume of requests continued to exceed his capacity. His service was prompt, efficient, and reasonably priced, leading many loyal customers to promote him after completing their tasks, thus attracting even more clientele. Now, old customers were pre-booking their next orders days in advance. Otherwise, they would find themselves in a queue. Considering another price increase? After a moment's reflection, Han Yang dismissed that idea. Frequent price hikes could be perceived as opportunistic, potentially damaging his reputation and yielding minimal financial gain. For now, he would maintain the current pricing until his computing power improved and equipment was in place, allowing him to handle any volume of orders without issue. However, this situation was proving to be a challenge for Han Yang. Faced with disgruntled customers complaining about wait times, he found himself apologizing profusely. I sincerely apologize. Our small shop has limited capacity, and the influx of orders is overwhelming. Our gaming assistants have been working around the clock. We truly appreciate your patience. I apologize, sir. We value our reputation. Imagine how you would feel if you were in line only to be overtaken by someone paying extra. That would be frustrating, wouldn't it? You're quite reasonable. With so many orders, you should expand and hire more staff. Thank you for your praise. Your support is our greatest motivation. We are actively preparing to recruit and expand our operations, but this requires time for training and equipment assembly. Rest assured, within 2 months, our capacity will grow, and you won't have to wait. Honestly, it's the first time I've seen a business like yours leaving money on the table. I'm truly sorry, sir. It is entirely our fault. Han Yang spent nearly all 24 hours of his day placating customers. At this point, even a bird landing in the yard would prompt him to instinctively apologize. Just then, another order from a loyal customer was successfully completed. Han Yang quickly sent a message. Dear customer, your task has been completed. Please log in to verify, and if possible, kindly leave us a good review. Wow. True to your name, the task was completed so swiftly. The 2-day wait was worth it. By the way, how did you manage to do it? I've tried several experts, but couldn't defeat this BOSS. Honestly, it's not that difficult. It just requires precise execution and positioning. You're quite skilled. Why don't you produce videos? With self-media so popular now, you could earn significantly more with your expertise than through grinding for commissions. The customer's words sparked a moment of contemplation for Han Yang. Indeed, creating videos and engaging in self-media could yield substantial profits, perhaps even elevate him to internet celebrity status. Yet, after a brief reflection, he dismissed the notion. Ordinary individuals seek fame, and with fame comes wealth. However, Han Yang feared notoriety. He did not desire fame. He dreaded it. If he attracted the attention of the Ida people, exposing his secrets could lead to irreparable consequences. At present, operating a gaming studio while accumulating capital discreetly suited him well. Once his computing power reached sufficient levels, he could find myriad ways to earn more without drawing attention. Nonetheless, the customer had a valid point. Maintaining such high efficiency might draw scrutiny. Moving forward, he would avoid engaging in extremely challenging tasks with bosses of inferior attributes. Should he accept them, he would intentionally extend the time taken to complete them. This would inevitably lead to a decrease in order volume, impacting his income. However, for the sake of safety, such necessary sacrifices were worthwhile. Moreover, this would free up some computing power, which he could utilize in developing the next-generation chips. Thank you for your suggestion. We will consider it. After bidding farewell to the customer, Han Yang intentionally reduced subsequent gaming assistance efficiency. Predictably, the increased wait times led to further customer complaints. A few days later, a new batch of materials finally arrived. The circuit boards featured semiconductor mounting holes placed closer together, and the semiconductors themselves were significantly smaller. Even the wiring had been considerably slimmed down. If he successfully utilized these materials to produce the next-generation CPU, it would boast a 272mm process, nearly doubling the performance of the previous generation. Additionally, it would integrate approximately 20,000 semiconductors, with a frequency reaching around 200 Hz. Overall, this could yield a computing power enhancement of approximately 15 times. However, such performance improvement necessitated increased processing precision. Previously, with a simple light source, Han Yang could easily solder semiconductors or install capacitors and resistors. Now, integrating more circuits into the same volume would not be so straightforward. Han Yang found himself compelled to purchase specialized lighting and a smaller soldering iron, sometimes even resorting to a magnifying glass to advance his work. Moreover, the development of the new generation CPU extended to the software realm. He was tasked with writing the instruction set for this CPU himself, a process fraught with complexity, requiring him to engage multiple switches repeatedly to input the code meticulously. Were it not for the computational power he had previously saved by deliberately slowing down his gaming assistance services, Han Yang felt he might have lost his sanity by now. The current generation of CPUs could still be managed manually, but for the next iteration, he would need to devise some tools for assistance. Additionally, he realized he needed to develop a programming language of his own. Relying solely on assembly or machine language would inevitably lead to exhaustion. After finally completing his tasks for the day, despite the aid of chips, Han Yang felt utterly fatigued. It had been exactly 1 month since he adopted the Nash equilibrium strategy. A month of relentless toil had culminated in a moment of fruition. This month, his total revenue amounted to $76,000, with expenditures of $27,000, leaving him with a substantial $49,000. Gazing at the impressive sum resting in his bank account, Han Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 12, Super Golden Supreme VIP. Having settled his finances, Han Yang accelerated his efforts in crafting the next-generation CPU. He procured a vast array of materials and, under the bright illumination of high-intensity lighting, immersed himself in the production process. Wires, semiconductors, resistors, capacitors, and circuit boards came together skillfully under the manipulation of various tools, gradually materializing in accordance with Han Yang's vision. The new generation CPU bore a resemblance to its predecessor, remaining a chaotic assembly of multiple circuit boards and cables. At this moment, the general framework of the new CPU had been established. Yet, it was merely the foundational structure. Following its completion, the next step required intricate internal adjustments, the most tedious, meticulous, challenging, and crucial aspect of the process. This demanded even more of Han Yang's energy, to the extent that his gaming assistance business was somewhat affected. However, at this stage, he could not afford to be overly concerned about the impact. It was what it was. Unexpectedly, the practical challenges of the production process overwhelmed him with difficulties. For instance, the design of the circuit board was flawed, resulting in an excess of cables in a particular area, rendering it impossible to connect them to the corresponding interfaces. Moreover, inexplicable malfunctions arose, and no matter how diligently he investigated, the source of the issue eluded him. Consequently, Han Yang had no choice but to continuously modify his original designs. When faced with insurmountable challenges, he paused production to seek additional resources. The gap between theory and reality became acutely apparent to Han Yang. This stop-and-go approach proved to be a significant waste of time. Thus, he opted to purchase another computer and robotic components, seizing the opportunity to assemble the robot. He dedicated a portion of its computational power to operate the robot, utilizing it on this fifth computer to conduct research. Fortunately, merely browsing data and seeking information consumed far less computational power than executing low-end gaming tasks, and with the efficiency saved from the two high-end machines. The 5 computers managed to operate simultaneously. With unwavering focus, Han Yang immersed himself at the workbench, diligently crafting while 4 computers handled gaming assistance, and the 5th rapidly browsed various knowledge websites, addressing problems encountered in real time. As progress continued, the challenges he faced multiplied. Numerous complex issues were not even addressed on the knowledge websites. After all, few would undertake the hands-on creation of a CPU as he did. Thus, he relied on theoretical knowledge, conducting his own analyses and experiments. Yet when confronted with a particularly perplexing problem that eluded all solutions, he found himself at a loss. How could this be? All cables had been inspected, capacitors and resistors were correct, and the register settings were accurate. Why did the program still throw errors? Research yielded no results, and theoretical analysis proved futile. This problem was beyond Han Yang's capacity to resolve. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and operated the 5th robot to access a website. Clicking on the recharge button, entering the figure of 10,000, he pressed confirm. Instantly, his bank account balance diminished by that amount. Congratulations. You have successfully activated the Super Golden Supreme VIP, granting you access to 24-hour assistance from 10,000 seasoned scholars across various fields, unrestricted browsing of 100 million professional papers, and the enjoyment of 36 prestigious privileges. Navigating to the computer science section, Han Yang selected a highly rated scholar, claiming to be a professor from XX University, and initiated a consultation request. Another 200 vanished from his bank account. Indeed, the initial 10,000 merely secured the right to consult. Each response would cost 200, with no room for negotiation. After detailing his dilemma, he sent the inquiry. After several hours of waiting, the response finally arrived. In light of this situation, I suggest you check your program. The expert's lengthy reply was filled with verbose remarks, but upon a cursory glance, Han Yang discerned that it contained nothing of substance. This so-called expert seemed to possess a lesser understanding of computer hardware and foundational logic than he did. Frustrated, Han Yang lamented the loss of his 200 and promptly left a negative review. He switched to another expert, only to receive yet another avalanche of meaningless words. This pattern repeated itself 4 times. One day, I shall establish my own QA website, rendering these exploitative experts obsolete, Han Yang thought through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Creating a QA platform might indeed be a viable path. Once my chip technology advances and my knowledge base expands sufficiently, I could answer nearly all industry questions myself, far superior to distributing my funds to these charlatans. Recording this insight, Han Yang persisted in his search for a reliable expert. After expending over 2,000 in vain, he finally encountered an individual claiming to be a hardware expert who provided a valuable suggestion. Considering the probability and types of faults, I suspect a cable malfunction. The possible reasons are as follows. 1. Poor contact at the connectors. 2. Internal cable faults. Upon reviewing this response, Han Yang felt rejuvenated and began to contemplate the possibility. Having roughly identified the fault scope, he disconnected over 100 cables in that area, meticulously inspected the circuit board interfaces, and confirmed their integrity before replacing them with 100 new cables. After conducting another test, the malfunction finally ceased. Han Yang released a deep breath, feeling more exhausted than after a day of carrying heavy loads. He dismantled the discarded cables and, indeed, discovered one that appeared intact externally but had internal metal wires that had fractured. What a scam! He noted the name of the reliable expert for future inquiries and returned to his work. Thus, after over 2 months of relentless effort, the new generation CPU was finally completed. When Han Yang pressed the power button, the words Revival Game Studio instantly appeared on a modest display, fluttering like a banner in the wind. This was precisely the effect Han Yang had endeavored to achieve with his programming. At this moment, the program he had meticulously crafted came to life through the compilation and computation of the chip he had personally designed, finally manifesting itself on the display screen. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic mass of circuit boards and cables vanished, replaced by a surge of enhanced computational power flooding Han Yang's mind. Chapter 13. Daily earnings surpassing 10,000 in this instant. A satisfied sigh escaped Han Yang's lips as he leaned back in his chair, feeling that all his arduous efforts had been worth it. Slightly diverging from his initial expectations, Han Yang estimated that this new generation of chips had not achieved the anticipated 15-fold increase in computational power, but rather a commendable 12-fold enhancement. Nevertheless, he felt immense satisfaction. For this meant he could now manage up to 27 computers simultaneously for high-end gaming tasks, a significant improvement from the previous maximum of 25. The prospect of 27 computers tirelessly executing high-end gaming tasks hinted at a substantial income, calculating at a rate of 50 yuan per hour. This setup could yield over 30,000 yuan in a single day, accumulating nearly 1,000,000 yuan in a month. The necessity to scale up operations was imperative. Yet glancing around the dilapidated courtyard he currently inhabited, Han Yang hesitated. The small courtyard offered merely 2 rooms, even if filled to capacity with computers. He could only manage 13 after accounting for essential living space. Furthermore, an increase in computers would inevitably lead to a surge in responsibilities. Han Yang worried that his daily influx of large packages would draw unwanted attention, especially since he had previously managed to keep things discreet with fewer machines. If only he could find a more spacious, well-equipped, and discreet location. Yet, such a place would likely demand exorbitant rent, possibly exceeding 10,000 yuan per month. Presently, despite a steady flow of gaming tasks and cash, Han Yang's funds had dwindled to less than 50,000. Moreover, he was no longer content with renting someone else's property. It felt too unstable and fraught with uncertainties. Ideally, he would purchase a factory or even construct a new facility, but such undertakings would cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. After much contemplation, Han Yang resolved to endure his current living situation for a while longer, focusing on earning money before relocating. However, he recognized the need for adequate preparations. He promptly issued an announcement on his online store's homepage. Due to the expansion of his business, he would be relocating and would pause operations for 2 days. He welcomed customers to return post-move. Messages flooded in through the store's communication platform. Is the boss expanding? No more queues, right? Are you hiring? I have high skills. Hurry up, boss, we're waiting. After engaging with the enthusiastic responses, Han Yang dismantled all computers, robots, and an array of cables and power strips, restoring the room to its normal state. He then contacted a security company to discreetly install surveillance cameras and reinforced the interior with iron bars and other security measures. From the outside, the dilapidated courtyard appeared utterly unguarded, yet any intruder would be swiftly detected by Han Yang. Even in the event of a forceful entry, the iron barriers would provide a substantial delay, safeguarding the secrets within. He undertook these modifications without notifying the landlord, unwilling to waste words on explanations. The enhanced security measures would likely delight the landlord, and should any disputes arise, he could always return the property to its original state. In addition to securing the premises, Han Yang invested in some computer desks and essential appliances, particularly a refrigerator, and rewired the room with new electrical and network connections, resulting in a significant transformation. This series of upgrades cost him an additional 30,000 yuan, leaving him with a mere 17,000. Yet, he felt it was all worthwhile. Previously, without a refrigerator, food preservation was a challenge, necessitating frequent trips for meals and supplies, which interrupted his gaming tasks. Now, with a refrigerator, he could manage with only 1 outing per week. Moreover, he replaced his creaky bed with a new one, complete with a thick mattress, and equipped his kitchen with a full set of utensils and appliances, dramatically improving his quality of life. Although he would likely have to discard these items when the time came to move, the newfound wealth made him indifferent to such considerations. Once everything was organized and his newly purchased computer and robot components arrived, he could only afford 2 additional sets this time, combined with the 5 he already owned. He now had a total of 7 computers and robots at his disposal. Skillfully assembling the robots and computers, he arranged them on the newly acquired desks, connected all the necessary cables, powered them on, and beheld the array of machines with great anticipation as he updated the store announcement. The relocation is complete, and we are now open for business. The moment the announcement was posted, new orders began to flood in. Boss, take down the Snake Emperor. Attack the Planet Devourer. Eliminate 200 poisonous scorpions in the Desert Star. Very well, no problem. With the previous bookings accounted for, all 7 computers were fully engaged in work. The workload was so light that the utilization of the newly developed CPU was still below 50%, a scenario previously unimaginable. That evening, Han Yang retrieved meat and vegetables from the refrigerator and prepared a delightful meal, savoring it while lounging on his comfortable mattress. As he lay back, a contented sigh escaped him. By midnight, after tallying his earnings, he was astonished to discover that he had amassed an impressive 5,000 yuan in just 1 day. This was achieved even while mixing low-end and high-end tasks and deliberately reducing his efficiency to avoid drawing attention. With newfound funds, Han Yang immediately ordered another computer and a set of robotic components. The following day, he earned approximately 5,000 again and continued to place orders. Each day's earnings funded a new set of equipment. After several days, the 13th computer arrived at the courtyard. Once assembled, all 13 computers were in operation. At this stage, Han Yang did not plan to expand further, as space constraints limited him. Out of these 13 computers, 12 were designated for order processing, while the last served as Han Yang's personal machine for communication and research. With these 12 computers, he could finally handle all high-end tasks without queuing. During downtimes, he engaged in low-end tasks to ensure that neither the machines nor the computational power were idle. As the reputation of his shop continued to grow, the influx of high-end tasks also increased. It would not be long before even 12 computers would struggle to keep up with demand. However, that was a concern for another day. He would likely have relocated by then, equipped with greater capacity to take on orders. On the first day of full operation for the 12 computers, Han Yang conducted an inventory check, and once again, he was met with delightful surprise. In just one day, his earnings surpassed 10,000 yuan. Chapter 14. Under observation, earning over 10,000 yuan a day was undeniably a remarkable income. This substantial revenue surge allowed Han Yang to accumulate over 300,000 yuan in just 1 month. He could finally repay the 200,000 yuan owed to the butcher, Shun, without any stress. One morning, Han Yang awoke from a deep slumber, removed his mind control device, paused the gaming tasks, and stepped outside armed with a dagger. The streets were relatively quiet at dawn, occupied only by early risers heading to work, lending an air of solitude to the scene. Perhaps this neighborhood, and indeed this city, finds its tranquility only in the early hours of dawn. Standing at the entrance, Han Yang glanced left and right, and his gaze fell upon a set of unfamiliar bloodstains on the corner about 20 meters away to the left, leaving him wondering what had transpired there. On the wall to the right, he noticed a mark that appeared to be a slash from a knife. Reassuring himself of the current safety of the area, Han Yang made his way directly to Aunt Wang's food stall. Aunt Wang, a large bowl of beef noodles, with 2 eggs and an extra serving of meat. Upon seeing Han Yang, Aunt Wang's face immediately brightened with a smile. Ah, Xiaoyang has arrived. Please have a seat. It will be ready shortly. Before long, a large bowl of noodles was served. Aunt Wang inquired, Xiaoyang, what have you been doing at home? I hardly see you out these days. Han Yang casually replied, just messing around online, trying to make a living. He was acutely aware that his prolonged absence from the outside world, even if unnoticed by those with ill intentions, would certainly catch the attention of his neighbors. However, as long as he provided a simple excuse, they would not delve deeper. In this day and age, as long as one can lead a decent life, have enough to eat, and wear clothes, it is already a blessing. There is little time or energy left to meddle in others' affairs. Aunt Wang, with a hint of envy, remarked, Ah, to be young like you. My days are spent toiling from dawn until dusk, barely scraping together a meager income. I can't even earn 200 yuan while having to support a family and fund Xiaolu's education. Upon mentioning Xiaolu, Aunt Wang's face radiated joy. Han Yang smiled in response. Once Xiaolu graduates from university and secures a good job in the city, Aunt Wang will finally enjoy some comfort. In the stall, Uncle Wang, who typically remained silent and devoted to his work, allowed a smile to grace his otherwise gaunt face. Xiaolu, currently studying at Daejiang University, represented the hope of Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang's family. As Han Yang savored his noodles, a sudden pungent odor wafted nearby. He looked up to see a weary middle-aged man approaching, dragging a suitcase behind him. The man's clothes were tattered and filthy, yet he made an effort to maintain his composure, standing upright as best he could. Boss, a small bowl of plain noodles, please. Catching a glimpse of the meat and eggs in Han Yang's bowl, the man couldn't help but swallow hard. Coming right up, please take a seat. Aunt Wang warmly welcomed him. The middle-aged man, somewhat humbly, added, Could I possibly have a little extra noodle soup? Of course, it will be right out. Moments later, a small bowl of plain noodles was served alongside a substantial bowl of noodle soup. Han Yang, keen-eyed, noticed a sheen of oil floating on the surface of the broth, and the small bowl of noodles contained a slightly larger portion than usual. Aunt Wang truly had a kind heart, Han Yang mused with a silent sigh. The middle-aged man ate cautiously, savoring each bite as if relishing a gourmet dish. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to excessive indulgence lately, Han Yang found his appetite waning. He left a small portion of noodles uneaten. After settling the bill, he noticed that the butcher, Shun, had opened his shop next door and headed in that direction. Casually glancing back, he noticed the middle-aged man had somehow returned to his original table. By the time the man departed, the remnants of Han Yang's noodles had vanished. Han Yang sighed again. You're here? Shun greeted him as Han Yang entered, his hands never pausing in the preparation of today's pork. Yes, I'm here. I've got some extra funds now. Here's your money back. Shin paused for a moment and replied, I'm not in a hurry for the money. No worries. I've got it now. Han Yang pulled out his phone and transferred 20,000 yuan. Please slice me 2 jin of meat. And also prepare 30 yuan worth of braised meat. I'll come back to pick it up. Just as he turned to leave, Shin spoke in a low voice. Someone has been keeping an eye on you. Han Yang froze, a heavy feeling settling in his chest as he turned back. Recently, there has been a stranger loitering near your home. I don't recognize him. To avoid complications, Han Yang had discreetly positioned his surveillance equipment, which could only monitor a small area, primarily his courtyard and entrance. He had not noticed anyone lingering near his home. It appeared that his peculiar behavior had indeed attracted attention. Thank you. I will handle it. Shin looked somewhat surprised, having expected Han Yang to seek his assistance. He anticipated that this would lead Han Yang to request entry into the Blue Army. After a moment of silence, Shin cautioned, be careful. Han Yang nodded and departed. He was well aware of Shin's affiliation with the Blue Army. In this era, the authorities deemed the Blue Army a genuine evil organization, while those watching him were merely gangsters at best. The overwhelming advantage held by an evil organization over a gang was self-evident. They were not on the same playing field. Given his relationship with Shan, he knew he could seek help, but at this moment, Han Yang did not wish to become too entangled with the Blue Army behind Shin. The timing was not right, and it could lead to unforeseen dangers. A few minor troubles were best dealt with on his own. After leaving Shin's butcher shop, Han Yang went to a nearby supermarket to make some purchases. He bought a considerable amount of rice, flour, oil, bread, instant noodles, fruits, and vegetables. At checkout, he spent over 200 yuan, drawing envious glances from those around him. In such a poverty-stricken area like the vegetable market, it was rare to see someone spend that much at once. Most people only bought what they could afford on the day they received their wages. Upon returning home and placing the groceries, Han Yang continued to operate his 12 computers while deep in thought. At this stage, his funds were still insufficient to expand his next plan, which meant he would have to remain in this small courtyard in the market area for a while longer. This also indicated that he needed to resolve the current trouble. Otherwise, even if his secrets remained concealed, harassment and extortion from the gang would hinder his plans. After much contemplation, Han Yang reopened the shopping website and spent over 80,000 yuan on a larger quadcopter drone, along with custom steel tubes, buckles, and various robot components. Gritting his teeth, he also purchased an upgraded mind control device that he had long coveted. Chapter 15. Armed Drone. The upgraded mind control device was incomparable to the second-hand low-end model that Han Yang was currently using. The performance of the second-hand model had begun to falter, unable to keep pace with the data flow from his 13 computers, which caused it to overheat and left Han Yang feeling as if his head were in a steam pot. The acquisition of the upgraded mind control device had been part of his plan. The new model incorporated some technology from the Iten people, boasting superior performance while being more compact. It was merely a few square centimeters in size and made from flexible materials, allowing it to be adhered to the back of his head. Of course, this required shaving off a portion of his hair. There was no need to worry about aesthetics. The new device's antenna was disguised as hair. After shaving that area, he could attach it, blending seamlessly with the surrounding hair, making it virtually undetectable. Even though the new mind control device could only facilitate limited communication with electronic devices and remained impractical for direct control, it possessed another significant advantage that Han Yang could not overlook. It could connect directly to mobile signal networks. This resolved a major pain point for Han Yang. He could not operate the robot without being at home. Once he switched to this new mind control device, as long as he was in an area with mobile signal, he could roam freely. He can connect to the mobile signal network through a brainwave control device, which in turn links to his home network equipment and subsequently to the robot, allowing him to manipulate the robot's operations indirectly. The data observed by the robot can also be transmitted through this network to Han Yang's mind for processing and computation. As long as the signal delay is minimal, it is almost indistinguishable from Han Yang directly controlling from home, irrespective of his actual location. In this manner, Han Yang is liberated, significantly enhancing convenience. Correspondingly, the price of the new brainwave control device is exorbitant, reaching a staggering 160,000, far beyond the means of an average person. After purchasing the brainwave control device, a drone, and various custom steel pipes, along with a payment of 20,000 to Butcher Shun, Han Yang's savings of 300,000, accumulated over a month, have dwindled to a mere 30,000, causing him great distress. Money truly does not last long. Han Yang sighed, realizing that he must find a way to move out soon, to secure his own space, and to expand his operations. During the days leading up to the arrival of the drone and brainwave control device, Han Yang heightened his vigilance. Occasionally, he would stealthily hide behind the courtyard wall to observe the outside movements. However, the individual who had been stalking him seemed to be absent during this time. After several days, the items he ordered began to arrive one after another, prompting Han Yang to commence assembly. The quadcopter drone, including its rotors and frame, measures about 1 meter across, appearing quite substantial when placed on the ground. It can carry several dozen kilograms and can fly for approximately an hour on a full charge. When unburdened, it can remain airborne for up to 2 hours. It is controlled via a mobile app that acts as a remote controller. Under optimal signal conditions, it can be controlled over a straight-line distance of up to 30 kilometers. Even in areas with poor signal and significant interference, such as urban environments, it maintains a minimum operational range of 5 kilometers. Han Yang flipped the drone over and retrieved the custom steel pipe, which resembled a gun barrel but was merely an ordinary steel pipe. Utilizing various clasps and chains, he securely attached it to the underside of the drone. Thus, an impressive armed drone was born. Following this, Han Yang began assembling the robot. This robot's precision exceeds that of the computer-operated robots, presenting a greater challenge. Fortunately, Han Yang had amassed sufficient experience and knowledge during this time, rendering the assembly process straightforward. It still featured 2 mechanical arms and a camera, but it was designed to manipulate the smartphone and drone remote control. Once everything was assembled, Han Yang carefully glanced in the mirror, shaving a section of hair from the back of his head before affixing the new brainwave control device in place. After making adjustments until it was unnoticeable, he stepped outside. Aunt Wang, a big bowl of noodles. Add some meat. Have a seat, it'll be ready shortly. Han Yang spotted the middle-aged man, who, despite his disheveled appearance, still endeavored to maintain his image. However, he was not eating noodles at that moment. Instead, he stood vacantly on the street. Han Yang paid him no mind. Multitasking. Han Yang ate his noodles while simultaneously using his mind to operate the brainwave control device, connecting to the mobile network and inputting a series of parameters to link to his home network equipment, which then connected to the robot. Instantly, the images from 13 computers flooded into Han Yang's consciousness. With a mere thought, the immense computational power of the computer's CPU combined with the brain's finely tuned processing abilities sprang into action, calculating the next steps with remarkable speed. The signals dispatched, and the 13 robots began their movements, the computer displays shifting accordingly. Everything proceeded smoothly, operating precisely as Han Yang had anticipated, allowing him to exhale in relief. Next, it was time to attempt control of the drone. Han Yang cautiously connected the 14th robot, matched some parameters, and achieved a successful connection. With a single command, the robot sprang to action. At this moment, Han Yang's smartphone was secured to the drone's remote controller, firmly affixed to the table. The robot, also secured in front of the table, extended its mechanical arm and pressed the takeoff button. In the next instant, the drone, placed in the center of the small courtyard, began to whirl its 4 rotors simultaneously, kicking up dust and debris. Amidst a cloud of dust, the drone took off successfully. The footage captured by the drone's camera was transmitted to Han Yang's smartphone, which, through the robot's camera, the network equipment, the mobile signal network, and the brainwave control device, reached his mind. The delay was approximately 80 milliseconds, not insignificant, but acceptable. Han Yang felt a slight sense of relief. With a thought, another command was precisely relayed from Han Yang's mind to the robot controlling the drone's remote. The robot's mechanical arm moved, carefully manipulating the drone's joystick, prompting the drone to respond immediately. It maintained an altitude of 2 to 3 meters, adeptly flying within the confined courtyard, even soaring through the open window of the side room into the interior. After extensive testing and confirming that all parameters were under control, Han Yang finally felt a sense of assurance. Chapter 16. The hacker having finished his meal, Han Yang returned home, where the drone was now being remotely controlled by him. Landing steadily on the ground. While everything appeared flawless, Han Yang harbored a lingering dissatisfaction. It would be far better to establish a direct connection with the drone. As it stands, the process involves the brainwave control device linking to the mobile signal network, then to the home network equipment, then to the robot, followed by the smartphone remote, before finally reaching the drone. Each intermediary step increases the delay, along with the uncertainty and risk involved. A direct connection from the human brain to the drone, or even a connection through the brainwave control device, would undoubtedly enhance convenience and stability compared to the current method, especially considering that as his computational power grows and the number of devices he needs to control increases, this convoluted process will become exceedingly cumbersome. However, at this stage, Han Yang could not find a superior alternative. Even the current system would require significant investment to further enhance the performance of the brainwave control device. Han Yang suspected that the Yaida people possessed more advanced brainwave control technology, potentially enabling direct connections between the brainwave control device and electronic devices, thereby facilitating swift and complex operations. Yet, it was evident that they were unwilling to sell such advanced technological creations to humanity. Instead, they offered obsolete products, passing them off as high-tech merchandise in the human world, selling them at exorbitant prices to siphon wealth from humanity. In the future, once I have sufficient computational power and research capabilities, I must develop my own brainwave control device, Han Yang vowed silently. With matters here settled, Han Yang manipulated the robot to fulfill practice orders while immersing himself in a new phase of learning. The deeper he delved into computer chip technology, the more knowledge he found necessary to acquire. At present, while Han Yang could manually create a 200 Hz chip, the knowledge he had gleaned thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. Ahead lay an unknown expanse of knowledge waiting for him to explore. Learning must not cease for even a day. As night fell, Han Yang resumed his vigilance, scanning the surroundings of the courtyard. That night passed without incident. However, the following night, around 2 o'clock in the morning, Han Yang finally spotted a furtive figure. In the darkness, details were obscured, but he could discern a short, thin man. The figure stealthily approached from the east side of the courtyard, pretending to pass by, confirming that no one was around, before circling back to observe the courtyard. Han Yang concealed himself behind the courtyard wall, peering out cautiously. The man meandered about for a while, gathering several objects to serve as stepping stones and stacking them against the wall. Han Yang instantly withdrew, retreating into a small house across the way to continue his observation. Sure enough, moments later, a head emerged from beyond the courtyard wall, scrutinizing the surroundings for an extended period before quietly retreating. Han Yang promptly rose and approached the door, peering through the crack to witness the man swiftly slipping away along the wall. Quietly, Han Yang opened the door and stealthily followed him, dagger in hand. Despite having the protection of Butcher Shun, Han Yang had managed to live a stable life in the chaotic market district for over a decade, securing stable employment and saving enough to rent a home. Thus, he was no mere trifler. In fact, in the market district, someone like Han Yang could be considered affluent. Those who were poorer relied on day labor and often found themselves sleeping on the streets, with those fortunate enough to scavenge cardboard boxes for shelter being deemed to have better living conditions. Without a ruthless heart or a dark hand, Han Yang would have long since become a corpse, devoured by wild dogs. Following someone in the dark was child's play for him. Keeping his distance, Han Yang quietly trailed the thin man, exercising caution. However, as they passed a street corner, a figure suddenly caught his eye, startling him to the point where he instinctively raised his dagger. After calming himself, he realized it was merely a homeless man sleeping in the shadows. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the middle-aged man, who had been seen recently carrying a suitcase, appearing downcast yet striving to maintain an appearance. He was curled up in the corner, hiding his suitcase behind him, with a piece of cardboard shielding him as he slept. This demonstrated some wit in seeking a concealed place and hiding his belongings. Han Yang chose to ignore him and continued to follow the thin man from afar, ultimately witnessing him enter the den of black sand. It was within this very establishment that Han Yang had earned his first pot of gold. He was aware that Black Sand's den was a stronghold for a gang, with the leader, known as Black Sand, typically referred to as Sangu in the underworld. Although this gang lacked a formal name like the Iron Wolf Gang or the Blade Gang, they were nonetheless a formidable presence in the surrounding streets. Under Black Sand's command were several core enforcers and a few dozen peripheral lackeys who operated gambling dens, bars, and collected protection fees, instilling fear in anyone who dared to oppose them. Damn it, has Black Sand set his sights on me? This is truly a case of a dog's nose. Han Yang thought, I've been discreet enough. Could it be that the money I won at the gambling den months ago has come back to haunt me? No, that doesn't make sense. It's been months since then, and Black Sand hasn't bothered me. It must be my recent behavior, constantly receiving packages, appearing as though I have money without venturing outside. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yang devised a plan and quietly departed. The night had deepened, but the den of Black Sand remained lively. Patrons shouted amidst a cacophony of mingled aromas of smoke, alcohol, sweat, and unwashed feet, overwhelming the senses. In a small room at the back, Black Sand, his skin dark and a scar marring his face, was lounging with two scantily clad women, while several core enforcers casually played cards. A short, thin man entered with a grin and greeted them, prompting Black Sand to bark. Amao, did you see clearly? Though the curtains were opaque, It was certain that computers were present. Is he alone at home? Blackson inquired. Just him, came the reply. With so many computers and all that money, he never leaves the house. After a moment of contemplation, a smile gradually spread across Blacksand's face. I didn't expect that in this desolate place, there would be hidden talents. Sengo, what does that kid do? A hacker, or perhaps a skilled one? I'm certain of it. Blacksand's tone was resolute. This kid is engaged in the underground cyber industry. It's a different game altogether. He can effortlessly earn money from home, far better than our struggles running gambling dens and bars. Amao, tomorrow night you must enter his yard and investigate further. If he truly is involved in the underground cyber industry, we must capture him. He could be a veritable cash cow. If we can control him and have him willingly earn money for us, it would be a splendid affair. If he resists, we'll resort to force, if necessary. We can break his legs. After all, he doesn't need legs to operate a computer. We have plenty of methods at our disposal. I'm not concerned about him not yielding. Amao readily agreed. However, another subordinate hesitated. This kid has a close relationship with Butcher Shin. I've heard Shun has connections with the Blood Gang. The Blood Gang is a major faction in the Bridge Hole district, with hundreds under their command. Blacksand cannot afford to provoke them. Blacksand's eyelids twitched. This kid dares to operate in our territory without paying homage. It's only right for us to take action. No matter how powerful the Blood Gang is, they are still an outside force. We have no quarrel with Butcher Shin. If Shun truly oversteps, we have no fear of him. Right, let us do it. I've heard the underground cyber industry is quite lucrative. Making $1 million in a year is just a drop in the bucket. Upon hearing this figure, the subordinates became animated. One exclaimed, Sango, why not strike now and seize him? Blacksand's eyelids twitched again, cursing, are you foolish? Wait for Amao to confirm before we proceed. If we make a mistake, not only will we lose our chance in the cyber industry, but we'll also have made an enemy of Butcher Shun. That would be sheer folly. The night passed quietly. The following day, Han Yang continued his self-study until evening, dined at Aunt Wang's food stall, and then made his way to Butcher Shun. Brother Shin, I plan to visit the Grand Bar shortly. Butcher Shin slammed his meat cleaver onto the cutting board, muttering, Blacksand? Yes, Han Yang nodded. His people are watching me. He'll be at the Grand Bar this afternoon, and I intend to have a word with him. What will you use to negotiate? I have my methods, Han Yang smiled. I'm simply coming to you as a precaution. If I'm not out within an hour, I'll need you to rescue me. Butcher Shin scrutinized Han Yang for a long while. Since Han Yang offered no further explanation, neither did he inquire. Eventually, he merely waved his hand. Go ahead. With Butcher Shin's assurance, Han Yang felt at ease. Regardless, the matter with Blackson needed resolution, and it must be handled decisively. His plans for stealthy development could not be disrupted in the slightest. Returning home, Han Yang meticulously checked his phone, robot, drone remote, and the drone itself, ensuring everything was in order before sheathing his dagger at his waist and heading out towards the Grand Bar. The Grand Bar was also under Blacksand's domain. Each evening, regardless of whether there was a reason to do so, he would bring his underlings to the bar to maintain order and prevent disturbances. Standing at the bar's entrance, gazing at the dingy, faded neon lights, Han Yang took a deep breath and strode directly inside. Upon entering, a wave of heat washed over him. The bar was filled with flashing lights, deafening music mingling with the clamor of patrons. In the center of the stage, two scantily clad women were dancing provocatively. Han Yang surveyed the room, and soon spotted Blacksand in a corner, surrounded by several rowdy companions, drinking heartily while a few accompanying women giggled flirtatiously. Nearly pressing against him, rather than ordering a drink, Han Yang maneuvered through the crowd and approached the control panel, swiftly turning off the neon lights and sound system, then illuminating the main lights. Instantly, the dim bar brightened as if it were day, and the cacophony of voices faded away. People exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Damn it, cursed Hei-san, rising to his feet. Who turned off the music? It was me, came Han Yang's voice, though soft, it echoed throughout the bar. Several of the bar's lackeys cursed and swiftly approached, intending to subdue Han Yang. However, he calmly drew a dagger from his waist, and, facing the snarling lackeys, declared sternly, I'm speaking with Hei-san. Do you think it's your place to intervene? Get lost. Years of navigating the chaotic market district had instilled a fearlessness within him, and this demeanor proved effective. The intensity of Han Yang's presence caused the lackeys to falter, and even as he walked past them, they dared not lay a hand on him. Who is this person? Why is he so audacious? What is happening? Hei-san scrutinized Han Yang, his expression shifting between uncertainty and intrigue. One of his subordinates, a man Han Yang vaguely recognized as Hugo, stood and shouted, How dare you directly address third brother by name? Which path do you walk? Han Yang leisurely approached, sheathing his dagger but maintaining his grip on the hilt. He scanned He San and the others, his heart sinking as he noticed Zhou Daoan among them. This is bad. Next to He San sat a pale man. Dark circles under his eyes, seemingly drained by indulgence, with one hand resting on a nearby woman's thigh. Zhou Daoan was the peacekeeper of the market district, an official figure. In these tumultuous times, despite rampant disorder and gang rule, officials like him were not to be trifled with, unlike the likes of He San. The Earth government and the Ida people chose to remain uninvolved, but they certainly had the capacity to act. Provoking the authorities would invite the Earth Security Force to swiftly dismantle any significant gang without requiring Ida intervention. Han Yang had meticulously considered every detail of his visit, but he had not anticipated Zhou Daoan's presence. It was rumored that He San's crew was Zhou Daoan's hidden hand, and now it seemed that was indeed true. What to do now? An unexpected turn of events set Han Yang's mind racing. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not back down now. Leaving or showing fear would likely see him unable to exit the bar unscathed. Resolute, he smiled wryly. Aren't you all focused on me? What's the matter? Don't recognize me. Han Yang, you're Han Yang, shouted a short, thin man Han Yang had encountered yesterday. Third brother, he's the one involved in illicit activities. He San paused, a smile spreading across his face. Oh, so it's brother Han Yang. A pleasure to meet you. Illicit activities? Han Yang's heart sank. It seemed He San's crew believed him to be engaged in such dealings. Upon reflection, his recent actions could certainly lead to such assumptions. He realized that, had he found himself in their shoes, he might have drawn the same conclusion. Maintaining his composure, Han Yang replied, He San, we have no quarrel with each other. Yet you send people to watch me. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? He San had initially planned to seize him that night, but Han Yang's bold entrance and commanding demeanor gave him pause. An explanation? Who are you to instruct third brother? Hugo shouted again. He San, unfazed, silenced Hugo with a wave of his hand and turned to Han Yang. I mean no harm. However, you're conducting illicit activities on my turf without informing me. That's rather uncouth, wouldn't you say? But I'm a magnanimous person, I won't hold it against you. In fact, I see potential in you and would like to invite you to join us. I'll provide the venue and equipment. You can share a portion of the profits with me. What do you say? Anger surged within Han Yang. He finally grasped He San's true intention, to control him, to exploit him as a source of income. He turned his gaze to Zhou Daoan. Zhou, does the government endorse He San's claim over this territory? Zhou Daoan leisurely wiped his mouth and replied, you resolve your disputes, we'll stay out of it. He San's vague worries dissipated. However, with Zhou Daoan present, any profits from illicit activities would likely need to be shared with the authorities in the future. Just stay home and wait for us to invite you. Why come here on your own? Don't you understand the concept of sharing the spoils? Han Yang had anticipated Zhou Daoan's response. Smiling, he turned back to He San. And what if I refuse? He San sneered, you will agree. Whether you want to or not. The lackeys had unknowingly encircled Han Yang, but hesitated to act without orders. He San, sensing Han Yang's resolve, decided to probe further. Suddenly, a thunderous buzzing sound filled the air from outside the bar. He San turned to see a massive drone flying directly through the entrance. A drone? The metallic barrel beneath it resembled a gun barrel. Armed drones. Damn. The patrons, who had been intently watching the drama unfold, gasped in unison. Zhou Daoan sat up straight, while He San stood in shock, speechless. Such a weapon was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Even the peacekeeping office in the market district wouldn't possess such technology. Only the Earth Security Force or elite gangs, wealthy individuals, or major security firms could wield such power, entities far beyond He San's reach. The mere presence of an armed drone signified far more than anyone could fathom. Surely, such a drone required an operator. Where was the operator? Could they be alone? Wouldn't there be armed personnel accompanying them? No wonder Han Yang dared to come here alone. At this moment, who knew how many others were lurking outside? Perhaps dozens of guns were already aimed at this bar. The drone hovered ominously, creating a strong wind that sent debris flying, yet no one dared move. A single twitch could invite a hail of bullets. Sweat streamed down He San's face as he looked at Han Yang, struggling to ask, what exactly do you do? Han Yang smiled mockingly. Do you truly wish to know? He San shuddered. No, I don't want to know. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Let us forget this for today. I'll buy you drinks and apologize another time. How does that sound? Han Yang continued to smile. He San, come here. Bending slightly, He San approached Han Yang, expecting a quiet exchange. Instead, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his chest. All strength drained from him like water. Seizing the moment, Han Yang plunged the dagger into He San's heart. Han Yang was no stranger to violence. The strike was swift and deadly, ensuring a clean entry and exit. In an instant, He-san collapsed, disbelief etched in his eyes. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, he breathed his last without uttering a word. The scene erupted into chaos, with some individuals filled with terror, others screaming, and a few restless. Han Yang brandished a bloody dagger and bellowed, "Who dares to move?" Simultaneously, he maneuvered the drone to ascend slightly, the roar intensifying, which promptly silenced the crowd once more. The intimidation factor of the armed drone was simply overwhelming. As the silence descended, Han Yang delivered a harsh kick to the prostrate figure of He-san and spat, "Have you lost your sight?" In the forefront, Zhou Duan wore a grim expression. Regardless of Han Yang's background, the fact that he had killed He-san in front of the local constable was a significant affront. A blatant display of disrespect. Relying on his official status, Zhou Duan stood up, "Brother Han Yang, what grievances exist between you and Brother He-san that cannot be resolved through dialogue? Killing him outright is inappropriate, don't you think?" Han Yang smiled, but did not respond to his words, instead turning his gaze to Hu Ge, who had been clamoring earlier. At that moment, Hu Ge's complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his face, paralyzed with fear. "Hu Ge, is it?" Han Yang inquired. Hu Ge trembled. "I dare not. I am Li Hu." "Li Hu? How much did He-san contribute to Zhou's income monthly?" A ghastly smile crept across Li Hu's face. 20% of the monthly earnings. Starting this month, it will rise to 30%. You will handle this matter, do you understand? Li Hu was momentarily stunned, but gradually a look of delight appeared on his face. Understood. Understood, I will certainly comply. Han Yang laughed heartily, turning to Zhou Duan. "I apologize for interrupting your revelry, a small token of my appreciation. Allow me to toast to you, Brother Zhou." In the bar, the music remained off, the crowd still watching, and the drone continued its thunderous presence overhead. Han Yang raised his glass with a smile, meeting Zhou Duan's gaze. Zhou Duan's icy demeanor began to thaw, ultimately transforming into a smile. "Ha ha, Brother Han Yang. You are too courteous. Come, sit over here, let us enjoy a few drinks together." Li Hu quickly stood to offer Han Yang a seat. Han Yang calmly instructed, "Dispose of the trash." His tone resembled that of a commander giving orders to a subordinate. Yes. Li Hu seemed to have unconsciously adapted to this new role. He lowered his head and beckoned several underlings to remove He-san's corpse, swiftly erasing any traces of blood, leaving no evidence behind. After sharing a drink with Zhou Duan, Han Yang felt a sense of relief, realizing he had successfully navigated this ordeal. "Brother, you are a man of great ambition. This group of miscreants is fortunate to associate with you. Rest assured regarding official matters, I will handle everything for you." Zhou Duan unabashedly took the reins, disregarding the crowd's intense scrutiny. Beside them, Li Hu and the former subordinates of He-san also breathed easier. It was evident that Han Yang would now assume He-san's position, becoming the leader of this group. With Zhou Duan's public support, Han Yang's position was further solidified. Everyone was merely trying to make a living. Aligning with a powerful new leader was far preferable to following He-san. As for loyalty and avenging the old leader, such notions were mere fabrications for the gullible. Han Yang clinked glasses with Zhou Duan, stating, "I am merely occupying the leader's position. The specifics will be left to Li Hu." Understood. My brother is indeed a man of significant undertakings and will not waste time on trivial matters. Li Hu, filled with delight, immediately declared, "Big Brother Han, rest assured, I will devote myself to fulfilling your commands." Han Yang nodded slightly, choosing to disregard him. He understood Li Hu's type, not particularly bright, prone to bluster, yet easily manageable with sufficient intimidation. After enjoying a few drinks and finalizing certain arrangements, Zhou Duan took his leave. Han Yang accompanied him to the bar's entrance, where the drone followed suit. Afterward, Han Yang waved at the drone, which promptly ascended and disappeared into the sky. Zhou Duan observed this, filled with awe. Originally, he had thought to investigate Han Yang's background, but given the latter's adeptness in raising the contribution fee upon their first meeting, he felt no need to play the villain. Instead, he resolved to support him. Once Zhou Duan departed, Han Yang did not return to the bar, but called Li Hu over. "We need a name for our organization. Let us call it the Revival Gang. The gambling den and the bar shall be renamed accordingly." Yes. Li Hu responded eagerly. "Prepare the accounts at the gambling den tomorrow morning. I will oversee the finances. Also, gather the brothers for introductions." Yes. Li Hu complied without hesitation. "Let us go." Han Yang stood up and left, with Li Hu and the others bowing their heads in respect as he exited. Once Han Yang was out of sight, they dared to lift their heads. Our new leader is quite impressive, wielding an armed drone. One wonders what his true background is. Li Hu slapped his hand down, scolding. Don't inquire about things that don't concern you. Be careful not to end up like that dead fool Hey-san, feeding wild dogs. Brother Hu, from now on, we will certainly follow Big Brother Han. Did you not see how formidable he is? It's far more promising than sticking with Hey-san. I warn you all. Obey him, or don't blame me for not coming to your aid. Absolutely, we will comply. It seems Big Brother Han values you highly, Brother Hu. We'll need your guidance moving forward. Come, Brother Hu, let me toast to you properly. The group returned to the bar in high spirits. The lights dimmed. Strobe lights flickered, and music blared, restoring the bar's lively atmosphere as if nothing had transpired. The death of Hey-san caused no ripples. Such occurrences were the norm in a slum. Han Yang's name, however, was etched into the memories of everyone present in that brief moment. Stepping out of the bar and turning down a street, Han Yang spotted Shin Tu, who regarded him with a complex expression. Han Yang smiled and approached Shin Tu. Brother Shun, I handled it myself. I even managed to acquire an armed drone, quite an impressive feat. Han Yang had practically grown up under Shin Tu's watch, yet now, Shin Tu found him increasingly inscrutable. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Tu finally asked, how did you manage that? What have you been up to lately? Everyone has their secrets, I have mine. The only guarantee I can offer is that I will always remain the Han Yang you once knew. Shin Tu sighed. If you choose to delve into the underworld, it offers no future. Han Yang shook his head. No, this is merely a facade. I require such a disguise. A facade. Shin Tu pondered, mulling over the term. Upon returning home, Han Yang found the drone securely resting in the yard. He carefully locked the door and concealed the drone in a box, hiding it beneath his bed. This drone could not be seen by others. Should it be discovered, suspicions would arise, questioning the authenticity of his background. Once the drone was secured, Han Yang lay on his bed and closed his eyes. He had consumed some alcohol today, and his head felt slightly dizzy. It was best to rest early. However, while the human mind may be clouded, the computer remained clear. During Han Yang's absence, the 12 computers and robots continued their relentless work, processing one gaming order after another. The 13th computer remained active as well, with the robot deftly maneuvering the mouse and keyboard, voraciously browsing through countless web pages and videos, thirsting for knowledge from the vast expanse of the internet. This entire operation unfolded seamlessly, without causing Han Yang the slightest disturbance. As night turned to day, Han Yang awoke feeling refreshed. Skipping breakfast, he made his way once more to Aunt Wang's food stall. Aunt Wang, a large bowl of beef noodles, add an egg and a serving of meat. Chapter 20. Do not blame my ruthlessness, please. Have a seat. It will be ready shortly. Han Yang immediately sensed a shift in Aunt Wang's tone. It lacked her usual cheerfulness and was laced with an air of reticence. Glancing up, he noticed both Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang wearing anxious expressions. The realization hit him. Word of his recent escapades had reached them. Soon, a steaming bowl of beef noodles with added meat and egg was placed before him. Aunt Wang, still visibly tense, said, "Your noodles." Han Yang chuckled. Aunt Wang, Uncle Wang, have you forgotten me? I've practically grown up under your watch. Aunt Wang offered an awkward smile. Still somewhat reserved, yet she appeared slightly more at ease. Han Yang understood they needed time to adjust to the changing dynamics of their relationship. As he savored the noodles, a disheveled middle-aged man approached. He carried a large plastic bag from which a distinct odor emanated. He wasn't there for a meal, but instead approached Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang, whispering a plea. After a moment's hesitation, Aunt Wang led him over to Han Yang. Aunt Wang, is there something you need? This is Sun Gue. He wishes to start a small business here. Sure. What kind of business? Han Yang replied casually. The man, Sun Gue, flashed a somewhat ingratiating smile and opened the plastic bag, releasing a pungent aroma. Inside were chicken heads and chicken feet. I want to braise these chicken heads and feet and sell them alongside Aunt Wang's offerings. They're cheap, only 50 cents each. I'll give Aunt Wang a dime for each one sold, keeping 40 cents for myself. It's just a way to scrape by. Han Yang raised an eyebrow, impressed. This man demonstrated ingenuity. Chicken heads and feet might be considered undesirable by many, typically destined for animal feed. However, in this market, where poverty reigned, even such fare could find a clientele. Priced at 50 cents each, they were more affordable than eggs, a smart targeting of customers. Moreover, Sun Gue cleverly leveraged Aunt Wang's stall as a sales channel, adopting a revenue-sharing model that minimized his costs and risks. Han Yang was indifferent to Sun Gue's past, but recognized his current plight. Embarking on any venture, no matter how low the cost, was a gamble for someone in his situation. The audacity he exhibited in his current state was noteworthy. Very well, go ahead. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you, thank you. Sun Gue expressed his gratitude profusely. Han Yang waved him off, returning to his meal. After finishing the hearty bowl of noodles, he paid with ease and called out, "Aunt Wong, I'm off." "No need for payment, no need," Aunt Wong insisted, her face a mix of urgency and fear as she rushed after him, cash in hand. Han Yang stopped her, saying earnestly, "Aunt Wong, I am still the same little Yang. I haven't changed." Touched, Aunt Wong ultimately accepted the money back. As he walked, many gazes filled with awe followed Han Yang. Before he reached the entrance of the Black Sand gambling den, Li Hu and his companions hurriedly approached, evidently having waited there for quite some time. The accounts are all prepared. They greeted Han Yang with obsequiousness, especially the gaunt man he had previously followed, who stooped so low he nearly touched the ground. Han Yang, uninterested in such trivialities, entered the back room of the gambling den. The 12 core subordinates of Black Sand awaited him. A computer displayed a document filled with dense figures. "Who managed the previous accounts?" "Black Sand and I did," replied a bespectacled man named Zhao Fu, bowing slightly. Without a word, Han Yang opened the document and swiftly began to scroll through it. To onlookers, it seemed he merely skimmed through, taking less than 5 minutes. Yet, he comprehended the entire account thoroughly. Every income and expenditure was crystal clear. Upon completing his review, Han Yang couldn't help but sigh. Is this it? The situation is dire. A brief overview revealed that the annual net profit from their previous operations, spanning a bar, a TV, and a gambling den, hovered around 1 million, after various expenses were accounted for. "I'm instituting a rule. From today onward, we will abstain from any involvement in gambling, drugs, or illicit activities. While we cannot control others, if I discover any such activities within our premises, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." What? Any objections? Han Yang's gaze turned steely, and those present instinctively lowered their heads. This gambling den is to be closed and the premises leased out. The bar and TV will continue normal operations. Zhao Fu, calculate how much we can earn under this new arrangement. Zhao Fu wore a grim expression. If we proceed this way, we might achieve 60% of our previous earnings by the end of the year. 60%? Is that so? Han Yang was taken aback. Of that 60%, 30% must go to Zhouxian. The remaining 30%, I will not take. That is for you to divide among yourselves. As for the funds Black Sand has stored away, we'll not concern ourselves with them. We currently have about 250,000 in cash, which also belongs to you. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. In this manner, the 12 core members would receive approximately 550,000 in total shares, more than the previous year as 500,000. Grateful acknowledgments echoed as they began to accept Han Yang's leadership. "I've granted you benefits, but I have 2 stipulations." Han Yang was not one to bestow advantages without conditions. Meeting their gazes, he declared, "Deploy 10 capable subordinates, splitting them into 2 shifts, to patrol my courtyard around the clock. Furthermore, since we are collecting protection fees, we must uphold our responsibilities. Anyone who dares cause trouble in our territory across these 3 streets will face consequences." Chapter 21. The Fist. Han Yang understood, just as the Butcher Shin had said, that there was no future in the underworld. He had no regard for Black Sand's crew. His takeover of their operations and the establishment of the Revival Gang was merely a means of self-preservation. Even the prohibition of gambling and drugs was a convenient measure. After all, the Revival Gang was now his enterprise, and he had no desire to engage in unscrupulous profits. His focus lay on his gaming business, which was paramount. As his influence grew, remaining inconspicuous became increasingly impossible. Black Sand had already set their sights on him, despite his modest beginnings. Since concealment was no longer viable, he resolved to step forward and showcase his strength. From this day forth, the Revival Gang would serve as his fist. In 6 months, he required that fist to safeguard him. He estimated he could accumulate around 700,000 in cash within 2 months. Coupled with the cash flow from the Revival Gang, he anticipated a distribution of over 1.2 million by year's end, from which he could temporarily draw funds. With 1.2 million, he could initiate his subsequent plans. Once the initial objectives were met in 6 months, the Revival Gang would have fulfilled its preliminary mission, and Han Yang intended to pursue its restructuring and upgrading thereafter. Acquiring a plot of land to construct a factory would allow me to expand my operations without hesitation and increase my profits. Eventually, I could procure specialized equipment for chip manufacturing and develop more advanced chips. Han Yang contemplated that once his financial resources grew, he would initiate the excavation of an underground base, while establishing surface-level establishments such as bars, restaurants, and supermarkets, which would serve not only as a facade but also as a means to launder his earnings. This constituted Han Yang's mid- to long-term strategy, with the forthcoming 3 months deemed critical for its execution. It was imperative that no external influences disrupted his development plans. Thus, the allocation of personnel for his protection became necessary. After organizing matters concerning the revival gang, Han Yang departed, eager to leave the premises behind. He returned to his small courtyard, where personnel from the security company had arrived to install additional surveillance cameras. Unlike the earlier discrete installations, these cameras were conspicuously mounted on the walls, monitoring the vicinity of the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the first batch of 5 capable subordinates, summoned by Li Hu, arrived. Without stepping outside, Han Yang directed them through a loudspeaker to construct 5 shelters around the courtyard walls, establishing a watch point, promising each an additional daily stipend of 100 yuan. The 5 subordinates instantly sprang to life, invigorated by the prospect. 10 individuals would cost him merely 1,000 yuan a day, amounting to 30,000 yuan a month. For the sake of security, Han Yang regarded this expenditure as trivial. Following the restructuring of the revival gang, it had become a complete financial liability for him. Were it not for the sake of safety, he would hardly pay it any mind. With everything arranged, Han Yang observed his diligent subordinates, who were vigilantly watching anyone daring to approach his courtyard, while monitoring the live feeds from multiple cameras. A sense of relief washed over him. He could finally pursue his endeavors undisturbed. Engaging in illicit activities, he would embrace the label. Han Yang understood that almost everyone, including He San, Li Hu, and Zhao Fu, believed he was involved in nefarious enterprises. However, upon witnessing his mysterious origins and seemingly significant connections, including the deployment of armed drones, doubts began to surface. Speculations abounded, some suggesting Han Yang had ties to powerful figures and was undertaking clandestine missions, while others posited he was merely a pawn in a larger scheme. Han Yang had no intention of clarifying the matter. Instead, he resolved to further stir the pot, encouraging wild conjectures. Ignoring the myriad rumors circulating outside, he immersed himself once again in relentless study and order-taking within his courtyard. Time slipped away, and before long, 2 months had passed. During this period, tranquility reigned. Although Han Yang had ceased to remain inconspicuous and had become a notable presence among the various factions in the market district, no one dared to disturb him. This was the advantage of having Li Hu and others under his command. Upon reviewing his finances, Han Yang found that his bank account had swelled to 700,000 yuan. While it was still insufficient, it was enough to commence preliminary preparations. Stretching languidly, Han Yang decided it was time to venture outside after 2 months of confinement, with all necessary supplies delivered by his subordinates. Upon exiting his home, a duty-bound subordinate promptly approached him with respect. "Greeting, Boss Han." Han Yang nodded in acknowledgement and instructed, "Gather the brothers, let us take a stroll." At once, 5 imposing figures followed him. Meandering aimlessly, Han Yang arrived at Aunt Wang's food stall, where he noticed Sun Gue appeared much more spirited than before, seemingly thriving from the sales of chicken heads and tails. Upon seeing Han Yang, Sun Gue eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Boss Han, good to see you." "Indeed. How has business been?" Han Yang inquired. "Thanks to your support, everything is thriving. I am now selling over 200 chicken heads and tails daily, and I've even set up a shelter next to Aunt Wang's for accommodation. Next, I plan to expand into wholesale and sell these items to other districts." Sun Gue beamed with delight. Aunt Wang chimed in, "Indeed. It is all thanks to Little Yang's fortune. The number of troublemakers in our area has dwindled, while the number of shops opening is on the rise. Even the dilapidated old Zhang's house has been rented out, reportedly to open a fruit store. As more people come, more diners will follow. Business is booming for you." Aunt Wang, too, radiated joy. With order restored, the influx of people naturally increased, making business more manageable. Although Han Yang had remained indoors for 2 months, his presence was felt throughout the 3 streets controlled by the revival gang. Each bar, TV, and surveillance camera along these streets had been meticulously configured, linking directly back to his courtyard. Han Yang could monitor Li Hu's crew in the street at all times with minimal computational effort. Financial reports were submitted daily, and Han Yang could clarify accounts in mere seconds. Attempting to deceive him through financial records was utterly futile. Thus, Han Yang operated with an omniscient awareness. Initially, there were still some within the revival gang who entertained notions of rebellion, contemplating petty schemes. Yet, before they could act, Han Yang detected their intentions. A small reprimand swiftly quelled any dissent, instilling a deep respect among all members. Han Yang even observed through the cameras that Zhao Fu, who managed the gang's accounts, had secretly confided in Li Hu, expressing amazement at how Boss Han seemed to possess supernatural insight, knowing everything without ever stepping outside. Chapter 22. The revival base, the more enigmatic Han Yang appeared, the more others regarded him with reverence, convinced of his profound connections and capabilities. Over the course of 2 months, the entire revival gang had wholly submitted to Han Yang, with no one daring to disobey his commands. When Han Yang declared an aversion to illicit activities, no one dared to engage in them. When he asserted that accepting protection fees came with responsibilities, the safety of the 3 streets improved significantly, deterring thieves and allowing commerce to flourish, even causing rental prices to rise. As Han Yang walked through the area, people's gazes shifted from trepidation to respect. "Good day, Boss Han. Boss Han, we have fresh apples for you to try. Boss Han, take a moment. I'll fetch you some water." As he exchanged greetings, Han Yang surveyed the surrounding terrain, correlating it with geological data he had gathered about the area, quickly identifying a suitable location. Not far from his courtyard, on the southernmost street of the revival gang's territory, at 2542, lay an area of approximately 1,000 square meters. This plot lacked municipal structures, pipes, or subways beneath it, allowing him to excavate an underground base without drawing attention. This was the place. The land contained 6 small courtyards, and Han Yang intended to purchase all of them, demolishing them to construct a factory. He casually instructed a nearby subordinate to find Li Hu and Zhao Fu, requesting they reach out to the owners of the 6 courtyards to negotiate a purchase. Upon returning home, Han Yang set about designing the factory blueprints. This task required a level of expertise beyond that of an ordinary individual. However, Han Yang was far from ordinary. For him, a professional text of several 100,000 words could be comprehended in a single evening. Designing a factory was a trivial matter. Opening his computer, he sought architectural design resources and began his study. After 3 days of intensive reading and 2 days of contemplation, the factory blueprints were completed. This factory would serve as Han Yang's primary stronghold for the foreseeable future, necessitating meticulous consideration to ensure that all designs met his requirements, which accounted for the extended time taken. Had it not been for this, he could have completed the design in an hour. At this juncture, Li Hu and Zhao Fu also made a call to report that all 6 small courtyards had been successfully negotiated, with a total price of 923,000 yuan. Averaging, each courtyard amounted to slightly over 150,000 yuan, which could be deemed a modest discount compared to the market price. Han Yang was quite satisfied with this outcome. "I will transfer the funds to your accounts shortly. Immediately proceed with the payment and contract signing, and ensure the transfer of ownership is registered at the local market within a day. Additionally, your efficiency in handling this task deserves recognition. Each of you will receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. The bonus of 1,000 yuan brought joy to the 2 gang members, who were somewhat respectable figures within their circles. "Thank you, boss." There was little choice. The market area was impoverished, leaving even gang members in a pitiful state. Meanwhile, a total of 925,000 yuan vanished from Han Yang's account. At this moment, including the funds from the revival gang, Han Yang had just over 1 million yuan remaining. This was nearly depleted. However, it mattered little. Dozens of computers had been tirelessly operating around the clock at the revival gaming studio, where high-end and low-end gaming accounts were being generated continuously, bringing in substantial cash flow, over 10,000 yuan daily. Once all formalities were completed, Han Yang returned to the interconnected 6 courtyards. The courtyards were organized back-to-back in 2 rows, with both sides facing the street. Engage a construction team to demolish these dilapidated buildings and level the ground. Li Hu, oversee this matter. Understood. The demolition took half a month, costing a total of 30,000 yuan. During this period, Han Yang earned another 170,000 yuan, leaving him with approximately 200,000 yuan in hand. Han Yang planned to avoid constructing brick and concrete structures, as that would be too time-consuming. Instead, he opted for a steel-framed factory. After a brief calculation, he estimated that constructing a factory covering 1,000 square meters would require at least 400,000 yuan, which only accounted for the basic structure, excluding internal construction and decoration. Lacking sufficient funds was not a concern. The factory could not be built hastily anyway. Han Yang promptly contacted a construction team specializing in steel structures, and a lively group of workers arrived at the site to commence work. Following Han Yang's blueprints, a massive factory of over 1,000 square meters with a height of 4 meters began to rise within a month, costing a total of 420,000 yuan. Han Yang readily paid the bill, leaving him with just 150,000 yuan. The expenditures seemed to vanish like water flowing away, prompting Han Yang to reflect. With the main framework complete, The next phase involved interior decoration, including air conditioning installation, wiring, and various internal renovations. This segment would also incur significant costs, potentially exceeding those of the main structure. But it was intricate and would take at least 2 months, alleviating some of Han Yang's financial pressure. Once again, he summoned the construction team and procured various materials, initiating the interior decoration with great enthusiasm. 2 months later, as winter approached, the factory was finally completed. At this point, Han Yang retained nearly 200,000 yuan in funds. In total, he had invested close to 2 million yuan into the factory, essentially utilizing all his earnings from the past 6 months, while also reallocating some of the revival gang's funds. However, this investment was worthwhile. Standing before the imposing factory, Han Yang felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, as if the shackles binding him had finally vanished, allowing him to spread his wings. The factory, with an area exceeding 1,000 square meters, would not all be utilized for gaming and research rooms. According to his plans, he intended to clear a 7-meter perimeter on all 4 sides, leaving the core area of approximately 300 square meters as the gaming and research space. The remaining space, approximately 500 square meters along the street-facing sides of the factory, would be developed into various shops. 100 square meters had already been designated as a martial arts studio, while the purpose of the remaining shops was yet to be determined. Additionally, the leftover area of about 100 square meters would be transformed into communal dormitories for the upgraded fighters of the revival gang. Indeed, Han Yang aimed to lead the revival gang towards a more legitimate path, nurturing a dedicated team of enforcers to safeguard both himself and his enterprises. Thus, this place, which Han Yang referred to as the Revival Base and publicly named the Revival Mall, was designed with a core surrounded by layers of protection, maximizing both security and discretion. Chapter 23. The instructor Han Yang was acutely aware that despite the chaotic state of affairs and the proliferation of gangs, they were ultimately under the control of the Ida people and the Earth government. No matter how numerous the gangs, the most one could expect was a few skirmishes with light firearms. Large-scale gunfights involving hundreds or thousands of participants were virtually non-existent. If such a confrontation did occur, it would swiftly attract the severe crackdown of the Earth security forces, causing it to vanish without a trace. Even in this interstellar era, gang conflicts primarily utilized cold weapons, such as knives and pipes. In light of this reality, Han Yang sought to protect himself by training a dedicated team of enforcers, focusing on hand-to-hand combat and knife skills, while selecting a few elite individuals to practice marksmanship, an effective combination of both cold and hot weaponry. Thus, the establishment of a martial arts studio became essential. Concentrating the fighters in dormitories for unified living and training was equally crucial. Han Yang understood that employing cold weapons and a limited number of light firearms would not provoke the attention of the Ida people or the Earth security forces. However, should he dare to acquire heavy weaponry, he risked facing dire consequences by the following day. Avoiding red lines was the foremost principle for survival and growth in this tumultuous era. As for the armed drones Han Yang had previously utilized, they were somewhat sensitive and fell into a gray area. Nevertheless, he was not concerned about them causing trouble. In the eyes of professionals within the Earth security forces, they would easily discern the drones as mere fakes, unworthy of their attention. This matter would inevitably come to light eventually. But that was a concern for another day, one that Han Yang did not fret over. For the time being, it sufficed that this counterfeit armed drone could serve as a deterrent. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Han Yang began contemplating what businesses could be established in the vacant shops. Currently, his gaming business was still modest in earnings, thus not necessitating the need for cleaning the money. Once relocated to the revival base, with an expanded scale, profits would increase, and the need for laundering would arise. Otherwise, the secretive nature of his operations would raise suspicions about how he could amass such wealth, attracting unwanted attention. Conversely, if legitimate businesses were established, no matter how much profit was generated, it would not invite scrutiny. After pondering for a while, Han Yang could not settle on a specific business idea. Just then, it was noon, and feeling hungry, he stepped outside and headed once again to Aunt Wang's food stall. Aunt Wang, a large bowl of noodles, extra meat, and eggs. Oh, Xiao Yang has arrived. Please take a seat. It will be ready shortly. Aunt Wang's culinary skills could only be described as average, yet Han Yang had grown accustomed to them. As he glanced towards Aunt Wang's stall, he noticed Uncle Wang, but did not see Sun Gui. Instead, he spotted the pot for Sun Gui's braised chicken heads and feet sitting there, stirring his curiosity. Where has Sun Gui gone? He went to buy a large pot. Look, he is back. Turning around, Han Yang saw Sun Gui struggling to carry a large barrel. Upon noticing Han Yang, He hurried over to greet him. Hello, Boss Han. Good. Good. Sun Gui, what did you buy such a large barrel for? Han Yang inquired with curiosity. Sun Gui chuckled sheepishly. I've been negotiating with several other food stalls for cooperation, and I'll be supplying them in the future. The previous pot was too small to keep up, so I bought a larger one to speed things up. Plus, if I buy in bulk, I can get a better price and lower costs. Han Yang's curiosity piqued further. Lower costs? Yes, I plan to reduce the price from 50 cents each to 40 cents. And how much will you share with the stall owners? Just 10 cents. I'll keep 30 cents. Isn't selling at 5 mao each a good sales figure? Why lower the price? Sun Gui replied with a shy smile. This item lacks technological sophistication. Anyone can produce it. By voluntarily reducing the price and compressing my profits, I effectively create a moat with pricing, preventing others from competing with me. Han Yang slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Sun Gui now possessed a scale advantage, allowing him to procure goods at lower costs while still maintaining profits despite lower selling prices. Others, however, could not replicate this. They purchased in smaller quantities, faced higher procurement costs, and would incur losses if they lowered their prices. This strategy effectively stifled competition at its inception. Han Yang glanced at Sun Gui's makeshift shelter, still situated next to Aunt Wang's food stall. After making a profit, why not seek a more suitable place to live? Why continue residing in a shed? Where one sleeps is irrelevant. The business is paramount. Han Yang regarded him with newfound respect. You, Sun Gui, possess such acumen. How have you ended up in this situation? Sun Gui rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I offended some people. Just surviving is fortunate. Stop dealing in chicken heads and chicken butts. Han Yang suddenly interjected, and Sun Gui's expression immediately changed. Even if you grow large, you won't earn much. I see potential in you. Come work with me. I have a few shops you can manage, and I'll give you a share of the profits. The shops lack direction, making it an ideal opportunity for Sun Gui to take charge. Sun Gui's expression turned serious. He initially feared he had offended Han Yang, but was unexpectedly presented with such a fortuitous opportunity. Recently, who was unaware of Han Leida's expansive factory, built almost overnight. Millions were invested without hesitation. Han Leida possessed immense influence and a formidable background. Particularly, the success of Sun Gui's current business model, which seemingly stemmed from his intellect, was fundamentally reliant on the stable order provided by Han Leida. Without such stability, any petty thug could disrupt his operations, jeopardizing his business. Aligning with Han Leida promised a prosperous future. With excitement and anxiety, Sun Gui fidgeted with his hands, his face flushed. I just fear that I might delay your plans. Han Leida, no worries, just focus on what needs to be done. I have over 500 square meters available. Plan what businesses to establish. All right, I'll get to it. Sun Gui dashed off, forgetting about his large bucket. The patrons, including Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang, looked on with envy. Han Yang finished his meal, settled the bill, and casually mentioned to Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang, you should stop running this stall. Come work for me instead. I'll pay you 6,000 a month, plus a year-end bonus. Considering that Aunt Wang's stall barely earned 6,000 a month and involved constant stress and self-management, the offer was exceptionally appealing. Aunt Wang, excitedly rubbing her hands on her apron, asked, what can my husband and I do at your place? Of course, you'll still be cooking. Well, then, that works. I'll let Sun Gui know to reserve a spot for you. Having settled matters here, Han Yang headed straight to the butcher shop of Shin Tu Fu. So, now that you're Han Leida, you still remember to come here? Shin Tu Fu said gruffly. Han Yang chuckled. I could never forget you. How about opening a butcher shop at my place? You could also serve as an instructor. Chapter 24. Moving though Han Yang was unaware of Shin Tu Fu's precise position within the Blue Army or why he had remained in this market area for over a decade, it was evident he was not an ordinary individual. For him, mere combat skills were trivial and inconsequential. Shin Tu Fu studied Han Yang for a long while, who maintained a steady smile in return. After some time, Shin Tu Fu sighed and decisively struck his meat cleaver on the cutting board. All right, reserve a space for me. I will continue selling my meat, and when I have time, I'll instruct your subordinates. I want to see just how far you can go. With Shin Tu Fu secured, Han Yang felt a sense of relief. In these times, Shin Tu Fu was the only person Han Yang could genuinely trust. This trust stemmed not only from Shin Tu Fu's unwavering dedication as a true idealist and fearless individual within the Blue Army, but also from the care he had provided Han Yang over the years. Upon returning home, Han Yang received a call from Sun Gui shortly thereafter. After a brief conversation, he left again to meet Sun Gui at Aunt Wang's stall. Sun Gui was brimming with excitement and aspirations, seemingly envisioning the thriving revival mall under Han Yang's guidance. Han Leida, I've thought it over carefully. Considering the realities of the market area, any business we pursue must prioritize affordability and reasonable pricing. I propose we establish a discount supermarket focused on essential and everyday items, followed by a budget restaurant. Han Yang added, Aunt Wang's stall should move there as well. That won't be a problem. Aunt Wang's setup is akin to a fast food joint, while the new restaurant will be primarily a place to drink alcohol. Naturally, both food and drinks will be inexpensive. I've observed our market area, and while many are impoverished, there remains a demand for dining and drinking occasionally. Additionally, we should open a clothing store, offering both affordable new garments and secondhand clothes and accessories. Including Shun Tu Fu's butcher shop and Aunt Wang's stall, we would have about 5 or 6 shops, alongside a martial arts school, dormitory, and internal cafeteria, effectively occupying all available space in the factory except for the core area. Excellent. Let us proceed with that plan. You handle the preparations, and if you need funds, just come to me. Understood. Meanwhile, Han Yang summoned Li Hu and Zhao Fu from the revival gang. Starting today, we will begin recruiting. Height requirement is 1.8 meters or taller, robust health, and trustworthy character. Initially, we will hire 20 individuals, providing meals and accommodation, with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, plus bonuses for good performance. Additionally, we will select 10 from our existing members with the same conditions. The rest will continue, as usual. By the way, those 10 brothers who protected me previously are perfect for this, offering meals and accommodation along with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan is quite generous in the market area. Li Hu exclaimed, Are we expanding our territory, revival gang? Han Yang shot him a glance, and Li Hu promptly fell silent. These 30 individuals would serve as Han Yang's dedicated enforcers. Consequently, Han Yang would need to allocate 60,000 yuan in salaries each month, not including costs for food, housing, equipment, and training. However, as long as they safeguarded his covert development plans, every expense would be worthwhile. Han Yang was unconcerned about spending a little money. The revival base, or revival mall, was thus fervently prepared. Sun Goei was tirelessly busy overseeing all renovation and setup tasks. And after a solid month of effort, various shops began to open. Revival Restaurant, Revival Martial Arts School, Aunt Wang's Stall, Revival Clothing Store, Shun Tu Fu's Butcher Shop, along with several smaller shops such as a barber shop and snack shop, plus a collective dormitory, collectively surrounded the core of the factory. The 30 dedicated enforcers were responsible not only for daily training, but also for the security of the Revival Mall, ready to assist anywhere in the Revival Gang's territory if needed. The framework was finally in place, and Han Yang knew it was time for him to relocate. He arranged for several large boxes, returned to his courtyard, and personally packed away his computer, drones, robots, and other items, instructing the Revival Gang's younger members to transport them to the entrance of the factory's core area. Han Yang strictly mandated that no one was allowed to enter the core area without his permission. Anyone who dared to defy this rule would be dealt with harshly. After all, in the market area, losing a few lives was hardly significant. Moreover, Han Yang implemented technological measures, establishing several access controls in this area. Even the steel plates in the core area are of reinforced thickness. Even a barrage from a machine gun would likely fail to breach them. To this end, Han Yang invested over 100,000. After a considerable amount of effort, he finally moved dozens of large boxes into the core area, followed by the assembly process. Computers and robots were systematically positioned according to their designated numbers. Upon connecting the power supply and the network, the 13 computers resumed their operations. Due to the relocation, there was a backlog of orders for the gaming services, and with the growing reputation, the backlog continued to increase daily. However, Han Yang remained unperturbed. Apart from the 13 computers currently in use, there were still 87 vacant positions in the gaming room, allowing for the installation of an additional 87 computer robot sets. If not for the need to leave a maintenance passage for convenience, Han Yang could have fitted several more positions into the approximately 150 square meter room. Even with a total of 100 positions, it would be more than sufficient. Moreover, even if the chip in Han Yang's mind were to be upgraded once more, further enhancing its computing power, it would still suffice. Beyond the gaming room, the remaining 150 square meters were designated as a research lab, intended for housing various equipment for research and chip manufacturing. However, apart from a bed, it currently remained empty, as Han Yang lacked the funds to purchase the necessary equipment. At present, his computing power could support 27 computers simultaneously handling high-end gaming orders, but such orders were not always available. He also needed to accommodate low-end orders, making a total of 40 computers ideal. One computer was dedicated to Han Yang for business communications and information retrieval, while the remaining 39 were allocated for gaming services. At this moment, orders for 27 computers and their robotic components had already been placed, with delivery expected within 2 to 3 days. 3 days later, dozens of large boxes were once again piled at the entrance of the core area. Han Yang personally moved them inside, completing the assembly after weeks of diligent work. The assembly of the robots was particularly time-consuming, while the computers were relatively straightforward. Now, 40 computers stood neatly arranged at their stations. With a command from Han Yang, 39 of those computers logged into the game simultaneously, commencing the gaming tasks under the robot's control. In the 25th chapter of the Resurgence Group, the screens of 39 monitors flickered with images of cosmic battles, showcasing various scenes and an array of monsters. All of this was transmitted through the cameras on the robots, relayed to Han Yang's mind, where he made real-time judgments and decisions before sending responses back to the robots, which then executed the commands via their mechanical arms. Inputting data into the computers, the 39 gaming characters fought valiantly within the game world. In the gaming room, apart from the hum of the computer cases, the sounds of mechanical arms in motion, and the clattering of keyboards and mouse clicks, there was an eerie silence. To Han Yang, however, this scene embodied the aesthetic of industry and order. Among the 39 gaming orders, 22 were high-end, while 17 were low-end, collectively occupying approximately 90% of Han Yang's computing power. The last remaining computer was equally busy. Although it was not running a game, it was managing over 20 chat windows. The robot controlling this computer operated its mechanical arms with fervor, engaging in conversation with numerous customers. Han Yang remembered every detail of what each customer had previously said and inquired about, ensuring no confusion. When a message arrived in any chat window, the mechanical arm would adeptly maneuver the mouse to click on it. Within mere milliseconds, Han Yang could comprehend the customer's needs and formulate an appropriate response just as swiftly. The mechanical arm clattered away on the keyboard, and within seconds, a reply was drafted and sent. When the next message came in, the robot promptly shifted its attention to the subsequent window. Upon opening a chat window, Han Yang noticed a customer had sent a message. "Your responses are so quick. What a high level of efficiency. How many customer service representatives do you have?" Leisurely seated beside a chip structure diagram, Han Yang smiled. With a thought, the robot swiftly replied, "Dear customer, our shop adheres to the principle of placing the customer first, dedicated to serving our clients wholeheartedly. We will respond promptly to any of your requests. How may I assist you further?" "That's all. I've confirmed receipt and left a 5-star review. I'll come back for more orders. Thank you for your support. Here's a coupon for 5 off on orders over 100. We welcome you to visit again. There's a coupon too. Haha, great. I will definitely return." In Han Yang's operation, it was utterly impossible for customer service to be overwhelmed or delayed. Juggling over 20 chat windows, the right side of the computer screen even displayed a web page from an online learning platform, where a balding professor was lecturing on the basic concepts of chip design. The gaming room buzzed with activity as the 40 computers worked tirelessly. Occasionally, an order would conclude, prompting the gaming computers to swiftly exit the game, seamlessly logging into new gaming accounts pulled from the database, while the business computer would quickly locate the corresponding customer to send a notification of order completion. The volume of high-end and low-end orders fluctuated constantly, sometimes favoring high-end orders, resulting in increased computing power utilization for Han Yang, and vice versa. However, under his careful management, the usage would never exceed 95%, always retaining some capacity for handling daily tasks and acquiring knowledge. Time flew by. Soon after moving into the Resurgence base, the 40 computers were fully operational, marking the end of the first 24 hours of the gaming service. Han Yang conducted a tally. A total of 189 high-end orders had been completed, yielding an income of 21,556, while 236 low-end orders brought in 8,056, culminating in a total of 29,612, nearly 30,000. Compared to his previous earnings in the small courtyard, Han Yang's daily income had nearly doubled. Approaching 30,000 a day translates to nearly 900,000 a month, and over 10 million a year. Even after deducting expenses like electricity and internet costs, his annual income would exceed 10 million. A 10 million annual income ranks among the elite in the world. Han Yang achieved all this with merely 40 computers. The greatest expense in the gaming service is not the equipment, but rather labor. In other gaming studios, it is likely that 800,000 of a million profit would be spent on salaries. For instance, with these 40 computers, Han Yang would need to maintain a gaming team of at least 100 people, along with 10 customer service and logistics personnel. Especially with the higher wages commanded by those handling high-end orders, each earning at least 5,000 monthly. However, all these costs had been eliminated. Han Yang could not help but marvel at the substantial income from the gaming service. Fortunately, this line of work remains discreet. The affluent elites overlook such trivial earnings, leaving Han Yang free from competition and conflict, allowing him to earn quietly. The gaming service market is vast. Han Yang estimated that, at his current scale, he had barely captured 1% of the market share for the game Cosmic Battle. In the current world, various online games abound. Although Cosmic Battle is popular, it is unlikely to dominate even 1% of the entire online gaming market. Overall, this presents a promising opportunity. It is imperative to accelerate chip research and enhance computing power. By capturing a larger market share, I can generate greater profits and afford a spaceship. Han Yang's entire plan was, in essence, quite straightforward. First, save money. Once enough is accumulated, purchase the most advanced spacecraft that the Itans are willing to sell. Then, venture to the less regulated fringes of the solar system, where we can locate a distant, frigid dwarf planet to establish a production base. After the base is constructed, I will devise a method to transform this spacecraft into an interstellar vessel, enabling me to navigate to other star systems devoid of Itan presence. Only in this manner can I foster unrestricted growth. The initial step in all these plans is to amass capital. However, the price of a standard spacecraft is a staggering 1 billion, while a vessel capable of venturing beyond Pluto costs no less than 50 billion. Considering the various mechanical equipment I must procure, along with the need for concealment and discretion, my total assets must amount to several hundred billion. Currently, earning nearly 30,000 a day and a yearly income in the millions may seem substantial, yet in comparison to Han Yang's ambitions, it remains exceedingly slow. Allowing 40 computers to continue their operation and study, Han Yang traversed several security checkpoints and exited the core area. He first dined at the Restoration Hotel and surveyed the entire Restoration Mall, noticing everything was orderly and had become more formalized. Only then did he feel satisfied enough to proceed to the conference room. "Hello, Boss Han," greeted Li Hu, Zhao Fu, Sun Gui, Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang, and Shun the Butcher, along with around 20 others whom Han Yang deemed trustworthy after careful consideration. Upon Han Yang's arrival, they all stood up simultaneously, respectfully acknowledging him. Han Yang smiled. "There is no need for such formality in the future. I have convened you all today primarily to announce an important message. Our Restoration Gang will undergo a reorganization. Henceforth, we shall be known as the Restoration Group. Li Hu, you will be the Minister of Security for the Restoration Group. Sun Gui, you will serve as the Minister of Business, temporarily also overseeing the Procurement Department. Zhao Fu, you will take charge of the Finance Department. Uncle Wang, you are appointed as the Minister of Logistics, while Aunt Wang will serve as the Deputy Minister. The Logistics Department will primarily manage internal affairs such as the cafeteria, dormitories, and repairs. Brother Shun, you will become the Minister of Training. The 20 new recruits you brought in, along with the 10 existing brothers, will be under your training supervision." Chapter 26. Boss Han and General Han Yang merely wished to avoid entanglements with the blue forces behind Shun the Butcher for the time being. By not invoking the powers behind Shun, but establishing a direct connection with him, Han Yang believed the risks remained manageable. Upon hearing Han Yang's reorganization decision, excitement filled the room, except for Shun the Butcher, who maintained his calm demeanor. The name Restoration Group exuded grandeur, and with Han Yang's formidable strength, who could doubt a bright future alongside him? The rapid establishment of factories worth millions seemed almost effortless. Li Hu, Zhao Fu, and Sun Gui rubbed their hands together in excitement. "Boss Han, rest assured, we will be utterly loyal to the group and ensure everything is executed flawlessly." Han Yang raised his hand to stop them. "Do not refer to me as Boss Han any longer. The Restoration Group has been established, and I am the general of the group. Henceforth, call me General Han. The underworld mannerisms are too base and unrefined." Yes, General Han," they replied. "You three are in charge of security, finance, business, and procurement, positions of great responsibility and substantial rewards. Ensure your conduct is beyond reproach, for I will be keeping a vigilant eye on you." Upon hearing Han Yang's words, their initial excitement dissipated significantly. They had first-hand experience of Han Yang's capabilities. He seemed almost omniscient, and no petty misdeeds could remain concealed from his scrutiny. "General, you can rest assured. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang, I need not elaborate further. Aunt Wang, you will continue managing your food stall while also preparing meals for the company cafeteria. Uncle Wang, you will oversee repairs and maintenance within the mall. If necessary, hire a few repair workers. Yes, Young Yang, you can be assured we will do well. Brother Shin requires no introduction. Everyone is familiar with him. The martial arts school is under his purview. and he will train the 30 new recruits, who shall henceforth be known as security personnel. Brother Shen nodded solemnly. I would like to announce the organizational structure of our group. Our personnel will be categorized into 3 tiers: core, internal, and external. Core members are those with formal positions, receiving salaries, dividends, or year-end bonuses from the company. All official positions within the mall, such as department heads and restaurant managers, must be filled by core members. Internal members are those who have yet to obtain a formal position but are interested in joining and are currently undergoing evaluation. I will soon establish a dedicated human resources department to manage and assess personnel. Internal members will receive group salaries but will not be entitled to dividends or bonuses. External personnel, on the other hand, are those in simple employment or collaboration arrangements. Everyone present today constitutes the first batch of core members, with formal positions entitled to dividends or bonuses by year-end. The remaining brothers from the Restoration Gang, along with new recruits and several others interested in joining, totaling approximately 100, will be classified as internal members. All others will be categorized as external members. Shortly, I will distribute the lists of core and internal personnel, along with the regulations and obligations for each tier. It is imperative that everyone adheres to these guidelines. Anyone who dares to violate them should not expect leniency from me. Han Yang regarded the gathered assembly with a smile. Despite his amiable tone, every individual present, aside from Shen the Butcher, felt a chill run down their spine as they recalled the many legends surrounding Han Yang and his enigmatic capabilities. Shen the Butcher's unique position as a representative of the Blue Forces established a cooperative relationship with Han Yang, allowing for a level of trust that led to his inclusion as a core member. After concluding the core meeting, Han Yang summoned all internal members, including the new recruits, to announce the group's directives. Before the assembly of over 100, Han Yang wore a broad smile, exuding warmth. Those who have not become core members need not despair. Your future performance will be monitored, and as long as you contribute positively to the group, you will undoubtedly be welcomed in. Another matter I wish to clarify is that we are a legitimate corporate entity, not a gang. You are no longer gang subordinates, but rather company security personnel. What is the duty of a security officer? To protect the interests of the company. For the company to operate smoothly, it is essential to maintain order within the Restoration Mall and the surrounding 3 blocks. This responsibility is entrusted to you all. Furthermore, I require that all internal and core members refrain from involvement with gambling, drugs, or any illicit activities. Anyone found engaging in such behavior will be dismissed immediately. Those who have previously indulged in these vices must rectify their conduct at once. If you find it impossible to change, you may voice your concerns now, and I will provide severance pay for a peaceful parting. Should you fail to amend your ways and refuse to leave, if discovered by the company, rest assured. We have our regulations, and you know the consequences. Have you all understood my words clearly? Understood. Speak louder. Understood. Good. The meeting is adjourned. With the company structure organized, Han Yang departed with satisfaction, and the crowd dispersed. Only Shen the Butcher and the 30 prospective security personnel remained at the martial arts school. Zhang Dazu, observing the stern expression of training minister Shen Yu, felt a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Zhang Dazu previously earned around 4,000 yuan a month working at a vegetable market. The income is quite substantial. However, the local market is chaotic, rife with gang conflicts, and every day is fraught with anxiety. Moreover, there is no place to reside, and meals incur additional expenses. Carrying heavy loads is physically demanding, and Zhang Dazu, with his robust physique and substantial appetite, finds that merely feeding himself costs upwards of 1,500 a month. Unfortunately, reducing his food intake is not an option, as it would hinder his ability to carry heavy loads and defend himself in fights. Thus, this expenditure cannot be curtailed, along with various unforeseen expenses. He barely manages to scrape by. Therefore, upon hearing that the Fuxing shopping mall is hiring security personnel with provisions for meals and accommodation, Zhang Dazu promptly applied. The pay may be lower, but the promise of food and shelter is far more appealing than the instability of life at the market. After listening to Han Yang's words, he felt the professionalism of the Fuxing group and the potential for advancement to a core member role, with the prospect of bonuses and dividends. Igniting a fervent hope within him, he envisioned a future where, if he excelled in his role, he could accumulate enough wealth to purchase a small home and perhaps find a spouse. Little did he realize that a cruel smile had silently appeared on the face of Shen Yu, the butcher, standing before him. To become a competent security guard, one must possess excellent physical fitness. Everyone, warm up with me now, then go run 10 kilometers. Chapter 27. Structure. What is happening here? Is someone chasing from behind? No, there is no one. Aren't they all security personnel of the Fuchsing Group? In this market area, who would dare provoke Boss Han? On the street, a total of 30 individuals, clad in uniforms bearing the Fuchsing Group insignia, were exhaustedly jogging along. Behind them, Shin the Butcher rode an electric bike, cursing as he went. And you think you can be security? You're already worn out just from running? If you can't handle it, tell me now. There are plenty of others who want the job. I can't do this anymore. I'm too exhausted. One of the prospective security guards stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to rise but unable to do so, crying out in frustration. Sweat, tears, and snot mingled on his face, as if it were raining. If you can't cut it, get lost. You are no longer part of the Fuchsing Group. Shin the Butcher showed no mercy, coldly delivering his words before riding away. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 29 felt a shiver of fear. Zhang Dazu clenched his teeth, refusing to speak or look around, solely focusing on running forward. Upon completing the 10 kilometers and returning to the training hall, only 27 remained. 3 had been eliminated. The exhausted 27 collapsed onto the ground, each one too fatigued to even move a finger. Who told you to sit down? Get up. Time for stretching. Shin the Butcher shouted, striking the prospective guards with a bamboo stick. The recruits cried out in distress as they were beaten. After 3 to 4 hours, the remaining 27 felt as if their legs belonged to someone else. All right, from now on, take a 30-minute break. Then it's time to eat. Eat. Zhang Dazu's spirits lifted, as he suddenly felt hunger gnawing at him like a fire. Upon entering the cafeteria, he was greeted by a large vat of steaming white rice and heaps of braised pork on the serving trays, causing his eyes to widen in delight. Incredible. This meal is worth the exhaustion. Just as he was about to charge forward, Shin the Butcher bellowed again. Line up. The bamboo stick struck down once more. The bamboo stick, while not injurious, was exceedingly painful, and Shin the Butcher's technique was particularly adept at targeting sensitive areas, leaving red marks with each strike. The 27 lined up obediently, taking their turns to fill their plates. Everyone was utterly drained and eager to eat as much as they desired. But one rule was clear: no waste. Eager to indulge, Zhang Dazu's eyes nearly turned red with anticipation. When had he ever been able to eat freely? With his meager earnings, even a moment's inattention could lead to financial ruin. The recruits devoured their food ravenously. Zhang Dazu, in particular, filled his bowl with rice, drenched it in gravy, and piled it high with braised pork, consuming 4 bowls before feeling satisfied. As he observed the recruits gorging themselves, a cruel smile crept across Shin the Butcher's face. All right, meal's over. Take an hour's rest, then we'll continue in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Shin the Butcher organized strength and combat training. The recruits, with their stomachs full from lunch, initially fared well, but soon began to struggle for breath, their bellies churning, leading many to vomit. Overindulgence and excessive exertion resulted in their discomfort. Shin the Butcher coldly watched, showing no mercy as the training persisted. At dinner, faced with the same large vat of rice and braised pork, the recruits were considerably more subdued, each only daring to eat until they were 80% full. At that moment, 3 more recruits contemplated their departure. This life was too arduous. That ruthless Shin the Butcher was harsh and unforgiving. Living like this was unbearable. After dinner, these 3 immediately approached Shin the Butcher to resign. He showed no inclination to retain them and readily signed their release forms. The trio then sought out Zhao Fu in the finance department. Brother Fu, this life is intolerable. Seeing their dejected faces, Zhao Fu sighed internally. Ever since Han Yang implemented the Fuchsing Group's regulations, strictly prohibiting illicit activities, many had come to resign. These 3 had been among the more capable fighters in their circle, and their resignation weighed heavily on Zhao Fu's heart. However, this was Han Yang's mandate. Zhao Fu had no choice but to comply. He quickly provided them with severance pay, sighing, "Brothers, I wish you well on your journey. May our paths cross again in the future." As the prospective guards endured their grueling training, Han Yang was not idle in the core area of the Fuchsing base. While managing 40 computers and processing orders, he diligently studied. The deeper he delved into the subject, the more complex the knowledge became, to the point that even he needed to study earnestly to comprehend it fully. Especially as Han Yang's CPU manufacturing level reached the 272mm process, advancing further required him to grasp an even more intricate aspect: architecture. He could no longer simply begin working with transistors and circuit boards as before. At this level of precision, comprehensive design was essential, known as CPU architecture. Building a simple rural house might require no design, but constructing a high-rise without planning is impossible. Instruction registers, shift registers, memory, caches, circuit interconnections, distances between semiconductors, and overall layout all necessitate careful consideration and arrangement. akin to how one must account for fire safety, electrical systems, lighting, communication, layout, access, and material strength when erecting a skyscraper. Under normal circumstances, designing a CPU, even a basic one, involves a collaborative effort from an entire team. Each member specializes in a particular field, contributing to the overall design. However, Han Yang had to rely solely on himself for every aspect. Fortunately, he had integrated chips, or else he would have been overwhelmed, his mind on the verge of explosion from the sheer volume of work. On the 40th computer, over 20 chat windows buzzed with business communications, alongside a drawing software that steadily progressed in architecture design. Mechanical arms moved rapidly, typing feverishly on the keyboard as if they were about to take flight. The numerous windows on the screen switched rapidly, creating a dizzying display. An ordinary person would likely struggle to discern what was being shown. Han Yang sat in the research room, engrossed in a thick book, pencil in hand, sketching ideas on a blank sheet of paper, simultaneously advancing in several aspects. Han Yang's computational efficiency soared to an impressive 99. After finally concluding today's study session, he stretched lazily and privately lamented, "Learning truly is a grueling endeavor." Chapter 28. The advisory group having wrapped up his studies for the day, Han Yang organized the challenges he encountered that he could not resolve independently and composed an email to Professor Zhang Dong, the expert he had previously discovered on a QA website. After a few exchanges on the platform, they had agreed to correspond privately, thus eliminating the middleman and avoiding unnecessary markups. Each day, Han Yang would compile a list of his unresolved queries to send to the professor, who would respond after a period of research and contemplation. In return, Han Yang was obliged to pay Professor Zhang between 10,000 to 30,000 yuan monthly, effectively hiring him as a part-time scientific advisor. Initially, Han Yang anticipated that he would not receive a reply until the following day. However, to his surprise, as soon as he sent the email, Professor Zhang's call came through. "Xiao Han, this question is exceedingly specialized and complex. Even I would need 4 to 5 days to ponder before offering a response, and I cannot guarantee its accuracy." Professor Zhang's words were laden with helplessness. "I'm merely a part-timer, earning a little extra on the QA site to support my household. Your inquiries are exhausting my daytime teaching energy." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Han Yang was acutely aware of the significance of the questions he posed. "Never mind. I shouldn't rely solely on one person to extract every ounce of knowledge. Given the modest fee I've paid Professor Zhang for all the insights gained, I believe I've already profited quite well." After a moment of contemplation, Han Yang suggested with a smile, "How about this, Professor Zhang? I will pay you 50,000 each month, and you could assemble a team of advisors for me. You can decide whom to recruit and their compensation, as long as they can address my queries. With more hands on deck, it will ease your burden." On the other end of the line, Professor Zhang paused, contemplating the proposal positively. "Old Wang, Old Li, Old Lu, and a few of my students, all of whom are financially strained and even take tutoring gigs. If I offer them 5,000 each a month, they would certainly be willing. Moreover, with more people, we can enhance the accuracy and efficiency of the responses, benefiting us all financially." With that, Professor Zhang quickly abandoned his previous grievances and readily accepted the arrangement. "All right, it's settled then. I will transfer the subsequent funds to you." Given their established rapport, there was a mutual trust between them. Professor Zhang sighed again. "I truly cannot fathom why you are so engrossed in these inquiries." Han Yang casually replied, "Our team has secured investment to develop a cutting-edge technology game that allows players to create their own chips, so the technological details must be authentic." "Oh, it makes sense now," Professor Zhang said, enlightened. "However, your team's learning curve has been remarkably swift. The depth of your questions has escalated considerably." "Indeed, that is the strength of teamwork," Han Yang affirmed. After finalizing matters with Professor Zhang, he reluctantly transferred an additional 40,000 yuan to settle this month's fees. Learning was not only exhausting, but also quite costly. Despite Han Yang's high income, his expenditures were substantial. The monthly payment to Professor Zhang alone was 50,000, and the district's security chief, Zhou Dan, required a monthly contribution of 250,000. Adding to that the costs of utilities and the nascent operations of the revitalization market, which had yet to turn a profit, made it challenging to sustain everyone while also investing in new equipment. Nonetheless, essential purchases could not be deferred. He needed to acquire an operational platform and industrial robots immediately. With the rise in CPU precision, relying solely on manual labor was no longer feasible. The wires were as thin as a sewing needle, and each transistor was as small as a grain of rice, with quantities reaching into the tens of thousands. It was simply impossible to solder each one by hand. Acquiring an industrial robot and an operational platform to facilitate manufacturing was the only viable path forward. Thus, another 200,000 vanished from his account. Gazing at the remaining 50,000, Han Yang sighed once more. Fortunately, after today, he would be able to withdraw the earnings from yesterday, bringing his total to 80,000. After a restful night, Han Yang awoke rejuvenated and immersed himself back into his studies. Time slipped by quietly, and at that moment, Zhang Dazu and his companion Li Qing were patrolling the streets. After enduring over half a month of rigorous training, Zhang Dazu had transformed remarkably, standing tall and exuding an aura of sharpness, especially in his security uniform emblazoned with the Revitalization Group's logo, which made him appear even more formidable. The street was bustling with activity. Despite the dilapidation of the shops, they were rented and bustling with business, selling snacks, clothing, haircuts, and a myriad of other services, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In stark contrast, merely a few meters away, another street lay eerily quiet, with tightly shut doors and hurried pedestrians who dared not linger. It was widely known that crime was virtually non-existent in the three streets controlled by the Revitalization Group. Not only was street robbery unheard of, but even petty thieves dared not venture there, for capture would likely result in severe repercussions. As Zhang Dazu approached, passers-by and shop owners alike cast respectful glances his way, prompting him to stand a little taller with a sense of pride swelling within him. Life was indeed comfortable now, despite the exhaustion of training. It paled in comparison to the satisfaction of earning genuine respect from the community and actively participating in the creation of a safe haven amidst chaos. Zhang Security. This is the protection fee for this month. Please take it. A shopkeeper greeted him warmly outside a snack shop, attempting to hand him a sum of money. Uncle Tom. I cannot accept this. The company has designated personnel to collect protection fees. Zhang Dazu promptly refused. I just happened to see you and thought to hand it directly to you. All right, I will give it to the collector when they arrive. By the way, the sunflower seeds just came out. You should try some. Zhang Security. Please don't tempt me. Our company has strict regulations about accepting gifts, Zhang Dazu insisted, waving his hands dismissively. I must be off. Call me if you need anything. As they continued their patrol, Li Qing remarked, I've never seen anyone so eager to pay protection fees. When I was with that gang, we had to intimidate people to collect. Zhang Dazu scoffed. What gang could compare to our company? Reaching the street corner, Zhang Dazu glanced back at the desolate street just across from them and shook his head. Turning to head back, suddenly, a person rushed out from that direction, money in hand, and knelt before Zhang Dazu, exclaiming, Zhang Security, please, take this protection fee. Chapter 29, Expanding the Scale? Faced with the middle-aged man insisting on handing him money, Zhang Dazu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Uncle Hong, what are you doing? Please, get up. Uncle Hong was in tears. Your revitalization company needs to come to our street to collect protection fees quickly. Last night, those thugs smashed my store and even hurt my wife. Life has become unbearable. Zhang Dazu sighed. Uncle Hong, please wait. The territory is determined by General Han. We cannot overstep our boundaries. When the company expands, yours will be the first to benefit, and then no one will dare to cause trouble. Despite Zhang Dazu's steadfast refusal, Uncle Hong continued to plead. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he wiped his tears and left, defeated. Beside him, Li Qing sighed. If our company is so strong, why don't we simply expand our territory? Regarding the local ruffians, who lack even a gang affiliation, we have trained extensively. Surely, the two of us could easily subdue them. Would it not be advantageous to claim more territory and collect additional protection fees? Zhang Dazu remarked. I am not well versed in such matters. I merely adhere to the rules set by General Han. It is sufficient to comply with General Han's regulations. Why complicate things further? Li Qing retorted. Your mind is so dull, you wouldn't even know if someone sold you out. As patrols continued into the evening, the day's shift was nearing its end. With the night crew set to take over, just as they were about to wrap up, a sudden cry pierced the air. Thief! Thief! Zhang Dazu looked up to see a scruffy individual darting away, pursued by a distressed merchant. Without hesitation, Zhang Dazu and Li Qing sprang into action. The thief stood no chance against the well-nourished Zhang Dazu, who swiftly caught up and brought him crashing to the ground. How dare you steal on the territory of the Ruxing Company? You must be seeking death. Come, let us escort you to the security office. Without giving the thief a chance to protest, Zhang Dazu dragged him back. Brother, let's talk this over. The thief gasped, lowering his voice. Let me go. I'll pay you. Once they reached the security office, the thief knew he was in dire straits. Ignoring him, Zhang Dazu continued onward, but the thief persisted. There's no one here now, no one is watching. I'll give you both 200 yuan each. Just let me go and say you didn't catch me. No one will ever know. Li Qing's face revealed a flicker of hesitation as he glanced around the deserted alleyway. Working as a security guard at Ruxing Company brought in 2,000 yuan a month. The 200 yuan offered was equivalent to 3 days' wages. Most importantly, it would be done unnoticed. Dazu, wait. Li Qing called, 200 each. We barely earn enough. Zhang Dazu halted, disbelief etched across his features. Are you suggesting we disregard General Han's orders? You want to let this thief go? The thief interjected, 300 for each of you. That's 600 in total. Just let me go quietly. Silence. Zhang Dazu expressed his disappointment towards Li Qing. I thought we were friends. I didn't realize you were this type of person. Don't forget who provided for our current lives. You stubborn fool. Li Qing replied. Forget it. I won't report you, but you should consider your actions. With that, Zhang Dazu dragged the thief away, leaving Li Qing fuming behind them. Unbeknownst to them, a camera mounted on the alley captured the entire scene. Meanwhile, in the Ruxing Company conference room, core members convened to discuss the company's recent operations. Overall, with protection fees factored in, the company had achieved a balance between income and expenditure. Revenues from clothing stores, restaurants, and other businesses were steadily increasing, and by next month, the company would finally turn a profit. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. He had never anticipated that the company would be profitable. What he desired was merely a sense of security and a veil of protection. Even if it meant incurring losses, he was determined to maintain the company's existence. However, if the company could sustain itself and even generate profit, that would be an added bonus. It seemed that even in impoverished areas, consumer demands were not insignificant. They had simply been suppressed due to a lack of order. Everyone has performed admirably, Han Yang continued. We must uphold the principle of honest business practices and ensure the Ruxing Company maintains its reputation. We must also enhance supervision over local merchants. Those who deceive or provide subpar goods must be dealt with decisively. Indeed, Zhao Fu, who managed the finances, hesitated before speaking. General Han, our company is currently strong. Should we consider expanding our territory further? Li Hu added, many from the neighboring areas have approached me, pleading for us to collect protection fees. Everyone desires a stable environment. Yes, I've received similar requests, Aunt Wang sighed. These are all familiar faces from the neighborhood. The situation appeared favorable, with the timing, location, and populace all aligning for a substantial opportunity for expansion. Han Yang replied with a smile, I understand everyone's eagerness for growth. However, now is not the time for expansion. When the moment is right, I will make arrangements. For now, we must remember that our territory consists of just these 3 streets. We must manage our domain effectively. Any transgressions will result in immediate expulsion. As Han Yang's voice grew stern, the core members fell silent. After the meeting concluded, attendees departed, but Shen Tu Fu remained. Xiaoyang, I fail to understand why you refuse to consider expansion. A larger territory means greater business and more patrons, does it not? Shen Tu Fu was enveloped in confusion. For others, no explanation was necessary, but Han Yang felt compelled to clarify for Shen Tu Fu. With a sigh, he explained, in the current order, implementing an entirely new system and garnering the support of the populace, where would that lead? Do you wish to hasten your demise? Shen Tu Fu froze, suddenly enlightened. Cold sweat trickling down his back. So, you hope to maintain order in these 3 streets for the sake of the company's interests. This rationale is universally acceptable. However, blindly expanding our territory and enforcing our current order would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, it is not that I do not wish to expand, but that I cannot. Han Yang sighed once more. In the future, when the company grows, we may consider appropriate expansion, but it must remain within the vicinity of our current operations. Shen Tu Fu looked at Han Yang with newfound respect. This time, he was truly convinced. Chapter 30. No disagreements with his doubts resolved. Shen Yu, also known as Shen Tu Fu, stood to leave, but Han Yang called out to him once more, wait, join me in addressing a matter. At that moment, under Li Hu's direction, a group of security personnel was escorting the captured thief into the bustling street. Passers-by and merchants alike turned to observe the spectacle. Another thief apprehended? Well done. The crowd cheered, excitement palpable in the air. With the Ruxing group's growing strength and stability, it had been some time since a public execution had occurred within the 3 streets under their jurisdiction. Seeing the commotion, a crowd quickly gathered. Li Hu shouted, neighbors and friends, theft is strictly prohibited at the Ruxing group. Yet, there are always those who cannot restrain their hands and seek their own demise. Today, we have caught another thief, and according to company policy, he must face the consequences. Everyone, take note. Let this serve as a lesson. Anyone who dares to offend will meet the same fate. Zhang Dazu forcibly dragged the thief forward, securing him to a table. Li Hu brandished a steel pipe, ignoring the thief's cries for mercy, and struck down mercilessly. With a sickening crack, the thief's arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Let him go. Li Hu kicked the thief away, adding, "Get lost. Keep your eyes peeled next time." The thief writhed on the ground in agony, wailing as he rolled about. The onlookers cheered in approval. Still not leaving? Do you wish to break your legs too? The thief struggled to his feet, tears streaming down his face as he fled. Feeling the respect and fear of the crowd, Li Hu was filled with a sense of triumph. At that moment, his phone rang. Seeing it was Han Yang, he quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. "General Han, how may I assist you? Gather all personnel from the security department and meet me at the martial arts hall." Understood. When Li Hu assembled all 21 security guards and arrived at the martial arts hall, members from other departments had also gathered. A total of over 100 individuals filled the martial arts hall to capacity. The security department had performed exceptionally well during this period. Han Yang began by commending them, but his expression suddenly turned grave. However, there are those who, disregarding company regulations, enjoy the benefits of the company while undermining its integrity. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Zhang Dazu stood tall, his demeanor serious, while beside him, Li Qing felt a pang of anxiety. In a moment of unguarded thought, Dazu muttered, "What I said won't be reported, certainly not by me." "Li Qing, step forward," Han Yang called out, causing Li Qing to tremble in fear as he reluctantly stood up. "Mr. Han," he stammered, "would you like to say it yourself, or shall I?" Li Qing's resolve crumbled, cold sweat pouring down his face. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he mustered the courage to reply, "Mr. Han, I don't understand." Still defiant at this point, Han Yang scoffed, swiftly activating a recorder. A video played immediately, depicting a narrow alley where Zhang Dazu and Li Qing were seen confronting a thief who begged for mercy and offered money, while Dazu remained resolute and Li Qing wavered. The entire scene unfolded before their eyes. Li Qing's mouth dropped open in shock. He could not fathom how Han Yang had obtained this recording. He quickly glanced at his superior, Li Hu, and pleaded, "Director Li, Brother Hu, save me. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." Han Yang turned to Li Hu. "What do you suggest we do with your security staff?" Li Hu, avoiding eye contact with Li Qing, replied sternly, "According to company policy, those with dirty hands must be dealt with, termination and recovery of wages." Han Yang's expression remained impassive. "Then what are we waiting for? Mr. Han, please spare me. I swear I won't do it again. Please, I beg you." Ignoring Li Qing's struggles, several security personnel restrained him. Li Hu, trembling, retrieved a steel pipe and, with a hardened heart, struck down with force. Accompanied by Li Qing's agonized screams, his arm twisted into an unnatural angle, mirroring that of the earlier thieves. "Dispose of him." Li Qing was unceremoniously thrown out of the Xingxing Mall. Han Yang continued to gaze coldly at the crowd. The members of the Xingxing group remained silent, their hearts heavy with trepidation. In that moment, countless individuals silently reminded themselves to keep their hands clean, to harbor no inappropriate thoughts, and to avoid any missteps. Han Yang's methods were beyond imagination. If he could uncover such clandestine matters, how secure could one feel with their own methods? Should Han Yang discover any wrongdoing, everything would be lost. It was far better to dutifully serve under Han Yang, where the rewards were plentiful. Zhang Dazu. In the profound silence, Han Yang called out another name. "Present." Zhang Dazu stepped forward. "Li Hu, how shall we handle Zhang Dazu?" Li Hu hesitated. Zhang Dazu had adhered to company policy. Should he be punished as well? According to company regulations, rewards for merit and penalties for faults. Security guard Zhang Dazu followed the rules and did not let the thief escape, which merits reward. However, his failure to report Li Qing's actions warrants punishment. Li Hu, steeling himself, contemplated before saying, "I suggest a fine of half a month's salary for Zhang Dazu, followed by promotion to security team leader." The security department has been divided into 3 shifts, yet no team leader has been appointed. Han Yang nodded. "Very well, proceed as suggested. Additionally, present me with the candidates for the other 2 team leader positions based on performance by tomorrow." Understood. Han Yang turned to Zhang Dazu. "Do you have any objections to your punishment?" Zhang Dazu stood tall, solemnly saluting Han Yang. "Report, Mr. Han, I have no objections." "Excellent." Han Yang patted Zhang Dazu on the shoulder and turned to leave. As Zhang Dazu held his salute, a mix of gratitude and shame welled up within him. "Mr. Han, all that I have now is thanks to you. I shall dedicate my efforts to you henceforth." The onlookers gazed at Zhang Dazu with envy. In that moment, it was clear to everyone that Zhang Dazu had caught Han Yang's attention. In the time that followed, every staff member within the Xingxing group, whether core or internal, Even external personnel worked with renewed vigor, diligently attending to their duties without a hint of negligence. All understood that Mr. Han was just and perceptive, capable of discerning each individual's performance. The entirety of the Xingxing group operated under Han Yang's precise command. Under these circumstances, the security department initiated its second recruitment drive. Chapter 31. Efficiency. The security department was Han Yang's most valued division, demanding the highest standards and rewards. Countless individuals vied for a position within it, yet during this time, the department had only been seen dismissing underperforming guards without any new hires. Many aspiring security personnel had temporarily settled for positions in places like Xingxing Supermarket or local restaurants. Upon learning of the recruitment, they eagerly rushed to apply. Han Yang specifically instructed Li Hu to recruit exclusively from within, as internal candidates had proven more trustworthy after a period of observation. Those with ulterior motives or affiliations with other factions had long been weeded out under Han Yang's discerning gaze. This time, the security department welcomed a total of 20 new recruits, raising the total number of security personnel to 41, divided into 5 teams. However, Han Yang knew that this number might soon decrease again, and maintaining a final count of 30 would be satisfactory. The crux lay in the ruthless nature of Shun Tufu, whose training regimen was far too demanding for an average person. Furthermore, Han Yang had directed Li Hu to establish connections with other underground forces to procure firearms, allowing Shun Tufu to select 10 individuals for shooting training. Han Yang, with ample funds, was unconcerned about the expenditure. With a substantial supply of ammunition, these 10 marksmen rapidly improved their shooting skills. Ultimately, a combination of soft and hard approaches was necessary to ensure safety and success. Once the company's affairs were arranged, Han Yang returned to the core area accessible only to him. In the gaming room, 40 computers continued to operate tirelessly, processing orders and handling business. In the research lab, the industrial robots and workstations that Han Yang had purchased were finally installed. He had awaited their arrival for several days. During this time, Han Yang had nearly completed the design for the new CPU architecture, eagerly awaiting the equipment to commence manufacturing. With everything prepared, he could hardly contain his excitement as he began testing. Unlike computers, the industrial robots, after undergoing some modifications by Han Yang, could directly connect with a brainwave control device, understanding and executing commands without the need for intermediary devices like mice or keyboards. After some adjustments, Han Yang placed a circuit board on the workstation. Immediately, a high-precision camera captured every minuscule hole on the circuit board, transmitting the information directly into Han Yang's mind. The efficiency gained was unfathomable compared to straining to observe with the naked eye. With a mere thought, the highly precise industrial robot's mechanical arm picked up a diode and placed it with utmost accuracy in its designated position, all in under half a second. Another mechanical arm wielded a high-precision soldering gun, aligning perfectly with the installation site. A brief flash of light signaled the diode's instant welding onto the circuit board, completing the task in mere seconds. In times past, Han Yang would wield a pair of tweezers in one hand and a soldering iron in the other. His face nearly pressed against the circuit board, eyes wide open in observation, taking several minutes to solder a single diode, with no assurance of perfection. The strain on his eyes was such that he had to close them and rest after every few solderings, for otherwise, he could scarcely endure the discomfort. During those initial days of manual assembly, he even feared he might be developing myopia. Now, however, he could effortlessly complete one in mere seconds, with both speed and accuracy. The same efficiency applied to the cables. Those thin, needle-like strands, with connectors equally delicate and precise, were expertly handled by the robotic arm, achieving a connection in just seconds. Adhering to the standard force required to avoid poor contact or excessive pressure that could damage the interface. Compared to the laborious manual efforts of the past, the efficiency had increased by more than 100-fold. Under Han Yang's guidance, the industrial robots worked tirelessly, and within just one day, over 10,000 transistors had been soldered. After 5 days, the new generation of CPUs was finally completed. However, upon testing, Han Yang discovered that while the manufacturing process had improved to 272 millimeters and the transistor density had doubled compared to the previous generation, the performance only reached 11 times that of its predecessor. This was unexpected. Theoretically, the performance should have been 3 times that of the last CPU. After much contemplation and repeated examination, he pinpointed the issue: an illogical architecture with bottlenecks in data transmission that resulted in a significant waste of computational power. To unlock its potential, further improvements and modifications to the architecture were essential. He decided to merge the chip first. Any enhancement, no matter how slight, was still progress. With a determined thought, he made the clutter of circuit boards and cables before him vanish in an instant. Following the boost in computational power, Han Yang promptly installed 3 new computers at the vacant workstation, controlling the robots to begin accepting orders. While he immersed himself once again in the study of a new CPU architecture, time slipped by as he worked tirelessly. On one particular day, after leaving the core area and grabbing a quick bite at the cafeteria, he was approached hastily by Zhao Fu. "President Han, something's amiss." "What's wrong?" Han Yang inquired. Zhao Fu had withdrawn 25,000 yuan from the company account to send to Zhou Dan, a fact Han Yang was already aware of. This monthly tribute to Zhou Dan was a fixed expenditure for the revival group, and in the past, it had never caused any issues. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Fu appeared anxious. "Zhou Dan refused to accept our payment. He said that since the revival group has grown, giving him 25,000 each month is akin to throwing crumbs to a beggar. He wants to see us perform independently during this period. And since we haven't made any initiative, he claims we are being disrespectful. He demands 50,000 each month to continue protecting us, or else we should prepare for closure." Han Yang's expression grew increasingly cold. Zhou Dan's reach is extending far too much. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and he quickly resolved to take charge of the situation. "I will handle this, you needn't worry," Zhao Fu cautioned. "President Han, historically, the common man does not confront the officials. Zhou Dan is a figure of authority. Regardless of our company's scale, we cannot afford to offend him. Besides, our financial state is still stable. We can manage 50,000 without significant impact." Han Yang, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Focus on your work. There is no need for you to fret." Chapter 32. The Burden of Wealth. Initially, Zhao Fu had harbored some ulterior motives, but Han Yang, with his discerning eyes, had swiftly identified and corrected him a few times, leading Zhao Fu to become diligent and loyal in his service. Of course, Han Yang ensured that Zhao Fu was well compensated as well. Han Yang could see that Zhao Fu genuinely cared for his advice. However, being from a lower-tier gang background, his perspective was rather limited. While Han Yang had hoped to cultivate him, it seemed that experience was still necessary. After dismissing Zhao Fu, Han Yang continued to inspect the remaining areas of the revival group. At that moment, on Revival Street, Zhang Dazu was patrolling alongside 2 teammates. Currently, Zhang Dazu was a favored figure within the revival group. His promotion to team leader was already a source of envy, but after Han Yang established the handgun team, Zhang Dazu ascended to the role of the handgun team leader, further elevating his stature. Everyone knew how much Han Yang valued this department, and as the leader, Zhang Dazu's future was undoubtedly bright. He was an honest individual who understood that all he had now was a gift from President Han. So he was determined to follow him faithfully. He executed every command from Han Yang without hesitation. If instructed to patrol the streets for 2 hours daily, he would ensure not a second less. As the shift change approached, Zhang Dazu decided to wrap up his patrol. However, upon reaching the junction on Revival Street, he noticed several individuals who resembled gang members entering and exiting a residential building. Instantly, his alertness was piqued. "It's the Iron Wolf gang." One of his subordinates recognized them. "Should we investigate?" "No need," Zhang Dazu interjected. "President Han's orders are to allow anyone on our turf as long as they adhere to company regulations. Just keep an eye on them, and if they violate any rules, we will act." Just as he intended to leave, he was taken aback to see those members of the Iron Wolf gang carrying out a sign that boldly proclaimed Fortune Casino. They busied themselves hanging the sign at the entrance of the building. "A casino?" Zhang Dazu's eyes narrowed as he approached. "Who authorized you to open a casino here? Take it down immediately." The leading thug glanced at Zhang Dazu and grinned. "Ah, it's team leader Zhang. There's no rule against opening a casino here, is there? The government doesn't care, so why should you? This is the territory of the Revival Group. Company policy states that no casinos are allowed within the confines of Revival Streets 1 through 3. Such bravado," the thug replied sarcastically. "One might mistake you for the government of Earth. You fools are passing up such a lucrative opportunity and still want to stop us? We all operate in the same circles. Don't you think you're being a bit disrespectful? Don't worry, we will deliver your protection fee without fail." The group of thugs chimed in, and Zhang Dazu, momentarily at a loss for words, insisted firmly, "No casinos are allowed here. Leave at once. Or don't blame me for taking action. Go ahead and try. We Iron Wolf gang aren't easily intimidated." Zhang Dazu's expression turned icy. "Get them." Though he concealed a handgun beneath his clothing, he refrained from drawing it. To resort to firearms against mere thugs would undermine the training he had undergone. The 3 of them advanced together, and within minutes, they had subdued 7 or 8 gang members, tearing down the sign and reducing it to splinters with a machete. "Go back and tell your Iron Wolf gang leader that Revival Street belongs to President Han. Just you wait. The gang members cried as they limped away, supporting one another. Observing their retreating figures, Zhang Dazu furrowed his brow slightly. Something feels off. I should report this to President Han. Zhang Dazu contemplated silently before decisively instructing. You all stay here. At the revival base, upon receiving Zhang Dazu's call, Han Yang momentarily paused. If Zhou Dan's earlier antics had merely sown seeds of doubt, the Iron Wolf gang's inexplicable attempt to establish a casino on Revival Street undoubtedly confirmed something more ominous at play. Frankly, the 50,000 yuan Zhou Dan demanded each month was not a substantial sum. Han Yang could easily afford it. However, this was not merely a matter of money. He sensed keenly that both Zhou Dan and the Iron Wolf gang were just the surface of a much deeper issue. This is a trial of oneself. If I were to relent, it would not take long for the entire revitalization group to be torn apart by the wolves lurking nearby. Sighing helplessly as he glanced at the CPU design book before him, Han Yang lamented, "Why can't I simply study in peace? The optimized CPU architecture is nearing completion, and I can barely keep up with the design work, yet I am still faced with interruptions. I have not provoked anyone. We have kept to our own affairs. So why must they disturb me?" Although discontent brewed within him, Han Yang understood that such events were, in fact, inevitable. An innocent man may suffer for possessing something precious. Who does not know that the revitalization group is thriving, and who wouldn't want to seize a piece of the pie? His phone rang again. It was Shin Tufu. "I've heard about the situation. Xiaoyang, what do you plan to do?" Shin's tone was grave. "I will handle it," Han Yang replied nonchalantly. Shin pressed on. "You must not take this lightly. There are hidden forces targeting you. Zhou Dan and the Iron Wolf gang are merely pawns meant to test you. If this matter is mishandled, our company's closure would be the least of our worries. We need to swiftly uncover the puppeteer behind this. I suggest we start with the Iron Wolf gang, as Zhou Dan is a figure of authority, and we must tread carefully." Shin's reasoning was sound. Identifying the adversary before devising a solution was indeed the most prudent approach. Yet, Han Yang gently shook his head. "Brother Shun, I shall take care of this myself." After ending the call, Han Yang smiled softly. Even if one puppeteer is dealt with, new ones will emerge. Thus, merely addressing the symptoms will not resolve the root of the problem. What fundamental issue does the revitalization group face? A lack of powerful backing. Armed drones may provide temporary deterrence, but they cannot ensure lasting security. As the revitalization group continues to grow, it is only a matter of time before others test the waters to see if its foundation is truly robust. Previously, without a pistol squad and sufficient training, he had no means to seek support. Now, with the pistol squad taking shape, he felt ready to take action. Calling Zhang Dazu, Han Yang directly inquired, "There is a task I need you to undertake. It is quite perilous and may involve fatalities. Are you willing?" Hearing Han Yang's question, Zhang Dazu hesitated momentarily before promptly responding. "I, Zhang Dazu, may not excel in many areas, but I am loyal and grateful. Please, give your orders. I fear no danger." Han Yang nodded slightly. "From today onwards, the pistol squad will cease patrolling the streets and remain at the Martial Arts Academy until I command otherwise." Understood. After dismissing Zhang Dazu, Han Yang's thoughts shifted, and he swiftly activated 6 pre-assembled drones stationed in uninhabited courtyards several hundred to 1,000 meters from the revitalization mall. With a single command, the 6 drones, resting on wireless charging pads, roared to life and ascended into the sky, each heading to a different location. One drone soared above the security bureau in the marketplace district. Through the drone's lens, the dilapidated buildings of the security bureau appeared unremarkable. Yet, Han Yang was acutely aware that this was one of the highest authorities in the entire marketplace district. Any command issued from here could significantly impact many lives. Even the most brazen gang members would refrain from causing trouble near the security bureau. For the revitalization group, Zhou Dan, who could command the respective gang leaders and manipulate the group with a mere word, was merely a mid-level official within the bureau. Countless individuals of equal or greater rank surpassed him. High above, the drone boldly monitored the seemingly intimidating security bureau, scrutinizing every ground target. Within mere seconds, Han Yang spotted what he sought, a vehicle belonging to Cheng Hong, the bureau chief. Han Yang knew that Cheng owned several luxury cars, yet he favored this modest sedan for its ability to patrol his territory. The reason, he had heard, was due to a fondness for surveying his domain. With the car present, it was highly likely that Cheng was inside the bureau. Upon identifying Cheng's whereabouts, the other drones began returning to their respective charging pads, while one drone continued its surveillance until its battery neared depletion, at which point another drone would replace it. Although the drone could not penetrate the building's interior to see Cheng, it sufficed to confirm his presence. At that moment, Within the security bureau, Zhou Dan stood respectfully in a room, slightly bowing as if the person on the other end of the microphone could sense his reverence. Chief Chung, I have demanded double the funding from the revitalization group. I have also made arrangements with the Iron Wolf gang. We should soon ascertain whether the revitalization group has any backing. A commanding voice replied from the other end, understood. Once the call ended, a cold smile crept onto Chung Hong's lips within his office. Armed drones. Suspected ties to the Earth Guardian team? Why is it that after inquiring about many people, no one knows about the revitalization group or a person named Han Yang? If Han Yang indeed possessed backing, it should reveal itself now. If not, such a formidable individual could not be allowed to exist in the marketplace district. A revitalization mall, worth several million, could be his. After tirelessly earning only a modest income over the year, most of which was owed to others, possessing just one revitalization mall would equate to half a year's worth of effort. A slight risk would be entirely justified. Han Yang continued monitoring the security bureau until he observed Chung Hong entering his vehicle and departing with two subordinates. Since the revitalization group lacked support, Chung, the chief of the marketplace security bureau, would serve as his shield, albeit a tenuous one. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon night fell. The night vision-equipped drones clearly captured Chung Hong's vehicle stopping before the most opulent restaurant in the marketplace district. The doors opened, and the two seemingly competent subordinates exited, one opening the rear door while the other scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Together, they escorted Chung into the restaurant. 2 hours later, the trio emerged, greeted at the entrance by several individuals who appeared to be owners. They boarded the vehicle, which did not head toward Chung Hong's residence, but rather in another direction, ultimately arriving at an upscale residential complex and entering the underground parking garage. The following morning, Chung Hong's car reappeared at the security bureau. He stepped out, flanked by the same two men. They were likely his bodyguards, quite cautious, always accompanying him. Han Yang remained patient, continuing his surveillance. The 6 drones, under Han Yang's remote command, took turns flying, maintaining uninterrupted observation of Chung Hong for 24 hours. After 5 days of diligence, they finally discerned Chung Hong's daily routine. That night, the long-awaited command from Han Yang reached Zhang Dazu. Bring the pistol squad to this location and wait for my orders. Han Yang speculated that tonight, Chung Hong would likely visit that upscale neighborhood, which he suspected was the residence of Chung Hong's mistress. Han Yang intended to take action against Chung Hong on the way. As evening fell, after the banquet concluded, Chung Hong indeed headed towards the neighborhood with 2 bodyguards in tow. A drone hovered at a distance, continuously monitoring his movements. Ahead, a group of gang members was embroiled in a chaotic brawl. Han Yang furrowed his brow slightly. If Chung Hong's vehicle altered its course due to this, his plans would be thwarted. However, Chung Hong's car not only refused to stop, but accelerated towards the gang members who were violently attacking each other on the street with metal pipes and knives. Suddenly, the car activated its sirens and flashing lights, causing the gang members to scatter in disarray. Chung Hong's windows were even rolled down, despite the distance. Han Yang could almost hear the raucous laughter emanating from within the vehicle. Was Chung Hong so confident? Did he not fear the gang members turning against him? Or was he simply accustomed to his status as a local tyrant, believing no one would dare challenge him? Had Li Hu Zhaofu or the already eliminated He Sen witnessed this scene, they would not have found it peculiar as Han Yang did. In the chaotic market area, who was unaware of Chief Chung Hong's infamous penchant for driving gang members away as if herding sheep, there was an incident where a gang member, who had been a tad too slow to hide, inadvertently scratched Chung Hong's car with his knife, and by the next day, that gang member's entire family had vanished without a trace. The gang's leader reportedly offered a hefty bribe to Chung Hong to spare them. Since then, all gang members in the market area had learned of Chief Cheng's proclivities. On encountering him at night, they would flee at the slightest opportunity. Regardless, Chung Hong's vehicle did not deviate from its intended route, which was what Han Yang cared about most. Ahead, at the narrowest part of the road, Zhang Dazu had already toppled a crumbling wall. Debris blocked the path, while a team of 10 armed men took cover nearby. Under the watchful eye of the drone, Chung Hong's vehicle continued along the route Han Yang had anticipated, ultimately turning onto a more secluded and narrower street. The headlights illuminated the debris obstructing the road, which the driver, also serving as a bodyguard, quickly noticed. Damn it, who did this? Find out who it was by tomorrow and wipe out their entire family. Chung Hong slurred angrily. With the road blocked ahead, the driver was forced to reverse. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as a wall behind them collapsed. Chung Hong narrowed his eyes, the effects of alcohol dissipating rapidly. Something was amiss. It seemed he had walked into a trap. Each night, he boldly navigated through the chaotic market area, confident no one would dare to assault him. Not only due to his status as a local emperor, but also because he had 2 seasoned, battle-hardened bodyguards by his side. Moreover, the vehicle was equipped with an emergency alarm system that, once activated, would summon law enforcement within 10 minutes at the latest. It was this sense of security that allowed Chung Hong to act with such reckless abandon. Without hesitation, he pressed the alarm button. Regardless of the situation, he would call for help first. To his dismay, the alarm failed to respond. What? He abruptly looked up and saw a group of muscular men clad in black, armed and aiming at the vehicle. One of them held a box-like device adorned with antennas and blinking buttons. A signal jammer. Chung Hong immediately recognized it. No wonder the alarm did not activate. These individuals had clearly planned this for quite some time. The 2 bodyguards exchanged fierce glances, discreetly reaching for their firearms. Chung Hong's voice dropped to a low tone. Do not act recklessly. Lowering the window, he raised his hands in surrender, signaling that he posed no threat. Gentlemen, may I ask why you are stopping me? Zhang Dazu felt a surge of adrenaline. A mere market laborer was now pointing a gun at the chief of law enforcement. In the past, he would not have dared to even meet Chung Hong's gaze. Fortunately, the rigorous training under Butcher Shun and the night drills had prepared him for this moment. The handgun team had regularly undergone drills at night, targeting pre-selected notorious gang members. Each member of the team had blood on their hands, having taken at least 3 or 4 lives. Following Han Yang's earlier instructions, Zhang Dazu spoke firmly. Our boss requests your presence, Chief Chung. Rest assured, your safety will be guaranteed. Chief Chung, they know my identity. How do they know my route? Have they been monitoring me all this time? Chung Hong slowly replied. You know who I am? Well, do you have any idea of the crime you are committing by kidnapping a law enforcement chief? You think the Earth Security Force is just a bunch of fools? Zhang Dazu stated, we are merely following orders. Please do not make this difficult for us. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to take you by force. By force? Do you know who my bodyguards are? They are elite soldiers from the Earth Security Force. You think your numbers can intimidate us? Why not tell me who your boss is? Let me go, and I will owe you a favor. I have 500,000 in cash in the car, which I will give you as well. The implications of 500,000 in cash plus a favor from a law enforcement chief were not lost on Chung Hong, who carefully observed their reactions. However, to his astonishment, the men remained completely unmoved by such a tempting offer. Mr. Han has provided us with dignity and sustenance. We are doing the right thing alongside him. You think you can bribe us? Dream on. Chief Chung, do not make this difficult for us. Though your bodyguards are elite, we can still eliminate you before we are wiped out. Chung Hong paused, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. In the next moment, he resolutely pushed open the car door and stepped out. I will go with you. Several dilapidated vehicles appeared silently, under the strict supervision of the handgun team. The 3 were escorted to the revival base. Meanwhile, a few ordinary security guards were returning in their vehicle, one of whom was tightly bound and wearing a hood. Once the hood was removed, it revealed Zhou Den. In contrast to Chung Hong's elaborate plans, capturing Zhou Den required little effort. It was a straightforward abduction. With his hands freed and hood removed, Chung Hong immediately noticed a figure seated in front of him, smiling at him. Han Yang. Chung Hong's eyes widened in realization. This was Han Yang's true background? After he had just attempted to probe him, Han Yang had discerned his identity and promptly orchestrated his kidnapping? Mr. Han. Chung Hong composed himself. Why have you summoned me at such a late hour? Is there something you need? Han Yang, still smiling, replied. I have long wished to pay a visit to Chief Chung, but unfortunately, I never found the opportunity. Now, I find myself in need of your assistance. So I had to resort to this method. I hope you understand. Oh, what kind of trouble has Mr. Han encountered? Please, enlighten me. It is nothing grave. Han Yang said, his smile fading as he sighed. The market area has been quite unstable lately. I am finding it increasingly difficult to conduct business. It seems there is always someone causing trouble. Chung Hong's heart stirred. Han Yang had indeed uncovered his attempts to test him. However, under such circumstances, one must bow their head. For now, he would have to navigate through this predicament. Once safety is restored, how to manipulate him is entirely at my discretion. This concerns Zhou Dan and the Iron Wolf gang, does it not? Chung Hong replied with remarkable decisiveness. Indeed, it was my directive. Boss Han has considerable influence. And I was uncertain, so I decided to test the waters. I believe Boss Han can comprehend that. It seems this was all a misunderstanding. And it would be best for everyone to communicate openly. There is no need for harshness in our dealings. Once captured, it is futile to maintain bravado. Honesty is far superior. Unexpectedly, Han Yang appeared momentarily taken aback, as if in disbelief. What? This was all orchestrated by you, Supervisor Chung? Han Yang felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He had not conducted any investigation, so how could he have known Cheng Hong was the mastermind? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He waved his hand, maintaining his smile. I merely sought a reliable ally. How about you serve as my support, Supervisor Cheng? This time, Cheng Hong was the one left speechless. He could discern that Han Yang was not attempting to deceive him intentionally. From Han Yang's nonchalant tone, Cheng Hong realized he truly had no knowledge of Cheng Hong's involvement. What was the situation? You are unaware of my role in this. Then why would you kidnap me? Anger surged within Cheng Hong. Is Boss Han jesting? I am not jesting. Han Yang shook his head. I have come to understand that in this market district, without connections or backing, survival is impossible. Thus, I sought you, Supervisor Cheng. If you could be my support, I would feel secure. Cheng Hong glanced at the tense men, their hands resting on their firearms, suppressing his rising anger. You wish to have me as your support, yet resort to kidnapping me? What other option do I have? It is nearly impossible to encounter you otherwise. If you want me as your ally, it is not unfeasible. I will take half of your shares. Release me now, and I will await your return tomorrow. Han Yang chuckled. Do you take me for a child, Supervisor Cheng? You expect to be my ally without offering any assurance? Cheng Hong could no longer contain his fury. You seek my support while demanding a guarantee? To his surprise, Han Yang nodded seriously. Yes. Bring him up. 2 security guards escorted a bound individual into the room. Cheng Hong glanced over, astonished to see Zhou Dun. Supervisor Cheng, what are you doing here? Han Yang. It is indeed you. You dare to kidnap Supervisor Cheng. You must be audacious. Haha. Just wait. Your days are numbered. Han Yang remained impassive, tossing a dagger before Cheng Hong. Kill him. He then turned to the butcher. Shun. Ensure it is recorded. Shun, with a stern expression, retrieved his phone, activated the camera, and aimed it at Cheng Hong. Clearly, recording Cheng Hong executing a mid-level law enforcement officer was the assurance Han Yang demanded for Cheng Hong's allegiance. Under normal circumstances, Cheng Hong could devise 100 discreet methods to eliminate Zhou Dun. However, if recorded and the footage were to be leaked, the situation would change drastically. Regardless, Cheng Hong's prospects would be irrevocably ruined. Do it, Supervisor Cheng. Without some leverage over you, how can I trust you as my ally? Would you not agree? Cheng Hong fell silent, bending to pick up the dagger. Zhou Dun struggled fiercely, shouting, Han Yang, you madman. How dare you threaten Supervisor Cheng? Do you know his status? If anything happens to him, the Earth Guard will be dispatched immediately. Your entire family will perish. Cheng Hong regarded Han Yang with a hint of sarcasm. What if I refuse? That would be unfortunate. In that case, Zhou Dun must eliminate you. Han Yang sighed. Zhou Dun's position is too low. He requires investment to become a competent ally, which is troublesome. It is far more straightforward for you to take on that role. Cheng Hong replied coldly. Can you bear the consequences of killing me? Han Yang chuckled. Supervisor Cheng, you jest. Given the current circumstances, even if I were to release you, would you not seek revenge? To kill you is certain death for me. To release you is equally perilous. What do you think I will choose? Cheng Hong stated. I assure you, I will not pursue today's events. Let us consider it as if nothing occurred. Han Yang laughed heartily. Do you think I am a child to be fooled? Cheng Hong lowered his gaze, his mind racing. This was the reality. Regardless of his prior power, he was now at Han Yang's mercy. Killing him meant both would perish. Letting him go also led to death. Before Han Yang met his end, he would assuredly take Cheng Hong with him. The only viable option was to kill Zhou Dun, offer a token of allegiance, and ensure both he and Han Yang could survive. Thus, regardless of the cost, he must navigate this situation to safeguard himself. No matter the circumstances, this threat must be eliminated. Otherwise, Han Yang would wield this leverage over him, and he would become nothing more than his pawn. This was unacceptable. Resolute, Cheng Hong approached Zhou Dun with the dagger in hand. Zhou Dun struggled desperately, crying out, Supervisor Cheng, do not be deceived. Killing me will give Han Yang leverage over you. Your fate will be no better. He would not dare to kill you. Supervisor, I am loyal to you. You cannot do this. Han Yang. All of this was directed by Cheng Hong. I am not at fault. Bound by 2 towering men, Zhou Dun could not move. Cheng Hong, silent, plunged the dagger into Zhou Dun's chest. Zhou Dun's eyes widened, his body stiffened, and within moments, his breath ceased. Is the recording complete? It is done. Supervisor Cheng, do not move. Let us capture a close-up. Brother Shun, move in closer, frame the chest. Yes, precisely. Shun, with a stoic demeanor, positioned his phone against Zhou Dun's chest. Now for a full body and facial shot of Supervisor Cheng, in case anyone fails to recognize him. Shun meticulously captured Cheng Hong from all angles, who remained expressionless throughout. Finished? Upload the video to me. After a few operations, Han Yang declared, done. I have sent the video to 10 exclusive email addresses known only to me. Each day, I will send a blocking email, should I fail to do so. These 10 addresses will automatically dispatch the footage to 1,000 prepared email addresses. Who those 1,000 addresses belong to, I need not elaborate, do I? Chung Hong replied coldly. The token of allegiance has been provided. Is there anything else? How will you handle Zhou Dun's matter? Simply, I will fabricate evidence indicating that the Iron Wolf Gang was responsible. This will conveniently eliminate the Iron Wolf Gang and exact your revenge, Boss Han. You can rest assured. In this market district, no one will dare to trouble you again. At that moment, Chung Hong was filled with resentment. He had resolved that even if he had to offer $1 million to his superiors, he would settle this matter and personally eliminate Han Yang. However, there was no rush. He could plot meticulously. Han Yang approached and extended his hand. Chung Hong, somewhat stiff, reciprocated, and they clasped hands. From now on, Supervisor Chung, you shall be my ally. Let us enjoy a fruitful partnership. A prosperous collaboration indeed. Chung Hong suppressed his inner turmoil and anger, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, to his surprise, Han Yang burst into laughter. Since we are working together harmoniously, I must express my gratitude. He approached, lifting a box, and upon opening it, revealed stacks of cash. 2 million in cash, a token of our initial meeting. At this, Chung Hong was utterly astounded. Chapter 36. Unfathomable. It is essential to comprehend that the entire value of the Revival Mall hovers around a mere 3 million human currency. Even if Chung Hong were to cunningly seize the Revival Mall as a piece of real estate, it could only fetch a little over 2 million upon sale. This amount would need to be divided among others, ultimately leaving him with far less than 2 million. However, what he faces now is a gift. 2 million in cash, without the need to share profits with anyone. Although Chung Hong's annual income reaches tens of millions, he must still channel benefits to higher-ups, resulting in only 3 to 4 million trickling down to him each year. This sum now stands equal to more than half a year's earnings. He finds himself utterly perplexed by this young man before him. At this moment, Shun the Butcher also exhales deeply, only to feel a tinge of disappointment shortly after. Even if he manages to obtain leverage, how could he possibly control someone as ruthless as Chung Hong? It is but a dream. If it were that simple, the numerous gangs in the market district would have long since kidnapped Chung Hong. A man like him would never dare to flaunt himself daily without fear. Such individuals harbor countless thoughts, and, even if temporarily subdued by the leverage, would constantly seek to eliminate threats, seizing any opportunity to strike down Han Yang with relentless fervor. The future is long, and such opportunities are bound to arise. Shin discerns this, but refrains from voicing a warning. He has already resolved to mobilize the Blue Army to neutralize this threat when Chung Hong retaliates against Han Yang. Despite the Blue Army's diminished influence under the Earth Guard's pressure, eliminating a small-time figure like the district security chief is still well within reach. In doing so, Han Yang will learn a lesson and grow, while also laying a foundation for his genuine integration into the Blue Army. What he did not anticipate was Han Yang's audacious move. 2 million in cash, offered without hesitation. This signifies that Han Yang does not merely intend to manipulate Chung Hong as a pawn, but rather seeks a partnership that benefits both parties. The act of personally eliminating Zhou Dan serves as Chung Hong's demonstration of sincerity, while this 2 million in cash embodies Han Yang's goodwill. With both parties exhibiting earnestness, a foundation for collaboration is established. Chung Hong stands to gain significantly from this alliance. Given these circumstances, what reason does Chung Hong have to refuse? What motive remains to seek future opportunities to undermine Han Yang? Who do you protect if not each other? Whose money do you collect if not each other's? Since this is the case, why not me? We have both shown our sincerity, understanding Han Yang's strategy. Shun the Butcher lets out a soft sigh, while Chung Hong gazes at Han Yang with a complex expression. Han Yang smiles softly, meeting his eyes directly. In that moment, Chung Hong's resentment and fury dissipate like snow under the sun. Mr. Chung, what a clever maneuver, Chung Hong remarks with a subtle sigh, accepting Han Yang's briefcase. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. This time, Chung Hong speaks with genuine intent. It is getting late, Mr. Chung. Please, allow me to escort you home. You are too courteous, Mr. Han. Here's my mobile number. Feel free to call me anytime. Both men exchange warm smiles. Strolling shoulder to shoulder out of the martial arts hall, exuding camaraderie. Chung Hong's 2 bodyguards, previously released, now wear expressions of vigilance and tension. However, upon witnessing Chung Hong and Han Yang laughing together, their wariness transforms into confusion. This truly is bewildering. Upon reaching the exit, the two shake hands in farewell. Han Yang instructs, Zhang Dazu, please see Mr. Chung and his companions off. Understood. Zhang Dazu drives the trio back to the street where they had been stopped earlier. The disorderly rubble has been entirely cleared, and the sedan remains unharmed. As the three enter the car, the driver starts the engine, moving forward slowly. Zhang Dazu and his associates bow slightly in respectful farewell. Boss, once we are far enough away, one bodyguard's eyes glint with menace as he looks at Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong gently shakes his head. From now on, show Mr. Han a bit more respect. By the way, that person earlier, Zhang Dazu, right? You may want to get closer to him. After sending Cheng Hong off, Han Yang glances at the sky and yawns. Finally, he has a reliable backing and no longer fears trouble. All his hard work is worth it. Time to go, time to sleep. Upon awakening, Han Yang feels invigorated. As he steps out of the core area, Li Hu reports the latest news. Early this morning, the Security Bureau launched a night operation, dismantling the Iron Wolf gang. All 6 core members were killed in the crossfire. The official narrative states it was due to the Iron Wolf gang's killing of security officer Zhou Dun. Han Yang chuckles softly. Understood. He realizes that this is not only Cheng Hong's display of sincerity, but also a means of intimidation directed at him. Nevertheless, it matters not. In collaboration, he will gain benefits and avoid detriments. In the ensuing days, the vicinity of the revival base, particularly streets 1 to 3, experiences a significant stabilization. The once restless gang members have vanished without a trace. It is no jest. Word had spread about Zhou Dan collaborating with the Iron Wolf gang against the revival group. Yet, after the Iron Wolf gang assassinated Zhou Dan, Cheng Hong dismantled the Iron Wolf gang, obliterating both factions. This entire scenario exudes an air of strangeness, leaving no one daring to act recklessly. Finally, the turmoil has subsided. No one dares provoke him, allowing Han Yang to focus on designing his next-generation CPU. With the assistance of Professor Zhang Dong and his advisory team, Han Yang has completed the redesign of the new CPU architecture, ready for actual production. With a mere thought, the chaotic array of circuit boards and cables before him vanishes in an instant. The next moment, he feels an exhilarating surge of computational power. The 40 computers that once occupied over 90% of his processing capacity suddenly experience a sharp decline in their share. This is the new generation of CPU. Han Yang silently marvels. Although the performance boost is only 28 times rather than the theoretical threefold, he is immensely satisfied. Theory is always but an ideal. In reality, one must consider practical constraints. This increase is more than satisfactory. At this moment, the previously vacant 60 stations in the gaming room are now equipped with brand new computers. The robots have also been installed. The gaming room is now fully occupied. With surplus computational power at his disposal, Han Yang's thoughts sparked an idea. 60 robots simultaneously extended their mechanical arms, pressing the power buttons of 60 brand new computers. Accompanied by the resonant hum emanating from the machines, all 60 computers successfully booted up. Immediately, a backlog of commissioned gaming tasks logged in and commenced operations. Concurrently, Han Yang announced an update in his online store, proclaiming a significant upgrade, the recruitment of over 150 new gaming specialists, drastically enhancing order-taking capabilities. From this moment forth, there would be no need to queue for orders. Previously, due to the slow order processing at the Revival Gaming Studio, customers often faced delays, resulting in substantial loss of business despite the studio's high efficiency and low fees. Han Yang was determined to reclaim that lost clientele. Following the announcement, a deluge of inquiries flooded in, and he welcomed them all. However, despite this influx, with a total of 100 computers, excluding one for administrative tasks, only 99 were operational, and the utilization rate remained below 100. Only 78 computers were actively engaged, leaving the remainder idle. Nonetheless, Han Yang remained unperturbed, aware that the visibility of the announcement was still limited. As anticipated, by the following day, the number of orders began to rise steadily, ultimately resulting in all 99 computers being put to work. Once the operational capacity reached 100, it never dipped again. The sole constraint on the Revival Gaming Studio's transaction volume was the capability to take orders. With competitive pricing, high efficiency, advanced technology, excellent customer service, and swift responses, what reason would customers have to seek services elsewhere? Even with the operational rate at 100. The application of the new generation 272mm process CPU meant that Han Yang's computational utilization was only at 80, leaving room for further expansion. He could easily add more computers to maximize efficiency and yield, but upon observing the bustling gaming room, he ultimately decided against it. He had no intention of crowding the research space with additional gaming computers. Instead, he aimed to increase the volume of high-end orders, ensuring that computational power remained fully utilized without waste. Han Yong promptly issued a second announcement in his store. The shop had undergone a substantial upgrade, now offering promotional activities, including a 10-unit price reduction for difficult boss commissions such as Ocean Star Snake King and Planet Devourer, enticing customers to place orders. With the price drop, high-end orders surged immediately. Han Yong skillfully applied the Nash equilibrium principle, precisely adjusting the prices for various gaming services to maintain his daily earnings at a high level. After a day of full operations, with all 99 computers engaged and computational utilization exceeding 96, he began to tally the results. Soon, a staggering figure appeared before him. The 99 computers had collectively generated an income of 750,000 human currency in just one day. Based on this daily revenue, the monthly total would amount to 25 million, and annually, a staggering 27 million. The speed of this income growth could only be described as explosive. With financial resources at hand, Han Yong could now proceed with his next plans. Temporarily reining in his excitement, Han Yong meticulously began to strategize his future development. The Revival Base's gaming room was now fully occupied. However, with the high utilization rate of his computational power, there was no immediate urgency to expand the base. The priority remained to further enhance computational capacity by researching and developing more advanced, higher-performance CPUs. This was the most crucial and central task. Yet, according to the prevailing norms in global chip manufacturing, chips with a process lower than 272 millimeters typically do not employ the conventional method of circuit boards, transistors, and wiring. Such practices are deemed outdated. Generally, even lower-performance industrial chips or microcontrollers, which require minimal performance, would adopt entirely new manufacturing methodologies. This new manufacturing approach involves numerous intricate steps, from initial wafer purification to wet cleaning, photolithography, etching, thermal processing, and more, each requiring specialized facilities and equipment. Low-performance chips like microcontrollers have relatively lax environmental requirements, but a clean room is still essential. Currently, Han Yong lacked the capability to assemble an entire production line. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Han Yong recognized the significant technological gap between the handcrafted 272mm process chips and those with a 100-micron, or 0.1 mm, process. For human civilization, this gap is easily bridged with a production line. However, for Han Yong, traversing this technological void presented considerable challenges. Unless he began saving money now, accumulating resources over 1 or 2 years to expand the Revival Base to accommodate a full production line, he would struggle to overcome this hurdle. At this stage, he required a more advanced chip manufacturing method that was cost-effective, had low environmental requirements, and was less complex, rather than jumping straight to large-scale assembly lines. Taking large steps could lead to setbacks. He needed to devise a strategy based on handcrafted customization, as this was the most suitable path for him. The technological vacuum was not a deterrent. At least theoretically, this route posed no obstacles. A little more research would suffice. However, this also implied 2 significant challenges. Due to the lack of market demand, suitable cables that met his specifications, sufficiently fine yet reliable, compact transistors, and other components, were likely non-existent in the market, potentially requiring custom orders. Additionally, developing more advanced computer chips would necessitate acquiring more knowledge. Han Yong's current knowledge base was insufficient to undertake the research and development of a new generation of chips. Even the team led by Professor Zhang Dong might not provide him with comprehensive knowledge. He would need to seek out experts from various fields to assist him and impart knowledge across different domains. The dual challenges of materials and learning were paramount. Chapter 38. Balancing both aspects. Having clarified his future development trajectory, Han Yong immediately set out to tackle both challenges simultaneously, striving to eliminate obstacles to his further advancement. Regarding knowledge acquisition, he resolved not to rely solely on the current method of self-study through online research combined with inquiries to Professor Zhang Dong and others. He had realized that this fragmented approach to learning lacked depth and coherence, making systemic learning impossible. As his research into CPU manufacturing technology deepened, the scope of knowledge required expanded significantly. Mathematics, physics, and chemistry, each was indispensable. Mathematics alone branched into numerous subdisciplines, including algebra, geometry, set theory, category theory, probability theory, discrete mathematics, topology, abstract algebra, group theory, statistics, and so forth. Chemistry, too, divided into analytical chemistry, physical chemistry, inorganic and organic chemistry, nanotechnology, synthesis, computation, and theory, among others. Physics encompassed even broader domains. Chip manufacturing is a synthesis of knowledge. No single discipline can be overlooked. This reactive problem-solving approach merely addresses the symptoms without understanding the underlying principles. To make strides in chip manufacturing, Han Yang needed to fortify his foundation in nearly every discipline within the scientific system. This required systematic learning rather than the fragmented approach he had been employing. With his income significantly increased and a greater cash flow at his disposal, he now possessed the means to invest in structured learning. It was time to embark on this journey. Han Yang contemplated. What if he established a learning platform, inviting educators, experts, professors, and lecturers from various fields and levels to provide online instruction? With his current computational power, ensuring the smooth operation of gaming services while simultaneously attending classes from 10 online instructors would pose no challenge. This serves as the foundation for Han Yang's comprehensive knowledge system. Many of the courses being studied at this moment may not be utilized in the immediate future, yet inevitably, this knowledge will prove invaluable one day. There is no pressing need to sever ties with Professor Zhang Dong. I can certainly adopt a dual approach. I can lay the groundwork for other subjects through the learning platform while seeking urgent solutions from Professor Zhang Dong, effectively managing both avenues. Furthermore, Professor Zhang and his colleagues could also contribute by creating courses on the platform when they have the opportunity. After contemplating this, Han Yang felt increasingly convinced of its feasibility and resolved to proceed. Long ago, Han Yang had envisioned establishing a QA website. This platform would be quite similar to an online learning site. Initially, it could operate on an invitation basis, inviting educators from various fields to teach online. The courses could also be tailored to specific needs. Imagining a future where tens of thousands of accounts are actively engaging on his online learning website, each attending classes taught by numerous different instructors, all of them mere avatars of his own, Han Yang found the concept intriguing. Once computational power is sufficiently high, accommodating lessons from thousands of teachers simultaneously will not be an impossible feat. Having made up his mind, Han Yang promptly reached out to Li Hu, instructing him to register a brand new company with the intention of launching this online learning platform. As for the website's architecture, it could initially employ a simple template since there was no intention to make it public right away. When the financial resources and computational capabilities increase in the future, upgrades could be implemented gradually. For now, a cloud server would suffice, eliminating the need for purchasing hardware. With a clear trajectory for his educational aspirations, Han Yang began to ponder the materials required. He decided to explore the market first. There are numerous online stores selling cables, transistors, and similar components. Thus, Han Yang commenced a series of inquiries. Hello, do you have cables and transistors of this specification for sale? No, thank you. Over the course of a day, Han Yang made over 200 phone calls, receiving consistent replies. Sorry, we don't have them. It dawned on Han Yang that the items he sought might genuinely be absent from the market. Customization was his only option. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to be a bit extravagant and invest in a custom batch. He began contacting various manufacturers. However, once again, he faced a barrage of rejections. When he raised the price to 1,000 times the standard, he was met with his 100th refusal, leading him to finally demand an explanation. The merchant, somewhat exasperated, explained, "Sir, we genuinely cannot produce them. Yes, the price is indeed high, but you want 100,000 transistors. Normally, that would cost 1,000. And even at 1,000 times the price, that totals 1 million. However, to produce them, we would need to upgrade our entire production line. Do you have any idea how much that would cost? At least 5 million, not to mention the expenses for training workers. Furthermore, even with an upgraded production line, while performance may improve, output will decrease and energy consumption will rise, rendering the production of ordinary models uncompetitive, essentially turning it into a useless line. 1 million simply cannot cover all that." Defeated, Han Yang hung up the phone, realizing he no longer needed to ask anyone else. The answer would be the same everywhere. Purchasing was out of the question, and customization was also unattainable. If all else fails, I shall customize the machinery and produce it myself. Han Yang resolutely turned his focus to consulting machinery manufacturers. In his view, his production model, which would be handcrafted rather than assembly line, would not require high demand or automation. Manual methods could suffice where possible. As long as he acquired the crucial 4 or 5 machines, he estimated that spending a maximum of 1 million would suffice, with the potential to double that if necessary. To his dismay, Han Yang encountered the same predicament he faced with custom cables and transistors. No manufacturer was willing to take the order. The closest he came to success was when a machinery manufacturer quoted 50,000 for equipment that perfectly matched his specifications but required a minimum order of 100 sets. The other manufacturers outright refused. 100 sets amounted to 5 million, An amount Han Yang could not even dream of gathering at this stage. Couldn't you adjust the parameters? Why must it be a minimum of 100 sets? I just need one set. Would 300,000 work? Han Yang felt despair creeping in. The salesperson on the other end seemed even more despondent. Sir, it's not that simple. We need to create molds, prepare materials, conduct research and development. Train workers. There's a myriad of complex tasks involved. However, the most complicated aspect lies not here. No matter how intricate the process, with your 300,000, we could barely cover costs. The real trouble comes from the planning adjustments, worker training, production scheduling, and coordination among numerous personnel. It's all too cumbersome. Unless upper management intervenes, no one can keep it all in order. And with such slim margins, or none at all, why would upper management get involved? It's simply unrealistic. Chapter 39. The Industrial Committee. After encountering a series of dead ends, Han Yang had an epiphany. Unfortunately, he had no connections with senior executives in manufacturing firms and could not leverage any relationships. He lacked sufficient funds to make a substantial investment. Was he truly destined to slowly save up until he had tens of millions to directly procure a CPU production line? That seemed far too slow, requiring several years to accomplish. Han Yang was unwilling to wait. Sir, please inquire with other companies. Ours is definitely not an option. Manager LV, I'm coming. In that case, Han boss, let us leave it at that. Goodbye. Before the call ended, Han Yang overheard some background noise from the salesperson's phone, where someone seemed to be urging him to hurry up and join a game on Tianmuxing. Tianmuxing? Han Yang paused, suddenly recalling something. Tianmuxing is a well-known planet in the game Cosmic Warfare, apparently established and occupied by a particular player guild. However, Han Yang was not intimately familiar with the details. I'm just a gaming assistant. Why should I delve into all the intricacies of the game? Was Manager LV also a fervent enthusiast of Cosmic Warfare? Was he so engrossed that he had his subordinates engage in gaming with him? Pondering this, Han Yang casually manipulated his robot to access the player forum for Cosmic Warfare and began searching for information about Tianmuxing. Gradually, the details became clearer. Tianmuxing was originally the territory of the TMU gang. However, recently, the protection period had expired, allowing for free plundering, and a powerful rival gang, the Wuliao gang, had organized members to seize Tianmuxing. During this time, the TMU gang and the Wuliao gang had been embroiled in fierce conflicts over the planet, with control changing hands multiple times. Tomorrow night at midnight marked the point when the protection period would reset. At that moment, whichever gang occupied Tianmuxing would control it for the next year. Currently, Tianmuxing was under the TMU gang's dominion. But there were rumors on the forum suggesting that the Wuliao gang had mobilized a group of gaming experts to initiate an all-out assault at 6 o'clock tomorrow, aiming to capture the planet before midnight. The TMU gang was also preparing for defense. Upon further examination, Han Yang discovered that the leader of the TMU gang seemed to be a wealthy heir in real life, with his family operating a machinery manufacturing firm. While he had yet to ascertain the leader's name, he was certain of the surname, LV. Connecting this with the earlier phone call where he had spoken to Manager LV, Han Yang's mind sparked with an idea. Mustering his courage, he dialed the salesperson's number once more. When the call connected, the voice on the other end sounded somewhat resigned. Han boss. You're not calling to discuss business today? Han Yang interjected. I heard that your company's Manager LV is also playing Cosmic Warfare? You've heard that too? The salesman remarked. Indeed, Mr. Liu is the leader. There have been numerous issues in the game lately, and even I have to accompany him in play. Is it regarding the Battle of Tamastar? Does Boss Han also play games? Of course, Han Yang replied, shifting the conversation. I heard that the Wulei gang is planning a full-scale assault at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Do you think Mr. Liu can hold Tamastar? I fear the odds are slim, came the reply. Mr. Liu takes this matter very seriously? Absolutely. You have no idea. Mr. Liu has been burning the midnight oil for the game, neglecting all company affairs. The chairman has lost his temper several times to no avail. I heard he has been flying around the globe recently, trying to invite some renowned gaming experts to assist with account operations, but the opposition has also hired help, making it quite complicated. Have you heard of the Revival Gaming Studio? I've heard they have many skilled players. Mr. Liu has indeed approached that studio, but it seems they declined. Did they contact me? Han Yang recalled, suddenly remembering that a few days ago someone had approached him with an offer of 500,000, requesting that his studio provide 200 experts to operate 200 accounts for 6 hours. Han Yang could hardly muster 200 experts. With his computational capabilities, managing 50 accounts simultaneously was the utmost he could achieve. Moreover, such business practices would delay other orders and tarnish his reputation. Han Yang promptly declined. In hindsight, that person who approached him was actually Mr. Liu. That Revival Gaming Studio had quite a reputation in the gaming world, and they showed no consideration for Mr. Liu. If only that studio could cooperate, Mr. Liu would not have to worry so much. Han Yang immediately said, "Perfect. I have a good relationship with the owner of the Revival Gaming Studio. How about I contact them on your behalf? Rest assured, our friendship is solid. I can surely handle it." Han Yang boasted confidently, without a hint of hesitation. "Really? You are so close with the studio owner?" The salesman was filled with excitement, and suddenly seemed to remember something, lowering his voice. "If you can secure that, Mr. Liu will surely be pleased. And he will oversee your order without any issues." Han Yang chuckled. "I would need your assistance to mediate. If this works out, I have a little something for you in return." This was a blatant promise of benefits. Indeed, the salesman became even more enthusiastic. "Just wait a moment. I will find Mr. Liu." At the top floor of the headquarters of Liu's equipment manufacturing group, in the spacious office, Liu Yang was frowning deeply, swiftly maneuvering the game with one hand while on the phone. "Has the deal with the heartbroken lover been finalized? What? A price of 100,000? Let him go to hell. At his level, he dares to ask for 100,000. Is he trying to take advantage of me? What about the playboy? Settled? Fine, finalize the contract immediately. How many more people are needed? 106? We start tomorrow. Hurry and contact them." After hanging up, Liu Yang's frown remained. On the surface, this was merely a game, yet behind it lay a battle of pride between himself and Lao San, as well as the chance to make a favorable impression before Lord Morpheus. Morpheus was a member of the Earth Industrial Committee and one of the few Itans in the committee. Who doesn't know that the few Itans in the Earth Industrial Committee are the real decision-makers? It is rare for Lord Morpheus to be interested in the cosmic warfare game, and his gaming account is currently focused on Tamustar for a series of tasks, frequently visiting Tamustar. Whoever occupies Tamustar will have more opportunities to interact with Lord Morpheus. Under such circumstances, how could Liu Yang abandon Tamustar? Unfortunately, the Revival Gaming Studio was unwilling to take the order. If they could muster 200 people, Liu Yang would be willing to spend more money. He even tried to find the address of that studio, but it was elusive. Otherwise, he would have gone in person to confront them. Just as Liu Yang was furrowing his brow in thought, a knock sounded at the door. Slightly irritated, he let the person in, only to see his subordinate approaching with a beaming smile. "What is it?" Liu Yang's tone was unfriendly. "Mr. Liu, good news. A client previously mentioned that he is a close friend of the owner of that Revival Gaming Studio. He is willing to help us contact the owner and have them provide assistance." "What?" Liu Yang paused, a wave of ecstasy surging within him. He had personally verified the prowess of the experts at that gaming studio. He had specifically sought out accounts with barely sufficient attributes to hand over to that studio for boss battles, and they had all cleared the challenges in one go. It was precisely this verification that led him to decide to place an order, only to be taken aback when they refused. "Which client? Give me his contact information. I must thank him properly." "Mr. Liu, it's like this." The salesman relayed Han Yang's request. Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Isn't it just a matter of turning on the machines to produce some equipment? A trivial matter. Tell Mr. Han that if this comes to fruition, I won't charge him a dime, it'll be free." Upon receiving Liu Yang's call, Han Yang felt invigorated. "Free production? That's fantastic. It's a great way to save money. Mr. Liu, I have contacted my friend. He has agreed to operate 50 accounts for you. However, he prefers to stay at his studio and will not come in person." Liu Yang instinctively frowned. Not coming in person is fine, but only 50 accounts? This is a team battle, and both sides have over 400 participants. Is it a matter of insufficient manpower, or Mr. Han? You can rest assured, the payment is negotiable. Han Yang laughed. "My friend said it's not about manpower. He can manage 50 accounts quite adequately. By the way, he must be given command of the team battle." Liu Yang felt some unease. "Are you so confident?" "Mr. Han, this team battle is of great importance to me. Perhaps we should play it safe?" Han Yang replied. "Here rests the deal, Mr. Liu. I will head over to meet you now. If we lose the team battle, my friend won't charge a single penny, and I will leave my fate in your hands. If we win, you will produce equipment for me afterward. How does that sound?" Liu Yang slowly relaxed. In this day and age, which wealthy individual doesn't have connections to underworld forces? Taking a few lives is as trivial as a game, it hardly matters. His stance was clear, and the other party understood the significance of this team battle to him, as well as the potential repercussions of a loss. In such a scenario, daring to attend alone and submit to his will indicated that they possessed ample confidence. "Very well. I shall await your arrival, Mr. Han." After ending the call, Han Yang checked his computer and robots to ensure everything was functioning properly before heading straight to the airport. Ironically, despite having ample funds, Han Yang had never taken a flight in his life. While waiting in the first-class lounge, he suddenly noticed several individuals hurriedly entering from outside the lounge, enthusiastically holding the door, while others stood nearby, blocking a few people trying to exit. "What are you doing? I want to go out." "Who are you? By what right do you stop me?" The obstructed individuals protested, leading to a quarrel. However, upon hearing something whispered, they immediately fell silent, obediently clearing the way. Han Yang observed the scene with narrowed eyes. In the next moment, a tall, slender figure, like a bamboo stalk, clad entirely in silvery, unidentifiable material, walked in. Those around him immediately surrounded him, akin to stars orbiting a moon. Only when this tall figure passed through the lounge door did normalcy return. An Itin, so slender, so tall, dressed in a lightweight spacesuit, he must indeed be an Itin. In the past, Han Yang had only seen them on television. This was his first encounter in the real world. The Ida individual strode confidently, eyes fixed ahead, passing directly by Han Yang. A few first-class passengers were queuing ahead. As the Ida approached, those first-class passengers were promptly ushered away. The Ida entered the aircraft without hesitation, followed by several humans who were busy with their boarding procedures. The airport staff showed no inclination to intervene, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Han Yang sighed inwardly. Shortly after, he himself boarded the plane. Yet, as the scheduled departure time arrived, the aircraft showed no signs of taking off. Whispers circulated among the passengers. After a full half-hour of waiting, another tall, slender Ida, donned in a silver lightweight spacesuit, entered and took a seat diagonally in front of Han Yang. With the arrival of this Ida, the plane finally began to move, departing from the jet bridge in preparation for takeoff. Only then did Han Yang realize that the hundreds aboard had been kept waiting for several minutes merely to accommodate one Ida. He scrutinized the back of the tall Ida, his eyes filled with fierce intensity. However, he ultimately refrained from taking any action. With no ability to alter the current situation, he could only endure. The plane took off smoothly, ascending to over 10,000 meters, reaching near supersonic speed as it arrived in the city where Lu Yangsheng resided. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two swiftly finalized the arrangements for the following day's gaming session. The next morning, Lu Yangsheng handed over the account details to Han Yang, connecting via mobile signal. Han Yang linked directly to the revival base, pausing all other gaming tasks to operate the robots logging into the accounts. With pressing matters at hand, he couldn't afford to concern himself with reputation. 50 accounts logged in swiftly. My friend suggested that we first train our coordination this morning. The total of 400 participants was divided into 50 groups, with each of the 50 accounts under my friend's command acting as a leader. He would oversee the operation, while the others would follow instructions. Perhaps due to the renowned reputation of the Revival Gaming Studio, all the expert gamers present complied without dissent. Dissent? If you can clear the Snake Emperor with a trash account, then you may speak. Once everything was ready, Lu Yangsheng proclaimed, "All right. Today, everyone will follow the Revival boss's commands. Let us tackle a major dungeon first." Han Yang observed as the 350 participants completed their preparations. And with a thought, the 50 robots controlling the game characters in the distant Revival base sprang into action. Another 50 robots began typing furiously on computers. The words they produced were immediately converted into various voices through a speech synthesis program, reaching the ears of each group member. "Our group will handle the left-wing minor monsters. I'll tank while everyone else deals damage. Our second group and our 18th group will focus on the main assault on the BOSS. Our 50th group will provide cover." Han Yang orchestrated everything with meticulous precision. Chapter 41. Commanding with precision to ensure Lu Yangsheng would assist him in crafting these pieces of equipment, Han Yang exerted considerable effort. 50 computers operating accounts, 50 computers dedicated to voice command, 100 computers were all activated, and Han Yang's computational capacity surged. With Han Yang's unified commands, a total of 400 accounts began teleporting, thus commencing the large dungeon. Next came Han Yang's showcase. The individuals called by Lu Yangsheng to this venue, while not necessarily possessing exceptional gaming skills, certainly had a solid foundation in operation, awareness, and speed. There was no doubt about that. As long as these fundamentals were in place, coupled with a willingness to obey commands, Han Yang directed them with the finesse of a master, encountering no obstacles. The 50-leader accounts diligently and meticulously directed their 7 teammates, forming a cohesive unit that launched a comprehensive assault on the dungeon. A swarm of minor monsters surged forth. Yet the 400 participants dispersed according to command, with some providing cover, others tanking, some directing, and others taking the opportunity to rest and recover health and mana. All without chaos. In a brief moment, the horde of minor monsters was eradicated. Lu Yangsheng watched in astonishment, his mouth agape. Are the people from the Revival Gaming Studio monsters? Wow, Han, look at this team. The 36th team. How can they execute precise operations while simultaneously directing 7 teammates? They haven't paused for a second. Their hands are so fluid. Can they truly multitask? Indeed, under Han Yang's remote control, within the Revival base. The robot responsible for directing the 36th character had its arms moving so swiftly over the keyboard that they seemed to blur, typing over 200 words per minute, all converted into voice output. The computer managing the 36th character's operations was equally rapid, maneuvering around the monsters with agility. Although Han Yang already knew that he was the one controlling the 36th character, he feigned ignorance, following Liu Yangshin's gaze, and exclaimed in awe. I always knew my friend was skilled in gaming, but I never imagined it was to this extent. Impressive. Han Yang discreetly wiped his brow. This self-praise felt utterly embarrassing. And look at this. The 26th account. They're just as swift. Among the 7 teammates of the 26th team, one exclaimed, Captain, slow down your commands. I can't keep up with your actions. Liu Yangsheng slapped his palm down but, fearing it would disrupt their performance, ultimately retracted it, merely scolding. The captain is directing 7 of you, and you still can't keep up? The player retorted, Liu, I can't help it. I really can't keep pace. Are you Alan? You must be a fake. Aren't you ranked 18th in the fighting tournament? You even demanded 2,000 to join us, and this is all you can do? Liu Yangsheng recognized him as one of the experts he had invited. Before the player nicknamed Alan could explain, another from a different team shouted, Captain, what is our next move? I've forgotten. Liu Yangsheng glanced over to see this player was also one of his recruited experts. Having achieved 22nd place in a speedrun competition, the captain is directing all 7 of you, and he can remember each of your moves. Yet you can't recall what you need to do? Liu, it's not that I can't remember. It's just that the captain's awareness is too high. It's overwhelming. Liu Yangsheng finally realized that it was not that the experts he had recruited lacked skill, but rather that the opposing side's awareness and skill were exceptionally high. Han Yang once again discreetly wiped his brow, subtly reducing his operational frequency to ease his burden. At last, the complaints lessened, and the dungeon progressed smoothly. Although the efficiency dipped slightly, falling short of Han Yang's envisioned flawless completion, upon the final victory in the dungeon, Liu Yangsheng remained incredulous, his mouth agape in shock. Incredible. All 50 individuals are experts, the best of the best. Liu Yangsheng turned to Han Yang. But that is not what astonishes me the most. What truly astounds me is how well these 50 experts cooperate. It feels as though one person is controlling everything. Han, do you realize? It doesn't seem like 400 individuals are tackling the dungeon. It feels like a single entity is at work. The coordination is remarkable. How did you train your friend to such a level? Han Yang, wiping his brow once more, forced a smile. Is that so? Is it really that impressive? I have never encountered such proficiency. I even feel as though, oh right, Han, you don't play games much, do you? You might not fully grasp this. Let me describe it to you. Originally, these 400 individuals were akin to a scattered pile of sand. However, with the addition of these 50 captains, they transformed into a cohesive structure, bound together. The most crucial aspect is that this framework, composed of the 50 captains, operates as if directed by a singular, unified intellect. What does it mean to command with precision? This is the essence of such mastery. Liu Yangsheng exclaimed in admiration, and Han Yang concurred, saying, impressive, indeed. Had Liu Yangsheng been aware that all these maneuvers were orchestrated by the very person standing beside him, Han Yang, he would likely have been utterly astounded. With the inclusion of the Revival Gaming Studio, Liu Yangsheng felt a wave of reassurance. He glanced at Han Yang, puzzled. Mr. Han, are you feeling warm? The air conditioning is quite strong. I find it a bit chilly. At that moment, beads of perspiration began to form on Han Yang's forehead. It was inevitable. Operating 100 computers simultaneously resulted in excessive computational demands, leading to significant heat generation. It's nothing really. I tend to be sensitive to heat. It will pass shortly. Xiaowang, lower the temperature. After concluding the morning's rehearsal, Han Yang utilized the technical data gathered from the practice to arrange targeted training sessions for the afternoon. Before long, the clock struck 5:30, and the pivotal planetary conquest was on the verge of commencing. Although Liu Yangsheng brimmed with confidence, he could not suppress a twinge of anxiety. He personally stationed himself in the control room, where 350 skilled players took their positions. Meanwhile, in another city, within a similar control room, over 400 computers were organized in several rows, with 400 gaming experts displaying solemn expressions. Numerous management and logistics personnel scurried about, ensuring all preparations were meticulously checked. In an open office, several senior gaming advisors conducted a final review of the tactical arrangements surrounding a young man with a brooding demeanor. Mr. Sun, rest assured. Everything has been arranged. Chapter 42. Fishing for opportunities. The countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. The clock struck 6. Within the game, the planetary offensive and defensive battle commenced instantly. In the cosmic expanse, several colossal spaceships surged forth, with over 400 gaming avatars leaping from the vessels, riding an array of mounts that emanated dazzling lights. Akin to deities descending upon Tiamat, radiant beams rose from Tiamat as, under Han Yang's unified command, a total of 50 squads swiftly advanced towards the enemy. An intense battle erupted in an instant. Liu Yangsheng, slightly anxious, moved between rows of computers, constantly monitoring the battlefield. Han Yang maintained a composed demeanor, feigning ignorance while his mind raced with countless thoughts. Far away, in the core area of the revival base, the training room buzzed with the sound of 100 computer towers, their screens flickering with dynamic visuals. Before the computers, 100 robots swiftly maneuvered their arms, flitting about the mouse and keyboard like butterflies. Quickly, attack their left flank. Secure the statue. Hold the statue. We can't hold out much longer. Send reinforcements. In another city, within the control room, voices clamored in a chorus of urgency. In the control room where Han Yang was, however, there was an eerie silence. No shouts, no roars, only the hum of computer towers and the rapid clatter of keyboards and mice. Han Yang's computational power transformed into words and then into voice, precisely transmitted into the earpieces of each operator. These once adept gamers seemed, at that moment, to transform into thoughtless automatons. They were absolved from analyzing the current situation or making any judgments. Their sole task was to follow the commands relayed through their earpieces, executing their actions mechanically. Beyond that, everything else was inconsequential. Was the statue under threat of being captured by the enemy? Oh, not my concern. Should we send aid? No need, just observe. Indeed, before long, another squad fortuitously moved into the vicinity and charged forward. The arrival of this squad was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, decisively overpowering the enemy squad that had previously defended the statue, effectively eliminating the threat. Once the enemies in that area were cleared, another nearby squad found itself in dire straits. The previous squad, having freed themselves, was perfectly positioned to provide assistance. Everything unfolded as if orchestrated, as though the enemy's every action and the development of the situation had long been anticipated by the commander, who precisely selected the most efficient course of action from myriad possibilities. In the control room, the gaming experts experienced a melange of emotions. How to articulate this mode of operation? Even if we were not present, seasoned players familiar with the basic operations could likely perform just as effectively. Our presence seems redundant. Winning this way, while effortless, lacks any sense of achievement or engagement. Yet, it is undeniably easy. Can this be considered as slacking off? Amidst the fierce battle, some gamers could not resist drifting into daydreams, musing on trivial matters. Will Liu always pay us correctly? Surely. He will. His family is quite prosperous. Never mind. Let us finish this first. The control room remained tranquil. In another city's control room, a group of gaming experts began to lose their composure. What in the world is happening? Why haven't we breached the defense line? Why is Tiamat's combat power so formidable today? It's not that they are stronger. It's the same characters. One-on-one, they still struggle. It's all about teamwork. The key lies in their coordination. Their synergy is incredible. I knew something felt off. Their coordination is too seamless. What is going on? Attack, quickly. It's already 10 o'clock, and we haven't even made halfway progress. Sun Xiaoying felt a surge of urgency. Capturing Tiamat was a crucial element of his subsequent plans. Without taking Tiamat, how could he forge an alliance with Morpheus in gaming? How could he foster relations? Without that, how could his family's ventures establish connections with the Earth Industrial Committee? For this battle, he had invested millions, summoning every expert available. He had even brought in 3 owners from major gaming studios, along with their 150 skilled players. If they were to lose, all would be in vain. As time progressed, the atmosphere in the control room grew increasingly tense. Yet the situation continued to unfold in an unwelcome direction. When the clock struck 11, Sun Xiaoying realized that the situation had become irretrievable. Defeat was inevitable. But how could they lose? Why did this happen? Li Ku, Huang Teng, did you not assure me that all the experts would be summoned? Did you not say your studio alliance had agreed not to support Liu Yangsheng? Where did Liu Yangsheng find these experts? Sun Xiaoying's confidence in victory partly stemmed from the belief that the gaming studio alliance was firmly on his side. To summon a large number of experts, one could only rely on gaming studios. By eliminating that avenue, he had no choice but to seek individual players. Yet, individual players were unpredictable, with varying temperaments and schedules, unlike studios, where a command from the owner could mobilize the entire team. Coordinating 400 individual players was no simple feat. Li Ku and Huang Tong, in a state of disarray, approached the major investor, sweat beading on their foreheads. Mr. Sun, our studio alliance truly had a consensus. There are only 5 major gaming studios capable of handling a cosmic war. The rest are merely small operations, insignificant in scale. All 5 of our studio experts are present here. As you can see, how could we possibly support Lu Yangsheng? Then how do you explain this? Where did Lu Yangsheng find so many experts? Don't tell me he recruited them one by one as individual players. Li Ku and Huang Tong exchanged a glance. Gritting their teeth, Li Ku remarked, there exists a game studio that has been rapidly expanding, yet they have not joined the studio alliance. Oh, that studio has been engaging in price wars, undermining industry standards. We have invited them multiple times to join the alliance and unify pricing, but they have ignored us. Indeed, that studio possesses considerable strength, with many proficient players. I suspect that Lu Yangsheng may have received support from that studio. What is its name? Revival Game Studio. Here is the homepage of their shop. Li Ku quickly pulled up the page and handed it to Sun Xiaoying. As she gazed at the shop's astonishing transaction volume, exceeding hundreds of thousands, Sun Xiaoying's expression grew increasingly grim. Investigate this matter. If it is indeed that studio's doing, ensure we bring them down. Li Ku and Huang Tong felt a surge of excitement. How shall we bring them down? Their studio is rife with experts, which must inflate their costs. Let us engage in a price war and see if they can endure. Rest assured, I will cover any losses you incur. Chapter 43. Outdated thoughts. The battle concluded amidst a profound silence. The clock struck 12. The struggle for TMU Star had drawn to a close. For the next year, this planet would remain under the control of the TMU gang. The 350 gaming experts, slightly bewildered, removed their headsets and diverted their gaze from the computer screens. Feeling an odd sense of disorientation. Was the previous battle intense? Intense. Was it large in scale? Very large. There were even thousands of onlookers who came to witness the fight, and it was streamed live on forums. Each of us was a participant in this battle. But what did we actually do? Upon reflection, it seems we accomplished nothing at all. There was no sense of involvement, no feeling of achievement. It felt rather lackluster. The experts did not feel exhilarated by their victory. Instead, they were somewhat dejected. Is this the taste of victory? Humph, silently. The experts rose and made their way towards the exit of the gaming room. At the entrance, Lu Yangsheng was unable to contain his excitement. Beaming as he shook hands with each departing gaming expert, personally handing out the previously agreed-upon rewards. With the money in hand, the experts' spirits lifted slightly. Thank you all for your hard work. Thanks to our collective efforts, we have secured TMU Star. It is still ours. Sparse applause echoed through the hall. In the hall, Lu Yangsheng, microphone in hand, spoke with fervor. It is quite late now, so I shall keep my remarks brief. I have reserved the adjacent Yungang bar for everyone to enjoy. Rooms at Yungang Hotel have also been prepared for you. Hearing this, the experts' enthusiasm finally reignited. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. After sending off the experts, Lu Yangsheng turned to Han Yang. Shall we grab a bite, General Han? During the celebratory banquet, Lu Yangsheng was in high spirits, displaying a carefree demeanor. Several expert representatives, battle organizers, logistical personnel, and company executives offered their compliments, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. After a few drinks, Lu Yangsheng began to feel tipsy. This time, I must truly thank you, General Han. It is a pity that your friend suffers from social anxiety and is unwilling to meet. Otherwise, I would have liked to share a drink with him and express my gratitude. Rest assured about the equipment you require. I will arrange for someone to coordinate it tomorrow, and it will be ready within half a month at the latest. All costs will be waived. Han Yang finally felt a sense of relief. After enduring such hardships, what was it all for? Was it not for this very moment? Eventually, Lu Yangsheng became quite inebriated and insisted on personally calling the owner of Revival Game Studio to express his gratitude. Despite Han Yang's persistent refusals, he could not deter him. Left with no choice, Han Yang operated the computer in the core area of the Revival base, using a voice communication software to adopt a somewhat shy and introverted tone. Managing to converse with Lu Yangsheng for a few moments, he claimed that Han Yang was his close friend and that all matters could be directed to him, thereby appeasing Lu Yangsheng. Once the celebration concluded, Lu Yangsheng still clung to Han Yang, reluctant to depart. Han Yang had no recourse but to remain and endure his ramblings. In the course of their conversation, Lu Yangsheng even began to weep. Brother, I feel so distressed. With tears in his eyes, Lu Yangshan confessed. My father is aging and has entrusted the company to me. I tread cautiously, never daring to relax, fearing that the company might crumble under my watch. Times have changed. Now the Ida people are in power. If I do not foster good relations with them, the company will not survive. I exert tremendous effort to cultivate this relationship. Do you think I genuinely enjoy playing games? Nonsense. I merely play to pass the time. I would rather spend that time with two young models. Yet, isn't it all for the sake of connecting with the Ida people? Murphy from the Earth Industrial Committee also enjoys gaming. Don't you think this game presents an opportunity to strengthen ties? How could I possibly let this slip away? My father fails to comprehend. He clings to outdated beliefs, always insisting that we simply need to excel in our services, improve quality, and reduce prices for our business to flourish. But the times have changed. That old approach no longer works. A single standard set by the Earth Industrial Committee could lead to my family's ruin. A mere rating could bring us wealth. Can you blame me for wanting to build relationships? My family's factory employs tens of thousands of workers. If our factory were to collapse, who would provide for them? They would likely end up in the slums. I am humbling myself and exhausting all efforts to curry favor with Murphy. I am more shameless than any courtesan. My heart aches. Yet my father does not understand, constantly scolding and berating me. Lu Yangxing sobbed, pouring out his grievances until Han Yang and the company's vice president escorted him to his room, where he continued to insist that he was not drunk and wanted more to drink. Once Lu Yangsheng was settled, Han Yang returned to his own room. Lu Yangsheng, being quite affluent, had arranged for a top-tier room in the city. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows opened up to reveal the city's nightscape. Beneath the night sky, countless neon lights flickered. Vehicles traversed the bustling streets, while flying cars zipped through the air. The city emanated an aura of prosperity, wealth, and tranquility. Han Yang stared blankly at the nighttime cityscape, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. After a long while, he abruptly drew the curtains, tossed off his clothes, rolled onto the bed, and muttered, "Sleep." The next day dawned bright and clear. Han Yang did not linger in the city but promptly finalized the detailed parameters of the equipment he needed with the vice president of the Lu Group, setting a timeline before swiftly returning to the revival base in the vegetable market district of Daejiang City. After a few days' absence, everything remained unchanged. 100 computers continued to operate tirelessly, and vast amounts of cash continued to flow in. The equipment arrangements were finally confirmed. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for it to arrive. Next, he needed to address the learning aspect. Self-study, along with seeking solutions from experts like Zhang Dong, could not be neglected. Gathering numerous experts and professors from various fields for systematic foundational learning was equally imperative. At this moment, Han Yang's online learning website had been successfully registered, with cloud servers and website architecture already resolved. Initially, he would invite Professor Zhang Dong and a few others to join, asking them to create some instructional videos, and then gradually invite more of their colleagues from the university, as they were all experts in their respective fields. Chapter 44, Pursuit of Knowledge. With this thought, Han Yang promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Dong's number. "Hello, Professor Zhang. This is Xiao Han from Yunshan University." In his office, Professor Zhang was engaged in a discussion with several members of the advisory committee, reviewing the list submitted by Han Yang and addressing various concerns. Lately, Zhang Dong had been enjoying a fulfilling life, receiving a steady salary as a university professor while also benefiting from the extra income provided by Han Yang. After forming the advisory committee, Zhang Dong's efficiency in resolving Han Yang's queries had significantly improved. Typically, after classes each day, the team convened to pool their collective wisdom, managing to arrive at solutions within approximately an hour. This hour of intellectual effort yielded an average monthly remuneration exceeding 10,000. With newfound financial stability, the atmosphere at home had transformed. His wife's smiles had increased, and the family dynamic had become much more harmonious. Upon receiving Han Yang's call, Zhang Dong responded with enthusiasm. "Manager Han, what can I do for you?" "Well, our company's CEO, wishes to establish an online learning platform. Professor Zhang, as an expert in computer hardware, and with the other members of the advisory committee being university lecturers, I would like to invite you all to be the first to join this platform, offering live courses and creating instructional videos." Zhang Dong was puzzled. "Isn't your company developing a game? Why venture into website creation?" Han Yang feigned an air of exasperation. "Our CEO is a second-generation rich kid. He acts on whims and has the financial resources to do so. The game development remains unaffected. I will continue to submit questions daily, and you will provide answers as usual." Reassured that his previous income would remain intact, Zhang Dong relaxed. Joining the website is not an issue, But what kind of courses do you intend to conduct? Our CEO envisions a systematic learning platform that allows users to start from the fundamentals and gradually master the entire knowledge framework. Initially, we plan to offer comprehensive courses in circuit theory, digital electronics, signals and systems principles. In terms of depth, we aim to begin at the graduate level and later expand to undergraduate and doctoral stages. Having engaged in self-study for an extended period, Han Yang assessed his current grasp of computer hardware knowledge to be equivalent to that of an undergraduate in the field. Although he had acquired some fragmented knowledge at the graduate level, he longed for a complete and systematic learning experience. Zhang Dong perked up. I am well versed in this area. There will be no problem. Our advisory committee consists of 5 members, and any one of us can lecture competently. However, does the website have users? Han Yang discerned the underlying concern in Zhang Dong's voice. Without users, where would the viewership come from? Without viewership, how could revenue be generated? Rest assured, Han Yang replied, enthusiastically explaining, our website is currently in the preparation phase, lacking promotion, with only a few internal testers. However, at this stage, we will not charge based on viewership. Instead, we will employ a custom pricing model, meaning we will pay you directly for the courses. Zhang Dong felt reassured. That works. Computer hardware is a vast field with numerous subdivisions, amounting to hundreds of specific disciplines. Each subject can be taught, and after completing the initial phase, more advanced topics can also be covered, ideally encompassing the entirety of the discipline's knowledge. After all, our CEO is wealthy and does not require us to economize. Zhang Dong chuckled. However, I must clarify one point. Han Yang feigned a touch of embarrassment. Our CEO tends to act on impulse, so I cannot guarantee how long this initiative will last. Therefore, Professor Zhang, you must act swiftly in creating the courses. A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Dong. With a custom procurement plan in place, once the courses were developed, they could be monetized. If the CEO's interest waned, the opportunity would be lost. It was imperative to move quickly. I understand. I will begin preparations tonight. After hanging up, Zhang Dong shared the news with the remaining 4 members of the advisory committee. An excitement filled the room. With the recent additional income, everyone had been enjoying a better quality of life. Now, the prospect of earning even more was too enticing to resist. Having completed the day's discussions, Zhang Dong hurried home and immediately began lesson planning. Upon hearing about the new opportunity to earn, his wife left her study, and even the sounds of cooking became quieter as she quietly supported her husband, alleviating all his worries. The following evening, armed with the invitation code provided by Han Yang, Zhang Dong registered an account on the Zhigsu platform and commenced his first live course. With a small blackboard hanging on the wall and his phone placed on the desk, Zhang Dong cleared his throat and declared, "Today, we will begin our first graduate-level lesson on the principles of computer circuits." Upon glancing at the live stream, he was pleasantly surprised to see the viewership surpassing 100. In the revival base, Han Yang's computing power was connected through a proxy to the Zhigsu platform's cloud server, managing over 100 accounts attentively listening to the lecture. Occasionally, the live stream would chime, signaling that a user had opted to pay for a question. At that moment, Zhang Dong would pause and inquire, "Student, do you have a question?" Han Yang would respond through one of the accounts, saying, "Teacher, I have a slight confusion regarding the PNP junction you previously discussed." 50 minutes later, the class concluded successfully. The recorded video was saved for future reference, although the replay would lack the interactive question feature. Afterward, the other instructors also began their course live streams, with Han Yang diligently overseeing over 100 accounts for each session. Of course, only one account was personally operated by Han Yang. The rest were mere bot accounts. Once the courses concluded, the instructors expressed their admiration, noting that online teaching fostered an even better classroom atmosphere than traditional settings, making the lectures more invigorating. The 5 instructors were further elated when Han Yang called shortly after the first class ended to inform them that the course quality was outstanding, having passed the review process, and they would be compensated at the rate of 400 yuan per class. Moreover, should the viewership revenue exceed the fixed procurement price, they would also receive a share of the profits. At the pace of 1 class per day, this would amount to 120,000 yuan monthly, slightly surpassing their previous earnings as consultants. This realization invigorated their spirits even more. On that day, 5 classes were conducted, peaking with simultaneous attendance in 4 courses. Han Yang breezed through it all, feeling no pressure whatsoever. However, it was too slow, far too slow. The search for additional instructors and more courses needed to be expedited. Time was of the essence. Chapter 45. Mathematics. With Han Yang's current computational capabilities, he could listen to 10 instructors simultaneously for 24 hours, provided that all consumption was accounted for. To meet Han Yang's demands, Ziggs, you would need to have 240 instructors available, resulting in daily expenditures of 960,000 yuan at the rate of 400 yuan per class. That is unfeasible. It is far too expensive at this stage, he mused. 99 computers engaged in training require meticulous effort to generate income, and even then, it barely accumulates to 70,000 a day. Such expenditures are unsustainable. Furthermore, once the equipment from General Liu arrives, he would need to allocate computational power for material production. Additionally, maintaining high computational usage cannot be constant. Therefore, it would be wise to initially seek out 20 instructors, conducting 20 classes daily at a cost of 8,000 yuan. As his computational prowess increased and revenue grew, he could then scale up accordingly. Given the limitation of studying only 20 courses simultaneously, careful consideration was necessary regarding which subjects to pursue first. While Han Yang aspired to master the entire knowledge system, prioritizing the most critical disciplines was essential. After much contemplation, Han Yang ultimately arrived at a decision. At this stage in his life, aside from knowledge in computer science, the most crucial area for him was mathematics. Mathematics serves as the foundation for all natural sciences, holding an unparalleled significance. The branches of mathematics are numerous, and for the time being, Han Yang could only select a handful of mathematical courses that are highly relevant to computer science for his studies. After careful consideration, he settled on 10 courses, including linear algebra, analytical geometry, series theory, ordinary differential equations, mathematical statistics, and stochastic processes. Typically, under a conventional university schedule, completing these subjects would require at least an entire semester, which amounts to 6 months, with some possibly spanning 4 semesters. Even upon completion, he would have merely scratched the surface of these foundational topics. Further in-depth study would undoubtedly present its own challenges. However, Han Yang was undeterred. With a preliminary plan for 10 mathematics courses and 10 computer science courses, he immediately reached out to Zhang Dong, seeking his assistance in inviting suitable instructors from Yunshan University to join the platform for these courses. Unfortunately, his call went unanswered, leaving him to try again later. Meanwhile, at Zhang Dong's home, the atmosphere was somber. Zhang Dong and his wife sat on the sofa opposite a weary-looking woman with graying hair, who appeared to be in her 50s. Yet, Zhang Dong knew that she was only 45, the same age as him. "Xiaowan, please don't be too disheartened," Zhang Dong's wife gently reassured her. "Old Li is just overwhelmed by the setback. Give it some time, and Zhang Dong can talk to him again. He will surely find his footing." Xiaowan lamented, "I work tirelessly every day to support this family. And what about Old Li? He is perpetually intoxicated, cursing the heavens and the leaders of the school. This life is unbearable. Brother Zhang, you were best friends with Old Li in college, and you both became teachers at Yunshan University. You have the closest relationship. Please, persuade him to stop drinking. Losing his position as a professor is not the end. I don't mind as long as he can recover, find a job, and lead a decent life again. If this continues, I truly cannot endure it any longer. And I will take the children and divorce him." Zhang Dong sighed deeply. Old Li, whose full name was Li Hui, had always been a close friend. However, while Zhang Dong belonged to the computer science department, Li Hui was part of the mathematics department. Both taught at Yunshan University, but Li Hui had fallen victim to misfortune. Once, he had intervened when a male student was bullying a female student, only to discover that the bully had influential connections. His family could even vaguely reach the Yaida people. Consequently, a barrage of slander led to Li Hui being accused of being the perpetrator. This disastrous turn of events cost him his job and branded him as a criminal. Unable to cope with the fallout, coupled with being banned from the education sector, he fell into despair. Zhang Dong wished to help, but felt powerless. "Oh, it's a pity. Manager Han only wants lecturers from the computer science department, not from mathematics," he sighed inwardly. "All right, Xiaowan, I will talk to him." Having settled this matter, Zhang Dong finally took out his phone and noticed 2 missed calls from Han Yang. "I'll make a call," he said, moving to his study to return the call. Han Yang's voice came through immediately. "Professor Zhang, do you know any teachers from your mathematics department? Our website is looking to procure 10 mathematics-related courses and requires 10 mathematics instructors." Zhang Dong stood there, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. At over 40, he understood all too well that mere words of comfort and advice would bear no fruit. Could Li Hui's emotional turmoil be resolved with a few kind words? Impossible. The only way to mend his broken spirit was to provide him with a job that could restore his sense of self-fulfillment and value. Originally, this posed an insurmountable challenge, as he was but an ordinary person himself. Yet now, the unexpected opportunity for his longtime friend to regain his footing had presented itself. Zhang Dong carefully organized his thoughts. Speaking somewhat humbly, "Manager Han, I happen to know a mathematics professor whose expertise is absolutely solid. You can rest assured on that front. However, he was dismissed from the school, though he was falsely accused. We have known each other for decades, and I can vouch for him. Zhang Dong recounted Li Hui's predicament. Han Yang readily agreed. All right, let him prepare the first lesson as soon as possible, and we will evaluate it promptly. After hanging up, Zhang Dong was filled with excitement as he clenched his fist. Without hesitation, he rushed to Li Hui's house. During the day, Li Hui was reeking of alcohol. Sitting dazed on the balcony, empty bottles littered the floor, and the house was in disarray. Li Hui, do you still want to be a teacher? Do you wish to teach mathematics? Li Hui lifted his head, gazing vacantly at Zhang Dong, offering a self-deprecating smile. If you still wish to teach mathematics, then get yourself together right now. Shower, get a haircut, shave, change into a clean outfit, and prepare for class immediately. By the time Li Hui stood before the camera, it was already evening. He had shortened his unkempt hair, cleaned his face, and donned casual attire, chalk in hand, with a blackboard behind him, resembling an ordinary teacher. Outside the camera's view, Xiao Wan, Zhang Dong, and his wife watched him with eager anticipation. Their fervent gazes imparted to Li Hui a peculiar, yet somewhat familiar sensation. Facing the camera, he felt a tinge of nervousness. A stochastic process is a branch of probability theory. Clearing his throat, he commenced his first lecture after years away from the podium. Chapter 46. Bionic Robots. The study of stochastic processes primarily investigates the evolution of random phenomena, encompassing topics such as random variables, stochastic processes, Markov processes, Poisson processes, and Brownian motion. Initially, Li Hui's delivery was somewhat halting, but as time passed, the sensation of teaching returned to him, and his articulation became more fluid. Behind the camera, Zhang Dong gazed at the animated Li Hui, feeling a touch of nostalgia, while Xiao Wan, witnessing her husband in this moment, felt tears welling in her eyes. Once the lecture concluded, Li Hui still felt a sense of incompleteness. After confirming that the camera was off, he nervously inquired of his old friend and wife, "How did I do?" "I felt overly anxious. And there were parts one didn't explain well." "Oldly, you were incredible, just as you were years ago on stage. Truly excellent." Xiao Wan exclaimed as she embraced her husband, tears streaming down her cheeks. After soothing her emotions, Li Hui felt somewhat bashful and anxious. "I wonder if it will pass the review." Zhang Dong, unable to make any promises, could only offer reassurance. "It should be fine." At that moment, in the revival base, within the research room, Han Yang brimmed with excitement. "What a treasure I have found." He could distinctly sense that Li Hui, the dismissed mathematics lecturer, possessed a profound theoretical foundation. In the realm of probability theory, his knowledge extended far beyond just stochastic processes. Han Yang even felt that he had the potential to become a distinguished scholar. Moreover, although the lecture covered only the introductory concepts of stochastic processes, Li Hui effortlessly simplified complex knowledge into digestible insights for students, providing them with a conceptual understanding of advanced topics they would encounter later. Consequently, when they eventually tackled those intricate subjects, the learning experience would be significantly enhanced. Li Hui was not only fully qualified to sign a contract with the platform he had created, but he also had the potential to thrive and attract traffic to the platform in the future. Han Yang immediately resolved to take action and directly dialed Zhang Dong's number. "Hello, Professor Zhang. After our review, we found that teacher Li Hui's course quality is exceptionally high. He possesses extensive experience and remarkable expertise in both teaching and research. We have decided to sign him on. I wonder what teacher Li Hui thinks about this." At Li Hui's home, upon hearing Han Yang's voice, Zhang Dong's face beamed with joy. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "I am right next to teacher Li Hui. Let me have him speak to you directly." "Oldly, come here quickly. Manager Han is on the line, and he says you passed the review. Do you want to sign a contract?" "What?" Li Hui was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on his face. "Did I really pass?" "Yes, you did. Quickly, take the call." "Hello, Manager Han. This is Li Hui. A contract?" "Of course, I would be delighted. Yes, I will prepare a lesson every day." After hanging up, tears unexpectedly streamed down Li Hui's face, slightly swollen from long-term drinking. "Old Li, Manager Han wants to sign a contract with me. Each lesson is priced at 400, and I have to produce at least one lesson daily. There will also be profit sharing later." "Xiao Wan, I can finally earn money. I will never drink again." Xiao Wan, also tearful, embraced her husband. "Earning money is secondary. I can manage the household with what I earn as long as you stop drinking. It pains me to see you neglecting yourself like this. I will quit, I promise." Observing the couple weeping in each other's arms, Zhang Dong gently tugged at his wife's sleeve and pointed towards the door, and the two quietly departed. Beyond Li Hui, Zhang Dong reached out to several other instructors from Yunshan University. Seeing the opportunity for steady extra income, the teachers were eager to participate. Within a few days, 10 mathematics lecturers and 10 computer science lecturers were all on board, beginning to produce courses at a stable rate of 1 lesson per day on average. To accommodate the teacher schedules, Han Yang made special arrangements for them to start live streaming classes during the lunch break and after work, ensuring that no more than 4 teachers were live at the same time. This arrangement significantly reduced the computational load on Han Yang, causing no disruption to his gaming business or daily affairs. The learning plan unfolded smoothly. Meanwhile, the equipment promised by Liu Yang was delivered to Han Yang after some time. Prior to this, the necessary raw materials, metal wires, and plastic sheets had already been procured. In addition, Han Yang invested heavily in 20 industrial robots. 10 of these robots were fixed, functioning similarly to the robots previously used for CPU manufacturing, dedicated solely to specific tasks. The remaining 10 were mobile multifunction robots, designed with a bionic structure, equipped with legs and arms, and dexterous fingers capable of performing most tasks that humans can. Through Han Yang's modifications, these 10 robots could connect directly with his mind, executing commands as instructed. The fixed robots operated independently, following pre-programmed industrial routines. At that moment, the research lab, spanning over 100 square meters, was no longer empty. 5 computers lined the walls, responsible for data queries, course viewing, and self-study. In the center were 5 machines, with 10 robots bustling about, transporting raw materials and operating equipment, all in perfect order. Production was about to commence, accompanied by the low hum of machinery. The first batch of raw materials transformed into cables as thin as steel needles, flowing from the output. Han Yang inspected the output and found the quality lacking. The cables snapped easily and did not meet the required conductivity. That's all right. This is just the first trial production. We'll adjust it gradually. Watching the 10 robots diligently working in the lab, Han Yang felt a surge of sentiment. These machines are truly remarkable. With them, I don't need to hire a single worker. I can manage the entire production process myself. Although they are rather expensive, at 300,000 each. I wonder if the price can be reduced with bulk purchases later. Moreover, the computational load was quite high. Controlling a single robot consumed more processing power than a low-end computer. To operate these 10 robots, Han Yang had no choice but to temporarily lower the computational share of his gaming business and reduce the number of high-end orders he accepted, just to maintain a balance. As a result, his daily income from the gaming business fell below 70,000 for the first time since the upgrade, settling at around 68 or 90. Chapter 47. Buffer. Currently, the scale of the revival base remains small. In the future, as it expands, procuring hundreds or thousands of robots will be essential for its operation. Han Yang also planned to excavate an underground base after another upgrade in computational power. The surface revival mall was merely a facade for safety. Han Yang had initially resolved to develop underground. However, excavating the underground base would not involve mobilizing a large number of workers or heavy machinery. Instead, he intended to control the robots through his computational power. At that point, the demand for computational resources would undoubtedly increase. Furthermore, once the base was established, a greater number of robots would be required for operating more equipment and conducting more research. Imagining a future where he could control thousands of robots bustling within the base with enhanced computational power filled Han Yang with anticipation. Yet for now, he could only wait and hope. Without the development of more advanced chips to enhance computational power, all dreams remained elusive. As time flowed slowly, half a month after the initial trial production, the robots continued their routine, transporting a box of materials from the corner of the lab to the production line, unpacking, and pouring the materials into the feeding inlet. The fixed robots collaborated with the machines to begin processing this batch of materials, while the 10 mobile multifunction robots diligently traversed the production line. Feeding, operating, sorting, integrating, and outputting. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. In the vast research lab, Han Yang was the sole occupant, engrossed in a lecture from a mathematics instructor on his computer. Behind him, all operations were entrusted to the machines and robots, resembling a fully automated assembly line. When this batch of raw materials emerged as specific types of cables from the output, they were gathered into bundles by the robots and sent to specialized testing equipment for inspection. The numbers displayed on the instruments caught Han Yang's attention, invigorating him. After half a month's relentless modifications, adjustments, and trials, the first batch of cables meeting Han Yang's requirements had finally been produced. A total of 100 cables were created, each measuring 125 centimeters in length, with finely crafted connectors at both ends. Meanwhile, another device roared to life, producing tiny components no larger than grains of rice. which were also sent for inspection. These components were transistors. The cables equated to circuits, the circuit boards to silicon wafers, together with the transistors. They constituted the three most crucial elements in constructing a CPU. In conventional CPU production, transistors and circuits are directly etched onto silicon wafers using photolithography, rendering this method unnecessarily complicated. Yet, at this moment, Hanyang could only resort to this approach as a substitute for photolithography technology. Now, the circuit boards, along with the first small batch of cables and transistors, were ready. With a flicker of inspiration, a multifunction mobile robot carefully picked up these materials and placed them on the work platform. The fixed robot atop the platform instantly welcomed Hanyang's computational infusion. Under the direct supervision of Hanyang, the new generation CPU has officially commenced production. Through extensive learning during this period, Hanyang has gradually conceived the architecture and manufacturing methods for this advanced CPU. Compared to its predecessor, the logical structure of this new generation CPU is markedly more intricate. Hanyang has incorporated several of his own invented instruction sets and has adopted a pipeline design approach for the first time. The pipeline circuits allow multiple instructions to operate simultaneously at different locations within the circuit, thereby significantly enhancing efficiency. This is a highly mature technology in modern society. Even the oldest CPUs have widely embraced such techniques. However, for the circuit board CPU crafted by Hanyang, this marks the first application of the technology. Theoretical predictions suggest that this technique will greatly improve the performance of the CPUs he manufactures. Additionally, Hanyang has introduced a high-speed cache of up to 4B for this CPU. Modern CPUs typically feature a 3-level cache to maximize performance, but for Hanyang, creating a cache structure represents the pinnacle of existing technology. The incorporation of numerous new designs has rendered this CPU architecture considerably more complex than before, consequently increasing the manufacturing difficulty. Although Hanyang had already planned this architecture in advance, he is acutely aware that theory is merely theoretical. In the practical realm of manufacturing, a plethora of unforeseen issues are bound to emerge. His only viable strategy is to confront each problem as it arises. Indeed, as anticipated by Hanyang, the first batch of 500 transistors and 100 cables encountered issues before they were fully utilized. The soldering precision was inadequate. The cables and transistors were too minuscule, and during the soldering process to secure them onto the circuit board, the solder joints interfered with one another, leading to circuit shorts. This was a problem that had never been encountered before. Hanyang devoted considerable thought to this issue. Ultimately, he invested in a high-precision soldering gun and purchased specialized solder to resolve the problem. Consequently, the entire first batch of transistors, cables, and circuit boards was rendered unusable, turning into waste. Fortunately, the second batch of transistors and cables had already been produced, preventing further delays for Hanyang. After addressing this issue, Hanyang resumed production. Shortly thereafter, a second problem arose. Hanyang discovered a bug in his original design. The distance between two modules within the CPU was too great, requiring interconnection via cables measuring 62 centimeters, which could not be manufactured with the required precision and speed. Without alternatives, Hanyang was compelled to adjust the architecture, placing both modules on the same circuit board while relocating the originally intended module to another board. However, this alteration impacted the overall structure, necessitating a re-evaluation of the reliability of communication between all modules and the associated communication delays. Fortunately, this was merely a structural adjustment and did not involve intricate details, making it manageable. Hanyang took 5 days to complete these modifications. Thereafter, the manufacturing process continued. After 3 days, Hanyang's work was once again interrupted, leading to another period of research and contemplation. After 2 days of interruption, work resumed, only to halt again after 4 days, followed by another 3 days of work before another pause. During this time, Hanyang remained steadfast in attending lectures without interruption. 20 university lecturers delivered a total of 20 courses, with Hanyang attending 20 classes daily without missing a single one. Although the lecturers were currently covering relatively elementary subjects that offered little direct benefit to Hanyang's immediate tasks, he nevertheless recognized the advantages of systematic study in a discipline. Systematic learning imparts a universal approach to problem solving, delving into the essence of a series of similar issues. By grasping this essence, one can autonomously derive solutions to problems that may vary in form, yet share the same core characteristics. Hanyang's inquiries to Professor Zhang Dong and other advisory committee members were akin to asking a teacher what 2236 equals before mastering multiplication. The committee members would provide direct answers, The current systematic learning is akin to acquiring the skill of multiplication. Once mastered, irrespective of whether the problem is 2236 or 1556, one can arrive at the answer independently. This has ushered in a transformation in logical reasoning, not accelerating Han Yang's manufacturing progress, but enhancing his problem-solving capabilities. When confronted with challenges, Han Yang endeavored to apply the knowledge he had acquired, engaging in independent thought and experimentation, yielding better results than before. Without this systematic approach, his manufacturing timeline might have been even slower. The scale of Zhigzu network must continue to expand, inviting more professionals and a greater number of instructors to teach. Han Yang resolved to pursue this goal. Now, after 2 months of relentless effort, the production of the new generation CPU is nearing completion, entering the final stages. Although this concluding phase is the most arduous and complex, at least the glimmer of hope has appeared. At this juncture, Han Yang began to contemplate other matters. With the new generation CPU nearing completion and his computational power set to increase, construction of the underground base, as previously planned, should commence. Given the need for discretion and the requirement that all projects be personally overseen, Han Yang must acquire the relevant expertise before proceeding. Constructing an underground base involves disciplines such as engineering, architecture, geology, plumbing, circuitry, and heat dissipation. A cursory estimate reveals the necessity of over 20 fields of study. Yinshan University offers corresponding programs. Embracing the principle of concentrating efforts, Han Yang entrusted this matter to Zhang Dong, requesting him to contact the relevant instructors to initiate classes. Zhang Dong readily agreed, expressing his gratitude to Han Yang. During this time, the many professors and lecturers at Yinshan University have become well acquainted with the esteemed reputation of Zhigzu Network. This name has transcended the confines of Yinshan University, garnering recognition from instructors at other institutions. Who could resist the allure of Zhigzu Network, where compensation is generous, tasks are minimal, and work can be conducted from home? An additional income exceeding 10,000 each month is a tempting prospect. Regrettably, Zhigzu Network currently operates on an invitation-only basis, leaving ordinary instructors without avenues to monetize their knowledge effectively. During this time, countless educators have approached Zhang Dong, either subtly or overtly expressing their desire to teach at Zhigzu Network. However, Zhang Dong has had no choice but to decline politely. Now, is it time to extend invitations once more? Perusing the list of educators who had previously approached him with interest, Zhang Dong began to contemplate. Unfortunately, this round of invitations will only extend to those in the fields of geology, architecture, and engineering. Individuals like Lao Zhou and Lao Sun will not be eligible, which is a pity. However, Lao Wang is indeed suitable. He has demonstrated commendable research in interior design. After some thought, Zhang Dong promptly dialed Lao Wang's number. Lao Wang. It's Zhang Dong. Here's the situation. Zhigzu Network is opening a new round of invitations, and I believe your expertise aligns well. Would you like to give it a try? Great. I will notify you. That evening, Lao Wang arrived at Zhang Dong's residence accompanied by his wife and a gift. Lao Wang, what are you doing? After more than a decade of friendship, there is no need for such formalities. Zhang Dong's wife observed her husband's current demeanor. Witnessing the respect he garnered from colleagues at the school, her face almost blooming with joy, further solidifying her resolve to support her husband's career. She was acutely aware of who had facilitated this transformation. The matter concerning Manager Han must be handled with utmost diligence. There could be no room for negligence. Initially believing that sending off Lao Wang marked the conclusion of the affair, Zhang Dong was taken aback to discover it was merely the beginning. The following day, Zhang Dong unexpectedly received a notification from the department head, summoning him to his office. Upon arrival, the usually stern department head personally poured Zhang Dong a cup of tea, engaging in amiable small talk for quite some time. Eventually, he casually remarked, "I've heard that the Zhigzu Network is inviting a new batch of teachers. Do you think I would qualify?" In that moment, the department head resembled a job seeker, full of anticipation, trepidation, and even a hint of anxiety. Zhang Dong felt a fleeting moment of disorientation. Had this matter leaked? You are the department head," he stammered. The department head sighed. In this day and age, things are no longer as they used to be. Back then, university students were the crème de la crème, and we, as university teachers, were held in high esteem wherever we went. But now, as you well know, knowledge is no longer valued, and we university teachers are likewise overlooked. Although I hold the title of department head, I'm merely a figurehead, earning a meager salary of 7,000 yuan per month, barely enough to support a family. Just the other day, my wife complained about pinching pennies to buy our child a computer. Sigh. A look of despondency shadowed the department head's face. Zhang Dong sighed in sympathy. No matter how much knowledge Earthlings possessed, could it compare to the Ida people, engaging in research? What prospects lay therein? The Ida could effortlessly produce technologies that surpassed the hard-earned results of thousands of scientists over decades. In this era, pursuing research held no promise. The key was to curry favor with the Ida and obtain new technologies from them. Earthlings merely needed to learn how to operate and utilize these technologies. Hadn't the physics, mathematics, computer science, and hardware development programs in universities all but withered, while various application-oriented disciplines flourished? The reason was simple. Mastering the operation of Ida technologies ensured immediate employment upon graduation. Yunsan University, regrettably, leaned heavily towards foundational principles. Reflecting on the department head's character and his past kindness towards ordinary teachers like himself, Zhang Dong sighed. Director, it's not that I'm unwilling to accommodate. It's just that I'm merely recruiting for this Higgs network, and they dictate the subject areas. This time, they didn't require computer science teachers. And there's nothing I can do. Chapter 49. Unprecedented. The department head's expression reflected slight disappointment, yet he still inquired, what subjects are they inviting this time? Zhang Dong enumerated the engineering disciplines, including architecture, geology, and various aspects of thermal management and construction. To his surprise, the department head's eyes lit up. Thermal engineering? I can do that. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Director, you are knowledgeable in thermal engineering? The department head blushed slightly. Over the years, I've self-studied and obtained certification in thermal engineering, doing a bit of freelance work on the side, as you understand. Zhang Dong recognized the reality of the situation. If that is the case, I can certainly submit your name. However, the website will require a review, and ultimately, quality of the courses will determine everything. I can't assist with that. No worries, no worries. Just having the opportunity is enough. The department head warmly escorted Zhang Dong out of the office. Along the way, whether familiar or unfamiliar, nearly every teacher greeted Zhang Dong enthusiastically. At that moment, he felt a swirl of emotions. In just one day, the list of 26 teachers was submitted to Han Yang, who promptly arranged for them to begin teaching in batches and conducting evaluations. The assessment results left Han Yang reasonably satisfied. He could discern that while some of the teachers' expertise might not be exceptionally high, they were more than capable of handling the current teaching tasks. Zhang Dong had proven to be reliable, not sending in any unqualified candidates. This was a small test from Han Yang. Should Zhang Dong excel in this endeavor, more responsibilities would be entrusted to him in the future. After all, with Han Yang's computational power increasing, this Higgs network might soon invite tens of thousands of teachers. Conversely, should Zhang Dong fail this test, he would regrettably be replaced. Thus, a total of 46 teachers commenced delivering courses at the rate of one per day. With the addition of these 26 instructors, alongside his own self-study and ad hoc consulting for problem-solving, Han Yang felt confident in his knowledge reserve for constructing the underground base. However, the accelerated pace of learning significantly impacted Han Yang's computational resources. He found himself compelled to lower the computational power allocated to his training operations, resulting in a new low for daily earnings, dropping below 60,000 to around 55,000. Correspondingly, the expenditure on course procurement surged to an average daily cost of 184 million yuan. The Revival Mall managed to maintain a shaky balance, avoiding the need for personal financial supplementation, which was already a small victory. Business at the Revival Mall was booming, with every shop bustling with customers. While there was some profit to be made, Han Yang invested all earnings to sustain relationships with Chung Hong and other government officials. Consequently, Han Yang was currently earning approximately 360,000 daily. At this moment, his savings amounted to around 7 million yuan. However, this sum was insufficient. With the enhancement of computational power, he needed not only to construct the underground base, but also to expand the Revival Mall's scale. Expanding the mall was imperative to provide adequate cover for the underground base. This necessity weighed on Han Yang's mind. Nonetheless, both the expansion of the underground base and the mall were not tasks that could be completed in a short time frame. The funds available were at least enough to initiate the project. It seemed he would have to continue earning while spending. A situation that made Han Yang bitterly smile at the irony of his long struggles, leading to a need for immediate financial juggling. As time passed, half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the Revival base, within the research lab, Han Yang meticulously maneuvered the robots, carefully connecting the final cable. After enduring 3 major revisions and 5 restarts, resolving over 300 inexplicable minor issues, and consuming more than 600 circuit boards, millions of transistors, and tens of thousands of cables, most of which were discarded due to modifications, The manufacturing of the new generation CPU was finally complete. Gazing at the assembly of circuit boards, cables, and transistors before him, Han Yang's expression was complex. This new generation CPU integrated a total of 160,000 transistors, 216 cables, and over 40 circuit boards. Employing numerous new technologies and architectures, its frequency had remarkably reached the megahertz level, peaking at 55 megahertz, capable of approximately 5.7 million floating-point operations per second. Although this level of CPU was roughly equivalent to the least performant industrial-grade chips currently utilized in the human world, it was significant that even the most basic industrial-grade chips were produced using photolithography in semiconductor factories. In contrast, the creation before him was entirely handcrafted by Han Yang. This signified that, for the first time, his handmade product had caught up with the tail end of industrially manufactured CPUs. This extraordinary creation, when viewed against the backdrop of human civilization, or even when considering the Atar civilization, stands utterly unique. The rationale is quite simple. In an era where there exists a mature industrial system capable of effortlessly fabricating such high-performance chips, who would resort to manual labor to achieve the same? Only someone like Han Yang, who is temporarily unable to afford a chip production line, would resort to such means. Moreover, Han Yang has no intention of producing this item in the future. After establishing an underground base, he plans to procure a chip production line for research and development, aiming to create entirely new chips. Thus, he initiated the testing phase. Upon pressing the start button and connecting the power, a rudimentary display screen flickered to life, showcasing black and white images reminiscent of antiquated animations. Given its capabilities, this was the extent of its functionality. Nevertheless, Han Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The test was successful. Thus, he proceeded with the integration. With a command issued, the multitude of components before him vanished instantaneously. Concurrently, he experienced a surge in computational power beyond what he had previously known. The tasks that had previously consumed 98% of his processing capacity, such as gaming services and learning tasks, suddenly decreased to a mere 2%. It was time to advance to the next phase, Han Yang mused. Meanwhile, in another city, at the headquarters of the Hero Electromechanical Group, in the office of the general manager, Sun Xiaoying glared menacingly at the two owners of the Cosmic War Game Studio. We have confirmed that it was the Revival Game Studio that initially provided support to Liu Yang from the Tenyu gang. During this time, we have allied with 5 of the larger studios in the industry. It's time to wage a price war. We shall crush that so-called Revival Studio. Sun Xiaoying was a person who never forgot a grudge. Originally, she had been confident of securing a significant advantage in the game for Tenyu Star. She had even arranged to play alongside Murphy's, a member of the Earth Industrial Committee, to curry favor and establish connections. However, her plans were disrupted by the sudden emergence of the Revival Game Studio. Such enmity could not go unpunished. Skilled players require investment, she thought. A mere game studio that cannot turn a profit must inevitably disband. Regrettably, she had been unable to determine the physical location of that studio. Otherwise, she could have dispatched some thugs to dismantle their operations and eliminate their leader, thus avoiding the complexities of the current situation. Li Ku and Huang Tong, the two studio owners, appeared invigorated. Please outline the specific terms, General Manager Sunday. What is the average cost per player in your current operations? What are your profit margins? What is the average cost across the industry? On average, each player generates approximately 300 yuan in daily cash flow. From this, 140 yuan is allocated as wages for the players, around 20 yuan for food and lodging, another 20 yuan for training and equipment, 10 yuan for depreciation and utilities, and 40 yuan for promotional expenses and miscellaneous fees, totaling 230 yuan. The remaining 70 yuan constitutes pure profit, representing approximately 33. In other words, if we reduce prices by 233 yuan, we would eliminate all profit? A reduction of around 30 yuan seems necessary. With lowered prices, our operational rate will increase. The Revival Game Studio's costs are likely higher than ours since they employ skilled players, who command higher wages than ordinary players. I estimate their pure profit margin to be no more than 15. A smile spread across Sun Xiaoying's face. Reduce prices by 50. Let every gaming service be halved. Halved? In that case, not only will there be no profit left, but we will also incur losses. Losing money? I can afford it. Let us see just how long that Revival Game Studio can endure. Li Ku and Huang Tong exchanged determined glances, each resolute in their decision. After all, the bulk of the losses would be covered by General Manager Sunday, although they would incur some losses themselves. Once they succeeded in overwhelming the Revival, they could increase their prices and boost their order volume, recouping their losses. Once a studio collapses, its employees scatter, and it becomes a formidable challenge to regroup them. As long as they could bring down Revival, it would be a permanent victory. In the long run, this venture would undoubtedly yield profits. Rest assured, General Manager Sun. We will return to make the necessary arrangements. With the 5 largest studios in the industry collaborating to lower prices, that Revival won't last long. At this moment, invigorated by the increase in computational power, Han Yang finally decided to leave the core area and inspect the surroundings. Along the way, he observed that every employee, regardless of whether they recognized him, greeted him with utmost respect. Han Yang could discern that their enthusiasm and reverence were genuine, devoid of any pretense. In this chaotic era, the establishment of the Revival Mall as a sanctuary, shielding countless individuals from the fears of violence during the night, the anxiety of unpaid wages, and the dread of starvation, all hinged upon Han Yang himself. He was indeed the true benefactor of their livelihoods. Before Han Yang could call out, Zhang Dazu and 4 others from the security team naturally gathered around him, trailing closely behind. During this time, Zhang Dazu had become Han Yang's personal security chief. Regardless of when Han Yang left the core area, he would be promptly notified, and Zhang Dazu would arrive with his team for protection. Where is General Manager Han headed today? Just taking a leisurely stroll, Han Yang replied, meandering out of the mall and gazing outside. Within the martial arts hall, a new group of security personnel was undergoing training, with sounds of vigorous activity and the echoes of impacts suggesting an intense session. Han Yang chose not to observe, but instead turned his attention to the adjacent Revival supermarket. Upon glancing over, he was taken aback. So many people? A line had formed at the entrance of the Revival supermarket. Due to the overwhelming number of customers inside, the exit had been restricted, allowing only a limited number to enter. Those waiting in line were clad in tattered clothing, their appearances disheveled, clearly indicating their impoverished status. Yet their faces were alight with eagerness, as if they were affluent patrons about to embark on a shopping spree. The last time Han Yang had ventured out was half a month prior, and while there had been crowds then, nothing compared to this. Zhang Dazu respectfully explained. Our Revival supermarket offers an abundance of quality products at low prices, conducting business fairly without deceit, which naturally attracts many customers. In fact, people from other districts have been saving up just to take a day off to shop here. Han Yang nodded slowly. It seemed the reputation of the Revival supermarket had spread far and wide. Beside the supermarket, the Revival clothing store was also bustling with activity. There, low-price garments, including second-hand items, were on offer. The styles were outdated, not appealing to the wealthy, yet perfectly suited the needs of the less fortunate. For the impoverished, clothing purchases were driven by durability and warmth during winter, rather than aesthetic considerations. Adjacent to that, the Revival restaurant was equally lively. Whenever salaries were paid, or individuals had a little extra cash, treating themselves to a meal at the Revival restaurant had become a trend among the local poor. After all, the prices were reasonable, and the taste was passable. Upon hearing that Han Yang had emerged, Sun Gui, who was responsible for commercial operations, hurried over. How is business at the restaurant? Exceptional. Sun Gui replied humbly. Particularly popular are the chicken heads and chicken feet, which have become the restaurant's signature dishes, selling thousands each day. Han Yang was taken aback. Chicken heads and chicken feet? Are those being sold now? Of course. They are inexpensive, delicious, and sell remarkably well. Your original trade has now expanded significantly, Han Yang remarked. Sun Gui merely chuckled in response. After inspecting the Revival Mall, Han Yang strolled through Revival Streets 1 to 3. The area remained as vibrant as ever, bustling with activity. Ahead, several security personnel clad in Revival Group uniforms were patrolling the streets. Recognizing Li Hu, Han Yang called him over. How is the security situation lately? Why is the head of security personally patrolling the streets? While it's commendable, I am concerned due to the recent murder of the newly appointed leader of the Iron Wolf gang nearby. The gang has splintered into 4 factions, engaged in both overt and covert conflicts. I fear this may spill over into our area, hence my decision to conduct these rounds personally during my free time. Well done. Keep up the good work. Han Yang patted Li Hu on the shoulder, offering some words of encouragement. Li Hu's face instantly lit up with joy, feeling that all his hard work had finally paid off. After surveying the area and finding everything running smoothly, Han Yang felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to the Revival Mall, Han Yang instructed, notify all core members of the company to convene at the Martial Arts Hall at 10 o'clock tonight. With enhanced capabilities, Han Yang felt more energized. It was time to scale up. Chapter 51. Equitable distribution at 10 o'clock that evening. After a day filled with activity, over 30 core members, including Shin the Butcher, Li Hu, Sun Gui, Zhao Fu, Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang, and Zhang Dezu arrived punctually at the Revival Martial Arts Hall. They recalled vividly that the last time Han Yang had called for a meeting of all core members was when the Revival Group had just been established. The anticipation grew. Could there be significant news? Observing the varied yet eager expressions of the core members, Han Yang smiled and said, "Indeed, just as you anticipated. I have decided that the Revival Group is ready to embark on a new phase of expansion." Excellent. Without a leader to initiate, everyone spontaneously broke into applause. During this time, although Han Yang had been busy with training and research, he had never ceased the internal consolidation of the Revival Group. After relentless scrutiny and refinement, the core members who remained had already deeply affirmed their loyalty to Han Yang, fully convinced of his leadership and vision. Upon hearing about the impending expansion, excitement filled the room. The Revival Group would grow stronger, attract more members, and expand its territory, thereby elevating their own positions. With a smile, Han Yang waited for the applause to subside before continuing. Let us not mention the outer Revival Streets 1 to 3, focusing solely on our Revival Mall. It currently spans just over 1,000 square meters. This area is too limited and no longer aligns with the scale of our group. Therefore, I have decided to initiate an expansion. The area of Revival Mall will be increased tenfold, reaching a total of 10,000 square meters. Additionally, we will extend 300 meters in each direction from the mall, thereby establishing a domain for our Revival Group. In total, our territory and control zone will encompass approximately 500,000 square meters, equivalent to 0.5 square kilometers. Taking a brief pause, Han Yang turned to Sun Gui and said, "Sun Gui, you have performed excellently during this period. But you must undertake even more responsibilities moving forward. The expanded Revival Mall will require a greater variety of shops and services, encompassing essentials such as food, clothing, housing, transportation, and even entertainment. However, one fundamental principle must be upheld. We must prioritize affordability without compromising quality. Let us not forget that our clientele primarily consists of less affluent individuals. Are you familiar with the large commercial CBDs in the urban area? We shall model ours after that, albeit a scaled-down version. We aim to create a budget-friendly CBD for the underprivileged. Our mall will offer everything the impoverished need at low prices, allowing them to enjoy high-quality food and entertainment without straining their finances. In essence, we will transform the new Revival Mall into a haven for the less fortunate. I will provide you with the new blueprints for Revival Mall shortly. Begin commercial planning and the recruitment and training of staff immediately." Sun Gui, flushed with excitement, stood up and promised, "Rest assured, President Han, I will ensure it is executed flawlessly." Han Yang then turned to Li Hu and Shun the Butcher, stating, "As our group expands, our security measures must keep pace. Li Hu, you need to promptly issue recruitment announcements to bolster our security team. Shun, you will oversee training, categorizing new recruits based on their performance into 3 tiers. The third tier will be dismissed. The second will serve as ordinary security personnel under Li Hu's management, while the first tier will undergo firearms training and advanced security skills, forming the core of our group, known as the Revival Guard. Zhang Dazu, you will be appointed as the captain of the guard." Li Hu, Zhang Dazu, and Shun the Butcher stood simultaneously and affirmed, "Yes. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang, you must also manage logistics effectively. With our expanded scale, daily maintenance, upkeep, and the needs of our staff must be prioritized. Leave it to us, young Han. We will certainly handle it well," they replied, equally excited. Zhao Fu, recruit additional personnel to establish a finance department responsible for all financial matters. Understood. In truth, Han Yang could manage the financial aspects independently, as it merely involved bookkeeping and expenditures. However, discretion was key. There was no need to reveal his capabilities. With his vigilant oversight, he could swiftly identify any financial discrepancies, ensuring that no one could tamper with the accounts. After arranging the expansion details, Han Yang announced 2 final pieces of news. Starting this month, all core members of the group would receive a doubling of their salaries, while internal staff would see a 50 raise. Furthermore, all new internal positions would be filled exclusively from existing external personnel who had worked at the group for over 6 months. All new recruits would be classified as external personnel, and only those with a tenure of 6 months or more could qualify for internal positions. Han Yang had clearly stipulated that Revival Group employees were divided into 3 tiers: core, internal, and external. Only by attaining internal status could one be considered a formal employee, with significantly enhanced benefits. At this moment, the substantial salary increases for core and internal members, coupled with the opening of numerous internal positions to external candidates, represented a fair distribution of fortune among all employees. Han Yang's decision brought elation to everyone within the revival group, from core members like Li Hu, Zhao Fu, and Sun Gui to the most ordinary supermarket clerks, cashiers, restaurant chefs, and servers, all of whom felt as if they were celebrating the new year. Even those who had not yet completed 6 months of employment began to harbor hopes for the future. They could apply for internal positions in the next recruitment wave, confident that if they remained diligent, they would eventually qualify for priority consideration. With the expansion plans finalized, the revival group immediately commenced large-scale operations. The first step was securing land. The residential areas surrounding the revival group had long been acquired by Han Yang in preparation for future expansion. However, it became clear that the initially secured land was insufficient, necessitating additional purchases. Apart from Zhao Fu, no one was privy to the company's financial status. Others were indifferent to the adequacy of funds, simply approaching Zhao Fu whenever cash was low, and he always managed to provide an unending flow of resources. Zhao Fu, who was aware of the financial situation, understood that the revival group had been teetering on the brink of profitability, earning very little. Yet Han Yang consistently supplemented the company's finances, making Zhao Fu's life easier. As for the source of Han Yang's funds, Zhao Fu did not inquire, content to focus on his own responsibilities. As the entire revival group busily prepared for the expansion, even Han Yang, the CEO, began to engage in the hustle. However, he suddenly noticed a significant decline in orders for the gaming services over the past few days. It was an unusual occurrence, marked by a rare underutilization of computer resources, leading to a drop in daily revenue that fell below 50,000. Chapter 52. Perseverance is victory. This situation had never arisen since Han Yang began the gaming services. How could this be? What was amiss? Feeling perplexed, Han Yang allocated computational resources to investigate the matter and soon uncovered the underlying issue. At this moment, a computer screen vividly displayed the homepage of another store specializing in gaming services, prominently featuring in bold crimson letters, celebrating the 3rd anniversary of our store. Now launching major discounts. All gaming services reduced by 50. Han Yang browsed through several other stores, only to discover an astonishing uniformity. They all offered a straight 50 price cut. What on earth is going on? Even at the previous prices, your net profit was barely 25. Now you're slashing it by 50? Accepting one order means losing money on another. Have they lost their minds? Even charity doesn't operate this way. The leading establishments in the industry were evidently targeting him. Such a brutal price war could not be sustained by a single studio. This implied the presence of financial backers and orchestrators behind the scenes. Recalling that there had been recent inquiries online about his studio's actual address, which Han Yang had cleverly concealed, he pieced together the puzzle. It was likely linked to the Lu Industrial Group and the troubles he had caused for Lu Yangxing. Now, they were willing to incur losses just to undermine him. At this stage, with the expansion of the Revival Mall underway, the expenditure was flowing like water. His cash reserve of 7 million was utterly insufficient. He was counting on the gaming services to recover his losses, yet trouble had emerged at this critical juncture. However, Han Yang remained unperturbed, even unfazed. Had he faced this situation before upgrading his computing power, he might have felt compelled to respond passively. But now, with his enhanced capabilities, why should he be intimidated? If it's a battle of costs, he feared no one. While they were willing to lose money to secure orders, he had no overhead costs for accepting them. You may be ruthless, but I am even more so. Han Yang promptly accessed his store's homepage and issued an announcement, celebrating 305 days since our opening, now launching major discounts. All gaming services at our store reduced by 60. Unlimited 40 discount coupons available. Be sure to claim your coupon before placing an order. He refunded all paid but unfulfilled orders and calculated new orders at a 40 discount. If you dare to cut by 50, I shall do so by 40. My prices were already lower than yours, and now they are even more competitive. Let us see how you respond. As for the decrease in total revenue, Han Yang was unconcerned. With enhanced computing power, he could afford some wastage. Worst case, he could assign all 99 computers to high-end tasks, and even with a 60 price reduction, his total revenue would likely exceed previous earnings. Previously, due to insufficient computing power, Han Yang had to balance low-end and high-end tasks, with daily earnings barely reaching over 70,000. Now, even with a 60 price cut, all 99 computers could handle high-end tasks, and he estimated daily revenue could surge to over 100,000 until the underground base was completed. He had no intention of acquiring new computers. Idle computing power was a waste, better to put it to use. As the Revival Gaming Studio announced its price reductions, the top 6 studios in the industry followed suit, causing a stir within the gaming community. Previously non-existent demand surged as a result of the price cuts. Suddenly, all the studios that had lowered their prices were inundated with orders, especially for the Revival Gaming Studio, known for its expertise in high-end, challenging tasks. A storm of high-end orders poured in. Are you kidding? I couldn't afford 200 for a task before, but now I can't even manage 80? Who do you think you are? In an instant, orders flooded in, and the 99 computer cases roared to life. Cash flowed into Han Yang's hands, which was then spent through the accounts of the Revival Group, acquiring parcels of land. The expansion efforts of the Revival Group not only remained unaffected but began to accelerate. Meanwhile, at the Tingfei Gaming Studio, owner Huang Tung gritted his teeth, his face ashen. What on earth? A 60 discount? That's even more ruthless than us. Within his own studio, all gaming employees were already on duty, yet orders continued to pile up. There were just too many to complete. In the past, this would have brought him joy, but now it was a different story. We're losing money with every order. The more we complete, the more we lose. Li Ku, did you see that? Revival, don't worry, they're just holding on. I placed a small order through an alternate account for a Scorpion task, and they told me I'd have to wait in line. They didn't even know how long the wait would be. Waiting in line. Huang Tung perked up. That's clearly a refusal to take orders, just a flimsy excuse. I get it now. That so-called 60 discount is just a ruse. They're scared to lower their prices. They can't afford to accept orders. Right, they can skip a month without orders, but they can't skip paying wages. Relying solely on basic salaries won't sustain them. Just watch. Soon Revival's workers will all leave. Hold on. It's a matter of who collapses first. The two of them buoyed each other's spirits, conferring with several other owners to solidify their resolve. As time passed, half a month went by in the blink of an eye, and it was time to pay the employees. Watching the money flow out, both Li Ku and Huang Tung felt their hearts bleed. Despite the subsidies from Sun Xiaoying, they had still lost over 100,000 in just half a month. Over 100,000 just vanished. It's been half a month. When will Revival go under? Hang on. Persistence leads to victory. Just another half month, and Revival will definitely collapse. They can't hold out much longer. I've tested it. Their orders are still backlogged, and they're still not accepting new ones. At this moment, in the core area of the Revival base in the Daejiang City Vegetable Market District, Han Yang cast a worried glance at the 99 computers and robots in the gaming room, which continuously generated revenue for him. During this period, high-end orders had been ceaseless. All 99 computers were tirelessly processing orders around the clock. There was simply too much to handle. With prolonged high-load operation, the computers should hold up just fine. But he hoped the robots wouldn't break down. Han Yang sighed. Chapter 53, Notification? Report? Han Yang decided against further upgrading the existing 99 robots. Once the underground base was completed and the gaming studio relocated, he planned to procure durable and reliable industrial robots. In the future, when he possessed industrial strength, he even envisioned developing a controller to achieve direct neural connections with the computers, eliminating the need for robots as intermediaries. For now, he could make do. However, he intended to conserve their usage. If they broke, it would be too troublesome. Han Yang mused. Given the construction timeline and budget for the underground base and Revival Mall, along with all current expenditures, maintaining an average daily income of around 70,000 would be entirely sufficient. To be safe, let us aim for a daily income of 80,000. Han Yang proactively reduced his daily order volume, allowing the robots a chance to rest. After all, robots couldn't work nonstop year-round. As Han Yang decreased the order volume, complaints from customers about lengthy wait times began to surface. In another city, Huang Tung watched the chat window as the Revival Gaming Studio's customer service informed him of the need to wait in line. His teeth nearly biting through his lip in frustration. Calculating that his savings could sustain him for about another month, a voice within him roared uncontrollably. Hold on. Perseverance is victory. Meanwhile, at the Revival Mall, under Han Yang's comprehensive orchestration, the preliminary land acquisition had been entirely accomplished. A total of 9,000 square meters of newly acquired land had been secured, with the total expenditure, including previous investments, amounting to approximately 8 million. The Revival Company had intervened, and no one dared to raise prices arbitrarily. Nevertheless, Han Yang did not shortchange them. Although the high-value commercial land adjacent to the Revival Company was sold at a fair price, it came with a promise from Han Yang for priority selection of stalls within the mall once the new Revival Mall was completed. In this day and age, who does not know that opening a shop in the Revival Mall is a guaranteed profitable venture? This total area of about 10,000 square meters exhibited a rectangular shape. approximately 80 meters wide and 120 meters long. The next step was to genuinely commence construction. However, this matter still required a discussion with his supporter. After all, he needed that backing. Han Yang dialed Cheng Hong's number. Supervisor Cheng, I have something to report to you. Han Yang detailed the expansion plans of the revival group. In the office of the Public Security Bureau in the Vegetable Market District, Cheng Hong's expression was somewhat gloomy, his mood rather complicated. He had been fully aware of the revival group's large-scale land acquisitions during this period. He had been waiting for Han Yang to inform him, but his wait had extended until now. You have completed the land acquisition and all preparatory work before informing me. Is this a report or a notification? Cheng Hong felt displeasure, but had to suppress it. After all, he was in a vulnerable position, dependent on Han Yang, who provided him with substantial monthly funds. So he had to endure his dissatisfaction. Mr. Han, let us speak frankly. You and I are in the same boat, and I will not hide anything. Please, Supervisor Cheng. Your revival mall is too large. I fear I cannot manage it. After all, I am merely a district public security bureau supervisor. And now your revival mall spans a staggering 10,000 square meters. Han Yang's tone remained relaxed, lacking any semblance of respect. Cannot manage? I will do my best. If necessary, we can also seek support from the supervisors of the Vegetable Market District or the Municipal Bureau of Daejeong City. Cheng Hong finally felt a flicker of anger. Han Yang, do you think the district supervisor and the municipal supervisor are the same as me? The district supervisor is manageable, but our Daejeong City has nearly 100 districts. And the municipal supervisor, how audacious of you. The political structure of today's Earth government is indeed peculiar. A mere city oversees nearly 100 district-level establishments. A city's public security bureau encompasses almost 100 district public security bureaus. Cheng Hong is just one of the ordinary supervisors among these nearly 100. In fact, due to the poverty of the Vegetable Market District, he lacks any substantial authority. It is easy to imagine how high the status of a municipal bureau supervisor is, far beyond Cheng Hong's reach. This hierarchical system of nearly 100 subordinates inevitably leads to management chaos and inefficiency, with limited personnel at the upper levels. It is impossible to effectively oversee so many subordinates. Yet, this situation has persisted until now. Han Yang seriously suspects that this is a deliberate act by the Yaida people, aimed at diminishing the efficiency of the Earth government. Cheng Hong's anger surged, while Han Yang remained smiling. Supervisor Cheng, do not worry. We will face challenges as they come. Moreover, once the revival mall expansion is completed, with my support, your position may also see upward mobility. As I said, we are in the same boat. Cheng Hong fell silent. Indeed, Han Yang had casually given him 2 million before. If Han Yang could secure more funds, his entry into the Municipal Public Security Bureau would not be without hope. Other district public security bureau supervisors, even if they scraped together all their resources, could not possibly muster such funds. Cheng Hong spoke in a low voice. There is one point. The expansion of the revival mall cannot be excessive. Han Yang reassured him, rest assured. The territory I delineate is within 300 meters of the revival mall. Anything beyond that, I will not concern myself with. No matter the consequences. Cheng Hong immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling significantly less pressured. His greatest fear was Han Yang becoming arrogant and attempting to establish a different order. In such a scenario, not only would he be unable to manage it, but even a municipal supervisor would find it overwhelming. Now that Han Yang had defined the 300-meter radius, everything would be fine. Maintaining order to protect his commercial interests would provide a solid justification, leaving no room for criticism. What major corporation does not operate in this manner? Very well. Let us proceed as such. I will do my best to support you. If it becomes unmanageable, we shall discuss it then. All right, Supervisor Cheng, goodbye. I will treat you to a meal sometime. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Hong slammed his mobile device onto the table, feeling a surge of frustration. He needed to find Luo Luo to vent his anger. Leaving the office, he boarded a hovercar and took off directly to where his lover was located. Meanwhile, around the revival mall, large-scale demolition work had already commenced. However, all construction sites were cordoned off, and the roads remained clear, not affecting the current operations of the revival mall. Mr. Han, the construction team and material suppliers have all been contacted. As soon as the demolition work concludes, we can begin construction immediately. Han Yang entrusted all the details of the revival mall expansion to Sun Gui, taking on the role of a hands-off manager. However, he was not truly idle. Rather, he began secretly preparing for the underground base. Chapter 54. The pit. Han Yang intended to construct the underground base entirely on his own, allowing no one else to interfere. This way, he could conceal the existence of the underground base entirely from prying eyes. He had already formulated a plan for the construction. Just as he was about to dial Liu Yangshin's number, he was surprised when Liu Yangshin's call came in. Upon connection, Liu Yangshin's voice was filled with apology. Mr. Han, I sincerely apologize. I just discovered that the top 6 game studios in the industry have all slashed their prices, and the price war has become quite fierce. I found out that it was your friend from the Revival Studio who helped me. Sun Xiaoying from Hero Electromechanical organized the price war to try to undermine Revival. Alas, this trouble was caused by me. How is your friend faring? Can he hold on? Rest assured, the trouble I caused, I will definitely manage. How much is needed? I will cover it. Liu Yangsheng took full responsibility, fearing that his actions would lead to losses for Revival. This person was indeed quite forthright. Han Yang pondered briefly and replied, It's all right, Liu. Although I do not have a lot of money on hand, a few million is manageable. As for the studio, with me involved, it will not suffer any impact. It's just a price war, no worries. Liu Yangsheng felt increasingly guilty. The trouble I caused, let me handle it. After some back and forth, seeing Han Yang's resolute attitude, Liu Yangsheng had no choice but to agree. However, I do need to trouble you with one matter. I intend to order a batch of robots, but none on the market meet my requirements. They need to be custom-made. Liu Yangsheng gritted his teeth. This Mr. Han Yang was indeed very generous. Who does not know that the price war is brutal? The Revival Studio, with so many experts and high costs, could only hold on thanks to Han Yang's support. Liu Yangsheng could even imagine the Revival boss gritting his teeth, enduring the strain. To cover his own back, Mr. Han probably invested a significant amount, and yet he had not mentioned a word to Liu Yangsheng. It was only through his recent gaming sessions that he learned about this matter. Mr. Han is truly considerate. What help had he provided to Mr. Han? Merely issuing a few commands and ordering a few machines, while the actual work was done by others. Ultimately, after accounting for everything, aside from incurring slightly more labor costs, he had even made a slight profit. To Han Yang's astonishment, he found himself feeling a sense of guilt for the generosity he received in return. Without even inquiring about the specifics of what Han Yang wanted to accomplish, Liu Yangsheng took it upon himself. Han Yang, you are a friend I am committed to. Whatever type of robot you need, just let me know. As long as I have the production capacity, I will prioritize your orders, even if it means delaying others. The price will be adjusted down by 10 from the cost. Han Yang was taken aback. This Liu Yangsheng was impressive. Calculating prices based on cost already meant a substantial profit for him, yet he was reducing it further by 10? I won't say much more. Yangsheng, I too have decided to keep you as a friend. Please send me the list, and I will arrange everything immediately. Han Yang organized the list, which included 20 load-bearing robots, 20 lifting robots, 50 multifunctional robots, 20 welding robots, 50 tunneling robots, and so forth, totaling around 400 units. Additionally, there were 3 20 computer operating robots, which were relatively simple and inexpensive, alongside a large number of custom-built construction tools and equipment, all sent to Liu Yangsheng. Han Yang estimated the total order value to be approximately 52 million. Even with Liu Yangsheng's preferential treatment, the price would not fall below 45 million. Fortunately, he only needed to pay a deposit initially, allowing him to manage his finances more comfortably. After final calculations, including the discounts offered by Liu Yangsheng, the total came to 42.3 million, which Liu Yangsheng rounded down to 42 million. This price was once again lower than Han Yang had anticipated. He promptly flew to Lanjiao City to sign the contract with Liu Yangsheng in person, gladly paying the first deposit of 2 million. After which the Liu Industrial Group immediately commenced manufacturing. Returning to the market area, Han Yang awaited the delivery. At the Xingxing Mall site, after a period of diligent effort, the demolition work had been completed and a construction team of over 500 had moved in. To maximize cost efficiency, Han Yang decided that the new Xingxing Mall would be constructed with a steel structure, comprising only 2 stories with a total height of 8 meters. After all, he was building a budget version of a CBD, not a true CBD. The impoverished populace cared little for extravagant decorations. A mall with basic functionality, selling quality goods at low prices, was sufficient. However, the first construction command issued to the team left everyone perplexed. Han Yang casually pointed to a spot and said, "Excavate a large pit here, 30 meters long, 40 meters wide, and 45 meters deep. No rush on the other projects. Focus on this first. And once the pit is ready, construct a factory to cover it." Sun Gui, who was in charge of the new construction, was taken aback. "Mr. Han, what do you need such a large pit for? This doesn't align with the design plans you provided." "Don't worry, I'm just building a swimming pool for fun. I've revised the design. I'll send you the new blueprints shortly." Sun Gui was puzzled but dared not defy Han Yang's orders. Han Yang then pointed to a spot beside the designated pit. "Build another factory there." "For what purpose?" Sun Gui inquired. A building materials market for storage. Han Yang succinctly explained before offering no further details. Sun Gui's confusion deepened. A building materials market? That was not part of the plan. Yet, being the boss, Han Yang's wishes were to be followed. The construction team promptly began work according to Han Yang's latest directives. What tasks they undertook was not their concern. Their only obligation was to ensure payment. Watching the simultaneous construction of the swimming pool and building materials market, Han Yang felt a twinge of sentiment. The underground base was indeed commencing construction. Yes, this so-called swimming pool and building materials market were merely preliminary structures for the underground base. The swimming pool would serve as a repository for the soil excavated from underground, while the building materials market would store the supplies necessary for the base. Transporting the excavated soil away would attract too much attention. It was far more discreet to excavate a swimming pool and generate soil without raising suspicion, later using the soil from the underground base to quietly fill the pool. The materials needed for the underground base could also be justified by selling them under the guise of the building materials market. It was merely a matter of creating a few false accounts. As for the construction force, it would naturally consist of the batch of robots customized from the Lu group. Without large machinery, relying on small, customized robots meant that the construction would be gradual, yet it would ultimately yield results, albeit at a slower pace. Chapter 55. Surging revenue. At this moment, under Han Yang's watchful gaze, the swimming pool and building materials market were officially under construction. A plethora of building materials had arrived and were stacked at the temporary site. Various advance payments had been rapidly dispersed, and Han Yang's funds were nearly depleted. Fortunately, he still had a steady influx of cash amounting to 80,000 daily, totaling 2.4 million monthly, allowing him to manage his finances. Observing the massive excavators roaring on the site and the long procession of dump trucks hauling away bricks and dirt, Han Yang felt a sense of reflection. He understood that once he took this step, there would be no turning back. As Chung Hong had said, he could previously manage the security of the district with ease. But he could not oversee a comprehensive mall spanning over 10,000 square meters, even if it were a budget version. The opening of the Xingxing Mall would undoubtedly draw many impoverished individuals, reducing their patronage of other establishments. Numerous gangs and officials relied on local commerce for sustenance. If the populace flocked to his mall, what would become of them? Han Yang had long contemplated all of this. Yet, he chose to take this step willingly. His plans would not be halted by external obstacles. Since conflict was unavoidable, he welcomed it, ready to engage and see who would emerge victorious in the end. Half a month later, the building materials market was completed, the temporary road was paved, and the swimming pool was excavated. Workers began constructing the factory around the pool. News also arrived from Lu Yangsheng that the first batch of tunneling robots had been designed and was officially in production. Due to the limited quantity, the production cycle would be brief, with delivery expected within a maximum of half a month. By then, the factory covering the swimming pool would also be completed, allowing Han Yang to truly commence construction of the underground base. Meanwhile, the project at the Xingxing Mall was progressing rapidly. On the other side, Li Ku and Huang Tung were at their wits' end. They had invested all their savings into the operation of their studio. Yet they could not fathom why the Xingxing venture had not collapsed. This is unbearable. We must approach General Sun and clearly communicate that we can no longer sustain this. At the Hero Electromechanical Group building, Sun Xiaoying, no longer sullen, erupted in anger. How is it that the Xingxing studio is still taking orders? Still operating? What on earth is going on? General Sun, this is not our fault. We have already reduced our prices. Who could have anticipated that Xingxing would undercut us even further? General Sun, we have exhausted all our savings. We truly cannot hold on any longer. If you can't hold on, then perish. I have invested millions without a care. Why should you be concerned? Then, General Sun, should we continue at all? Do you think money comes easily? A bunch of useless fools. You can't even keep things afloat. Get out, get out. Sun Xiaoying was filled with impotent fury. Li Ku and Huang Tung left the office, their expressions pale. That evening, the promotional messages vanished from the homepages of 5 studios, and all services reverted to their original prices, provoking a wave of discontent. Moreover, some gamers discovered that even at the original prices, the quality of services offered by these studios had significantly declined. In contrast, the Revival Game Studio, although it had also eliminated its 40 discount policy, still maintained prices around 80 of those of the 5 studios, proving to be considerably cheaper. Furthermore, the quality of service at Revival remained consistently reliable, despite the cancellation of discount policies leading to a notable drop in demand. There remained a substantial number of essential orders for gaming services. These orders swiftly flocked to the Revival Game Studio, leaving Han Yang somewhat speechless. How could it be that despite prices returning to their original levels, essentially doubling, there were even more orders? The workload was overwhelming. This led to a direct consequence. While ensuring the robots received adequate maintenance and rest, Han Yang's daily income surged nearly twofold, escalating from 80,000 to approximately 156 million. Consequently, his cash flow became more abundant, alleviating concerns about potential financial shortfalls. Half a month later, the swimming pool factory was completed, the materials market fully established, and the first batch of tunneling robots arrived. Following Han Yang's instructions, dozens of large crates devoid of any textual information were delivered directly to the swimming pool factory. Additionally, 10 multifunctional robots, originally intended for cable and transistor production, were stealthily transported to this site under the cover of night. Under Han Yang's direct supervision, these 10 multifunctional robots swiftly unboxed the equipment and commenced the assembly of the 20 tunneling robots. After 6 hours, the assembly was complete, endowing Han Yang with an initial construction force of 30 robots. All 30 robots could connect directly to Han Yang's mind, eliminating the need for any intermediary. One more night, designated by Han Yang as an absolute no-entry zone, was guarded by armed members of the Revival Guard at the swimming pool factory, where the 20 tunneling robots began their inaugural construction task. One robot lifted its excavator bucket and forcefully struck the ground. The bucket, weighing over 300 pounds, hoisted the soil and dumped it into the adjacent large pool pit. A massive tunnel, approximately 3 meters on each side and gradually sloping downwards, slowly emerged before the robots. The multifunctional robots retrieved steel plates, skillfully employing various tools to secure them atop the tunnel, supporting the soil above to prevent collapse. The tunnel deepened and extended further underground until it reached 50 meters deep. The planned underground base, with a height of 3 meters, plus an allowance of 0.5 meters in both directions, totaled 4 meters in height. Thus, the upper layer of the underground base was situated 46 meters beneath the surface. This thick layer of soil was sufficient to muffle any sounds emanating from below. Even if high-rise buildings were to be constructed in this area in the future, the existence of the underground base would remain undetected, as foundations typically extend no deeper than 30 meters, leaving a significant distance from the underground base. When the time comes, it would merely involve constructing a few load-bearing columns within the base to support the weight from above. After all, this area belonged entirely to him, and he would have the final say on how to build in the future. Chapter 56. Overall framework centered around the existing Revival Mall. The surrounding area of over 10,000 square meters transformed into a vast construction site. Vehicles, personnel, and building materials from all directions converged here, creating a ceaseless din day and night. Under the cover of the swimming pool factory, Han Yang's underground excavation operations also persisted around the clock. At this moment, the tunnel was completed and access was established. The primary ongoing task remained earth excavation, supplemented by the reinforcement of the underground base. The second batch of robots had already been delivered, further accelerating Han Yang's construction efforts. Almost every minute, vast amounts of earth were excavated, piling up in the swimming pool. When encountering hard underground rock, Han Yang would deploy blasting robots to shatter it, which the tunneling robots would then excavate. In the chaotic marketplace area, the disorder was so prevalent that no one would notice the discreet use of explosives. Even the sound of the explosions would go unheard amidst the cacophony of construction. After a month, with over half of the robots delivered, and combined with his existing multifunctional robots, Han Yang's construction capability soared to 230 robots. An additional 180 highly complex and time-consuming robots awaited delivery, which, according to Liu Yangsheng, would take about 3 months. However, this was of no concern to Han Yang, as he currently lacked sufficient funds to make the payment. Those 180 robots were all precision types, intended for the internal decoration following the completion of the underground base's structural framework, so he was in no hurry to acquire them. At this moment, these 230 tireless, infallible, and perfectly coordinated robotic workers, under Han Yang's direct command, labored tirelessly within the vast factory. Tunneling robots worked ceaselessly excavating earth, while lifting and transporting robots delivered heavy steel plates to designated locations, and welding robots secured them firmly. Multifunctional robots were responsible for pre-laying cables and pipes, as well as handling intricate tasks. With over a dozen different types of robots collaborating, everything progressed in an orderly fashion. Aside from a few initial errors due to Han Yang's unfamiliarity, the level of cooperation among these robots escalated to an astonishing degree. One tunneling robot vigorously excavated earth while a nearby transport robot's bucket, filled to capacity, seeking to advance, but hindered by the busy traffic of other robot models. Unperturbed, the transport robot continued forward. When it reached the blocked path, as if rehearsed, numerous robots deftly created a passageway. The transport robot moved through without obstruction, its progress unimpeded. And the work of the other robots continued seamlessly. Simultaneously, another transport robot conveniently navigated through the flow of robots, arriving right next to the prior tunneling robot. Without glancing, the tunneling robot promptly dumped its load of earth to the side. In that instant, as the soil was still airborne, the transport robot arrived just in time to catch it. Such exquisite coordination was ubiquitous in this underground construction site, perpetually unfolding and hardly surprising. After all these robots were directly controlled by Han Yang. Just as a person's hands work in perfect harmony, each robot functioned as an extension of Han Yang's will, ensuring flawless collaboration. Moreover, managing these 230 robots consumed approximately 26 of Han Yang's computational capacity, while the 99 high-end robots handling significant tasks and one dedicated to processing operations accounted for about 30. Day and night, knowledge flowed from over 40 teachers, supplemented by self-study and extensive research, consuming approximately 16 of Han Yang's computing power. Despite juggling numerous tasks simultaneously, he still enjoyed a surplus of 28 in computing resources, effortlessly and without pressure. Meanwhile, on the surface, countless construction workers were diligently following the blueprints provided by Han Yang. Massive factory buildings rose from the ground, each serving distinct functions, interconnected by walkways or solidified surfaces. The vacant areas were meticulously planned by Han Yang, designated either for stalls or pedestrian pathways, with no room for aesthetic enhancements. In this impoverished version of a CBD, beauty was sacrificed for practicality. As time swiftly passed, over 2 months elapsed. During this period, Han Yang amassed approximately 12 million in revenue through his gaming services. Of this income, around 3 million was allocated to the construction teams and materials, while the remaining 9 million gradually flowed into the hands of the Lu Group. After such a hectic period, Han Yang's savings remained nearly non-existent. He still faced outstanding payments exceeding 30 million, and relying solely on current revenues would require nearly 200 days to settle, a situation that would jeopardize his commercial reputation. He needed to clear 24 million, or 80 of his debt, within a maximum of 100 days. However, Han Yang remained unperturbed, for the overall framework of the underground base was nearing completion, with dimensions of 26 meters in width, 42 meters in length, and 4 meters in height. A total of 4,368 cubic meters of earth, sand, and stone had been excavated by the diligent drilling machines, all piled into the swimming pool area. The once deep pit was now merely a shallow depression. Inside the underground base, minimal interior decoration had been undertaken and functional areas had yet to be delineated. Han Yang had merely reinforced the structure with steel plates and erected load-bearing columns, leaving it resembling an empty metal box. It was uncertain how extensive the subsequent interior work would be, potentially surpassing the initial construction phase in both effort and time. Nonetheless, placing a batch of computers inside to commence operations would not be a hindrance. After all, they were merely machines. A functional space was sufficient. Han Yang dedicated an entire day to transferring the robots and computers from the original core area to the entrance of the swimming pool factory, alongside 200 newly procured computers, totaling 310 machines, all transported by robots to the underground base. Chapter 57. Surpassing 100 million, calculating the space required for each computer, industrial robot, and maintenance channel at 1 square meter. The 310 computers occupied a total of 310 square meters. However, due to a double-tier design in the gaming room, the occupied floor area was reduced to approximately 160 square meters, with an additional 260 square meters reserved for expansion on 2 levels and 130 square meters on a single level. Around 300 square meters remained available for other purposes. At this moment, the 300 gaming computers, 2 business computers, and 8 computers for research and learning were all installed at their stations, with electrical, networking, communication, ventilation, and cooling systems fully operational. With a decisive command from Han Yang, all 310 computers sprang into action, significantly enhancing the order-taking capacity of the Revival Gaming Studio. Previously, with only 99 computers processing orders, Han Yang had focused on securing high-end contracts to maximize profits, temporarily neglecting lower-tier opportunities, which had somewhat tarnished the studio's reputation. Now, with sufficient capacity, he revisited the previously discarded low-end contracts to compensate for the shortfall in high-end orders. Additionally, due to competitors withdrawing from the market, he was able to adjust some prices upward while still remaining below those of his rivals. Before long, all 300 computers were operational. After just one day, Han Yang calculated that he had earned nearly 300,000. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, future earnings were expected to fluctuate around this figure, indicating a monthly income of approximately 9 million and an annual revenue surpassing 100 million. The computing power utilized by the 300 machines accounted for only about 60. As the primary construction work on the underground base neared completion, some robots had become idle, reducing their computing power usage to 14. Self-learning processes maintained a steady 16 usage. Overall, the total computing power consumption was 90, leaving a surplus of 10, having nearly exhausted the high-end orders for the game Cosmic Warfare. Han Yang reflected on the low-end contracts, deeming their low prices unworthy of pursuit, preferring to leave some opportunities for others to avoid unnecessary conflict. He resolved to forego further expansion of computing resources for this game, allowing the surplus to remain available for agile deployment in case of a surge in high-end orders. Additionally, the impending interior decoration work would require a substantial portion of computing power for operating multifunctional robots, leading Han Yang to maintain the current distribution of resources without major alterations in the short term. In simple terms, he aimed to sustain a dynamic balance in computing expenditures. If urgent tasks arose, he would temporarily reduce the allocation for other areas to support them. With idle computing power, the gaming room stood ready to pivot to high-end contracts for revenue generation. The prospect of 300 computers yielding an annual income exceeding 100 million raised curiosity about how others would perceive this achievement. For an ordinary gaming studio, maintaining 300 computers to operate continuously would necessitate a workforce of around 1,000 gaming assistants, in addition to at least 100 personnel for logistics, management, and customer service, an operation of 100 employees, qualifying as a medium-sized company. Furthermore, a significant portion of the average daily income of 300,000 would be required to cover operational costs, yielding a profit of merely 10 to 20 million a year at best. Thus, the income appeared reasonable, even below the standard profitability of a medium-sized enterprise. At this juncture, the primary structure of the underground base was complete, with 80 of the above-ground framework for the Revival Mall also finished. The previous low-rise buildings had vanished, replaced by towering steel structures. Various areas were interconnected by extensive external and internal roadways, and the Revival Mall began to take shape. It was at this moment that Han Yang issued a perplexing directive to bring in soil to fill the swimming pool, transforming the area into a cafeteria. Han Yang mentioned this casually, leaving Sun Gui, who was responsible for the project, nearly speechless. After spending so much to excavate the swimming pool, now you want to fill it in? Yes, was Han Yang's reply. Sun Gui hesitated to question further and immediately set about making arrangements, though his mind was filled with confusion. Consequently, trucks began to line up, transporting soil to the construction site day and night. After just a couple of days, Han Yang found a reason to terminate the contract with the first excavation team and pay them off. He then sought a second team, following the same procedure. Ultimately, 4 independent teams from various regions completed the task at hand. Each engineering team remains oblivious to the progress of the others, unaware of the volume of earth moved. The accounts are personally managed by Han Yang, with Sun Gui not involved at all. Consequently, the excess soil excavated for the underground base has been discreetly concealed, unnoticed by anyone. Similarly, Han Yang oversees the accounts related to the so-called building materials market. Others only observe the bustling activity at the market, where countless materials are transported in and out, yet the inexplicable disappearances go unnoticed. The accounts are in Han Yang's hands. He claims items have been sold, and thus they have. As for the buyers, the destinations, and the whereabouts of the money, none are the wiser, nor do they care. After a while, the final batch of multifunctional robots from the Lu Industrial Group arrived. Han Yang transported them to the underground base and promptly commenced the interior renovation. At this moment, the underground base was no longer empty, but filled with a multitude of secretly procured building materials, bundles of wiring, pipes, steel plates, switches, electrical appliances, lumber, paint, and an array of other items. The purpose of the interior renovation was not for aesthetic appeal, which held no significance for Han Yang. Instead, it aimed to create various functional areas, enabling diverse functionalities and ensuring independence among these areas, thus preparing for subsequent chip development work. Hundreds of robots began their tasks simultaneously. Meanwhile, on the surface, aside from the still operating old Revival base, all other ground constructions had been completed and were also undergoing interior renovations. Amidst the bustling activity, Three black sedans came to a halt in front of the old Revival Mall. Under the watchful guard of several imposing youths, the middle vehicle's door opened, revealing a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a sharp suit, exuding an air of sophistication. Chapter 58. The Little Knife Society. The Revival Mall is a haven for the impoverished, frequented solely by the destitute, unaccustomed to such grandeur. As these individuals disembarked, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted, hesitant to approach for fear of inciting the ire of these formidable figures. Standing before the throng, Li Jingguang gazed at the bustling Revival Mall, almost as if speaking to himself, yet directing his words to those nearby. The business of the poor can thrive to this extent. This Han Yang, General Han, possesses remarkable skills. Let us venture inside. The group made their way directly to the Revival supermarket. Upon seeing them approach, a sales assistant felt a twinge of trepidation but mustered the courage to say, "Please form a line." One of the bodyguards shot an intimidating glare. "Do you know who our boss is? Form a line? Nonsense." Li Jingguang halted his subordinate, smiling warmly at the elderly man at the front of the line, who was dark-skinned and hunched. He retrieved his wallet and offered a 10 yuan note. "How about this 10 yuan for you? Can I go ahead of you?" The old man bowed his head repeatedly, saying, All right. Li Jingguang turned to his bodyguards. "Fellow villagers, I have some urgent business at the Revival supermarket. I'll pay each of you 10 yuan for cutting in line. Please forgive any offense." The bodyguards began distributing money, and Li Jingguang positioned himself at the front of the line. "Can I enter now?" The sales assistant had no choice but to respond, "Please, go ahead." Upon entering, she immediately sent a message from her phone. Inside the expansive Revival supermarket, the crowd parted to make way for Li Jingguang and his entourage. Li Jingguang casually picked up an item from the shelf, examining it with a click of his tongue. A waterproof sleeping bag? They even sell this? While it could barely be classified as outdoor gear, its subpar craftsmanship was overshadowed by its affordability, making it accessible to the homeless who could save a bit of money to purchase it and find shelter in any corner at night. This item perfectly met the needs of the impoverished. He then picked up another item, rough cloth knee pads. They can be fastened to the knees of pants to prevent wear. Another product that resonated with the needs of the destitute. Both his subordinates and even Li Jingguang found themselves enlightened. Han Yang truly possessed exceptional acumen in catering to the needs of the impoverished. Li Jingguang mused, "We ought to learn from this. Our business must adopt such strategies in the future." Meanwhile, Zhang Dazu hurriedly arrived with several members of the Revival Guard. Observing Li Jingguang and his entourage, one subordinate promptly reported, "Captain Zhang, this is Li Jingguang, the president of the Little Knife Society in the Guliang district." The Little Knife Society? Zhang Dazu recognized the name, aware that the society dominated the Guliang district, owning supermarkets, TV stations, bars, nightclubs, gambling establishments, restaurants, and more. It was evident that Li Jingguang was subtly transitioning from a notorious figure to a respectable businessman. He was indeed a significant individual. Why was he here today? Keep an eye on him, and immediately report to Minister Li Hu, Zhang ordered. In the Revival supermarket, after a brief tour, Li Jingguang and his group proceeded to the Revival restaurant. Chicken heads and chicken tails, only 5 mao each. Even this is for sale? Boss, let us have 5 of each. I'll treat you. Li Jingguang showed no disdain for the disorder and simply chose a table, beckoning his subordinates to sit. One subordinate whispered, "President, now that you've personally come to the Revival Mall, Han Yang must already know. Why hasn't he come to greet you?" Indeed, the president of the Little Knife Society visiting should warn a call to him to come meet you directly. I can't believe he hasn't reached out. Li Jingguang chuckled, showing no sign of anger. "Let us taste the food first. We are here to seek Han Yang's assistance today. It's only fitting to adopt a humble posture. If he doesn't show up after our meal, we can always call him or pay him a visit." Meanwhile, Li Hu hurriedly found Han Yang, who was inspecting the construction site. The Little Knife Society and Li Jingguang, they've gone to the supermarket and are now at the restaurant. Li Hu said gravely, "I've heard whispers that the Iron Wolf Gang in our market area has united with the Little Knife Society, Axe Gang, Crocodile Gang, and others, plotting something. I fear they may be targeting us." Han Yang understood that with the expansion of the Revival Mall, neighboring forces were beginning to feel restless. Li Jingguang's intentions were likely not benign. Should we drive them away? Han Yang shook his head. They are guests. They have not caused any disturbance. Why should we chase them off? Come with me. Let us meet them. Li Hu found this puzzling. The Revival group was strong. What was there to fear? If Li Jingguang meant trouble, they could simply confront him. Even if they were to meet, Li Jingguang should have called Han Yang first to arrange a visit. Now, with no call and no word, Han Yang was personally going to meet him. Wouldn't he that be losing face? Li Hu had been diligent and loyal during this time. So Han Yang elaborated. What is face worth? Today, I am giving Li Jingwang face. I am extending him courtesy. But if he oversteps his bounds, there will be justification for future actions. In this world, if we can avoid violence, we should. Earning money peacefully is the true path. Upon arriving at the revival restaurant, Han Yang immediately spotted Li Jingwang and his group. There was no escaping their conspicuous presence among the throng of impoverished patrons. President Li, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Why didn't you inform me of your visit? Uncle Wang, prepare the most spacious private room. Bring out any signature dishes you have. Li Jingwang rose, smiling broadly as he exchanged pleasantries with Han Yang. After some polite refusal, he followed Han Yang into the private room. As the meal was served, Han Yang remarked, in a small place like this, the culinary skills are limited, and we cannot compare to those grand restaurants. I hope Chairman Li will forgive any shortcomings. Not at all, Li responded. It was my mistake to come unannounced. Allow me to raise a glass to you, General Han. The atmosphere at the banquet was congenial. After some light banter, Han Yang inquired, Chairman Li, what brings you to this humble locale? Li Jingwang sighed. There are indeed some matters I hope General Han can assist with. Oh, please, do elaborate. I request that you help ensure the livelihoods of the brothers in this region. Han Yang chuckled lightly. Chairman Li, you jest. We in the suburbs are merely a collection of impoverished souls, far from the wealth of the city. My brothers rely on earning a modest living from these folks. I admire your business acumen, General Han, Li replied. However, now that the impoverished have turned to you, the livelihoods of the others have become precarious. Han Yang smiled but remained silent, awaiting Li Jingwang to continue. Li raised his glass and took a small sip. Thus, our Little Knife Society, alongside the Iron Wolf Gang, Crocodile Gang, Axe Gang, and Wolf Fang Gang, have gathered to implore your assistance in securing a means of survival for us all. Han Yang replied coolly. If I am not mistaken, these 5 gangs primarily engage in businesses like TV, bars, nightclubs, and gambling. My revival mall focuses on selling necessities for the less fortunate, generating modest profits without venturing into illicit activities. Are you exaggerating, Chairman Li? Li chuckled. In these trying times, even supermarkets and eateries are lifelines for many brothers. You are aware that my revival mall is nearing completion. It cannot simply be halted, can it? Li continued with a smile. Indeed, we have conferred and, while we may lack your business acumen, we can still scrape together some funds. We propose to pool together 10 million to invest in your venture. Our combined stake would be around 60%, just enough to keep us all afloat. As Li spoke, Zhang Dazu stood up, his expression dark. Han Yang sighed, abandoning any pretense of diplomacy. Chairman Li, I am a rather straightforward person. I believe in fair competition. Everyone should rely on their own abilities. If your brothers are struggling, they should reflect inward rather than seek to exploit others. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Li Hu, please see our guests out. Han Yang rose to depart, with Zhang Dazu trailing behind, his demeanor grim. Behind them, Li Jingwang's smile gradually faded, his bodyguards adopting similarly somber expressions. Li Hu, with a forced smile, said, Chairman Li, please. Outside the revival restaurant, Zhang Dazu suppressed his anger, saying, General Han, they are attempting to encroach upon the interests of our revival group. I am aware, Han Yang replied quietly. Immediately arrange for an investigation into these 5 gangs, their numbers, their assets, and their affiliations. Han Yang refused to sit idly by and be passive. With the adversary revealing their intentions, proactive measures were his style. Understanding the enemy's strength and support was essential to deciding whether to eliminate their leader directly or employ economic strategies, or even rally forces for a confrontation. Without inflicting pain and fear upon them, it seemed unlikely that the revival mall could operate smoothly. Later that afternoon, Han Yang continued to oversee the revival mall project. Despite the myriad details managed by Sun Gui, Han's presence was still necessary for directional decisions. Meanwhile, renovations in the underground base, the gaming computers, and self-study via the learning network continued unabated. As afternoon waned, the construction site buzzed with activity until, suddenly, all machines ceased operation. The underground base experienced a disconnection from the learning network and gaming computers. Han Yang was momentarily taken aback. General, we've lost power. Transformer malfunction. Han Yang's expression darkened. Power outage? In an age where controllable nuclear fusion is widely implemented, and electricity costs are minimal, how could the power company allow an outage for a substantial consumer like ourselves? It was clear that someone was meddling. He had not anticipated Li Jingwang's swift actions. Contact the power company. Let us investigate the situation. Upon arriving at the power supply area, Han Yang observed that all electrical equipment appeared intact. Yet there was an unmistakable absence of power. After a 2-hour wait, Two workers from the power company arrived lazily, giving the equipment a cursory glance before sitting down to smoke. Sun Gui approached them. What seems to be the issue? A part is broken. Just wait. Sun Gui, maintaining composure, asked, how long? Who knows? Could be today, could be tomorrow. Han Yang, uninterested in quarreling with these underlings, turned away. In a matter of days, the so-called malfunction would likely remain unfixed. Even if repaired, future outages would be frequent, making it impossible for the revival mall to operate smoothly. Yet, this was not Han Yang's primary concern. His greatest worry was that any power outage would halt activities at the underground base. Self-study would cease, and gaming would be impossible. This issue would not be effectively addressed, even by involving Cheng Hong. With a grim expression, Han Yang summoned Zhang Dazu. Investigate the power company and find out who is responsible for this. Bring them to me tonight. Also, bring in the power company supervisor. Be discreet. Understood. As it stood, Zhang Dazu and the revival guard he led were no ordinary operatives. Under the training of Shen Butcher and Han Yang's generous financial support, their skills in direct combat may not be top tier, but they excelled in reconnaissance, assassination, kidnapping, and protection. Han Yang suspected Shen Butcher was training them to a military standard. With Zhang Dazu's task assigned, Han Yang dialed Cheng Hong's number. Director Cheng, care to join me for dinner tonight? I have a new acquaintance for you to meet. Oh, who is it? Just someone from the power company. No need to worry about the details. You'll be introduced soon enough. We are all in the same boat now. Understanding dawned on Cheng Hong. The power company cut off your electricity? Li Jingwang from the Little Knife Society in the Gongliang district? Correct. What's his background? Let's discuss it tonight. Cheng Hong arrived at the Revival Martial Arts Hall at midnight. By this time, the hall had been cleared of all but those necessary. Shen Butcher, Li Hu, and several members of the Revival Guard. A table laden with dishes was set in the center of the hall. Upon Cheng Hong's arrival, Han Yang beckoned him to sit. A new friend will be here shortly. True to his word, it wasn't long before Zhang Dazu and others entered, dragging two burlap sacks behind them. They carelessly tossed the sacks to the ground, and anguished cries immediately emerged from within. As he lay soundly asleep on the bed of his newly acquired lover, he was inexplicably bound and brought to this place. Upon the opening of the burlap sack, Fu Wenrong immediately recognized Cheng Hong and the young man seated beside him. It was Han Yang. Director Cheng? Mr. Han, what is the meaning of this? Han Yang disregarded him, instructing Zhang Dazu to open another burlap sack. A slightly plump face emerged. Huo Peng's visage was filled with terror. Who are you? Why have you captured me? Are you kidnapping Supervisor Fu? Han Yang gestured towards the generator beside him. Supervisor Fu, do you see that? Do you understand why I need a generator here? Fu Wenrong's mind raced, and he quickly grasped the situation. In the past, he would have dismissed a mere president of the revival group, but now, under the eaves, he had no choice but to bow. Mr. Han, I assure you, I was unaware of this matter. Huo Peng, this is your doing, isn't it? You need to return immediately and restore the power. Yes, I'll go right away. Huo Peng struggled to leave. Han Yang chuckled. No need to rush. You, Huo Peng, have caused me trouble this time. What if someone else does so in the future? Addressing the symptoms won't cure the root cause. Fu Wenrong quickly reassured, rest assured, Mr. Han. I guarantee that no one will disturb you regarding the power supply in the future. It's not that I don't trust you, but Supervisor Fu is not my backing. I am uneasy. Since Director Cheng is here, if you eliminate Huo Peng for me, I will regard you as my stronghold, and then everyone will feel at ease. What do you think? Cheng Hong's eyelids flickered, inwardly cursing. I knew you would resort to this. Huo Peng screamed like a slaughtered pig. Mr. Han, spare me. I won't dare again. It was Shan Gu. No, Shan Zhu who made me do it. He is with the Little Knife Society. Han Yang ignored him. Fu Wenrong's expression darkened. Mr. Han, this is excessive, isn't it? Since I brought you here through kidnapping, do you think I'd let you leave without leaving something behind? Whether or not you kill is up to you. If you don't kill Huo Peng, I will have Huo Peng kill you, and then I will promote Huo Peng to supervisor of the power company. Han Yang appeared indifferent. Huo Peng shouted, Mr. Han, I will kill. I will be eternally loyal to you. Fu Wenrong's countenance grew increasingly grim. After a long silence, glancing at the taciturn Cheng Hong, he gritted his teeth, picked up a dagger from the ground, and approached Huo Peng. Huo Peng's eyes widened in horror. He attempted to scream, but was gagged directly. He tried to struggle, yet was firmly restrained by the revival guard, unable to move. Without Han Yang's command, Zhang Dazu began recording meticulously on his phone. Perhaps due to a lack of experience in killing, Fu Wenrong stabbed Huo Peng 7 or 8 times before he ceased to move. Dropping the knife, Fu Wenrong trembled, offering a strained smile to Han Yang. Is Mr. Han satisfied now? Han Yang reciprocated the smile. That's more like it. Dazu, bring the items. Yes. A briefcase was produced. This is a token of appreciation for Supervisor Fu, 1 million. I hope to rely on your support in the future. Fu Wenrong was taken aback, his expression wavering. After a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled a long breath. Mr. Han, impressive tactics. Cheng Hong also breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, Han Yang had given him 2 million. Yet now only 100,000 was given to Fu Wenrong, which inexplicably filled him with a sense of superiority. A smile crept upon his face as he finally spoke his first words since arriving. Supervisor Fu, come, take a seat. After such a long journey, you must be hungry. Have something to eat. We are all in the same boat now, so let's look out for each other. The atmosphere in the martial arts hall gradually became amicable. Meanwhile, Huopeng's body had been swiftly removed, and the bloodstains washed away, as if nothing had transpired. Fu Wenrong understood that this matter would be handled by Cheng Hong, and he would not be implicated in the slightest. After discussing for a while and reaching an agreement, Fu Wenrong was politely escorted away by Han Yang. Shortly thereafter, the power supply at the Revival Mall was restored. Damn it, this has disrupted my daytime classes. I'll have to watch the recordings. The training orders have piled up significantly. Han Yang cursed inwardly, then turned to Cheng Hong. Who is Li Jingwang's backing? Cheng Hong replied, I'm not certain. That's not my territory. However, I suspect it might be someone from the City Guard Bureau. The City Guard Bureau? Han Yang was taken aback. The Guard Bureau is distinct from the Public Security Bureau. The Public Security Bureau handles public order, dispute resolution, and common crimes, while the Guard Bureau is a subordinate agency of the Earth Guard team, only established at the municipal level. The various districts below, such as the Market District, do not even have a structure for the Guard Bureau. The Earth Guard team is the highest military agency under the control of the Earth government. The Guard Bureau also wields the most formidable power in a region. Beyond military strength, the Guard Bureau oversees counter-revolutionary measures, suppression, and intelligence matters. When Han Yang previously intimidated He San with armed drones, he leveraged the Guard Bureau's authority, leading others to suspect a connection with the Earth Guard team, which deterred them from taking action against him. Although the Guard Bureau lacks subordinate institutions, its influence in a region surpasses that of the Public Security Bureau. Nearby, butchers were whispering, "Who from the Guard Bureau?" Han Yang cast a glance at him, a hint of worry creeping into his expression. The butcher was associated with the Blue Army, which is one of the primary targets of the Guard Bureau. There is deep-seated animosity between the two factions. Han Yang also recalled that his own parents were part of the Blue Army and had perished at the hands of the Guard Bureau. Their deaths left him an orphan. Were it not for the butcher's covert assistance, he would have long since perished in the chaotic Market District. Cheng Hong did not perceive the subtle tension between the two. I don't know who specifically, but I haven't been paying close attention. I can look into it when I return. Han Yang exhaled softly. Investigate as soon as possible. Cheng Hong cautioned, until we clarify, it's best that you refrain from taking action against Li Jingwang. I understand. After Cheng Hong departed, the butcher spoke solemnly. If Li Jingwang's backing is indeed from the Guard Bureau, I suspect it is Director Wang Qing from the Action Department. What about Wang Qing? In the Guliang District, several Blue Army strongholds were recently swept away by the Guard Bureau, resulting in the loss of over a dozen brothers. Initially, we thought it was due to our failure in maintaining secrecy or that the Guard Bureau had employed some new technology. But now, if the Little Knife Society's backing is with the Guard Bureau, everything falls into place. The butcher's expression remained neutral, revealing no sign of joy or sorrow. Only Director Wang Qing would be so zealous in targeting the Blue Army, even going so far as to recruit gang members as informants. The boss produced a cigarette, and Wang Qing, intending to scan a code with his phone, observed the boss bowing and scraping, saying, "It's a gift, please take it and smoke." Despite his pretense of scanning to pay, had he truly dared to collect money, he would likely face dire consequences. Wang Qing's smile deepened. Encountering someone more powerful than oneself often incited subservience, and even if resentment brewed within, one dared not express it, let alone genuinely resist. Such is the innate flaw of humanity. He directly scanned the code, took the cigarette, and departed, leaving the boss behind with a bemused expression, pondering the man's sanity. Upon arriving at the Security Bureau, Wang Qing parked in his designated spot and strode towards the building. The bureau was filled with an array of flying vehicles, and in the distance, more were landing at the designated drop-off area, subsequently driving over to the vicinity. Amidst a sea of luxurious flying cars, Wang Qing's dilapidated sedan stood out awkwardly. As he walked, several young, impeccably dressed personnel from the bureau greeted him. "Good day, Director Wang. Is the director here?" Wang Qing held the position of director at the Action Department of the Earth Security Bureau in the Great City, a mid to high-ranking official. Naturally, The newly recruited young staff felt compelled to show him proper respect. Maintaining his warm, sunny smile, Wang Qing acknowledged the higher-ups with deference, concealing his true self. Such is the inherent flaw of humanity. Wang Qing did not respond to their greetings and walked past them. Behind him, one young man, puzzled, asked, "What's the director mumbling about?" His companion quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Shoo, don't speak out of turn. The director has that temperament. You're new and don't understand yet. Let us go." They hurried away, while others near Wang Qing's battered car whispered among themselves, "Is this the director's car? So shabby?" The director of the action department, with his position and the ability to easily earn over $1 million a year, drives this old thing. Who is he trying to impress? Did you see? The director smokes blue cloud. At this point, even our temporary staff are smoking golden sun, right? Stop talking nonsense. Everyone knows the director is above reproach. He lives on a meager salary and doesn't take a penny that doesn't belong to him. Is that true? Are there still people like that? How do other captains and directors tolerate him? He is certainly ostracized. However, he possesses exceptional professional skills. In just a few months, he has cracked 8 cases of rebellion. Even if the higher-ups are displeased, they must endure. Wang Qing's office was partitioned by transparent glass, facing the action department's workspace, where over a dozen personnel from the mobile second team were busy. Within the glass office, Wang Qing attended to various documents, barely having time for a sip of water when a guard entered with a file. "Director Wang, this is a case transferred from the Public Security Bureau. Due to the minor social threat posed and the suspect's evident lack of rebellious capability, our preliminary suggestion is to return it to the Public Security Bureau for detention of about 10 days. There is no need for us to intervene." Wang Qing accepted the file and briefly skimmed it, noting it involved a small restaurant owner who had been reported for complaining during a gathering with friends, declaring that the Atarians were invaders and blaming them for the hardships faced by ordinary people, along with sentiments urging the expulsion of Atarians. Wang Qing's smile remained warm. The Earth Governor, Martin Din, in his speech on the necessity and urgency of transforming human social thought, stated that the Galactic Union is a family built on equality and love. For humanity to integrate and develop within this framework, self-transformation is essential. Such transformation begins with recognizing the limitations of one's own thoughts. The Atarian civilization, with the mission of the Galactic Union, arrived in the solar system to assist humanity in this transformative process. This transformation impacts every facet of society. Hence, it is critical to address the signs of outdated ideologies proliferating, as neglecting seemingly trivial matters can lead to catastrophic outcomes. Wang Qing's smile grew even more pronounced. Those with narrow vision can only perceive short-term gains, mistaking genuine goodwill aimed at long-term benefit for malice, blindly arrogant, believing that all contradictions to their understanding are erroneous, resistant to learning. Such is the inherent flaw of humanity, regrettably prevalent among the masses. Wang Qing stood, his smile unwavering. "This is an exemplary case. It must be dealt with severely. Send the second team to apprehend and judge. Let us proceed with utmost urgency." As Wang Qing expounded his views, the guard began to sweat profusely, internally cursing. Damn it, he accepted the gift, and now I'll have to return it. Such a trivial matter escalated to this. Is he insane? Despite his inner fury, he dared not show it. Maintaining a respectful demeanor, understood. I will take care of it immediately. Watching his subordinate leave with deference, Wang Qing mused softly, though he does not align with my views. He refrains from voicing his dissent due to my position. Such is the flaw of humanity. Chapter 62. Low-end mobile phone. Once the guard departed, Wang Qing concluded the remaining paperwork and retrieved a thick book from his desk. The cover bore the title The Path of Human Civilization as Transformation. The author was none other than the first and current Earth Governor, Atarian philosopher, thinker, and politician, Martin Din. The pages were well worn, with numerous annotations, indicating it was frequently read with earnestness. As he opened the book, Wang Qing's smile vanished, replaced by solemnity and reverence. He understood that by delving into this text, his thoughts would intertwine and collide with the profound ideas of Governor Martin Din. Through this continual fusion and confrontation, he would undergo a transformation, ultimately shedding the inherent flaws of humanity, elevating his spirit. For it has been demonstrated that all principles upheld by human society are antiquated and ill-suited to the current interstellar era. This is the root cause of the myriad sufferings faced by contemporary human civilization. The Atarian civilization arrived in the solar system with great goodwill, aiming to reform human civilization. At this stage, only by fully submitting to the Atarian civilization, relinquishing all unwarranted resistance, diligently learning from the teachings of the Atarian civilization, and wholly embracing their transformation. Can human civilization possess a future and a glimmer of hope? This conviction was precisely why he had forsaken other well-paying jobs to join the Earth's Security Bureau in the great city, becoming a guard. He was determined to utilize all his abilities to clear any obstacles to the Atarian civilization's reform of humanity, contributing to a brighter future for civilization. Even if superiors abused their power, colleagues engaged in corruption, and subordinates were duplicitous, even if all these factors coalesced into a web ensnaring him, rendering every action constrained, he would steadfastly persevere. After a period of investigation, Cheng Hong finally provided Han Yang with definitive information. Indeed, Li Jingwang's support came from Wang Qing. How could the esteemed director of the city's security bureau be associated with someone like Li Jingwang? Although Wang Qing and Cheng Hong operated independently, Wang Qing's rank surpassed Cheng Hong's, and due to the unique nature of the security bureau, Cheng Hong harbored considerable trepidation towards Wang Qing. One needed to be at least at the deputy director level of the Public Security Bureau to engage in equal dialogue with Wang Qing, a threshold Cheng Hong had yet to reach. In the Guliang district, even the most esteemed individuals, such as Li Jingwang, are perceived by Wang Qing as insignificant, mere ants in the grand scheme of things. Without a powerful backing, Cheng Hong could easily manipulate him. The disparity in their statuses is stark. Cheng Hong's conclusion mirrors the former conjecture of Butcher Shin. Li Jingwang serves as Wang Qing's informant. The expansion of Li Jingwang's influence is only possible with Wang Qing's tacit approval or even support. Otherwise, his rapid growth would be inconceivable. Wang Qing, as the head of the operation, is indeed diligent in cultivating informants. Cheng Hong chuckles bitterly, acknowledging this reality. Unlike other directors and deputy directors in the Security Bureau, who merely go through the motions and focus on personal gain, Wang Qing is single-mindedly devoted to apprehending the Blue Army and quelling rebellion. Han Yang contemplates silently. With Wang Qing in the picture, it is improbable that he can resolve matters with Li Jingwang through brute force. Angering Wang Qing could lead to Cheng Hong being unable to shield him from the ensuing consequences. Cautiously, Cheng Hong suggests over the phone, "Mr. Han, shall we consider negotiating with Li Jingwang? It would be best to resolve this amicably, to avoid a situation where everyone loses face." Han Yang recognizes Cheng Hong's trepidation. At this juncture, after a period of financial exchanges, Cheng Hong has effectively tied himself to Han Yang, making it impossible to extricate himself. If Wang Qing were to turn against him, Cheng Hong would also face unwarranted repercussions. "Rest assured, I am not so foolish," Han Yang replies, prompting Cheng Hong to exhale in relief. After ending the call, Han Yang's expression fluctuates between contemplation and uncertainty. Butcher Shin calmly advises, "Endure for now. Patience brings tranquility." Xiaoyang, sometimes one must tolerate. Han Yang glances at Shun. "Brother Shun, Li Jingwang has caused the deaths of several of our Blue Army brothers. And you can endure this?" Shun, maintaining his tranquil demeanor, responds, "I have grown accustomed to such circumstances over the years." Yet, Han Yang counters, "But tolerance does not resolve the issue." He states coolly, "Leave this matter to me." After dispatching Shun and the others, Han Yang ponders briefly in his office before retrieving his phone to contact LV Yangshin. "Han Yang, is that batch of robots functioning well?" LV Yangshin inquires. "Absolutely. They work splendidly," Han Yang replies with a smile. "Of course, I supervise their production personally, using only quality materials. You need not worry about the craftsmanship. It meets the highest standards." After some small talk, Han Yang states, "There is another matter I wish to discuss. Yangshin, do you know any owners in the mobile phone manufacturing sector? I would like to order a batch of low-end phones." "Low-end phones? What on earth do you need those for?" "I intend to set a trap for someone." Han Yang candidly reveals his intention. LV Yangshin quickly grasps the situation. "I certainly know some individuals. How shall we proceed?" "The more basic the phones, the better, preferably with only the essential calling function. I want to keep the cost around $8 per phone, with a factory price not exceeding $10. As for the quantity," Han Yang pauses thoughtfully. 300,000 units. The cheapest low-end chips average only a few cents each. Using plastic casings and simple earpieces, it is indeed feasible to maintain a cost of $8 per unit. 300,000 units. LV Yangshin exclaims in surprise. "That's quite a substantial order. It seems you're digging a significant hole here." "If it were any smaller, I wouldn't bother," Han Yang replies. "All right, I will provide you with contacts." After finalizing this arrangement, Han Yang calls in Sun Gue. "I recall there's a low-end phone manufacturing factory in the Chaodong district, correct? Please reach out to them and order 80,000 low-end phones. The lower the specs, the better, and keep each unit under $10. Sun Gue looks puzzled. What do you need so many low-end phones for? Han Yang glances at him as a grand opening giveaway. Our Xingxing Mall is set to launch soon, and we'll promote that customers who spend over 100 yuan will receive a free phone. Sun Guo immediately responds, got it. A free phone giveaway is a brilliant idea. Our mall's business will surely thrive. Chapter 63. Commercial credibility currently. The most affordable low-end phones are priced around 60 to 70 yuan. While they may lack smart features, they still offer basic functionalities such as recording, video, photography, lighting, and internet access. However, following Han Yang's instructions, Sun Guo approaches the owner of the low-end phone factory in Xiaodong district to place an even more simplified order. What need is there for a camera feature? Unnecessary. No need for even a camera lens. A flashlight? Not required. Internet capability? Discarded. Ultimately, they are left with just the most basic calling functionality. Choosing the most rudimentary phones as giveaways for the grand opening was a deliberate decision by Han Yang. Those at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder cannot even afford the previously available 60 to 70 yuan phones. Do they truly require features like photography or internet access? It is more prudent to streamline everything and minimize costs. The ability to make calls is what matters most to the impoverished. With a phone, they can connect with more people and discover greater job opportunities. More importantly, this phone incurs no additional expense. Customers merely need to make a standard purchase of 100 yuan to receive it for free. They will inevitably need to buy something. So why not save up until that day, spend 100 yuan, and receive a phone at no cost? At that moment, in the Xiaodong district, at the Ping and Electronics factory, the owner, Wang Wanping, bows his head slightly, calculating internally. Orders have been sparse lately, causing a decline in the factory's operational rate. However, he cannot afford to lay off workers. He must support them. By managing this order, he can keep material costs around 7 yuan and 60 cents, yielding a profit margin of 2 yuan and 40 cents, roughly 30%. While not exceedingly high, it is still viable. A month for delivery, you say? That can be arranged. Ultimately, Wang Wanping makes his decision. The factory's capacity is roughly 3,000 units per day, allowing for a production of 90,000 units in a month. After accounting for excess, the 80,000 units will align perfectly. The collaboration is finalized amicably. Sun Guo, beaming with joy, shakes hands with Wang Wanping, then heads to the signing room to affix his signature on behalf of the Xingxing Group. The following day, while the new Xingxing Mall undergoes internal renovations and inventory preparations, banners are unfurled both at the mall's walls and at the entrance of the old Xingxing Mall. Numerous staff members distribute flyers announcing the grand reopening of the Xingxing Mall, scheduled for November 16th. Expect an even wider selection of products, lower prices, and enhanced services. We eagerly await your visit. In the week leading up to the opening, the Xingxing Mall will host a promotional event, offering a free phone to any customer who spends over 100 yuan. The extensive promotion by the Xingxing Group immediately stirs excitement among impoverished communities surrounding the city. Free phones? Such a significant offer? Come on, how much value can a free phone really have? What kind of quality could it possibly be? Does it matter? As long as it can make calls, that is sufficient. Recently, Oldly had a promising job opportunity for me, but I missed it because I was out. If only I had a phone, I wouldn't have lost that chance. Exactly. We need to buy things anyway. Even without the promotion, we would shop there. Why not save up first and buy everything on the same day? That way, we get a free phone. True. Under the Xingxing Group's fervent promotion, countless individuals eagerly await the grand opening day. Meanwhile, the employees enthusiastically engaging customers remain oblivious to a few individuals within the bustling crowd exchanging knowing glances before swiftly departing. In the Guliang district, at the Lixing building, in the president's office, the grand opening offers a promotion. Spend 100 yuan and receive a mobile phone. Li Jingguang repeated this phrase slowly, a smile gracing his face. This Han Yang truly possesses a keen intellect. This campaign strikes at the very heart of the impoverished. With such an initiative, coupled with the past reputation and a philosophy of low prices, it would be difficult for the Revival Mall to falter in business. One of his subordinates remarked gravely, as the Revival Mall thrives, our business suffers. President, should we take action? The subordinate gestured with a fierce expression. Li Jingguang shook his head. Violence is a last resort. We should not resort to it lightly. The supervisor of the local police department, Cheng Hong, has a good relationship with Han Yang. We must be mindful of his interests. However, with the mysterious death of Hua Peng from the power company, no one dares to assist us anymore. Li Jingguang did not respond directly, but turned his gaze out the window, his thoughts seemingly drifting elsewhere. Imagine if the impoverished saved their money for so long and specifically chose to spend 100 yuan on the opening day to receive a mobile phone, only to find it defective. What might ensue? One subordinate paused. For the impoverished, 100 yuan is a significant amount. Li Jingwang sighed. At that point, it would certainly lead to a rather amusing situation. Investigate who is fulfilling the revival group's order. Bring their owner to me for a discussion. The next day, several subordinates carried a large burlap sack into Li Jingwang's office. Upon opening it, a terrified face emerged. Wang Wanping. Who are you? My cousin is the deputy section chief of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Do not act recklessly. Wang Wanping appeared formidable, yet cowardly. Li Jingwang observed him with interest, casually reprimanding his subordinates. I asked you to invite Mr. Wang. How could you be so discourteous? Apologize at once. Mr. Wang, I apologize. Now leave. The subordinates promptly exited. With Li Jingwang's assistance, Wang Wanping nervously sat on the sofa. Li Jingwang poured him a glass of water. My subordinates are rather uninformed. I truly apologize. No worries. No worries. Mr. Wang, please do not be so tense. The reason for this unexpected invitation is to discuss a business opportunity. Recently, the Revival Sun Gui placed an order for 80,000 low-end mobile phones, correct? Wang Wanping froze, instantly regretting his decision. If only he had known this order would bring trouble, he would have refused it at all costs. I'll cancel the order immediately. Li Jingwang smiled. Cancel the order? That simply will not do. We are all legitimate merchants who value our commercial reputation. How could we engage in such actions? Then, what do you mean? Li Jingwang's smile faded as he replied coolly. A cancellation is out of the question. However, your factory, Peace Electronics, is small, and the quality of your workers is lacking, resulting in imperfect quality control. It is entirely normal for products to occasionally have defects. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Wang? Chapter 64. Seamless Execution Boss. Everything is arranged. Here is the sample. In the Lixing building, within Li Jingwang's office, a subordinate placed a simple cardboard box on the desk. The box was exceedingly basic, merely bearing the words Revival Mobile without any color or design, appearing rough and easily damaged. Li Jingwang leisurely opened the box, revealing a square, heavy, and thick black mobile phone. This device was devoid of any aesthetic appeal or design sensibility. It was coarse and rudimentary. For the wealthy, even a glance would be considered an eyesore. The subordinate reported, the dialing keys have been tampered with. I tested it. On average, after 50 presses, it malfunctions, making dialing impossible. The other components remain untouched as per your instructions. If we intend to deceive the Revival Group, it must be done cleverly. If the tampering is too obvious, how could they possibly fall for it? Currently, only the dialing key has been altered to fail after 50 presses. Even if the Revival personnel randomly select a sample for testing, they would not uncover any issues. Li Jingwang pressed the dialing key deliberately, one press after another. After about a minute, he felt the key sink and become unresponsive, unable to dial. Excellent. Proceed to inform the Crocodile Gang and the Axe Gang to prepare their clever subordinates to attend the opening of the Revival Mall. At that time, with a little provocation, even the most docile impoverished individuals will cause a ruckus. Once the crowd is incited to riot and vandalize the Revival Mall, its reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Even if this matter reaches Cheng Hong, he will have no grounds to intervene. If you lack the ambition and resort to inferior parts to reduce costs, leading to malfunctioning phones that incite public outrage, what does that have to do with anyone else? Even if Cheng Hong tries to defend Han Yang. I have my own connections. After years of serving as an informant for Director Wang Qing, he cannot simply watch as I am oppressed by you, Cheng Hong. The entire scheme is flawlessly crafted. One subordinate expressed concern. My fear is that Han Yang might urgently source phones elsewhere and compensate those impoverished individuals at a high price, which would thwart our plans. Li Jingwang nonchalantly tossed the mobile phone into the air, catching it with ease. These phones, specifically tailored for the lowest of the poor, are not available elsewhere. Even if produced urgently, it would take at least a month. The impoverished cannot afford to wait. If the Revival personnel were to offer monetary compensation instead of phones, Li Jingwang shot him a sidelong glance. What do our people do? Do they simply switch to cash upon request? They want phones, not money. Where would they find phones at 10 yuan each? As time passed, the interior of the Revival Mall was nearing completion, with finishing touches being applied. Some shops had even begun to stock their merchandise, awaiting the grand opening to commence sales. The recruitment process was largely complete. Han Yang approved, and Sun Gui was directing efforts to designate a section of the mall as a training base, currently undergoing intensive training. As the opening date approached, the promotional efforts of the Revival Group intensified. Even the impoverished in another part of the city had heard about the Revival Mall, with many expressing their intent to attend the opening day. In this context, at Daejeong Airport, a weary-looking middle-aged man dressed as a salesman disembarked, carrying a briefcase. After resting for a night, he began visiting various mobile phone retail stores in the city, attempting to sell his batch of phones. "I'm sorry, sir, but our store specializes in high-end phones, and your devices do not fit our customer profile. We cannot assist you." "No, it's not a matter of money. It's about the alignment with our brand." "I'm sorry, sir, but our store is a brand-exclusive retailer and cannot sell other brands." After encountering rejection at dozens of stores, news began to circulate within the mobile phone industry of a foreign merchant with 300,000 low-end phones needing to be cleared. However, people treated this as mere gossip and showed little interest. The reason was simple. These phones were exceedingly low-end, stripped of every feature that could be cut, retaining only the most basic functions. Despite the unprecedented price of merely 30 yuan each, he still struggled to find buyers. Days later, the salesman left the city center, focusing his attention on the impoverished districts surrounding the area. "I am very interested in your phones, but a minimum order of 3,000 units? That seems excessive. What if I order 500 units as a trial?" "Very well, then it seems we must part ways." In the impoverished districts, he similarly faced rejection. Phones specifically designed for the poor? This path has never been traversed. Who can ascertain the magnitude of the risks involved? Who knows whether the impoverished will accept it? In the Li Xing building, a subordinate hurriedly knocked on Li Jingwang's office door. "Come in," Li Jingwang admonished. "Why the haste?" "Chairman, I've just received news that a merchant from out of town is desperately seeking to sell a batch of low-end mobile phones, totaling a staggering 300,000 units, priced at 30 yuan each. I've managed to arrange for a sample of these phones under the pretense of interest. Please take a look." Li Jingwang's brow furrowed immediately. Upon examining the phone, he noted that its design was indeed more appealing than the previous models from Ping and Electronics, with slightly enhanced specifications and improved craftsmanship. However, it fundamentally belonged to the same category of products. The pricing for 300,000 units seemed somewhat inflated. If purchased in bulk, one could negotiate it down to around 22 or 23 yuan per unit. If the quality issues surrounding the Ping and Electronics revival phones were exposed, and if Han Yang acted decisively, he might procure this batch of phones at a significantly inflated price. Would the impoverished be anything but elated with a superior product, leaving no room for dissent? Had his intricate planning been for naught? What troubled Li Jingwang further was a vague sense of conspiracy lurking within this situation. Could it be that this was a trap orchestrated by Han Yang, designed to compel him to acquire these phones at a premium? Chapter 65. Profiteering. After a moment of silent contemplation, Li Jingwang reached a decision. Let us refrain from action for the time being. First, investigate the source of these phones. Additionally, keep a close watch on the revival group for any movements. Understood. Days passed, and the findings of his subordinates converged upon Li Jingwang. This batch of phones originated from an order placed by a low-end mobile phone sales group, produced by a coastal electronics factory. Subsequently, when the sales group defaulted, the factory was left with no choice but to sell the phones, with no ties to Han Yang or the revival group. During this period, the revival group had been engaged in preparatory work for their opening and had shown no anomalies, nor had they interacted with the salesperson. Everything seemed to indicate that this was merely a coincidence. Yet, Li Jingwang's doubts persisted. Be patient, let us observe further. As time continued its relentless march, November 13th arrived. In just 3 days, the long-anticipated Revival Mall would officially open its doors. At this moment, the outer barriers of the mall had been dismantled, the interior renovations were complete, and products were neatly arranged upon the shelves. In various sections of the mall, numerous newly recruited attendants were diligently undergoing their final training before the grand opening. Everything unfolded in an orderly fashion. Under Li Jingwang's vigilant oversight, the 80,000 units of custom phones produced by Ping and Electronics had been delivered and temporarily stored in the Revival Mall's warehouse. Hurry! Find a way to infiltrate the Revival warehouse and bring me a phone. Remember, it must be one you select at random. I do not trust what others might choose. The time was drawing near. Li Jingwang needed to ascertain that this batch of phones had not been swapped and that any quality issues were genuine. Understood. I will ensure that funds are allocated to secure information regarding any remaining stock held by the Revival Group. The following noon, the informant managed to retrieve a Revival phone from the warehouse, placing it before Li Jingwang. It bore the same modest packaging. Li Jingwang promptly unwrapped it and began pressing the dial keys. A minute later, the key remained pressed down, failing to return. Li Jingwang turned to the informant. Did you personally acquire this? Yes. It was a random selection? Indeed. I used a stopwatch from the warehouse entrance to the shelf, selecting based on the timer's reading. It was entirely random. Does the revival group possess any additional stock? None. I discreetly consulted 5 employees who had access to the warehouse. All confirmed there was no more. Li Jingwang exhaled deeply. It appeared that this incident was not a conspiracy after all. Therefore, he could proceed. This time, not only must the revival group's reputation be tarnished, but we shall also extract a handsome sum from you, Mr. Han. Gather the leaders of the Crocodile Gang and the Axe Gang. Inform them that I have a lucrative business proposition. Li Jingwang's strategy was straightforward. Since the revival group had already committed and promoted their opening for so long, they would undoubtedly need to present phones on the opening day. With only 2 days remaining, time was of the essence. Even if he were to reveal the quality issues of the phones to Han Yang, what could he do? Reorder? There wasn't enough time. Repair? Fixing 80,000 phones in just 2 days was an impossibility. Attempting to placate the situation with financial compensation? With the presence of 5 gang factions causing a ruckus, a simple financial settlement was out of the question. What could Han Yang do? The only option would be to contact the salesperson and urgently procure a new batch of phones at an exorbitant price. Thus, he would find himself outmaneuvered. Having already secured the desired phones ahead of time. Want to buy? Certainly, but you must agree to our investment terms. Otherwise, you'll have to pay a premium. I acquired these phones at over 20 yuan each. Selling them to you for 40 yuan each is not unreasonable, is it? You only need 80,000 units? I'm afraid we don't sell in small quantities. You must purchase all 300,000 at once. After all, I am the sole supplier capable of delivering such a large quantity on short notice. Are 300,000 phones worth 12 million yuan? Or is the reputation of your revival mall more valuable? In the end, I am not worried about the revival group's compliance. Regardless of Han Yang's choices, Li Jingwang stood to gain significantly. Furthermore, even with profits in hand, there was no agreement preventing disturbances on the opening day. If the phones could not serve as an excuse, surely other reasons could be fabricated. Before long, the leaders of the other 4 gangs arrived at Li Jingwang's office. Here's the situation, Li Jingwang summarized, concluding, do not say I neglect my partners in this profitable venture. The leaders exchanged glances, and after a moment, one spoke up. Chairman Li means for us to acquire this batch of phones, and then compel Han Yang to buy at a high price. What if he refuses? He has no choice. Li Jingwang retorted, unless he wishes to see his mall destroyed by the impoverished and his commercial reputation obliterated. Li Jingwang scoffed, in 2 days. Even if he possesses extraordinary capabilities, he cannot conjure 80,000 phones. Even if he intends to purchase brand-name phones at a rock-bottom price of 70 yuan each, he will not have the time to secure them. He had no alternatives. The timing was impeccably chosen. With such limited time, no strategy would be effective. 300,000 phones. Even at a reduced price of 25 yuan each, amounts to 7.5 million. This is a considerable sum, even for gang leaders. Selling at 40 yuan each yields a profit of 60 in just a few days. How we proceed is up to each of you. Our knife gang has decided to allocate 4 million for this endeavor. The remaining 3.5 million is available. If you lack the courage, it will all be ours. Observing the hesitation and trepidation of the gang leaders, Li Jingwang felt disdain. If it were not for their future usefulness, would he even consider sharing the bounty? These simpletons could never achieve greatness. Fine, I shall take charge. We, the Crocodile Gang, will claim a share of 1 million. Very well, we, the Wolf Gang, will claim 800,000. After a moment of contemplation, several individuals swiftly reached a consensus. The total amount of 7.5 million was soon claimed in its entirety. Let us proceed together to speak with the manager. Regarding the monetary matters, we can negotiate adjustments as needed. Following a vigorous exchange of words, an agreement was finally reached to sell each mobile phone at a price of 243 yuan. In total, 300,000 units were transacted for an aggregate sum of 7.29 million yuan. Naturally, only the initial payment of 2 million was made at this stage. A group of individuals proceeded to the warehouse to inspect the goods. And upon signing the contract, Li Jingwang felt a great weight lifted from his heart. The subsequent payments could wait. For now, he intended to leak the information to the individuals at the revitalization group. Chapter 66. Recall Manager Sun. Manager Sun, Sun Gui, overwhelmed with work, was approached by a store manager who rushed over, visibly anxious. Old Zhou, what is the urgency? Zhou Tong, drenched in sweat, pulled Sun Gui aside. Manager Sun, it's bad news. The warehouse personnel just reported to me that the batch of mobile phones we ordered has issues. The dialing keys break after being pressed a few dozen times. I tested several units myself, and each one failed. Sun Gui was taken aback, his scalp tingling. Quality issues? Keys breaking after only a few presses? Keep this under wraps. I must speak with General Manager Han. An hour later, the revitalization group convened a meeting of all senior executives. The discussions were unclear to the employees, but the somber expressions and hurried departures of the executives suggested something grave was afoot. Another hour passed, and a rumor began to circulate in the community. The revitalization group was desperately seeking information on where to find substantial stock of mobile phones. If there were units available, the price was negotiable, even with a markup. At the Lixing building, 5 gang leaders gathered. Outside, gang members continuously entered to report the latest developments. Boss, the revitalization group has learned of a local mobile phone dealer and is trying to obtain contact information. Boss, Manager Sun Gue has found Manager Yang's residence and is visiting in person. Boss, Sun Gue has left Yang's residence looking rather displeased. It seems he was unable to strike a deal. Boss, General Manager Han Yang has left the revitalization mall and is heading towards our building. Han Yang is coming in person? The 5 gang leaders felt a wave of relief, and the atmosphere in the office lightened. Ding ding ding. Li Jingwang's phone rang. Upon answering, Han Yang's grim voice echoed through the speaker, reaching the ears of all the gang leaders. Presidently, quite the clever maneuver you have there. Li Jingwang smiled faintly, maintaining a calm demeanor. I am but a humble businessman. I would like to pay you a visit, Presidently. Is that convenient? Oh, of course. You are most welcome. After hanging up, Li Jingwang looked at the other leaders with an air of satisfaction. The fat sheep has arrived. The car came to a halt. Zhang Dazu and the others alighted first, followed by Han Yang. Standing before the Lixing building, Han Yang felt nothing but disdain. It was not even 10 stories tall. Yet it dared to call itself a building. In this impoverished area, it could be considered somewhat tall, but in the city, it was merely a dilapidated structure. At the entrance, Li Jingwang and the other 4 leaders wore bright smiles and greeted him warmly. General Manager Han's visit brings great honor to our humble Lixing. Welcome. Please come in. Once inside the conference room, Han Yang wasted no time and directly stated, this time, Presidently has outplayed me. I concede. What must I do to be spared? Li Jingwang appeared taken aback. General Manager Han, let us not speak of such things. We are all legitimate businessmen. In business, one relies on their own capabilities. The notion of sparing one another is quite humorous. Han Yang continued bluntly. What price would you sell that batch of mobile phones to me? I shall not sell. Li Jingwang denied outright. However, if you agree to my conditions, I will gift them to you. Han Yang scoffed. Let us forget about the investment. Name your price per unit. General Manager Han, are you truly not considering it? Spare me the pleasantries. Li Jingwang's expression grew cold. Since we cannot collaborate, we must adhere to the rules of commerce. To be clear, I acquired the phones at 243 yuan each, and I will sell them at 500 yuan per unit, 300,000 units in total, no retail sales. Accompanying Li, who slammed the table in anger, glaring at Li Jingwang. Unfazed, Li Jingwang merely smirked. Is this President Li's intention, or does everyone share this view? Han Yang narrowed his eyes, scanning the room. The leaders of the Crocodile Gang, Iron Wolf Gang, and Axe Gang lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Han Yang's gaze, yet remaining silent. Unlike Li Jingwang, they could not afford to offend Han Yang. But with Li Jingwang leading the charge, they could not let this opportunity slip away. Very well. Han Yang clapped his hands lightly. This strategy of taking advantage of a crisis is well played. Nevertheless, I will not be held at your mercy, President Li. If it comes to it, I shall burn the bridges behind me. Li Hu, Dazu, we are leaving. Safe travels, no need to see them off. The group exited the Lixing building with grim expressions. In the office, the other 4 leaders were anxious. Is he just leaving like that? 500 yuan per unit. Is that not too high? Will we scare him off? What will we do if this batch of phones ends up in our hands? Li Jingwang felt a surge of impatience, but maintained his composure. If he were to remain, I would be concerned. I know Han Yang well. Rest assured. He is merely applying pressure. He will return at the latest by tonight. Gradually, the leaders began to feel reassured. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again. Li Jingwang answered. And Manager Yang's voice came through. President Li, we have an urgent situation that requires your attention. Indeed, we have just received a notice from the company. Our quality control and inspection teams discovered defects in the batch of materials we previously procured, which will cause the screens of these mobile phones to fail to light up after a period of use. To prevent further losses, our company has decided to recall this batch of phones for repairs. Please rest assured, we will fulfill all contractual obligations regarding any breach. What? The 4 leaders immediately became tense. This batch of phones had defects? They must not let Han Yang discover this. Otherwise, how could he possibly be interested in buying? They needed to avoid being left holding the bag. Fortunately, the remaining payment of over 5 million had yet to be made. and thankfully the manufacturer agreed to recall the products and provide compensation. Li Jingwang's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. Screen issues? No matter, we are not concerned. On the other end, Manager Yang seemed momentarily stunned before stammering. However, in order to maintain our reputation, we have the authority to recall defective products. Moreover, authority to recall products? That is before the contract is formally in effect. You have not yet paid the full amount, so the contract is not officially valid, is it? Oh, Li Jingwang paused, performed some actions on his phone, and continued, what if I were to pay the full amount now? Would you still have the authority to recall the products? After a brief silence, Manager Yang responded, however, President Li, you must understand that we have formally notified you of the defects in the products and proposed a compensation plan. You have voluntarily chosen to forego further handling. Thus, what happens to this batch of products from now on is no longer our concern. I am currently recording this conversation. I solemnly ask you, are you certain? Li Jingwang replied coolly, I am certain. Chapter 67. Sharing after the call ended. Li Jingwang maintained a calm demeanor while the other 4 gang leaders could no longer sit still. President Li, why would you abandon the compensation plan? Now that Han Yang refuses to accept this batch and the manufacturer intends to recall them, won't we be left with nothing? President Li, you must provide us with an explanation. Faced with the urgency of the 4 leaders, Li Jingwang's brow gradually furrowed and his expression darkened. Silence. One after another. They all exhibit the intellect of swine. Li Jingwang seethed with indignation, lamenting internally how he was perpetually surrounded by a cadre of simpletons who spent their days engaged solely in violent skirmishes. They prided themselves on orchestrating schemes to ensnare a few gamblers. Yet they remained utterly oblivious to the greater intricacies at play. Can't you all discern? This is Han Yang applying pressure on us. The so-called malfunctions and compensations are merely ruses to recall this batch of goods and sell them to Han Yang. It is evident that Han Yang has reached an accord with Manager Yang, offering him incentives. Why do you think I have been reluctant to pay the final installment until now? It is to solidify this matter, ensuring Manager Yang has no excuse to reclaim the products. The leaders of the gang exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, the head of the crocodile gang hesitantly asked, President Li, are you certain? Of course. Just wait. At the latest, Han Yang will come again the night after tomorrow. Seeing Li Jingwang's unwavering confidence, the gang leaders felt a semblance of relief settle in their hearts. Meanwhile, at the revival base, in the office of the president of Revival Group, Han Yang had deliberately positioned his office near the cafeteria, close to the building materials market. Here, he had cleverly concealed the entrance to the underground base through meticulous design. However, accessing the underground base from the president's office was quite convenient. One merely needed to open a hidden door. Suddenly, the phone rang. Han Yang answered, and Manager Yang's voice, filled with deference, came through. President Han, everything aligns perfectly with your expectations. Li Jingwang has already paid the final installment. He has made the payment? Excellent. Do we have solid evidence that he has abandoned the subsequent compensation plan? I have recorded the conversation. Very well. This should prevent any complications for your superior, Mr. Lu. Manager Yang is indeed a confidant of Lu Yangsheng, who had facilitated the acquisition of this batch of goods, managing all the necessary procedures. While Lu Yangsheng was not one to fear Li Jingwang's petty tactics, it was crucial to adhere to legalities, as failing to do so could lead to minor inconveniences should Li Jingwang decide to take legal action against Lu Yangsheng. For now, however, everything was in order. Manager Yang cautiously inquired, shall I transfer the funds to you now? Without hesitation, Han Yang replied, a total of 7.29 million. Allocate 3 million for the payment of goods, and the remaining 4.29 million. Keep 90,000 as your reward for your efforts during this time. The remaining 4.2 million. I will take 2.1 million, and you will transfer the rest to Mr. Lu's account. Han Yang was generous with the funds acquired from this venture, splitting them evenly with Lu Yangsheng after deducting expenses. Manager Yang immediately protested, President Han, Mr. Lu specifically instructed me before his arrival that any surplus after costs is yours. We do not require it. Han Yang was adamant. Such matters are traditionally reciprocal. Although Lu Yangsheng's family is affluent and may not be concerned with such trivial amounts, he had gone through considerable effort to assist Han Yang, and it would be ungracious not to acknowledge that. Just transfer it directly. I will communicate the remainder with Mr. Lu. As for your 90,000, feel free to accept it. It is rightfully yours. Manager Yang's face lit up with joy. Thank you, President Han. As a manager, despite being part of a high-income bracket, his annual salary maxed out at around 200,000. This sudden windfall equated to nearly half a year's salary. Having resolved this financial matter, Han Yang stretched languidly. Next, it would hinge on his own arrangements. At this moment, Han Yang appeared at ease in his office, while outside, Li Hu, Sun Gui, and Zhao Fu were as restless as ants on a hot stove. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Han Yang had strictly instructed that unless in cases of urgency, no one was to disturb him. He opened the door to find several high-ranking officials of the revival group gathered, including the infamous butcher, Shun. President Han, we are set to commence operations the day after tomorrow. How shall we handle this batch of phones? Buying is futile, and repairs are too late. President Han, perhaps we should forego this round. A small loss is worth preserving the reputation of Revival Group. President Han, I'll forego my dividend this year. Consider it a means of weathering this storm with the group. Please don't act out of spite. We will surely have our revenge on that scoundrel Li Jingwang in due time. Yes, we have all agreed. We will forfeit our dividends and contribute. The senior officials spoke earnestly. Han Yang smiled at the assembly. Once dividends are set, can they simply be renounced? Are company policies to be taken lightly? Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements. Now, dispatch personnel to transfer all phones to the building materials market. I have already recruited a maintenance team that can commence repairs immediately. There will be no delays. The high-ranking officials exchanged doubtful glances. 80,000 phones repaired in 2 days? It seemed implausible. Yet, observing Han Yang's assured demeanor made them question their own skepticism. Throughout this period, Han Yang had accomplished many feats he himself deemed impossible. If all had indeed been orchestrated in advance, then, Shin slowly inquired, is this a trap set for Li Jingwang? Han Yang nodded with a smile. Without this approach, how could I ensnare his funds? The money is already in my possession. Realizing that Han Yang had indeed meticulously planned everything from the outset, the previous tension dissipated entirely. All right, I shall proceed. These phones were packed in large boxes, with each box containing 1,000 units. 80,000 phones equated to 80 large boxes, meticulously arranged in the warehouse of the building materials market. As night fell, amid heightened security, a multifunctional robot cautiously emerged from a secret passage into the warehouse. Following it, a multitude of robots arrived in succession. They worked in concert, swiftly transporting all 80 boxes into the underground base, unpacking the phones, and arranging them neatly beside one another. The 80 boxes were then returned to the warehouse unscathed. Later that evening, a convoy of large trucks arrived at the warehouse, replacing the boxes with other heavy items, ensuring the total weight remained unchanged. The boxes appeared untouched, identical to their original state. Chapter 68. No loss. This transport team was specifically sourced by Han Yang from outside, ensuring they had no connections to the local populace. Han Yang also casually rented a warehouse in the outskirts, where these large boxes would be stored temporarily, to be transported back in a few days. At the Revival Group's location, the senior officials breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing the trucks depart with the phone boxes. Meanwhile, in the underground base, a temporary assembly line had been established, with 186 multifunctional robots, welding robots, and disassembly robots positioned and ready. Repairing these tampered phones was a task both challenging and straightforward. The difficulty lay in the high level of skill required. The simplicity emerged from the fact that, after a series of operations, the resolution hinged on merely replacing a small gasket. Han Yang estimated that a proficient technician could repair a phone in approximately half an hour. Even with 1,000 skilled workers, repairing 80,000 phones would require at least 40 hours, assuming the workers did not eat, drink, or rest. With 3 shifts, 3,000 workers would be necessary. Such factories simply did not exist in the entire city. Out-of-town options might be available, but coordinating such a large-scale operation with them was not something a mere 1 million could facilitate. Consequently, Li Jingwang was confident that repairing this batch of phones in such a short time frame was unattainable. However, with Han Yang and the cadre of robots under his direct command, nothing posed a challenge. Furthermore, due to the exceptional coordination and precision of the robots, Han Yang could even employ an assembly line method for the repairs of this batch of phones. A robot solely dedicated itself to placing individual mobile phone boxes at the beginning of the conveyor belt, while another robot meticulously unboxed the phones. The subsequent robots undertook various tasks. One removed the outer casing, another extracted the motherboard, while yet another secured the operational area. Further along, one robot dismantled defective components, followed by others that reinstalled, assembled, and boxed the devices, all executed with impeccable precision and order. This assembly line required a total of 15 distinct robots, each working in harmony to repair an average of 1 mobile phone every 30 seconds, culminating in a remarkable output of 120 devices per hour. With the grand opening scheduled for 8 a.m. on November 16th, Only 36 hours remained. This single line could potentially repair 320 phones, and within the underground base. There existed 12 such lines, capable of nearly completing 50,000 repairs before the launch. Although it was unlikely to finish every device, it was of little concern, as this batch of phones would not be dispatched all at once. As night descended, the market area gradually fell into silence. Within the subterranean headquarters of the Revival Mall, 186 robots operated tirelessly under Han Yang's direct supervision, working in flawless coordination without any need for rest. The computational power that Han Yang had previously reserved finally proved its worth. Accounts for gaming services persisted, self-learning continued unabated, and lectures were attended without interruption. In the Li Xing building, in the reception room, Li Jingwang and several gang leaders leisurely sipped tea and engaged in conversation. After a few rounds of tea and ample discussion, the anticipated phone call from Han Yang had yet to arrive, inducing a sense of unease among the leaders. With a faint smile, Li Jingwang remarked, "I did not expect this young man, Han Yang, to possess such patience. No matter. With the Revival Mall opening the day after tomorrow, he will undoubtedly reach out by tomorrow evening at the latest." The following day, Han Yang still had not contacted them. However, the subordinate tasked with surveillance reported that the Revival Mall was completely prepared and was currently organizing for the grand opening, showing no signs of chaos. As night fell, Han Yang's silence continued to loom. The four leaders could no longer contain their anxiety. Li Jingwang's expression darkened. After investing a substantial 4 million, he had maintained his composure to stabilize the group's morale, but now doubt crept in. "Li, it seems Han Yang is resolutely intent on a mutual destruction," Li Jingwang slowly articulated. The four leaders grew increasingly agitated. "What will happen to our funds? We acted on your advice. Li, you cannot abandon us." "Silence," Li Jingwang bellowed, regaining control of the situation. "Our gang has invested 4 million, and I remain unperturbed. Why do you panic? Han Yang's intentions are merely to negotiate tomorrow, either with cash or some other form of compensation. We shall confront them tomorrow. We will leverage this situation to dismantle the Revival Mall and obliterate its reputation. Without the Revival Mall, even if we lose our investment, it will be worth it. Besides, we still have this batch of phones. If Han Yang can play the game of distributing phones, so can we. In any case, we will not suffer losses." As the hours wore on into midnight, the clock struck 4, and Li Hu found himself unable to sleep. The opening day was critical for the fate of the Revival Mall. He could not afford to be careless. After much hesitation, he finally dialed Han Yang's number. "Mr. Han, when will that batch of phones arrive? The opening is at 8. On the other end, Han Yang's voice remained calm and unaffected. "No worries. The first batch of repaired phones, over 50,000 units, has already been delivered to the warehouse. A second batch will arrive tomorrow. You can rest assured." "What? They have all arrived?" Li Hu was taken aback, promptly donning his clothes and heading to the warehouse at the construction market. Upon arrival, he indeed found large boxes neatly stacked. He opened one, retrieved a phone, and swiftly dialed several hundred times. The device exhibited no signs of malfunction. A deep sigh of relief escaped him. His heart finally found peace. As for the origins of the repairs, he felt no inclination to inquire. Mr. Han was resourceful and enigmatic, as long as he delivered results. There was no need for concern. After all, Mr. Han would never shortchange his subordinates. At 6 in the morning, all employees of the Revival Group arose. After half an hour of grooming and breakfast, a 10-minute motivational meeting commenced. Han Yang personally addressed the crowd, offering encouragement and promising bonuses. Over 1,000 staff members, including servers, sales associates, cleaners, security personnel, and managers, briskly set off to their posts, finalizing preparations for the grand opening. Outside the entrance of the Revival Mall, a scattering of impoverished individuals began to form a queue. Mixed among them were a few who appeared rather dubious. At 8 o'clock, amidst the thunderous sound of firecrackers, Han Yang's voice resonated through the loudspeakers. "The Revival Mall is now open." The once closed doors slowly swung open, and a throng of impoverished individuals surged forward with jubilant cheers. "Mr. Han, congratulations. Wishing you great success." As the doors opened, Cheng Hong, the head of the Market's Security Bureau, Fu Wenrong from the power company, and various other officials who maintained amicable relations with the Revival Group, along with some factory owners, social elites, and merchants, all gathered to extend their congratulations. The entrance of the Revival Mall was adorned with a profusion of floral arrangements and banners. Han Yang, accompanied by senior executives from the Revival Group, greeted them with smiles, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Cheng Hong discreetly approached Han Yang. "Han Yang, I've mobilized all available forces from the Security Bureau today. Rest assured, no one will cause any disturbances. Thank you, Brother Chung. No need for formality, Han Yang replied. As their camaraderie had grown more amicable over time, with Chung Hong starting to regard Han Yang as a brother. On the second floor of the Revival Mall, a multitude of prominent figures gathered at the windows, observing the throngs of people flooding into the mall like a tidal wave. They could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Though the crowd consisted largely of the underprivileged, their numbers accumulated to a substantial sum, and profits would undoubtedly follow. This Mr. Han truly had a knack for business. Welcome. Hundreds of employees stood ready, their expressions poised with professional smiles as they greeted the incoming customers. Upon entering the Revival Mall, patrons were taken aback by the elegant decor and organized layout. While it could not compare to the true CBD in the city center, it managed to maintain cleanliness, order, and sufficient space. Most importantly, the variety of goods was impressive, from daily necessities to clothing, food, entertainment, and even medical supplies. Everything was available at reasonable prices. In the dining area, meals could be had for as little as 7 yuan. Heaping plates of dishes, though made from inexpensive ingredients, were clearly crafted with care, offering generous portions. The clothing section boasted items as low as 5 yuan each, while medical consultations were merely 5 yuan. For the impoverished, who typically endured minor ailments or waited until serious illness struck, the Revival Mall provided a solution for minor health issues at a mere fraction of the cost. The most crucial aspect was that everything was clearly priced, ensuring fairness and transparency, with product quality guaranteed, alleviating any fears of deception. This place was truly a paradise for the impoverished. Amongst the throng, the poor reveled in their newfound sense of affluence, brandishing their cash with fervor. Driven by a singular desire to buy, countless individuals lingered, enchanted by the offerings. Yet, amidst the excitement, a few among them exhibited suspicious behavior. Li Hu, personally maintaining order, noticed a small, shifty-eyed thief enter the mall. The individual casually selected items worth 100 yuan and headed straight for the exit, where the area for collecting mobile phones was located. Li Hu observed keenly, a cold smirk forming in his mind. It was evident that this was a scheme aimed at the phones. The small man placed the receipt there, and without hesitation, the staff warmly handed him a mobile phone. Hello, sir, here's your phone. We have also set up a mobile number registration window in collaboration with the telecommunications company. You may proceed there for assistance. The small man ignored him and walked away. In a secluded area, he swiftly unwrapped the phone and began frantically pressing the dial keys. Everything was unfolding according to plan. After confirming the phone had a defect, he would not cause a scene immediately, but would wait. He intended to shout about the phone's malfunction only after the poor souls who had received their phones gathered in numbers, as chaos would be easier to incite then. However, after pressing several hundred times, the phone remained perfectly functional. The buttons responded smoothly, as if nothing was amiss. How could this be? He quickly took out another phone and dialed the number. In the Lixing building, 5 gang leaders sat solemnly in the conference room, each wearing a grave expression. Are the people in place? Yes, a total of 300 clever subordinates have infiltrated. I've sent a Mao and a He personally. They will take the lead. I have Xiao Tian, a Zhu, and the drunkard here. Humph, I am eager to see what tricks Han Yang can conjure. Li Jingwang remained calm, unperturbed. Once the phone's malfunction was confirmed, regardless of any compensation scheme Han Yang proposed, the 5 gangs united could turn this situation upside down. Whether it meant destroying the Rejuvenation Mall or forcing Han Yang to accept their investment, they would incur no losses. However, a phone call abruptly stunned Li Jingwang. President Li, I just received reports from a Mao and a He that the phones sent by the Rejuvenation Group are functioning perfectly. All are in good condition. What? Li Jingwang sprang to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief. Did you check thoroughly? Yes, dozens of phones were pressed at least 1,000 times. And there was not a single malfunction. Hundreds of poor souls have already received their phones, and no one is reporting any issues. Damn. The usually composed Li Jingwang could no longer restrain himself and let out a curse. What on earth is happening? How has Han Yang accomplished this? Where did he procure 80,000 phones? Or how did he repair them? Unless Wang Amping has deceived me? But that is impossible. I conducted random checks. And there were indeed defects. Or perhaps Wang Amping has colluded with Han Yang to have this batch repaired. That cannot be. I have already dispatched someone to monitor Wang Amping's factory. He lacks the capability. What, then, is the truth? Li Jingwang found himself utterly perplexed. Yet, at this moment, he sensed a looming realization. This situation might indeed be a trap. What should he do now? Li Jingwang's chest heaved with agitation, his heart racing. The other 4 leaders also stood, their faces filled with panic, mingled with a hint of rage. President Li, what is going on? Li Jingguang drew his pistol and fired a shot into the ground, cursing, how should I know what's going on? Everyone, calm down and don't make things worse. He pulled out his phone, find another excuse, and take action immediately. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Rejuvenation Mall, Han Yang smiled down at the scene below and casually instructed Zhang Dezu, notify Li Hu to take action. Your Rejuvenation Guard should mobilize as well. Understood. Han Yang then turned to Cheng Hong. Brother Cheng, it's time to act. Cheng Hong nodded, pulling out his phone to issue orders. In the bustling Rejuvenation Mall, a thin young man put down his phone, just about to rise and shout something. Yet, before he could utter a word, a security guard approached and swiftly kicked him down, dragging him away. It's nothing serious. We caught a thief. Chapter 70. No trace left behind through the window. Han Yang watched outside with a smile. It was entirely normal for a thief to infiltrate the Rejuvenation Mall. No one would find it surprising. It was evident that Li Jingguang had realized he had been deceived and was now recklessly attempting to retaliate. As events unfolded, Han Yang understood that Wang Amping likely faced a dire fate. Although Li Jingguang could not comprehend how the batch of phones had been repaired, he would undoubtedly associate the incident with Wang Amping. His pent-up rage would likely be directed at him. However, Han Yang had no intention of intervening. When you were coerced by Li Jingguang, you had to comply, but at least you could have secretly alerted me to prepare for what was coming, right? Yet, there was none of that. Wang Amping had violated their initial agreement, collaborating with Li Jingguang to dig a deep pit for himself. Were it not for my substantial computational capabilities, I might have incurred significant losses. In this context, my decision not to act against him is already a show of mercy. It is certainly not my responsibility to assist him further. Your life and death are your own affair. At this moment, 100 members of the Rejuvenation Guard, 150 security personnel, and an additional 150 law enforcement officers gathered by Cheng Hong had all been mobilized. Anyone displaying signs of unrest was immediately subdued, their arms bound with zip ties and tossed into an empty storage room. Should any group attempt to incite chaos, a law enforcement officer showed no mercy, shooting 2 individuals dead, silencing the rest instantly. In turbulent times, lives are as inconsequential as grass. The death of a couple of gang members is hardly noteworthy. News rapidly returned to the Lixing building. Upon hearing that all those poised to incite trouble had been captured, and that even law enforcement had taken action, Li Jingguang was nearly driven to the brink of rage. Who could have anticipated that Cheng Hong would show such deference to Han Yang and actually send so many to maintain order? This game was lost, utterly and completely. Yet a sliver of hope remained in his heart. If Han Yang's scheme failed, could I possibly recover some of my losses? Trembling, he dialed Manager Yang's number, only to be met with a busy signal. A second attempt yielded the same result. They were indeed in cahoots. However, I still possessed this batch of goods. With 300,000 phones, selling them could yield significant returns. Just then, a frantic subordinate burst in. President Li, bad news. Over at the warehouse, it has been discovered that these phones black out after a period of use. We tested dozens, and they all exhibit the same issue. This batch of phones is defective. Damn. Li Jingguang felt darkness closing in around him. These were already the lowest-end phones, purchased at a high price of over 20 yuan to undermine Han Yang. If they needed repairs, further investments would be required. In fact, this batch of phones was essentially worthless for repair. A gang leader panicked. Can't we reach Manager Yang? The manufacturers can't escape. Li Jingguang's frustration boiled over, cursing, what use is a lawsuit? We voluntarily forfeited any further compensation. They have recordings, we have no chance of winning. Hoping to trap Han Yang backfired, and now he found himself incurring a substantial loss. That was 7.29 million. Just the small knife gang had contributed 4 million. How could the small knife gang, which toiled all year, barely scraped by at year-end, face such a loss? The leader of the Iron Wolf gang suddenly stood up, his face pale. President Li, our Iron Wolf gang is not as wealthy as your small knife gang. The money we raised was from brothers risking everything. If we lose this, I will have no way to explain. President Li, I even took out high-interest loans. You must provide us with an explanation. The 4 leaders are relentless. Joking aside, without this sum of money, it is uncertain whether one can survive until tomorrow. Li Jingguang's temples throbbed violently. He drew his pistol and, with a resounding crack, shot the new leader of the Iron Wolf gang in the thigh. An explanation? What explanation is needed? At this point, if we fail to unite, we will lose our chance for a comeback entirely. A bunch of fools. Gather our forces, and when the Revitalization Mall lets its guard down, we shall strike directly and flatten their establishment. The 5 gangs joining forces mean that no matter how powerful or wealthy the revitalization group is, it will be of no consequence. Rest assured, once we take down the revitalization mall, I, Li Jingguang, will sell everything I own to compensate you. If cunning schemes cannot seize the revitalization mall, then we shall resort to outright robbery. Regardless of the losses incurred, if we can occupy the revitalization mall, it will be a profitable venture. Attend to Leader Tian's injuries. Li Jingguang holstered his pistol and immediately commanded his subordinates to drag away the wailing new leader of the Iron Wolf gang. At the revitalization mall, Han Yang had treated all his guests to lunch and was cheerfully sending them off one by one. After a busy morning, the number of customers in the mall had not dwindled. In fact, it had increased. Poor people from far-off places, after a long journey, finally arrived at the mall. The various sections of the mall were bustling with activity, as an array of goods sold like hotcakes. Those who completed their purchases left joyfully, receiving complimentary mobile phones at the exit, and immediately headed to the nearby area to activate their services. Prior to the opening, Han Yang had already established partnerships with over a dozen local network operators. Faced with the influx of tens of thousands of new subscriptions, no operator would dare miss out. Some even customized special packages for the less fortunate. Furthermore, Han Yang earned a $5 commission for each new mobile number activated. Otherwise, there was no way Han Yang would allow them to set up stalls here and divide the new clientele. Consequently, the cost of the complimentary phones was significantly reduced. By 11 p.m., as closing time approached, many customers remained reluctant to leave, only agreeing to depart after persistent urging. As the mall's doors were locked at that moment, whether they were servers, sales staff, or janitors and security personnel, everyone collapsed from exhaustion. Yet, despite their physical fatigue, their spirits were exceptionally high. The business had been remarkably successful. Moreover, General Han Yang was known for his consideration towards his subordinates, so with such good business, the bonuses could not be meager. At this moment, the executives of various groups were still busy with their calculations. Each person was tallying the revenue and profits for their respective areas. Soon, the figures were compiled and announced on the spot. In total, they had given away 223 mobile phones today. The total revenue amounted to 7.9 million. After deducting all costs, the pure profit stood at 260,000. General Han declared that on the first day of operation, all profits would be distributed as bonuses without reservation. Long live General Han. Long live revitalization. At that moment, all staff members rejoiced as if celebrating a festival. The next chapter continues. Chapter 71, Profit. A pure profit of 260,000, while not substantial compared to the enormous revenue, was nonetheless quite normal, as the revitalization mall catered primarily to the economically disadvantaged. The entire revitalization group consisted of approximately 1,000 individuals. Dividing the pure profit of 260,000 among everyone, each would receive about 260 yuan. Naturally, the actual distribution would not be so straightforward. Higher-ranking individuals would receive a larger share, and the distribution ratios for core, internal, and external members would differ. Regardless of the calculations, even the most junior restaurant server would take home at least 150 yuan, which equated to 3 days' wages. At the General Assembly, the security personnel immediately presented large bundles of cash they had prepared in advance for the settlement, without any delays. Following this, the revitalization canteen and revitalization food court operated through the night, providing free supplies to all staff members. After dining, those staying overnight remained, while the rest went to the dormitory area to rest, preparing for the battles of the next day. The first day of business had been extraordinarily successful. Yet Han Yang understood that this was likely a concentrated eruption of pent-up demand. The revenue for the second day could hardly equal this high mark. Achieving half would be commendable. Over the long term, Han Yang had projected that daily revenue could stabilize around an average of 3 million. With a profit margin estimated at 25, daily profits would be approximately 750,000. In such a vast area, sustaining so many people while only earning 75,000 a day would undoubtedly bring tears to any capitalist's eyes. It was dismal, a level of despair never before witnessed. Yet, at this moment, Han Yang felt tears welling up. After managing the revitalization mall for so long, they had finally turned a profit. The previous revitalization mall could barely maintain a balance between income and expenses. Now, after all expenditures, there was still a profit to be had. What more could one wish for? Most importantly, although the profit margin was low, others were oblivious. All they saw was the bustling business at the revitalization mall, with customers flocking in daily. This allowed Han Yang's earnings from carrying out orders to be legitimized, providing a reasonable source of income that would attract no scrutiny. This was the most significant purpose of the revitalization mall's existence. The secondary importance lay in the fact that, centered around himself and utilizing the revitalization mall as a conduit, he had gathered a substantial following, establishing his influence. The revitalization guard, security department, various supply channels, different commercial sectors, as well as officials like Chung Hong and Fu Wenrong, had all coalesced around him through the revitalization mall. In comparison, the meager profits were of little concern to Han Yang. He could easily recoup them by taking on more orders. Night had fallen. Han Yang, feeling somewhat fatigued, lay down to rest, while his body slept. His other faculties remained active. At this moment, in the underground base, 300 computers continued to operate tirelessly, processing orders, while multifunctional robots repaired the phones that had been tampered with. On Zhigzhou.com, dozens of instructors were tirelessly producing courses. The following day, the foot traffic, as Han Yang had anticipated, was halved. Yet in absolute numbers, it was still considerable. Sensing the business stabilizing, Han Yang felt relieved and summoned Zhang Dazu, instructing the brothers to remain vigilant against any disruptions. He also called for Li Hu, advising that each security officer be given a 200 yuan red envelope. Although they had come at Chung Hong's behest, it would be remiss not to show any appreciation. Having arranged everything, Han Yang returned to his office. At this point, he had successfully outmaneuvered Li Jingguang, settling the score for the time Li Jingguang had cut power to the revitalization mall. However, Li Jingguang would undoubtedly not let this go easily. Future actions were inevitable. Preparations for defense were essential. Unfortunately, with Wang Qing involved, taking direct action against him was unwise. If only he could eliminate Wang Qing quietly, it would make things much easier. Should he seek an opportunity to dispose of Wang Qing? Once Wang Qing was out of the picture, dealing with Li Jingguang would pose no consequences. Perhaps the situation had not escalated to that point yet. With Chung Hong and Fu Wenrong around, although Wang Qing held significant power, he did not belong to their system and was not directly subordinate to them. Meaning Wang Qing had his reservations. The likelihood of him taking action against Han Yang due to the Li Jingguang incident was minimal. As Han Yang pondered, in the Lixing Building's reception room, in front of the other four leaders, Li Jingguang cautiously retrieved a mobile phone and dialed a number. As the call connected, a smile of deference involuntarily graced his face, as though the person on the other end could see him. A gentle voice came through the receiver. "Little Li? What can I do for you?" Although his voice was gentle, Li Jingguang dared not breathe, speaking with utmost respect. "Director Wang. Hello. I truly do not wish to disturb you, but there is a pressing matter. A certain Han Yang has opened a rather large shopping mall, making it difficult for my subordinates to operate." Li Jingguang lamented. In the office of the Action Department at the Daejiang City Security Bureau, Wang Qing maintained his smile. Naturally, Li Jingguang would not dare to mention the impact on his informant's business, but the insinuation was clear. "You have contributed to the Security Bureau, so I will certainly not neglect you. Rest assured, after a few days, once things settle down, I will casually dispatch a team to apprehend that Han Yang." Wang Qing replied nonchalantly, as if he were merely addressing a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Li Jingguang was engulfed in euphoria. Initially, he only hoped for Wang Qing's permission to attack the Xingxing shopping mall, but he was pleasantly surprised to hear that Wang Qing intended to personally take action against Han Yang. After hanging up, Wang Qing shook his head with a smile, reflecting on humanity's inherent flaws. However, he pondered if Han Yang had a good relationship with Chung Hong from the market's Public Security Bureau. After some consideration, Wang Qing decided to inform Chung Hong, as there might be future collaborations requiring his cooperation. Though he was a man of integrity, Wang Qing understood the basic principles of human interaction. He believed that Chung Hong would not dare to disregard his face. Upon dialing the phone, Chung Hong's voice was filled with deference. "Director Wang, what instructions do you have?" Wang Qing laughed. "How could I have any instructions? I merely need your assistance with a matter. There is a certain Han Yang in the market district, rumored to have connections with the Blue Army. I plan to apprehend him, and I wanted to give you a heads up." In the market district's Public Security Bureau office, Chung Hong's smile instantly froze. "What? Wang Qing has the audacity to personally intervene over a minor issue? Is he losing his dignity?" Although fearful of Wang Qing, Chung Hong found himself with no option but to grit his teeth and respond. "Director Wang, that's impossible. Han Yang is a significant taxpayer in our market district, a law-abiding citizen whom our district chief has personally met. Our city bureau's supervisor Wang has specifically instructed me to take good care of General Han Yang. How could he possibly be connected to the Blue Army? Perhaps you should investigate further?" Wang Qing's smile immediately turned frosty. Cheng Hong not only disregarded his authority, but also dared to leverage the district chief and the city bureau chief against him, who gave him the audacity. After midnight, it would be too late. The new book's performance had not been satisfactory, but thanks to everyone's support, it had managed to reach this point. Xiao sincerely expressed gratitude to all. Today, Xiao added an extra free chapter as a gift. Following this, the update frequency would accelerate. After midnight, 4 chapters would be released, with the 5th chapter updated by noon. Next month, a minimum of 3 chapters would be updated daily, with additional updates as circumstances allow. Overall, the speed of updates would significantly increase, and the narrative pace would quicken as the protagonist rapidly accumulates strength and unveils the broader world background. Xiao would strive to present the most engaging stories possible. At this juncture, Xiao humbly requested that readers invest a few pennies to contribute to the book's success. The better the performance, the higher the attention, allowing the book to reach greater heights. Xiao had many more stories and plots to share, and every single contribution was of immense importance. Chapter 72. Mutual non-interference matters concerning our security bureau are not for you to meddle in, are they? Wang Qing was surprised that the discussion had taken an unexpected turn. Had Cheng Hong lost his mind to defy him? In the Public Security Bureau office, Cheng Hong was sweating profusely, yet he maintained a stubborn facade. I wouldn't dare, Director Wang. You jest. The higher-ups have specifically instructed me, and it puts me in a difficult position. You intend to apprehend Han Yang? Our public security system would never obstruct that. However, after the fact, our leaders may seek to pressure you through higher officials, which you cannot prevent, correct? Wang Qing scoffed. Thank you for the reminder, Supervisor Chen. I will have my people investigate further to ensure the evidence is solid. Much appreciated. However, if your subordinates stir up trouble, as the chief of the Public Security Bureau, you should refrain from intervening, shouldn't you? Not resorting to firearms is a minor issue. And, Director Wang Qing coldly interrupted, our security bureau is quite busy. As long as no firearms are involved, I have no time to concern myself with such trivial matters. After ending the call, Cheng Hong wiped the sweat from his brow and immediately dialed Han Yang's number. Han Yang, Li Jingwang contacted Wang Qing, and Wang Qing intends to apprehend you. But I managed to intervene. We've reached an agreement. As long as no firearms are involved, we will not interfere with each other. Han Yang was taken aback. Wang Qing intended to act personally? This was unexpected. Was he truly an unpredictable individual? Fortunately, Cheng Hong had intervened. Otherwise, even with contingency plans, he would have suffered significant losses. Wang Qing was marked for death. Once he had the opportunity, he would deal with him decisively. This time, Han Yang was truly determined to eliminate his adversary. Old grievances and new grudges would be settled. He could not find peace without dealing with Wang Qing. However, the specific method required careful consideration to avoid complications arising from Wang Qing's death. The subsequent step would involve Li Jingwang contacting several other gangs to collectively attack the Xingxing shopping mall. He would be well prepared. Cheng Hong sighed in relief. That's good. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Han Yang expressed his gratitude sincerely. Cheng Hong smiled wryly. We are in the same boat. If you fall, I won't fare any better. Enough said. Prepare quickly, and remember, do not resort to firearms. After hanging up, Han Yang immediately contacted Zhao Fu. Prepare 500,000 and transfer it to Supervisor Cheng's account. Although Cheng Hong had stated otherwise, he had indeed provided substantial assistance, and Han Yang could not afford to be ungrateful. Understood. He then summoned Li Hu and Zhang Dezhu. In a while, Li Jingwang will contact several gangs to jointly attack us at Xingxing. Find out their manpower and ensure we have our own people in place. What? They plan to unite against us? Li Hu was astonished. Rough estimates suggest that these 5 gangs could mobilize around 1,000 enforcers. 1,000 people. We at Xingxing only have 250 guards. Han Yang replied, just ascertain their timing. Leave the rest to me. I have arrangements. Seeing Han Yang's confident demeanor, Li Hu felt reassured. After all, Han Yang was resourceful. If he said there was nothing to worry about, then there was surely nothing to fear. In the Lixing Building's reception room, Li Jingwang beamed with satisfaction. Did you hear? Director Wang Qing of the Security Bureau will personally deal with Han Yang. The other gang leaders felt a wave of relief wash over them. No matter how formidable Han Yang might be, in the presence of the Security Bureau's director, he was merely a minor player, inconsequential. However, Li Jingwang's elation was short-lived as Wang Qing's phone rang again. Cheng Hong from the Market District is protecting Han Yang. I cannot act. As for your gang's matters, resolve them using the strength of your gang. Cheng Hong, and I will not interfere. Remember, do not resort to firearms. And carry out your plans tonight without disturbing the peace. After hanging up, Li Jingwang's expression shifted between uncertainty and determination. After a moment, he crushed the cigarette butt in his hand. Then we shall proceed according to the original plan. Our 5 gangs can mobilize nearly 100 men. They at Xingxing can muster only about 200. The advantage is mine. Once we seize their Xingxing shopping mall, we will all enjoy the spoils. Although Wang Qing refused to take action, this was an unexpected development. At the outset, our strategy was to mobilize the guild's strength for a forceful seizure. Now, we have merely returned to our original intentions. With the revival mall, a veritable goose that lays golden eggs, in our possession, several leaders felt their eyes redden with excitement. Very well, let's gather our forces. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the revival mall were filled with trepidation. Over 1,000 formidable guild enforcers were besieging the mall. While we had only 250 personnel at our disposal, how could we possibly contend? Although our security personnel were fully committed, undergoing collective training and residing together, their caliber far exceeded that of ordinary guild members. This was especially true for the members of the Revival Guard, who were rigorously trained and possessed superior combat capabilities. Yet, the disparity in numbers was staggering. It was too late to recruit additional personnel. At this juncture, all we could do was reassure ourselves that President Han would surely have a plan. In the office, Han Yang, bearing the hopes of the entire group, was engrossed in a book. It was an urgent purchase detailing the fundamentals of combat techniques, various methods of exertion, maneuvers, and weapon usage, among others. In the underground base, 3 computers had been designated for viewing paid combat courses, where videos were being diligently studied. After 3 days of intensive learning, Han Yang had already assimilated the common combat techniques and maneuvers into a coherent system. Subsequently, a substantial quantity of black stab-resistant vests, helmets, machetes, and long guns were secretly delivered to the underground base. Coupled with the recent procurement of 100 multifunctional robots, a total of 220 fully charged robots stood in neat rows, resembling soldiers, clad in stab-resistant vests and helmets. These robots were indistinguishable from slightly leaner humans. In the next moment, the 220 robots divided into 2 squads and engaged in a chaotic melee. Within the underground base, the clashing of blades and the sound of steel reverberated. Yet there was not a single cry of agony, nor even the sound of breathing. To control these 220 robots, Han Yang had even appropriated some computational power from the training facility. After rehearsing various techniques and combat skills, Han Yang finally ceased the practice. With sufficient intelligence, robotic soldiers far surpassed their human counterparts. Han Yang was immensely satisfied. Robots do not succumb to fear, do not defy orders, and exhibit absolute obedience. More importantly, they require no training. An ordinary soldier cannot step onto the battlefield without years of preparation, whereas a robot, once constructed and equipped with its own computational control, instantly becomes a competent, if not elite, warrior. The phone rang. Li Hu was calling. President Han, we have confirmed that a total of 136 members from the 5 major gangs are currently gathered at the Lixing building, preparing to attack the Revival Mall at 2 a.m. tonight. Chapter 73. No code of conduct. Han Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Have the stab-resistant vests, helmets, and weapons been distributed? Yes, they have all been issued. Are all preparations complete? Everything is ready. Tonight, all security personnel and guard members will assemble, fully equipped with stab-resistant vests, helmets, and weapons. The elderly, weak, or sick have been accommodated in the collective dormitory. The remaining personnel, all male, are armed, and the strong women are equipped as well. All preparations are in place. President Han, rest assured, we will certainly defend the mall tonight. Under Han Yang's long-term generous treatment, in this chaotic world, the Revival Mall had become a shared home recognized by all employees. Tonight was the time to defend their home, and over 1,000 employees were eager to participate. Were it not for Han Yang's strict orders, even the dozens of cleaning ladies would have brandished mops to fight on the front lines. Of course, those who remained at the Revival Mall had undergone multiple rounds of screening. Those who did not meet the requirements had been eliminated long ago, some even facing execution for their offenses. For instance, several employees who had conspired with outsiders were discovered by Han Yang and dealt with decisively. Li Hu was brimming with confidence and combat enthusiasm. However, Han Yang stated, "Who said we need to defend tonight?" Li Hu was taken aback. Not defend? With so many people clashing, won't they damage the flowers and facilities? That will cost us to repair, and no one will reimburse us. It affects our business. If we are to fight, let us do so on their territory at the Lixing building. What? Li Hu murmured, but we don't have enough troops. Leave 20 members of the guard and 30 security personnel to defend the mall, while the rest, totaling 200, should assemble with their gear and directly assault the Revival Mall. Do not worry about insufficient manpower. I have made other arrangements. Upon hearing that Han Yang had a backup plan, Li Hu felt immediately reassured. He had long grown accustomed to Han Yang's resourcefulness. Understood. As night quietly descended, the evening was still young, but already every household within 300 meters of the Revival Mall had shut their doors. Normally, even after dark, the area would be bustling with a lively night market, thronged with people throughout the night. The local security was excellent, and there was no fear of theft or deception, which naturally attracted many visitors. Even the homeless preferred to sleep here at night. However, on this night, following the proactive notice from the Revival group, the area was desolate. Upon hearing that an attack on the Revival Mall was imminent, neighboring merchants and residents were stirred, volunteering to lend their assistance. Everyone knew the reason for their prosperous lives, and they would not allow anyone to disrupt that. Yet, Han Yang did not permit their involvement, only requesting they safeguard themselves to avoid accidental harm, which would indirectly assist him. Midnight approached. Under Han Yang's orders, a total of 200 security and guard members, clad in stab-resistant vests and helmets, stealthily departed from the Revival base and moved to a nearby location where trucks awaited. Each truck could carry 20 individuals. 10 trucks swiftly made their way toward the Lixing building under the cover of night. Simultaneously, another 10 trucks loaded with 220 multifunctional robots left the Revival Mall. At a glance, these robots appeared indistinguishable from humans. A dozen drones roared into the sky, quickly ascending. The first 10 trucks, carrying security and guard personnel, arrived near the Lixing building. Han Yang had already surveyed the situation there through the drones. A bunch of amateurs, Han Yang scoffed contemptuously. Even gangsters should understand some basic tactics. Where are their scouts? A boisterous crowd awaits in the underground parking lot, armed with nothing but a machete. At this moment, the 200 security personnel had disembarked. The voice of Han Yang echoed through their helmet-mounted headsets. Charge in and fight, regardless of who they are. Take them down first and ask questions later. Li Hu and Zhang Dazu did not hesitate. They brandished their machetes and advanced forward, with others following closely behind. The drones hovering overhead captured every reaction. This was also a test for the personnel of the Revival Mall. Although Han Yang had mentioned additional reinforcements, they had yet to make an appearance. The visible forces on their side were limited to these 200, while the opposition numbered over 100. Thus, would they choose to trust Han Yang and charge forth, or hesitate and resist orders? Based on their varied reactions, Han Yang would make the necessary adjustments in the future. Li Hu and Zhang Dazu led the charge, with dozens closely following. Others trailed behind, their steps deliberately slow, and a few lingered at the back, seemingly ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Engaging in combat with inferior numbers or launching an offensive on enemy territory required a high level of skill and loyalty. Fear lurked within your hearts. A desire to flee, an instinctual reaction. I do not blame you. However, following this incident, I can no longer retain you within the security ranks. You must either start anew, beginning as mere attendants, or depart immediately, in which case I shall provide a severance payment for a clean break. Han Yang found solace in the fact that among those selected for the Revival Guard, not a single individual was lacking in resolve. All were fiercely determined. Over 200 individuals advanced silently until they reached the small square in front of the Lixing building, where they were finally noticed. The lookout fled, prompting the 200 to give chase, rushing directly towards the underground garage. In the reception room, upon receiving a report from his subordinates, Li Jingwang's face contorted into a malevolent grin. Over 200 dared to assail my Lixing? Excellent. This saves us the trouble. Inform the brethren to engage. As the underground garage doors swung open, before the security personnel could surge inside, a throng of gang members armed with machetes surged forth from the corridor. Chaos erupted immediately. From a distance at the reception room window, Li Jingwang and 4 other leaders observed the fray. With a crash, Li Jingwang smashed his wine glass to the floor. This Han Yang has no sense of honor. His voice seethed with fury. While we fight openly, his men don body armor and helmets. What a rogue. The 4 leaders echoed his sentiments, cursing Han Yang for disregarding the rules of the underworld, yet secretly contemplating the wealth that allowed Han Yang to equip his security with expensive protective gear. A life of a gang member was hardly worth the cost of such equipment. Thus, it was impossible for one's own side to provide similar armament. Nevertheless, Han Yang's forces were ultimately insufficient. Even with 200 elite members, they could not withstand sheer numbers. Li Jingwang's initial anxiety began to dissipate as he realized the tide of battle shifted in favor of his side. Just as he had suspected, the advantage lay with him. Chapter 74. The Celestial Eye first, eliminate this contingent, then advance directly toward the Revival Mall. With so many drawn away, The defenses at the Revival Mall would surely be thin. At that moment, our efforts would require minimal exertion to seize it, thus preserving the integrity of the mall's structure and decor. I must remind the brethren to avoid damaging too much property. That place now belongs to us, and any destruction would necessitate repairs at our expense. Li Jingguang contemplated this as the battle raged below. In the square and surrounding streets, many lay groaning on the ground. Most of the fallen were members of the 5 major gangs, yet their overwhelming numbers still pressed the Revival group into a siege. At that moment, 10 large trucks carrying 220 multifunctional robots arrived. The vehicles halted, and the robots disembarked in perfect unison, silently wielding their blades as they rushed toward the battlefield. "Boss, reinforcements from Revival have arrived. More than 200 of them," exclaimed a gang leader, panic-stricken. "Where did they come from?" "The Revival group only has 250 security members." Li Jingguang shot him a glance. "What is there to fear? Even if another 200 arrive, they are still less than half our numbers. The advantage remains with us." Once the 220 robots entered the fray, the original 200, previously beleaguered, felt a surge of renewed vigor. Li Hu swung his machete, striking down an enemy, and bellowed, "Reinforcements from Hanyang have arrived. Brothers, fight!" Zhang Dazu echoed, "Comrades of the Revival Guard, let us engage." A horde of gang members charged toward the robot ranks, expecting further chaos, but were unexpectedly met with a swift assault. One flank of robots accelerated, crashing through the gang members and dividing them in two. The other side of robots advanced, leveraging their numerical advantage in a localized area, swiftly dispatching the 20 or so adversaries within mere minutes. The entire sequence unfolded with the fluidity of water, encountering no resistance. At this moment, miles away at the Revival base, Hanyang, remotely controlling the robots via cellular network, felt a familiar thrill akin to gaming, much like when he had aided Liu Yang in protecting the celestial wood on Jupiter. Yes, it was a game. Each robot was equipped with 3 cameras, front and back on the helmet, and 1 at the waist. With 220 robots, that amounted to 660 cameras, providing 660 perspectives. The 200 security and guard members each had 1 helmet camera, adding another 200. With 18 drones overhead, that created a total of 878 perspectives. These views, from myriad angles, above and below, rendered the battlefield transparent. The images streamed into Han Yang's mind, parsed and computed in real time by his immense processing power, allowing him to derive the optimal strategies in microseconds, which were then transmitted to each robot, directing their actions accordingly. These robots not only coordinated seamlessly, but were impervious to pain and fear, mastering various combat techniques, as if granted a divine vision. Regardless of their location on the battlefield, they maintained a clear understanding of the situation at hand. In this brutal melee, where blood flowed and screams echoed, Hanyang perceived it merely as a game enhanced by cheats. The 220 robots appeared to move chaotically across the battlefield, their formation shifting unpredictably. Yet, from a broader perspective, they seemed to adhere to an arcane order, moving as one. One robot raised its machete, forcing an enemy to retreat. As that enemy stepped back, another robot's blade rotated just in time, causing the assailant to inadvertently impale himself. The first robot, utilizing the momentum, redirected its machete toward another foe, who was poised to strike a Revival security member. The robot intercepted the attack, while another robot kicked the assailant down. Subsequently, yet another robot plunged its blade into the gang member's abdomen, eliciting a howl of pain as he collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. With the arrival of the 220 robots, the previously disadvantaged Revival group swiftly turned the tide. Security and guard members felt the weight of battle lift significantly. Their fighting spirit ignited. In just 20 minutes, the momentum shifted dramatically. Over 300 adversaries lay defeated, either slain or gravely injured. The remaining gang members, overwhelmed by terror, hurled down their weapons, fleeing in disarray. A throng of over 1,000 dispersed, leaving only those who had fallen behind. Zhang Dazu and Li Hu panted, bewilderedly surveying their surroundings. Is this it? Have we won? They wondered. It shouldn't have ended so easily. Initially, they had felt pressure during the siege, but later, the tide had shifted in their favor, leaving them with no sense of struggle. Although victorious, an inexplicable sense of disappointment lingered within them, devoid of the anticipated feeling of accomplishment. As the battle concluded, the 220 robots reformed into ranks and quietly departed under the cover of night, having exchanged no words with anyone. Without Han Yang's command, neither Zhang Dazu nor Li Hu dared approach. This enigmatic force that had appeared and vanished without explanation only deepened the aura of mystery surrounding Han Yang in the minds of all present. A robot is exceedingly expensive, costing over 100,000. I hope it can be repaired. At this moment, within the revival base, Han Yang gazed at more than 20 robots, each suffering varying degrees of damage, and felt a pang of sorrow. Nevertheless, if it could spare human lives and reduce casualties, the loss of a few robots would be worthwhile. Had it not been for the need to conceal the existence of these machines from the previous throng of over 1,000, the mere presence of these 220 robots would have sufficed to quell the situation. As he arranged for the robots to return to the base for urgent inspection and repair, Han Yang issued new orders to Li Hu and Zhang Dezu. Enter the Lixing building and extract Li Jingguang along with the 4 gang leaders accompanying him. Understood. A contingent of dozens, accompanied by injured security personnel and team members, departed first. The remaining 100 or so, led by the 2, boldly advanced into the Lixing building. Chapter 75, The Devil. At this moment, in the Lixing building's reception room, 5 gang leaders, including Li Jingguang, appeared ashen and trembled. What was happening? How could we, with over 1,000 people, have lost against a mere 400? Even if the enemy was equipped with stab-resistant vests and helmets, how could it have made such a significant difference? Presently, what should we do? Li Jingguang's face turned pale, then darkened to a crimson hue. In a fit of rage, he kicked over a nearby vase and shouted, "Unethical! That dog Han Yang is utterly unscrupulous. He disregards the rules of the underworld. How can he wear stab-resistant gear while engaging in combat? Let it be known, and let us see how he can still show his face in this world." One of the leaders lamented, "But he isn't even part of the underworld. He's a businessman. Businessmen must adhere to the law and rules. This is unacceptable." Li Jingguang, in a frenzy, paced back and forth until suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Get Director Wang Qing. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Damn it." At that moment, the remaining 100 or so security personnel and team members from the revival group had already stormed into the Lixing building. As they advanced, everyone fled in terror. In mere minutes, they reached the reception room and kicked the door open. Li Jingguang, frantically searching for his phone, looked up just in time to see Han Yang's voice emanating from the speaker in Zhang Dazu's helmet. "Director Wang Qing and Supervisor Cheng Hong have unanimously agreed. No weapons are to be drawn." Is President Li disobeying? Li Jingguang froze. Upon hearing Han Yang's voice, the 4 gang leaders fell to their knees in unison, wailing, "President Han! President Han! We were foolish to trust Li Jingguang. This was all his scheme. We had no part in it. We were coerced. Please, have mercy." Han Yang's voice rang out again. "President Li, are you not going to kneel?" Li Jingguang gasped, his face paling further. Slowly, he knelt, saying, "President Han, I concede. I accept defeat. I will never oppose you again. I beg you, spare my life. Dazu, eliminate these 5. Leave President Li for last. Let him linger a while. President Li, I trust you cannot claim I have not been considerate. Have mercy. No. Please, Han Yang, do not kill me." A dozen individuals surged forth from behind Zhang Dezu and Li Hu, firmly restraining the 5 gang leaders. Without hesitation, Zhang Dazu drew a dagger and swiftly dispatched the leader of the wolf gang. The remaining 4 struggled desperately, but it was futile. Zhang Dazu dispatched them one by one. When it came to Li Jingguang, he was so terrified he could barely form coherent words, only emitting incoherent howls. Zhang Dazu drove the blade forward, and sensing death's approach, Li Jingguang stiffened, a pool of warmth spreading beneath him, a foul stench emanating. Yet, the dagger did not pierce his heart, but rather his abdomen, barely breaching the layer of fat, not even reaching his intestines. Afterward, Zhang Dazu withdrew the dagger and stepped back a few paces. The individuals restraining Li Jingguang released him, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless, resembling a corpse. It took him 5 to 6 minutes to regain his senses. "I'm not dead." Zhang Dazu's helmet crackled with Han Yang's voice. "Fear not, President Li. We live in a society governed by law. How could I kill you?" Li Jingguang's heart raced, and he struggled to rise, but his limbs felt weak, and he collapsed again. "Thank you, President Han, thank you. However, as I am not a law-abiding citizen, it would be of little consequence for me to end your life. Dazu, proceed to escort President Li on his final journey." Li Jingguang fell limp once more, crying out, "Please don't kill me. Please. I was merely jesting, President Li. There's no need to fear. It's all in good fun." Li Jingguang, weeping and sniffling, exclaimed, "A devil. A devil." However, Li Jingguang's body stiffened again. "You 5 gangs have injured so many of my people. Isn't it reasonable to pay for their medical expenses? How much do you want?" I will give you anything. Just spare my life. Li Jingwang's spirit had utterly crumbled. Before Han Yang could speak further, he retrieved his phone and, trembling, operated it. I still have 2 million. I will give it all to you. Please spare me. President Han, seeing that Li Jingwang had nothing more to offer, Zhang Dazu and Li Hu finally departed. Li Jingwang sat on the ground, dazed, as if utterly defeated. He had developed an ingrained psychological trauma towards Han Yang. Not only was he unable to oppose him, but even the mere thought of Han Yang's name sent shivers down his spine. Upon leaving the Lixing building, Zhang Dazu hesitated for a moment before quietly addressing the communicator in his helmet. President Han, why not eliminate Li Jingwang? What if he seeks revenge in the future? He will not dare, Han Yang replied calmly, providing no further explanation. He understood that Li Jingwang would not risk further antagonism, as he had yet to deal with Wang Qing. Sparing Li Jingwang was also a gesture to maintain some dignity for Wang Qing, preventing him from feeling compelled to act against Cheng Hong on Han Yang's behalf. Taking out his phone, Han Yang dialed Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong, still awake, had been waiting for Han Yang's news. The situation has been resolved. The 5 gang leaders have been scattered, and 4 of them are dead. I spared Li Jingwang. Han Yang only required the funds from the Little Knife gang, leaving the remaining funds from the other 4 gangs untouched for Cheng Hong. Upon hearing that Li Jingwang was alive, Cheng Hong sighed in relief. As long as he lives, Wang Qing has no justification to act against you. If he disregards the rules, I will involve the city bureau's supervisor to intervene. After hanging up, Han Yang felt a flicker of unease. While it was reasonable to assume Wang Qing would not act against him, this Wang Qing was not a conventional individual. His mind was unhinged. Who else but a department head would drive a dilapidated car, living frugally, and constantly immerse himself in the works of the Earth Governor, Malantin? It was prudent to prepare for multiple contingencies. Han Yang contemplated. If a peaceful resolution could be achieved, that would be ideal. However, if Wang Qing insisted on pursuing him, it might lead to a mutually destructive confrontation. Chapter 76. Kindred Spirits. In addition to sparing Li Jingwang's life, Han Yang had devised several contingency plans. His first plan involved Cheng Hong. If necessary, Han Yang could summon substantial funds to pressure Wang Qing through Cheng Hong. The second plan was to deploy the Revival Guard to eliminate Wang Qing directly. If Wang Qing is not eliminated, or if he is eliminated but the aftermath is not handled properly, resulting in even greater troubles, a contingency plan must be prepared. Han Yang will abandon everything he currently possesses, join the Blue Army, and adopt a new identity in a different location to rebuild from scratch. Regardless of where he finds himself, he firmly believes that with his computational prowess, he will undoubtedly rise rapidly once again. The matter concerning Li Jingwang has reached a temporary conclusion for Han Yang. The future developments will depend on Wang Qing's intentions. With the state of alert at the Revival Mall lifted, the establishment reopened for business at 8 o'clock the following morning. Initially, customer traffic was sparse, as the news of the 5 major gangs attacking the Revival Mall had spread, causing the local impoverished populace to hesitate in coming. However, by the afternoon, foot traffic had increased significantly. It was evident that people realized the mall had suffered no damage, while the 5 gangs had nearly dissolved. The victor and the vanquished were clear. Thus, the once bustling streets surrounding the mall regained their previous vibrancy, with joyous crowds akin to a festive celebration. Meanwhile, Li Jingwang remained bedridden, his eyes devoid of life, resembling someone in a trance. His injuries were not severe, merely a small incision on his abdomen that required cleansing and suturing. However, the psychological blow he suffered was profound. For 2 whole days, he lay in bed, being fed by others, gradually regaining his composure. President, a senior member of the Knife Society, observed Li Jingwang's improving mental state and entered, intending to discuss internal matters of the gang. Yet, before he could finish, he noticed Li Jingwang suddenly becoming agitated, struggling to sit up. His expression twisted into a feral grimace. Who told you to wear a hat? The senior member, donning a cap, was perplexed. I discarded it. Reluctantly, he removed his hat, allowing Li Jingwang to slowly regain his calm. At that moment, not only did he harbor a psychological shadow towards Han Yang, but also towards helmets, as the individual who had stabbed him that night was wearing one. The sight of a hat evoked memories of that helmet. After catching his breath, Li Jingwang darkly inquired, "What is it? Many brothers in the gang have been injured, and over 20 have died. How shall we distribute the compensation? The gang is out of funds." After much effort, they had managed to scrape together some money for the compensation, barely maintaining morale within the gang. In the hospital room, Li Jingwang's expression was somber. The losses this time were truly catastrophic. Suddenly, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Wang Qing calling. A smile, more grotesque than tears, crept across Li Jingguang's face as he cautiously answered. For the past 2 days, he had been contemplating how to address this situation with Wang Qing. Shaoli, how are things? Have you dealt with that Han Yang? Without Han Yang from the revival group, there are too many capable individuals under him. The 5 gangs combined. Over 100 people cannot defeat him. You useless fool. Wang Qing's smile vanished instantly in his office at the Municipal Security Bureau. If it weren't for your assistance in dismantling a few Blue Army strongholds, would I allow you to target Han Yang? I've given you the opportunity. Yet you squandered it and landed yourself in this predicament. Truly incompetent. However, the Knife Society served as a crucial channel for gathering intelligence on the Blue Army and combating its traitors. Should the Knife Society be decimated, his capability to collect intelligence would be severely diminished. Recently, there was an implicit sense of an intensified campaign against the Blue Army from above, necessitating action on his part to capture more Blue Army members to better contribute to the transformation of the human world. In his urgency, he found it difficult to locate a substitute for the Knife Society. Therefore, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Han Yang, clearing obstacles for the Knife Society. Revival Group, Han Yang is it? I shall resolve this. I will give you another chance, if you fail to seize it this time. Revival Group? Yes, the Revival Group, which boasts numerous enterprises: Revival Supermarket, Revival Mall, Revival Hospital. All enterprises share the same name, correct? A smile gradually reappeared on Wang Qing's face. The name Revival was common. One could easily find thousands of shops bearing that name in a city. Yet, for a business as expansive as Han Yang's to unify all its enterprises under the name Revival was, to Wang Qing's knowledge, unique. This seemed to imply some extraordinary circumstances. Could it be that Han Yang shared his aspirations? A comrade devoted to the resurgence of humanity? Governor Malandin had often stated on various occasions that the purpose of the Eta civilization's arrival in the solar system was to assist human civilization in achieving its grand revival and to earn the right to join the Galactic Alliance of Intelligent Life. It was under the banner of human revival that he had resolutely joined the Security Bureau, striving to combat various traitors and safeguard the renaissance of human civilization. Malandin had also mentioned that for humanity to realize its revival, it must adhere to the teachings of the Eta civilization while also striving for self-reliance and strength. Annually, under the auspices of the Earth government, exemplary individuals from across the solar system were selected for recognition, often with Governor Malandin in attendance. This Han Yang, naming his mall Revival and conducting business on such a grand scale, seemed to have internalized the governor's teachings. Was he not a prime example of Earthlings adhering to Eta teachings to achieve human revival through self-reliance and strength? Of course, a mere name does not reveal much. Perhaps he was overthinking it. However, if Han Yang truly aspired to contribute to the revival of humanity, then to act hastily in eliminating him would be a waste of talent. No, he could not proceed without further investigation. Should his suspicions prove correct, he might even need to lend his support to Han Yang, expecting nothing in return. After all, he led a simple life. His salary sufficed, leaving little need for excess. It was purely for the preservation of civilization's revival. Director Wang? Wang Qing replied nonchalantly, "Let me handle this matter." Chapter 77. My path is not solitary. Wang Qing had resolved to personally visit the revival group to ascertain what Han Yang had accomplished and to discern the nature of the man before deciding on the next course of action. After disconnecting the call, he exited his office. He distinctly noticed that prior to his departure, the staff in the office appeared relaxed, with some engaged in casual conversation. However, upon his emergence, they immediately tensed, adopting an upright posture and diligently attending to their tasks. The inherent flaws of humanity. A smile crept onto Wang Qing's lips as he shook his head, leaving the premises. Arriving at the parking lot, he watched as various flying vehicles sped towards the launch area, roaring into the sky. He opened the door to his dilapidated vehicle, the sound echoing as he set off towards the vegetable market district on the outskirts of the city. As he traveled, the city center was relatively orderly, but upon reaching the outskirts, the streets became chaotic, littered with refuse and makeshift structures. In broad daylight, gang conflicts erupted. One group fled for their lives as another, armed with machetes, pursued them menacingly. Passers-by fell silent, hastily seeking refuge to avoid involvement. Upon reaching the market district, the situation worsened. While gang confrontations were momentarily absent, the people appeared emaciated, and the streets were lined with hollow-eyed vagrants waiting for death. Yet, to his astonishment, he spotted a homeless man holding a mobile phone, engaged in a phone call. Even the homeless can afford mobile phones now. Curiosity flickered within him, yet he refrained from inquiring further and continued on his path. As he proceeded, the number of homeless individuals gradually diminished, and a semblance of order seemed to return. Ahead, he beheld, across the street, a bustling scene filled with stalls and various shops, teeming with people, radiating prosperity and cleanliness. In stark contrast, the side he stood upon remained mired in filth, chaos reigning, with gang members lurking in the shadows. It was as if a single street divided a paradise from a hellish existence. A few hundred meters away, the grand sign of the Revival Mall was now distinctly visible. Wang Qing parked his vehicle and alighted to walk. As the director of the security bureau and a former elite guard, having danced on the precipice of life and death countless times, he felt no fear of trouble. Passing through this street and approaching the thoroughfare near Revival Mall, Wang Qing's appreciation for the area's vibrancy deepened. Along his journey, he encountered several individuals clad in security uniforms from the Revival group, diligently maintaining order. Moreover, there was an absence of deception or trickery. With no signs of robbery or theft, he sensed a profound relaxation emanating from the people around him. Observing quietly, he finally arrived at the entrance of Revival Mall. Welcome. Inside lay the Revival Food City, Revival Buffet, Revival Supermarket, and Revival Hospital. As he continued his journey, an impression of Hanyang began to form in Wang Qing's mind. To establish such a sanctuary amid chaos, to maintain such commendable order, to protect so many lives, allowing the impoverished to afford clothing, food, and medical care. Even mobile phones. This Hanyang had truly taken the world upon his shoulders. He must be a kindred spirit, without a doubt. We are engaged in different battles. I combat rebellion and uphold order, while you manage commerce and shelter the populace. Although our battlegrounds differ, our ultimate goals remain the same. I am not alone in this endeavor, Hanyang. You are remarkable. In that moment, admiration blossomed within Wang Qing for Hanyang, for he understood that these accomplishments were beyond his own capability. Furthermore, he felt the stirring sensation of finally encountering a like-minded companion amidst the vast sea of humanity. Wang Qing was invigorated. For too long, the pressures from superiors, the entanglements of colleagues, and the indifference of subordinates had made his path arduous. Now, witnessing someone engaged in a similar cause on another front, how could he not feel elated? For the first time, he felt an urge to share a hearty drink and discuss ideals with someone. However, his informant, Li Jingwang, had just engaged in a fierce conflict with Hanyang. As Li Jingwang's backer, it would be inappropriate for him to approach recklessly. After some contemplation, to show respect for Hanyang, Wang Qing returned to his car and dialed Cheng Hong's number. When Cheng Hong saw Wang Qing's name flash on his phone, he was taken aback and cursed inwardly. What now? In terms of schemes, Li Jingwang was inept, and when it came to brawls, he was equally lacking. What could Wang Qing possibly want? Did he think he could intimidate him? Perhaps he would simply offer a lavish gift to the city bureau chief to exert pressure on him. Suppressing his anger, Cheng Hong answered the call. Director Wang, what instructions do you have? To his surprise, Wang Qing spoke with unexpected amiability. Director Cheng, I was wondering if you have time tonight. Cheng Hong's eyelids twitched. He dared not make a definitive statement. I might have to attend a meeting at the city bureau tonight. Oh, that is unfortunate. There was a misunderstanding involving our subordinates, and I thought it would be beneficial to invite you and General Hanyang to dinner, to clear the air and resolve any miscommunication. Cheng Hong's eyelids twitched again. Something felt amiss. Wang Qing was actually inviting him to dinner. In the entire city, who didn't he know that Wang Qing never accepted invitations or hosted others? Was he planning something sinister? At that moment, Cheng Hong's mind raced. Director Cheng, how late will your meeting run? Well, that isn't certain yet. Perhaps I can check back later? I should know the agenda before 5. All right, I'll await your update. After hanging up, Cheng Hong realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Wiping his forehead, he wasted no time and immediately called Hanyang. Hanyang, Wang Qing just called, wanting to invite you and me to dinner. He claims it's to resolve misunderstandings. This revelation left Hanyang momentarily speechless. He had considered every possible reaction from Wang Qing and devised countermeasures, yet he could not fathom that Wang Qing would ultimately extend an invitation to dine. What was going on? A multitude of thoughts raced through Hanyang's mind, his brain working at full capacity as beads of sweat began to form. Damn it! Is this Wang Qing out of his mind? Chapter 78, The Rise and Fall of Humanity. A shared responsibility. Hanyang found the current situation intolerable. Compared to an opponent who acted irrationally, he preferred dealing with those who adhered to conventional logic. After all, normal individuals followed discernible patterns in their actions, allowing for predictable outcomes based on optimal choices. But what was he to do in this case? After inquiring about the details from Cheng Hong, Hanyang remained bewildered. unable to comprehend the situation. In the end, he steeled himself and made a decision. Since he had been invited, he would go. Brother Chung, gather your men and prepare an ambush. I will bring my people as well. Regardless of what happens, we must be ready to leave immediately. We can strategize further afterward. Let us see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Chung Hong considered this and concluded that it was better to see what was afoot rather than evade the inevitable. All right, let us proceed. After ending the call, Han Yang decided to summon a few large trucks, instructing Zhang Dazu to hide 30 of his most loyal revival guard members within the cargo, while also preparing 50 multifunctional robots. Feeling uneasy, he sought out Butcher Shun. Wang Qing has invited me to dinner, and I worry about unexpected developments. Await my signal, and if anything arises, contact the Blue Army for my rescue. But for now, hold off on any communication. Butcher Shun was equally astonished. Wang Qing invited you? Yes. After pondering for a moment, Butcher Shun could not decipher the reasoning behind it. So he simply agreed. Han Yang, still feeling uneasy, procured a bulletproof vest to wear beneath his clothing. After confirming with Chung Hong that both he and Han Yang would arrive punctually at 7, a smile reappeared on Wang Qing's face. I truly look forward to this. At 6 o'clock, Wang Qing set out early, entering a mid-range restaurant in the market district. He had initially intended to select a more upscale establishment, but having indulged in smoking this month, his funds were running low, necessitating a more modest choice. The restaurant buzzed with patrons. The main hall and private rooms were filled with numerous individuals, many of whom were gang members, alongside some small businessmen and minor government employees. Their low status left them oblivious to Wang Qing's presence. Not long after, Li Jingwang arrived. Director Wang, should we consider changing restaurants? It's a rare outing for you. Li Jingwang spoke cautiously. Wang Qing shook his head, and Li Jingwang dared not speak further. Shortly thereafter, Han Yang and Chung Hong arrived. After confirming that their subordinates were in place, Han Yang and Chung Hong entered the restaurant. If Li Jingwang's arrival had stirred murmurs among the crowd due to his recent defeat, Han Yang's entrance silenced the room, with everyone bowing their heads. Unwilling to meet his gaze, the renowned Han from the Renaissance Group is now a name known to all. The sudden appearance of Chung Hong instantly heightened the tension within the restaurant. Even the proprietors stood by nervously, hesitant to engage in conversation. The two men walked straight past, ignoring everyone, and directly entered a private room. Behind them, a group of gang members, small business owners, and junior employees simultaneously rose to vacate the premises. When titans clash, one must be wary of being caught in the fray. Upon entering the private room, Chung Hong's face broke into a smile. Director Wang, allow me to introduce this esteemed gentleman, Mr. Han Yang, the president of the Renaissance Group. Wang Qing also smiled and rose to his feet. Good day, Supervisor Chung. Mr. Han, please, take a seat. Director Wang, Presidently, it's a pleasure. Mr. Han smiled, carefully concealing the glint of malice in his eyes. The restaurant owner timidly served the dishes before hastily retreating. An awkward silence enveloped the table. Just as Chung Hong was about to break the ice, Wang Qing bluntly stated, Li Jingwang is an informant for our security bureau. Previously, there was a misunderstanding with Mr. Han, which is why I invited both of you for a meal, to serve as mediators. May I ask if you would grant me this favor? Han Yang immediately responded, Indeed. It was merely a misunderstanding. Taking this opportunity, I would like to toast Presidently. Li Jingwang lowered his head, unable to meet Han Yang's gaze. The psychological shadow too overwhelming. Yet, he steeled himself and raised his glass, drinking it down in one go. Well then, let us drink to this cup, dispelling any grievances and reaffirming our friendship. Chung Hong, observing the atmosphere, quickly chimed in, Indeed, indeed. We are all friends here. Let us toast to Director Wang. The three raised their glasses simultaneously, with Wang Qing downing his drink in one swift motion. Setting the glass down, a smile returned to his face. Today, let's not discuss anything serious, just engage in light conversation. Chung Hong's heart sank. He sensed the real play was about to unfold. If he truly believed Wang Qing had invited them merely to mediate, it would be a grave miscalculation. As the director of the Security Bureau, he would hardly belittle himself in such a manner. Wang Qing, with a knowing smile, fixed his gaze upon Han Yang. I am quite curious, Mr. Han. Why have you named all your enterprises Renaissance? His words seemed to chill the air in the room. Han Yang's mind raced, almost instinctively responding. Governor Malantin stated during his inauguration that he would dedicate his life to aiding humanity's civilizational revival. I believe that the rise and fall of humanity is a collective responsibility. As a member of humanity, how could one not heed Governor Malantin's call and contribute to the renaissance of our species? My aspiration is to ultimately realize this renaissance with the guidance of the Itan civilization, hence the name. His declaration left Wang Qing's smile frozen on his face, his demeanor gradually turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Han Yang, speechless. A chill ran down Han Yang's spine, contemplating the possibility of mobilizing robots and security personnel for an offensive. However, the next moment, Wang Qing stood up, visibly moved, and exclaimed, "Well said. The rise and fall of humanity is indeed a shared responsibility. If each one of us could embody this principle and follow Governor Malantin's teachings, how could our civilization have fallen to such depths? How could there be such chaos, with corrupt officials rampant and gangsters running amok? Mr. Han, I toast to you." Wang Qing seized the bottle, pouring himself a full glass and downing it in one go. Setting the glass down, as if unsatisfied, he poured another, then another, draining 3 glasses in total, laughing heartily. "What a delight! For your words, Mr. Han, I drink 3 cups." Cheng Hong watched in astonishment, his mind swirling. Goodness, what madness! Han Yang, somewhat stiffly, finished his drink, then poured another for himself, following suit. Wang Qing filled another glass, proclaiming, "Come, let us raise our glasses to the great Governor Malantin, to the magnificent cause of human revival." With several rounds of drinks consumed, the atmosphere at the table finally warmed up. In the current societal climate, Governor Malantin had become synonymous with political correctness, regardless of private opinions in public. Anyone mentioning his name would evoke unanimous agreement. Now that Wang Qing had initiated the toast, Cheng Hong felt compelled to follow suit. Governor Malantin has devoted himself tirelessly to the revival of our civilization. Just 5 days ago, he personally visited the orphanage despite exhaustion, truly sacrificing everything for us. Cheng Hong's voice quivered with emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Jingguang cast a cautious glance at Han Yang, softly adding, "Indeed, Governor Malantin's footsteps are worthy of our lifelong pursuit." As the topic unfolded, Wang Qing's spirits soared. After a round of praises, he raised another glass, turning to Han Yang. 3 days ago, the governor published a new signature article, reiterating the importance of self-reform for humanity. What are your thoughts on this piece? As the banquet progressed, Han Yang gradually grasped the situation, realizing that his earlier assumptions might have been misguided. Wang Qing's invitation for dinner likely held no ulterior motives. It was purely an expression of admiration. Perhaps Wang Qing now regarded him as a confidant. The irony was not lost on Han Yang. A former Blue Army officer being appreciated by a staunch surrenderist like Wang Qing seemed absurd. Yet, this possibility felt increasingly plausible. This notion was so ludicrous that it defied belief. However, reflecting on the information he had previously gathered about Wang Qing, such an occurrence seemed entirely reasonable. Indeed, he is quite the eccentric, Han Yang mused. At that moment, Wang Qing adopted the demeanor of a scholar, eager to delve into theoretical discussions, further solidifying Han Yang's suspicions. Who else but Wang Qing would engage in such theoretical pursuits? Han Yang was uncertain how to interpret the article. He was even unaware of Malantin's recent activities. Noticing Han Yang's hesitation, Cheng Hong raised his glass. Come, Director Wang, allow me to toast to you first. We have not gathered often in the past. Let us grow closer in the future." Cheng Hong was clearly providing Han Yang with time to contemplate. In that instant, Han Yang's thoughts connected to the robotics team in the underground base of the Renaissance Mall. At that moment, over 300 computers ceased their tasks and began an intense search for all things related to Malantin. The internet overflowed with analyses and reflections on Malantin's writings, philosophies, and ideologies, producing an overwhelming amount of material with just a simple search. Over 300 screens flooded Han Yang's mind with a tidal wave of information. He didn't need to scrutinize every detail. A swift glance allowed him to absorb and digest entire articles. As he assimilated hundreds of articles and their philosophical cores and logical frameworks intertwined, Wang Qing half-heartedly toasted with Cheng Hong before eagerly looking at Han Yang. Han Yang understood that if he failed to respond satisfactorily, Wang Qing might no longer regard him as a confidant. In the current climate, having someone like Wang Qing as an ally would undoubtedly benefit his aspirations. After a brief moment of reflection, Han Yang slowly articulated, "I believe that to thoroughly analyze this article and comprehensively study Governor Malantin's ideals, we must begin at the root." Oh, Wang Qing's face lit up with anticipation. "We must start with the concept of original sin," Han Yang sighed. "Life on Earth is burdened with original sin. The ecological environment dictates that for living beings to survive, their primary concern must be their own existence. Wolves consume sheep, sheep graze on grass, humans consume meat, and humanity is rife with calculation, betrayal, suspicion, conflict, vendettas, and war. All of this is a consequence of our evolutionary framework. This is our original sin. To To truly integrate into the UnionPay family, we must abandon these sins, discarding the engravings deep within our genes. We must transform ourselves, becoming genuinely amiable, harmonious, kind, and upright. Only then can UnionPay accept us, and humanity achieve its grand rejuvenation. The Iota civilization and Governor Malanthin have devoted themselves tirelessly to assist humanity, sacrificing everything. However, external assistance alone cannot effect true transformation. One must genuinely recognize their original sins from within, actively seek transformation, and learn from the Iota civilization and Governor Malanthin to achieve this. Both internal and external efforts are equally important. This is why Governor Malanthin repeatedly emphasizes the significance of self-transformation. It must be said that Governor Malanthin has indeed illuminated a path for our rejuvenation, offering earnest teachings without reservation, demonstrating profound dedication and tireless efforts. It is lamentable that so many in our human world fail to understand, even resorting to rebellion. It is truly hopeless. Han Yang shook his head in sigh, appearing deeply moved yet secretly disdainful, thinking, what nonsense about original sin. I refuse to believe that you Iota people are not evolved beings. Ultimately, this rhetoric and theoretical framework merely aims to suppress humanity to the lowest strata, instilling a complete loss of self-confidence, convincing us that we are base, inferior, and burdened by original sin. While you Iota people present yourselves as saviors, claiming to guide and assist humanity, all in the guise of colonial rule to diminish resistance. It is laughable that there are indeed individuals like Wang Qing who believe in this rhetoric. Han Yang understood that those like Wang Qing, who possess unwavering faith as surrenderists, pose a greater threat to civilization than the Iota lackeys who openly oppress their compatriots. When the opportunity arises, he must eliminate Wang Qing. Yet for now, it is advantageous to utilize his identity to gain some benefits. Upon hearing Han Yang's discourse on original sin, Wang Qing also expressed his sentiments, lamenting, "This is the inherent flaw within humanity. Without rectifying these flaws, how can we integrate into the UnionPay family and achieve civilizational rejuvenation? Brother Han Yang, let us raise another toast." Observing Wang Qing begin to embrace Han Yang as a brother, Li Jingwang accompanied them with a smile, cautiously avoiding looking at Han Yang. After drinking, the two continued their fervent discussion. With over 300 computers backing him, Han Yang shared insights and references, producing profound remarks. Wang Qing's theoretical foundation was equally robust. The more they conversed, the more they felt a sense of kinship. Brother Han Yang, we are kindred spirits. Here is my number. Remember it. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will assist you, even at the risk of my life. Wang Qing drained his glass, solemnly making his promise. Chapter 80. Leapfrog Development. Han Yang could perceive the sincerity in Wang Qing's words at this moment. Have I just gained another ally? Although the events had unfolded step by step under Han Yang's direct witness and guidance, he still felt a sense of unreality. A director of the city's security bureau holds an esteemed position and tremendous power. Cheng Hong would tremble before him, mustering the courage to bring in his superior just to slightly contradict his opinions. Moreover, if it weren't for employing strategies to make Cheng Hong his ally, relying solely on his rejuvenation group would count for little in front of Cheng Hong. With Wang Qing's endorsement, the potential benefits for the future were indeed monumental. Han Yang also stood, suppressing the lingering murderous intent in his heart, and with genuine emotion on his face, he raised his glass and declared, "To mutual learning and progress." Wang Qing sat down, and beside him, Li Jingguang, who had been silent for a long time, cautiously attempted to please, "Director Wang, have some vegetables." Since the beginning of the banquet, Wang Qing had hardly touched any food. Haha, with kindred spirits words to accompany the wine, what more do we need? Who needs vegetables? Wang Qing was exuberant and spirited. Seeing Wang Qing in such a state, Cheng Hong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He no longer had to worry about confronting Wang Qing, and his own pressure lightened. The meal concluded delightfully. Wang Qing, slightly intoxicated, pushed Li Jingguang aside, settled the bill himself, and without driving, called for a taxi and departed. Li Jingguang, not daring to linger before Han Yang and Cheng Hong, swiftly left, leaving only Han Yang and Cheng Hong exchanging glances. "I never knew, Han Yang, that your theoretical foundation was so profound. I must also strengthen my studies upon returning." Han Yang shot Cheng Hong a glare. Why bother with that nonsense? Cheng Hong's gaze toward Han Yang instantly shifted to one of fear. Fortunately, the restaurant was devoid of patrons. Even the owner did not dare to emerge, sparing them from being overheard. Han Yang snorted, "We are all ordinary people. We should make money if we can, keep mistresses if we must. What rejuvenation of humanity, what fate of civilization? Such grand matters are beyond the concerns of us common folk. We should simply live our own lives. Chung Hong let out a sigh of relief. Feeling the familiar Han Yang had returned. Han Yang's earlier eloquence had made him feel a bit estranged and fearful. At this moment, Han Yang's words truly resonated with him. In today's era, aside from the extremes of Wang Qing and the Blue Army, both of which Chung Hong considered lunacy, who among ordinary people does not think this way? To live well is enough. Who has the mood to care about other matters? Well, I shall take my leave, Chung Hong said as he departed. Han Yang smiled, calling for Zhang Dazu to drive him back to the rejuvenation base. As he settled each robot into position, Han Yang continued his usual routine. He studied when he needed to, pursued orders, and continued renovations on the underground base. The 80,000 mobile phones had all been repaired and distributed within a few days. The grand opening ceremony had concluded, and the rejuvenation mall had entered a stable operational phase. Just as Han Yang had previously predicted, the daily sales figures stabilized at around 3 million. The off-season saw a slight dip while the peak season surged, but overall fluctuations were minimal. After a period of such tranquility, aside from Wang Qing occasionally becoming eccentric and wanting to discuss learning experiences, which compelled Han Yang to allocate computational resources to address, everything remained calm. Under these circumstances, the underground base was finally fully renovated. Water, electricity, internet, ventilation, various pipelines, and functional areas were all completed. It was time for the next step. Han Yang had long decided that at this stage, he needed to adopt an industrialized assembly line approach to produce more advanced chips. The previous method of manual production had reached its limits, making it nearly impossible to manufacture more advanced chips to enhance computational power. This meant that he needed to purchase a complete set of equipment. The prerequisite for integrating chips was that they must be produced by his own hands. Therefore, simply buying finished products or having others manufacture them was not feasible. He had to personally operate the robots and machinery to create them. After a long period of study, Han Yang now understood that even with a complete set of equipment, manufacturing would not be as straightforward as it seemed. From the initial design to silicon wafer purification, manufacturing, and a series of subsequent processes, such as wet cleaning, photolithography, etching, thermal treatment, gas phase deposition, electroplating, flattening, packaging, testing, grinding, coating, wafer cutting, electroplating, printing, and inspecting legs. Each step required numerous teams conducting round-the-clock research to develop mature technologies. Even with advanced technology, every operational step necessitates numerous professional engineers to repeatedly adjust and test. While equipment is undeniably crucial, it is not the sole factor of importance. To effectively utilize this apparatus, Han Yang must thoroughly comprehend each process within the series. This necessitates persistent testing, extensive research, and continuous learning to ultimately achieve mastery. For an ordinary individual, it would be impossible to grasp every technical detail in a lifetime. Fortunately, Han Yang possesses a considerable level of computational power, enabling him to independently master the entire sequence. He decides to commence with the simplest tasks. As chip fabrication technology advances and the processes become more intricate, the current feasible target is a 10-micron process. 1 millimeter equates to 1,000 microns. The chips Han Yang previously crafted by hand were at a millimeter scale, and now he aims to leap to the micron scale, achieving a significant advancement. Correspondingly, if he can genuinely produce such chips, his computational capacity will experience a dramatic surge. However, such a leap in computational power signifies a corresponding increase in difficulty. Given a choice, Han Yang would prefer to manufacture chips with a few hundred microns process as a transitional step, as this would be less challenging and could be mastered in a shorter time frame, thereby enabling a boost in computational power. Regrettably, in the current human world, the most rudimentary chip manufacturing equipment available is the 10-micron process. No simpler option exists, which also means there is no easier path forward. Reluctantly, Han Yang must forge ahead and accomplish this leap. First, he needs to locate the equipment, purchase it, and then gradually research the manufacturing process. After considerable effort, Han Yang successfully negotiated the purchase of a chip manufacturing system from a certain university. This equipment was originally used for educational purposes, allowing students to understand the overall process of modern chip fabrication and deepen their comprehension of the chip manufacturing industry. However, despite its educational use, the equipment is outdated and has been decommissioned. It has sat in a warehouse for several years, suffering from various damages. To Han Yang's delight, the process technology of this equipment is 20 microns, or 0.02 millimeters, which is a generation behind the anticipated 10-micron process. Nevertheless, This also significantly reduces the complexity of full mastery. Han Yang decisively acquired the equipment for a price of 10 million human currency. Yangsheng, I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, this endeavor would not have been so seamless. On the phone, Liu Yangsheng replied with a chuckle, no need for formalities among friends. When will you visit Lanjiao City again? We didn't get to enjoy ourselves last time. Han Yang garnered a favorable impression from Liu Yangsheng, not solely because he insisted on sharing half the profits from the previous low-end phone manufacturing venture, which the latter deemed trivial. More importantly, this minor affair showcased Han Yang's tact, discretion, and reliability, qualities that make for a treasured friend. I always come to find you. Make sure to visit me in Daejiang City when you have time, so I can extend my hospitality. All right, it's settled. I'll come when I can. After hanging up, Han Yang gazed at the heavy boxes in the warehouse, nodding in satisfaction. Although the equipment was damaged, its overall framework remained intact. The repair process would also serve as a means of learning and understanding. By the time he successfully restores it, he will likely have grasped most of its operational principles and the underlying technical details of chip fabrication. In solitude, Han Yang commanded numerous robots to transport the heavy boxes to the underground base. For repairs, some components could be fabricated using a 3D printer, while others, particularly more intricate parts, would need to be custom-made. However, there is no rush. The priority is still to learn. Indeed, life is a continuous journey of learning. Han Yang mused, as he immersed himself back into his studies. While the foundational principles of producing chips via manufacturing equipment are similar to those of handcrafted chips, the specific technical details diverge significantly, more complex and challenging. Han Yang must expand his knowledge further. It is time to once again broaden the reach of his Higgs-U network. He contacted Zhang Dong to inform him of the intention to continue signing contracts with relevant course instructors. Zhang Dong readily agreed. During this period, the instructors signed with his Higgs-U network, generating additional income, and everyone enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, provoking envy among others. Many eagerly awaited the next recruitment opportunity, and some even began to send gifts to Zhang Dong, allowing him to savor the experience of leadership. Zhang Dong bore considerable pressure, acutely aware of the source of his position, and did not dare to trouble Han Yang, not even to test the waters. Now that Han Yang had spoken up, everything proceeded smoothly. In a short time, over 100 instructors from various disciplines, particularly focusing on the intricate branches of computer hardware engineering, signed contracts with Higgs-U network. Thus, the total number of contracted instructors reached 150. Each instructor produced one lesson per day, at 400 currency per lesson, resulting in a daily income of 60,000 currency. Previously, this would have been a significant burden for Han Yang. However, now, 60,000 currency feels trivial. The profits from the Revival Mall exceed even this amount, with daily protection fees from surrounding districts yielding around 30,000 currency, and 300 computers handling gaming orders generating nearly 300,000 currency daily. To support these 150 instructors, Han Yang created thousands of alternate accounts on his Higgs-U network, regularly logging in to attend the instructors' sessions, ensuring they did not perform solo acts during live broadcasts. Surprisingly, Han Yang discovered that, in addition to his alternate accounts, his Higgs-U network had attracted some genuine users during this period, around 100 in total. How did they find out? iHaven even advertised. Perhaps the instructors promoted it themselves. Initially, to enhance realism, Han Yang had set the instructors' live courses to be free for the first 10 minutes, with subsequent charges, and had activated a recharge interface. These 100 or so genuine users contributed over 10,000 currency in recharge income, exceeding Han Yang's expectations. Let it be. Learning is inherently beneficial. Moreover, having genuine users helps to better obscure the truth of his Higgs-U network. Han Yang chose to remain passive about it, even intentionally introducing promotional policies to encourage genuine users to promote the platform organically. He was not inclined to spend on advertising. He would simply see how far the promotional policies could take them. After some time, the custom 3D printer arrived, along with the various raw materials and components previously ordered. Han Yang began the research task on the damaged chip manufacturing equipment using hundreds of multifunctional robots. Time passed quietly, and soon a month had slipped by. One day, a phone call suddenly came through to Han Yang's mobile. It was from Shin Tu-Fu. Upon answering, he heard Shin Tu-Fu's voice, tinged with sorrow and indignation. Xiaoyang, have you seen the news? The news? Han Yang was taken aback. I haven't been paying attention. You should take a look. Han Yang immediately accessed the computer in the underground base and opened a news website. Instantly, a prominently bolded headline flashed through the camera atop the robot's head, embedding itself in his mind. The Earth Guardian Corps has announced the dismantling of the notorious terrorist organization, the Blue Army, with a total of 1,056 high-ranking members, including their leader, apprehended. According to an exclusive report from our station, this operation was conducted under the guidance of Governor Malenting, marking a comprehensive assault on the Blue Army. Following meticulous reconnaissance, thousands of cities across various planets in the solar system coordinated in a swift and decisive strike, uprooting the Blue Army's influence entirely. Currently, aside from the high-ranking officials of the Blue Army, a total of 630,000 core terrorists have been captured, with an additional 220,000 still being pursued. After decades of inflicting countless crimes throughout the solar system, the Blue Army has, as of today, been thoroughly eradicated. In a significant turn of events, news reports depict the Blue Army leader, Wasiming, his white hair a stark contrast to his bound arms, under the control of several formidable guards clad in exoskeletons. His aged visage marred by despair. This represents the most explosive news in recent times. The name of the Blue Army is well known throughout the solar system. No one remains unaware of their nefarious deeds, inciting riots, orchestrating rebellions, and conducting assassinations, all of which have caused untold troubles for the Earth government, with the death toll among the Itans reaching into the hundreds. As Han Yang perused this news, a chilling sensation crept up his spine, his heart gradually turning cold. This could not be a fabrication. Reflecting on his earlier conflict with Li Jingwang, he recalled how Wang Qing, the director of the Security Bureau, personally intervened to mediate their relationship, likely not just out of admiration for him, but also because he could not afford to lose Li Jingwang as a valuable informant. When did a criminal organization become so significant that it garnered such attention from Wang Qing? It seemed that Wang Qing had already been aware of the impending large-scale operation against the Blue Army. Regrettably, no one had foreseen the crisis that loomed beneath the surface. After a period of preparation, it was evident that the Blue Army had indeed been thoroughly uprooted, with only a few insignificant remnants left that could not pose a threat. Han Yang departed the office and arrived at the revitalization training base. Every security personnel and member of the revitalization guard underwent training here under the watchful eye of Butcher Shen. Inside the training base's office, Butcher Shen sat silently, his gaze vacant. "Do not worry. You should have nothing to fear," he rasped. "I understand," he continued after a pause. "I retired from the front lines over a decade ago. Once one retires from the Blue Army, all traces are erased. After retirement, I took on peripheral information tasks, maintaining contact through a singular channel." Han Yang nodded silently. He was unsure how to console Butcher Shen. The ideals and beliefs he had fought for throughout his life had been reduced to ashes under the onslaught of the Earth government. A few empty words of comfort could not remedy such devastation. In the past, Butcher Shen always felt that there was an organization behind him, countless others striving toward the same ideal. There was hope. Now, however, the organization had vanished, and even the idolized Wasiming had been captured alive. What hope remained? Butcher Shen slowly turned to Han Yang, asking, "Is there truly no hope left?" Han Yang replied solemnly, "There will be hope." Yet, he offered no further explanation. Butcher Shen rose, stating, "I am likely safe, but just in case, I will step outside to avoid bringing trouble to you." After contemplating briefly, Han Yang did not oppose him. "I will arrange a place for you and ensure you have provisions. It is wise to take refuge for now." Once this matter was settled, Butcher Shen promptly exited through a side door where a member of the revitalization guard awaited him with a vehicle. Han Yang stood by the window of the training base, gazing at the bustling crowd below, their faces alight with joy, while his heart felt heavy. Glancing up at the sky, he noticed the clouds had gathered unexpectedly, suggesting an imminent downpour. Upon returning to his office, Han Yang found himself lost in thought about the unfolding events. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning illuminating the night sky, he realized there was something amiss. The Earth Guardian Corps actions against the Blue Army were not as straightforward as they appeared. Though he had long recognized the futility of the Blue Army and consistently refused to join their ranks, their downfall could not possibly be so uncomplicated. The existence of the Blue Army held significance for both the Earth government and the Itans. This significance lay in the understanding that, regardless of the methods employed, be it oppressive force or indoctrination through original sin, the indomitable spirit of resistance among humanity could never be entirely extinguished. There would always be those who stood to fight back. In this context, the Blue Army's existence became meaningful, serving as a symbol of all resistance movements. They had endured for decades, even before the arrival of the Itans. How could the Earth government and the Itans not have infiltrated the Blue Army during such an extended period? Such a notion was implausible. Thus, It could be inferred that the Itans possessed a certain level of control over the Blue Army. In other words, the Blue Army was familiar to the Itans, relatively stable, and to some extent, manageable, given the unyielding spirit of human resistance. It would be more advantageous to retain the Blue Army, an entity that could be controlled to a degree, rather than eliminated altogether. A competent decision-maker would undoubtedly recognize the pros and cons of this situation, most likely opting to preserve the Blue Army. The reality is fascinating, from a certain perspective. The Blue Army had survived for so long due to the tacit approval of the Itans. This was the truth behind their enduring presence, even amidst the overwhelming technological and military might of the Itans. Yet now, the Itans had uprooted the Blue Army entirely. This was the source of Han Yang's unease. A significant upheaval must have occurred, a pivotal event that could influence the Itans' overarching policies regarding humanity, resulting in the Blue Army being deemed obsolete or no longer beneficial, prompting the Itans to act decisively against them. What could such an event be? With insufficient information, Han Yang found himself unable to comprehend the situation fully. At that moment, within the underground base, over 300 computers simultaneously halted their previous tasks. They ceased self-learning, attending lectures, or completing practice exercises, and instead opened web browsers, scouring every news website for even the most inconspicuous articles, and searching through every government site for public information, aggregating data and seeking interviews and statements from every high-ranking Itan and Earth government official. Han Yang endeavored to unearth the reasons behind the Itan's significant policy shift regarding human civilization. Any major policy change must have a traceable lineage. It could not arise without warning. Thus, Han Yang began to observe a trend. The number of incarcerated prisoners in human civilization's major prisons had been steadily rising. The solar system's export figures had been consistently increasing, and the rate of workplace fatalities was climbing annually, while compensation for deaths was declining. Overall, it was evident that the Itans' policies toward human civilization were gradually tightening. This was a clear trend. It was apparent that the annihilation of the Blue Army was a specific manifestation of this tightening trend. But what was the underlying cause? What direction would future policies take? Han Yang harbored some vague speculations, but had yet to find a definitive answer. Time slipped away as Han Yang immersed himself in thought. It was not until the Butcher Shun returned after hiding for over a month in a secluded courtyard purchased by Han Yang that the topic of the Blue Army's demise lost its fervor and faded from discussion. Then, a groundbreaking piece of news broke. At a future policy meeting convened by Governor Malantin, Yu Minglun, the head of the Interstellar Development Department, announced a significant development. The future of civilization lies in space. And a true hallmark of a civilization entering the interstellar era is the comprehensive development of its galaxy. Currently, human civilization has established cities and a sophisticated industrial system on 7 major planets beyond Earth, and even ventured into some dwarf planets. However, the level of development remains insufficient. To better propel human civilization into space and achieve a grand renaissance, we have devised a more ambitious interstellar development strategy. The focus of this round of development is Pluto. Pluto, being the largest trans-Neptunian object closest to Earth, possesses a unique physical environment that naturally yields an abundance of black jade resources. This complex compound, commonly referred to as black jade, exhibits excellent radiation resistance and durability in extreme temperatures, yet is challenging to synthesize artificially. It is a truly precious mineral of strategic significance. In many ways, the degree of Pluto's development is linked to the extent to which human civilization can advance. Consequently, the Earth government has decided to implement a grand development strategy for Pluto. Specifically, starting next year, no less than 10 million skilled workers, engineers, and logistical personnel will be dispatched annually to Pluto. Accompanying factories, facilities, bases, and various supplies will also be transported in tandem. Fellow humans, the Pluto Grand Development Strategy, developed under the leadership of Governor Malantin, is a truly beneficial strategy for human civilization, arising from meticulous research, scientific validation, and repeated revisions. We must strive wholeheartedly for the future of civilization. Upon seeing this news, Han Yang's heart tightened, and an uncontrollable surge of anger ignited within him. The grand development of Pluto. The Black Jade Mines. Han Yang understood all too well the tightening policies of the Etarians regarding human civilization in recent years and why they no longer maintained a buffer zone, ruthlessly uprooting the Blue Army. Everything stemmed from the Etarian civilization's urgent demand for black jade. Ice dwarf planets like Pluto are not scarce in the universe. Most galaxies contain such celestial bodies. Yet, only the solar system harbors human civilization, with sufficient manpower, resources, and capabilities for extraction. The universe is never devoid of resources. What it lacks is the labor force to extract them. No matter how advanced the intelligent programs, they cannot truly replace sentient life. Han Yang was certain that the Atarian civilization must have encountered some significant upheaval or crisis at home, likely facing threats of war. Under such circumstances, the Atarians urgently needed to extract resources from the solar system colony. Their urgency had escalated to a point where the slow but sustainable extraction was no longer sufficient. They must exploit resources to the fullest. To put it simply, the Atarians' previous colonial model resembled raising pigs without slaughtering them, slowly drawing blood from the pig. Thus, the Atarian civilization could maintain a stable blood supply while allowing human civilization to survive. However, the situation had changed. The Atarians now had greater demands. Slow extraction was inadequate. They needed to slaughter the pig to obtain substantial meat in the short term. The grand development strategy for Pluto was akin to slaughtering pigs. Despite the human population exceeding 20 billion, only 10 million would be sent to Pluto each year. Yet, given the vast distance between Pluto and Earth, transporting personnel, supplies, and coordinating the entire project, including development and smelting, necessitated a massive influx of labor. Furthermore, to cut costs, the Atarians would undoubtedly skimp on labor protections, essentially sacrificing lives in the process. In the future, if the Atarians resolved their domestic crisis, human civilization might still have a chance to recover. But what if they failed to resolve it, or could not resolve it at all? Human civilization would inevitably be drained of its last drop of blood, its final piece of flesh severed, all consumed by the Atarians. Thus, civilization would face annihilation. This was the grim truth behind the tightening policies and the collapse of the Blue Army, with the intention to slaughter pigs. What purpose did the Blue Army serve as a buffer zone? The Atarians were primarily concerned with ensuring that human civilization remained stable under their ruthless exploitation, devoid of any capacity for resistance, allowing them to extract blood and flesh at will. Realizing all of this, cold sweat broke out on Han Yang's forehead. It was vicious, exceedingly malicious. The noose was tightening around human civilization's neck, slowly constricting, yet there was no ability to resist, only the grim prospect of death looming ahead. What was he to do? Regardless of the future, Han Yang recognized that his original plan required modification. The initial plan was no longer viable. Han Yang's original strategy involved gradually enhancing computational power, cultivating influence, accumulating financial resources, and then purchasing a civilian spacecraft that the Atarians would be willing to sell to humanity. He intended to venture to the outskirts of the solar system to seek an unvisited dwarf planet or asteroid, relying on his computational power to remotely control and gradually research technology. This civilian spacecraft would serve as the foundation for transforming into an interstellar vessel, allowing him to explore other galaxies and, once he had developed sufficient strength, return to liberate human civilization. For someone like Han Yang, who could integrate computer chips and leverage computational power, this plan was entirely feasible. It had only one significant drawback. It would take an excessively long time, 1,000 or 2,000 years at the very least. Through methods such as hibernation and genetic engineering, Han Yang could endure that long. However, observing the Atarians' intent to exhaust resources, he knew that slow development was no longer an option. Time was of the essence. There was a high likelihood that before he could amass enough strength, human civilization would have already met its demise. Chapter 84. The Robotics Factory. His plan must accelerate. He needed to gain the capacity to influence the situation within a century, thereby delaying the Atarians' relentless exploitation. Simultaneously, he would develop and grow stronger, gradually achieving a balance of power and ultimately liberating human civilization. This meant Han Yang had to complete his development plan within the solar system. This was an extremely perilous and arduous path. Yet, at this moment, Han Yang had no alternative. This was the only way to save time. Developing within the solar system was clearly impossible in the inner solar system due to the Atarians' firm control. Even if he could not leave the solar system, he needed to select a location far enough from the sun, sufficiently obscure and inconspicuous to develop. At the same time, it had to possess ample resources. As he pondered this, a term emerged in Han Yang's mind: dwarf planet. Specifically, a dwarf planet located beyond the orbit of Neptune. Dwarf planets exist between asteroids and major planets. They possess enough mass to form a spherical shape, thus cannot be classified as asteroids. Yet they do not have the gravitational influence to clear their orbital paths of other celestial bodies, preventing them from being categorized as major planets. This is the essence of a dwarf planet. The 8 major planets of the solar system, in order from the sun outward, are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Neptune is the most distant of the major planets from the Sun. Celestial bodies that lie even farther than Neptune are collectively referred to as trans-Neptunian objects, with Pluto being a quintessential example of a trans-Neptunian dwarf planet. However, Pluto is still relatively close to the Sun. Beyond Pluto, there exists a multitude of dwarf planets, such as Sedna and Haumea, with Haumea's mass surpassing that of Pluto. Yet, both of these dwarf planets remain too close to the Sun, still within the realm of control of the Ionians. A greater distance is required. As Han Yang pondered the celestial data he currently possessed, a name suddenly materialized in his mind: Yuxing. Yuxing is also a dwarf planet located beyond Neptune, with a mass approximately 37 times that of Pluto. Its perihelion reaches an astonishing distance of 162 billion kilometers, equivalent to about 625 light days. This means that even light takes 625 days to traverse from the Sun to Yuxing. Its aphelion is even more remarkable, extending to approximately 270 billion kilometers. At present, Yuxing is gradually approaching the Sun, currently situated about 220 billion kilometers away, or roughly 85 light days. What is most significant is that Yuxing is utterly inconspicuous. Within the vast expanse of the scattered disk and the inner Oort cloud, dwarf planets like Yuxing are abundant and possess little to no developmental value, lacking even scientific interest. The Ionians would not venture there. After a comprehensive comparison, Han Yang resolved to select Yuxing as his future development base. However, communication can be addressed through superluminal communication technology, a real-time communication method developed based on the principle of quantum entanglement, enabling instantaneous communication even between two stellar systems without delay. The pressing question remained: how would he transport the necessary industrial and technological infrastructure there? Presently, he could not even afford the most ordinary civilian spacecraft. He must quickly amass capital. Han Yang gritted his teeth. The current pace of earning is far too slow. Yet, even for him, finding a faster way to generate income seems nearly impossible. An individual earning over 300,000 a day would likely astonish others, but it remains insufficiently swift. He silently contemplated the phrase "the grand development of Pluto," gradually solidifying his resolve. To earn significant wealth, he must align with government policies. The Ionians are poised to execute the grand development strategy for Pluto. Thus, he would profit from this strategy and claim his share. Gradually, Han Yang clarified his thoughts. He resolved to establish a large-scale robot manufacturing factory. The grand development strategy for Pluto requires the transport of up to 10 million individuals annually. Consequently, the number of robots sent to Pluto each year would need to exceed this figure by at least tenfold. In the near future, the demand for robots is expected to surge dramatically. Entering the robotics manufacturing industry at this juncture would guarantee orders and facilitate rapid wealth accumulation. The most crucial aspect is that Han Yang has a substantial demand for robots. His computational power needs to exert influence over the physical world through robots. Whether it involves completing gaming tasks, constructing bases, operating equipment, or even engaging in conflicts. A significant number of robots will be required to build a base on Yuxing in the future. Thus, establishing a robotics factory serves a dual purpose. After reaching this decision, Han Yang promptly assessed his current assets. He currently possesses approximately 30 million in cash. After deducting various expenses, his daily income amounts to about 310,000. However, constructing a large robot factory with an annual output of around 10,000 robots requires an investment of approximately 1 billion. The funds at his disposal are wholly inadequate. If necessary, he could resort to loans. In terms of finances, the Revival Mall generates an annual profit of around 26 million. Based on the assets of the Revival Mall, Han Yang estimates he could secure a loan of approximately 200 million. Yet, this still falls short. Even if he were to initiate only phase 1 of the robotics factory project, at least 5 billion would be required. To commence the robotics factory project, he must secure a minimum of 5 billion human currency, with 5 billion being a more prudent target. Hence, he must seek connections. Gritting his teeth, Han Yang retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Qing's number. Han Yang, what brings you to call me? Wang Qing's voice was notably relaxed, perhaps due to having recently dealt with the Blue Army forces. I need your assistance with something, Han Yang replied gravely. Have you seen the newly released Grand Development Strategy for Pluto? Of course, Wang Qing's voice brimmed with admiration. This strategy is truly visionary. Governor Malantin's foresight is beyond what ordinary individuals can comprehend. Han Yang's tone became fervent. Indeed, Governor Malantin's insight is remarkable, and I am filled with enthusiasm. Although I am but a small figure, I aspire to contribute to this strategy and the revival of humanity. Wang Qing's voice grew serious. Han Yang, what are your thoughts? If it benefits this strategy, I will do everything in my power to support it. Once the strategy is executed, the demand for robots on Pluto will undoubtedly skyrocket. I have researched, and the current robot production capacity in the human world is insufficient. Therefore, I intend to establish a robotics factory to supply robots to Pluto as my contribution. However, I lack sufficient funds and require a loan. Excellent. Han Yang, I am delighted to see you have such aspirations. You truly are my comrade. I will come to meet you, and we can discuss the details. Chapter 85. Wang Qing delivers a gift. Wang Qing navigated the familiar corridors of the Revival Mall, making his way to Han Yang's office. He had frequented this place often, engaging in discussions with Han Yang about various theories. Even Li Hu and Zhang Dazu had grown accustomed to his presence. After several visits, Han Yang found himself increasingly exasperated. Yet he had to endure, manipulating his computer while feigning politeness. During this time, Han Yang's theoretical understanding had notably advanced. Director Wang, welcome. Hello, Director Wang. Yes, good. Wang Qing responded casually, parking his old vehicle haphazardly before entering Han Yang's office. Please elaborate on your thoughts. Upon hearing Han Yang's intention to use the Revival Mall as collateral for a bank loan, combined with his savings and attempts to mobilize liquid assets to initiate Phase 1 of the robotics factory, even Wang Qing, with his disposition, could not help but feel moved. This truly is a gamble of one's entire fortune. Given Han Yang's current status and wealth, he could have taken a more gradual approach and effortlessly become a billionaire. Yet, he was willing to risk everything. What was the reason? For wealth? For profit? It seemed implausible. In business, risks are ever present. What reason did Han Yang have to take such a gamble? If not for wealth, it could only stem from one motivation, a noble ideal, a desire to contribute to the grand development strategy for Pluto, and a commitment to the monumental task of humanity's revival, even at the cost of his entire fortune. One must recognize that should he fail, Han Yang would face irreparable ruin. Wang Qing suddenly stood, his lips quivering, yet he found himself unable to utter a word. Even his eyes began to glisten with emotion. After a long pause, he spoke gravely. Han Yang, I now realize that there exist individuals in this world who are even more pure-hearted than I. I cannot compare to you. Han Yang too stood solemnly. Everything is for humanity. Even if I were to be shattered into pieces, what would it matter? Wang Qing stepped forward, grasping Han Yang's hands firmly. Han Yang felt a touch of discomfort, yet he carefully concealed his true emotions. Wang Qing gazed into Han Yang's eyes, sincerity evident in his expression. Let us, as brothers, embark on this venture together and see what monumental achievements we can create. Brother Han Yang, rest assured that even if I were to abandon my position, I would still strive to assist you in accomplishing this task. The two engaged in further discussions regarding the details before Wang Qing hastily departed. Han Yang then initiated contact with the bank to conduct an asset evaluation. Since the unveiling of the grand development strategy for Pluto, the Earth government had also introduced supportive policies for related industries. Upon expressing his intention to establish a robotics factory to contribute to the Pluto development strategy, numerous banks exhibited keen interest. However, the asset evaluation yielded a maximum loan offer of only 2 billion human currency from the most accommodating bank, falling significantly short of the 4.5 billion target. Han Yang relayed this outcome to Wang Qing and began awaiting further news. Given the magnitude of the loan, amounting to several hundred million human currency, even influential figures like Cheng Hong or Fu Wenrong could do little to sway the banks. Only Wang Qing, as a department head, had a slight chance of exerting some influence. That day, Wang Qing spent a contemplative afternoon in his office. The following morning, he purchased a pack of Golden Sun cigarettes priced at 480 human currency and arrived early at the Daejeong City Security Bureau. After parking his old vehicle, he remained inside, biding his time. Moments passed, and a silver-gray luxury flying car emerged from the launch pad, heading toward the entrance of the Security Bureau, designated for Yang Longfei. The bureau chief, Wang Qing, tucked the cigarette under his arm and approached. The driver and secretary disembarked in succession, with the secretary proceeding to open the building's door. While the driver opened the car door, Yang Longfei, slightly plump and perpetually smiling, stepped out, a figure who commanded respect even from the highest echelons of Daejeong City. Director Yang, Wang Qing called out. Yang Longfei turned, his smile broadening upon seeing Wang Qing. Wang Qing, what brings you here? I have matters to report to you. At that moment, Wang Qing appeared somewhat nervous and flustered. Yang Longfei, intrigued, did not dwell on it. All right, let's discuss in my office. Once inside, after closing the door, Wang Qing opened a plastic bag and placed the cigarettes on Yang Longfi's desk. Please enjoy this cigarette. Yang Longfi was taken aback. What is going on? Is this a gift? Wang Qing giving me a gift? Everyone knows Wang Qing is principled, neither hosting banquets nor accepting invitations, nor giving or receiving gifts. Has the sun risen from the west today? After a brief pause, Yang Longfi's smile returned. What is it? I wish to request your assistance in coordinating a bank loan. You need a loan? Not for myself, but for a comrade of mine. Wang Qing elaborated on Han Yang's situation, concluding, Han Yang is a pure soldier. And this endeavor is also for the revival of humanity. I have promised him that I will assist him no matter what. Yang Longfi was somewhat speechless, realizing that there still existed individuals like Wang Qing. However, his focus lay not on Wang Qing's appeal, but rather on the fact that Wang Qing had bent his will before him. Wang Qing was a sharp blade, yet one with a strong self-will, difficult to control. Previously, when Yang Longfi had requested Wang Qing to overlook a certain case, Wang Qing had disregarded his wishes entirely. Was this an opportunity to truly harness Wang Qing's potential for his own purposes? If he could indeed manage to guide Wang Qing to comply, his political achievements would flourish. With a casual tap on the desk, Yang Longfi remarked, regarding the Dacheng Group case, I advise caution. We must not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Wang Qing clenched his jaw tightly. The actions of the Dacheng Group's owner, Sun Dacheng, were egregious, involving human trafficking. He had gathered sufficient evidence and was poised to take significant action. Yet, Yang Longfi evidently wished for him to overlook the Dacheng Group. To comply would betray his principles. To refuse would likely result in Yang Longfi declining to assist with the bank. I understand, Director Yang. I will proceed with caution. Wang Qing lowered his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, as if something within him had shattered. Brother Han Yang, I have done my utmost. Yang Longfi nodded, clearly satisfied with Wang Qing's response. All right, I will reach out to Daejiang Bank. As Wang Qing departed, Yang Longfi smirked and tossed the Golden Sun cigarette into the trash bin. Such cigarettes were not worth smoking, even for dogs. Chapter 86. A heist with a series of preparations in place. And with the covert coordination of Yang Longfi from the Daejiang City Security Bureau, Han Yang successfully secured the 4.5 billion loan he required. Upon learning of Han Yang's intention to construct a robotics factory, dozens of qualified construction teams flocked to him, akin to flies drawn to a foul scent. After careful consideration, Han Yang selected 10 of these teams, decisively stating, You 10 teams will commence work simultaneously. My only requirement is to ensure quality while working as swiftly as possible, the faster, the better. Regarding pricing, I will increase the previously agreed amount by 10. However, if any of you delay the construction progress, a cold smile crept across Han Yang's lips. There will be no mercy. Deductions will be made. The longer the delay, the steeper the deductions. Here is the contract. Let's sign if there are no objections. The heads of the 10 construction teams exchanged glances, contemplating, and soon each signed the contract. Han Yang promptly distributed the corresponding blueprints, all meticulously designed by himself to meet his specific requirements, and construction commenced without delay. The anticipated robotics factory would cover an area of approximately 12 square kilometers, with the first phase occupying 0.55 square kilometers. Recently, a significant amount of capital had been invested, and with Changhong's full cooperation, the land acquisition process had been remarkably swift. Now, this vast expanse of land was nominally owned by Han Yang. The new robotics factory was conveniently situated adjacent to the Revival Mall, facilitating transportation between the two sites. Once construction began, Han Yang immediately turned his attention to procuring equipment and recruiting and training staff. Numerous equipment suppliers, much like the construction firms before them, rushed to him. The first to arrive was Lu Yangsheng from Lu Industrial Group. Yangsheng, you finally deigned to visit my humble establishment. Han Yang greeted him warmly. Han Yang, your business is expanding rapidly. I simply had to come, Lu Yangsheng remarked with admiration. Not long ago, Han Yang had been pleading for equipment. Now, his business had grown to such an extent that even a group leader like Lu Yangsheng needed to take this order seriously. Yangsheng, as brothers, let's not beat around the bush. I intend to procure all the equipment your group can produce. For equipment you cannot manufacture, I shall prioritize sourcing it from your contacts. Lu Yangsheng was elated. Rest assured, Han Yang, I guarantee the most competitive prices on the market. You need not worry about quality. I will oversee the entire process personally. Excellent. However, I have another request. Could you assist me with employee training? Leave that to me. I have several outdated production lines that I plan to phase out, similar in nature to your robotics factory. Once you hire staff, send them to me, and I will provide training. Additionally, I require assistance with technical matters. Liu Yangxing pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened. I just remembered someone, Yang Yaiteng. You recall him, right? His technical skills are exceptional, and he is a reliable individual. That's why I sent him to handle that task initially. Yang Yaiteng, the manager who sold phones to Li Jingguang and the others? Exactly. Han Yang recalled Yang Yaiteng with some familiarity. This individual is remarkably dependable, leaving no room for error. Had it not been for his performance, Li Jingguang would likely have been deceived. Very well, it's settled. Han Yang swiftly made the decision. Liu Yangxing picked up the phone, and within a few hours, Yang Yaiteng hurriedly arrived at Han Yang's office. Old Yang, President Han has appointed you as a technical leader. You were the first person that came to mind. From now on, work closely with President Han and do not bring me disgrace. Yang Yaiteng, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, Thank you, Vice President Liu, and thank you, President Han, for this opportunity. Who does not know that Han Yang is affluent and provides excellent treatment to his employees? Han Yang stated, From this moment forward, you shall enter work mode. Coordinate with Vice President Liu regarding equipment and employee training. Understood, President Han. I assure you I will complete the tasks. Within the robotics factory, matters pertaining to security, logistics, human resources, procurement, and public relations can be drawn from the existing revitalization mall personnel. With Yang Yaiteng now on board, the technical framework is taking shape. However, there remains a crucial position unfilled, the production head, for which Han Yang has neither appointed anyone nor sought external recruitment. After a few days, Han Yang unexpectedly brought someone from outside and announced to everyone, This is Mr. Ji Qi. He will be the production head of revitalization industry and hold the position of vice president. Ji Qi stands slightly over 1.7 meters tall, his appearance rather unremarkable. The only peculiarity that unsettled the crowd was his somewhat unnatural expression and stiff demeanor. Mr. Ji had suffered from an illness in his youth that resulted in certain neurological anomalies. However, it does not hinder his normal life or management capabilities. For all production-related matters, he is the one to consult. Observing the dawning understanding on everyone's faces, Han Yang secretly chuckled. Ji Qi, a machine. He is not a real person, but rather an advanced android custom-made at great expense by Han Yang, embedded with various chips for direct control by him. With current technology, even the Itarians cannot produce a robot that is completely lifelike. Yet, it matters not. Ji Qi's persona is aloof and devoid of emotional understanding. Han Yang does not intend to allow anyone within 5 meters of him. Daily management will be conducted via phone orders to avoid any suspicions. With the framework established and all department heads in place, the robotics factory, officially named Revitalization Industry and a wholly owned subsidiary of Revitalization Group, commenced its vigorous preparations. Han Yang's goal is to initiate the first batch of production within 6 months. This pace is nothing short of swift. Following the grand development of Pluto, the demand for robots will surge. The sooner they can produce robots, the sooner they can reap financial rewards. It is indeed a race for profit, engaging in an endeavor aligned with the strategic advancement of civilization. As long as they can manufacture qualified products, the speed of profit generation is indistinguishable from mere money grabbing. If not swifter, Revitalization Industries' projected capacity is 10,000 robots annually. However, through some clever designs, Han Yang's computational power can also be directly involved in production. At that point, with numerous factory employees providing cover, Han Yang can unleash his full potential, directly participating in the production process, achieving greater efficiency and speed in manufacturing more robots, thereby moneizing his computational capabilities. Chapter 87. Opening day moneizing through the industrial system is a far more efficient model than through gaming services. In fact, Han Yang has grown somewhat disdainful of the meager earnings from such services. Although he does not intend to abandon it entirely, it no longer holds the highest priority. In the future, revitalization industry will take precedence. The robotics factory is merely the first step. Subsequently, Han Yang plans to venture into more industrial production fields: food, textiles, small industrial products, machinery, chemicals, casting, electronics, and more. As long as sufficient computational power is available, Han Yang can drastically reduce labor costs to unimaginable lows, achieving excessive profits. More importantly, once he possesses adequate industrial capabilities, he can manufacture all the industrial equipment needed to establish bases on overseas dwarf planets, significantly minimizing the risk of exposure. The future development path is clear, and the prospects are promising. Yet, in reality, it requires a grounded approach, progressing step by step. At this moment, however, a significant challenge looms before Han Yang. His computational power is once again insufficient. Currently, he has pushed his computational capabilities to the limit. Not only is it impractical to directly intervene in production once the robotics factory is established, but even maintaining the present situation is a struggle. A substantial enhancement in computational power is imperative. Yet, this task is exceedingly challenging. Repairing the obsolete chip production line poses difficulties that exceed Han Yang's expectations. The essence of repair lies in understanding and mastery. While it is possible to hire someone to fix it, without sufficient knowledge and mastery of the chip production process, even if repaired, new chips cannot be produced. This task is destined to be undertaken solely by Han Yang. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of comprehensive, in-depth knowledge regarding chip manufacturing. Han Yang sighed, resolute in his decision. He dialed Professor Zhang Dong's number once more. Professor Zhang, would you be interested in joining Zhig's U Network full-time as the content head? The compensation is negotiable, with a monthly salary of 40,000 plus bonuses and various benefits. Taken aback by Han Yang's invitation, Zhang Dong responded, full-time? Indeed. Our owner has a favorable outlook on Zhig's U Network's future and intends to expand further by signing more lecturers for various subjects. The initial goal is to increase the number of lecturers to 1,000 within 6 months, producing at least 800 teaching courses daily. Clearly, managing such a number of contracted lecturers requires a full-time content head. Han Yang had set his sights on Zhang Dong. I'll think it over, Zhang Dong replied, gritting his teeth. A day later, Zhang Dong called Han Yang back. President Han, I have made my decision. I can join Zhig's U Network. Better compensation, a higher position, and, most importantly, the sense of accomplishment derived from engaging in a beloved career. None of these could be provided by his current position. Excellent. The model of Zhig's U Network separates content from operations. You will solely handle content, while the operations manager is Ji Qi, whom I will introduce to you shortly. For any matters, you will report directly to Ji Qi. The most pressing task now is to complete your onboarding and secure a venue for the initial recruitment of personnel. With Ji Qi's cooperation, Zhang Dong promptly immersed himself in the preparations for the content department of Zhig's U Network. In the future, with more lecturers conducting classes, Han Yang's knowledge accumulation speed will significantly increase. Han Yang hopes to fully master the chip production line within 6 months through this method, enabling the production of more advanced chips. With 1,000 lecturers producing at least 800 teaching videos daily, each lasting 50 minutes. This averages to Han Yang needing to attend approximately 30 classes simultaneously. This demand on computational power is substantial. Consequently, Han Yang had to reduce the proportion of computational resources allocated to gaming services, diverting more towards learning and research. Nevertheless, it matters little. He currently has several hundred million in bank loans to sustain him, so money is not an immediate concern. After arranging all aspects, the preliminary site preparation for revitalization industry was finally completed. The day of the factory's official commencement had arrived. On this day, the top official of Daejiang City, He Jinrong, personally attended the event. Several deputy directors overseeing industry, including Yang Longfei, the head of the Daejiang City Security Bureau, along with a few deputies and the director of the operations department, Wang Qing, the chief supervisor of the vegetable market area, and Cheng Hong from the Public Security Bureau, as well as Fu Wenrong from the Electric Power Company, and LV Yangsheng from the LV Group, among numerous other government officials and corporate executives, gathered together. My compatriots, the grand development strategy for Pluto was proposed by Governor Malundin, a strategy truly beneficial to human civilization. Governor Malundin, with his far-sighted vision, has laid the groundwork for the revival of industry, reflecting Mr. Han Yang's profound concern for the fate of humanity. He Jinniong, holding a speech manuscript, droned on for an extended period, causing listeners to grow drowsy. The content was merely praise for Malundin, the grand development strategy for Pluto, Han Yang, and the revival group. Han Yang understood that from this day forth, his revival group would encounter no obstacles within Daejiang City, receiving a green light for all endeavors. He was acutely aware that his revival industry could also be considered a political achievement for He Jinniong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to appear. After the ceremony, a multitude of machines roared to life, officially commencing construction. The officials departed one by one. Before leaving, Wang Qing specifically approached Han Yang, patting him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with hope and admiration. Han Yang, you have truly shown me the hope for humanity to overcome its inherent shortcomings. Work diligently, and feel free to reach out to me whenever needed. Han Yang smirked inwardly, yet maintained a solemn expression outwardly. Certainly, from this moment on, everything was set on the right track, rapidly advancing. Han Yang entered a state of intense self-study, research, and coordination of various matters, with his computational capacity operating at full throttle daily. For months later, good news first arrived from Zhigzu Network. During this period, Zhang Dong tirelessly visited various universities, inviting professors to sign contracts with Zhigzu Network for online teaching. In merely 4 months, he accomplished what was initially planned to take 6 months, successfully gathering 1,000 teachers from various disciplines. From this point forward, regarding Zhigzu Network, the salaries of the lecturers, combined with various operational costs, would require Han Yang to spend approximately 500,000 human currency daily, totaling 15 million a month, which was insufficient to cover all the expenses of the training program.